Good Wednesday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell out here. And AJ is back in the studio out here live at Sterling Country Club. And it is awesome out there. I've never played Houston National. I don't know if you have, Lance. I'm not sure. I have never played out here, so this is a real treat. It's beautiful. It looks like it is not going to be you haven't played in forever? Well, you hit yesterday.
I just went literally to top. I was like, you know where I was going to go? I was looking for it's 7:30. I didn't get off from doing podcasts and all that stuff. My last one, I did 4 of them yesterday. My last one was Paul Gallant. And I went home, ate, and I'm like, it was 7:30. I started
That's
to go.
Too late to.
7:30.
You could have gone to East River 9.
Well, yeah, but I didn't want to go through downtown. I actually thought about that. And then I looked at, Marty Golf is open. That's Elroy Marty. That's where you're. So I almost went out there, but then I was like, you know what, I'm just going to head the Beltway because I didn't realize it was out there a little ways. So
it is out there. What? Top Golf.
So I went to just Beltway to I-10 to Top Golf.
So
it was actually faster that way. And so I literally just set it up for 30 minutes. The waiter hated me. I got water, 30-minute golf, and I just got the clubs. I get 3 at a time. Started with the gap wedge and pitching wedge and 9-iron, boom, 8.76, 5.4. Apparently, I don't have a 3-iron in my bag, I guess.
Okay. Well, nobody has a 3-iron anymore, just so you know.
No, they don't?
No.
Really?
No. You use some kind of a,
I got a 4.
Well,
a 4 wood.
Yeah.
Really? No one hits a 3?
No. I don't know anyone that has a 3-iron anymore.
Huh. I had no idea.
No.
I mean, I haven't.
I don't have a 4-iron.
Really?
No. No. You just use utility clubs now.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, what's a utility club? You're just talking about like a 4-wood, 5-wood?
I've got, 22 degree and then as 18
Well,
degree.
I haven't played actual golf for at least 2 years, I guess.
Yeah.
But I actually hit the ball not bad. I actually hit the ball not bad. We'll see if I can keep the swing thoughts right in this one. But, I mean, I was just rapid fire. I got off 68 shots in 30 minutes, I guess. So I was getting through it pretty quick.
Oh, good for you. Good for you.
The driver's not really driver I was landing like.
Well, we are out here for our occasional invitational, and we're going to be here all
Is that Joe George?
morning. That is Joe George over there.
He's out here this early?
You didn't even see Joe George when you came in?
He wasn't here when I came through.
Oh, my gosh. Well, you came in here and blew up the place already, so that was nice.
That's not even accurate.
So
just a long pee.
He had a long drive from coming up here. And here we are live at Sterling National Country Club, which is just beautiful. We appreciate being out here, and we're going to have a great day. I'm going to have a great day because I'll be coming in here and seeing Dell while, as we come through around, and Dell's show will be on, and I'll be able to yell stuff at him, and ask him if he wants any Coors Lights or if he's going to come out and play with us. That's my job,
will continue
and
to
I
be
do
no.
it well, and I do it well every single time. So yesterday, well, we're waiting on. We know this. We found this out. Luka's not coming back. Austin Reeves probably will play tonight. Kevin Durant is not going to play tonight. But now Luka Doncic won't even play if the Lakers move on. That's how bad that hamstring is.
Yeah.
So
those things last a long time. That was kind of a given that, like at the best you're looking at 4 weeks.
Yeah.
At the best.
Yeah. I mean, it was a really bad hamstring pull that he had. We saw Isak last year, and that's baseball. You don't even have to run. Isak last year, how much time did he miss with a hamstring? That is – it's almost – in basketball, it's just so much running and so much – you need them hamstrings a hell of a lot more. But, the Lakers were playing really good basketball before the playoffs started, before Luka got hurt and Reeves got hurt. They were actually moving up. They were kicking the Rockets' ass at home, not taking care of that business. I'm not sure that they were ever going to give Oklahoma City a scare, a threat, but they could. It would be a hell of a lot more interesting if Luka was around. That's for sure. And now you give them less than no chance. The Spurs move on last night. First team to move on, and that's the first time that they move on since 2017. Their first playoff win since 2017, and they look like a pretty damn good basketball team. That'll be interesting. I don't know. And without Anthony Edwards, Denver looked much better, didn't they? The other night. Yeah. And so now they've got probably a shot to take care of Minnesota. Without Anthony Edwards, we don't want Minnesota around, do we?
So
No.
he is, what is it, week to week, 2 to 3 weeks? So he likely, if they can finish off the Nuggets, it'll likely have to come in their next game at home. They don't want to go back to Denver for Game 7. He would probably miss, if at best, like 2 games of the next series. Could they steal one against against San Antonio? That would be the question, because if they're down 0-2, then they've got no shot. But if they can close this one out, find a way to get one, and hopefully he's back midway through that series, they got a shot. But no, if he's not able to play, and hell, he was limping coming into the playoffs. There were questions about his availability, and he found a way to get out there, and then you saw what happened because, he jumps really high and he came down awkwardly.
So that was bad.
Yeah, and they were thankful that he didn't tear a ligament in the same game where Dante DiVincenzo tears his Achilles, so they lose big parts of their backcourt in a matter of minutes. So it's going to be this way. We thought it would be this way. The injuries haven't helped, but it'll be Spurs, San Antonio, the Spurs against the Thunder, and it'll be, hey, will this be the thing we have to deal with for the next half a decade? I won't give it a decade because windows aren't as large as that, but these two teams are going to be playing each other for the right to make the finals for half a decade, and I don't know who's going to intercede in that.
You see, this is where the Rockets were. That pisses me off so much. This is where the Rockets were supposed to be. After, we went through our 3 years like we did with the Astros, and then, then they took over at the top of the league because they built it. They did it the right way. They lost. They, gathered talent at the top of the draft, and then they're supposed to develop that talent, and they're supposed to be, it was the Astros. It was the Astros recipe, and this is where we are instead. I think it's unfortunate where they ended up drafting in large part because they picked third in that draft with Paolo, Banchero,
and Chet.
And they got third, and they got Jabari. And Amen was a good pick, but that was the same as the Wembanyama. So that's a problem.
And despite Kate Cunningham's turnover issues, it was 1 and 2. There were two players in the draft. Turns out maybe there was just one, although Mobley and others are fine. And you got Jalen instead of being in a position to take Kate.
Would you have been better off taking it Mobley?
Yes.
Probably.
Yes.
And Jalen he was catching it from Phoenix fans in a must-win game. I think he was like 10 of 25 and just jacking up all kinds of. He was dismal from 3-point range.
You know that old meme now. The guy it's canceled, but it was James Franco in a movie. He looks to his right. First time, Phoenix fans. Is your first time dealing with Jalen? Yeah. Oh, okay.
Okay.
But they're saying that what's funny is not necessarily about the injury stuff. Well, kind of some. I saw Phoenix fans saying the same thing to Rockets about KD, about dealing with his, the drama that surrounds him. There was a lot of that was the first time I've seen. Totally get the one with Jalen, but they were sending stuff. I saw a lot of Phoenix fans like, "Oh, welcome to our world" and things like that, because he just kind of came in and, blew up Phoenix a little bit. There was nothing really successful there. So yeah, and then the one thing that was not expected was Dylan Brooks went off 3 games with 30 points or more. My gosh.
I think that the Rockets are definitely missed him more than anybody.
The more I look at it, this trade, it really didn't work. I mean, anything short of going deep into the playoffs next year, this is not a good trade. It's not going to be a good trade because Jalen Green is Jalen Green. Dylan Brooks, you do miss something with Dylan Brooks, and Dylan clearly has more offensive ability. Just look at this year. I mean, he's getting better. It's weird. Later in his career, he's getting better. He's shooting threes better. He was a better offensive player in general. He was kind of self-limiting because of his own, in Memphis, his own personality and his own, villainous. Like sometimes the villainous stuff gets in the way of him just being a better basketball player offensively than anyone ever realized. But I'd much rather have those commodities back and not have Kevin Durant right now than the opposite. Now that we've seen one full year, because Kevin Durant's situation, I mean, he'll play for you for 3 years at most, and here's another one where he's going to have a season-ending injury, basically, because they're probably going to get beaten and he'll be on the sideline. he's not going to get healthier as he gets older, Kevin Durant. He's had a series of injuries over the last 5 years, last 4 years. So he's not going to get healthier. The odds of him staying as healthy as he did in the regular season this year aren't great. And then you got to get him through a postseason, which obviously he couldn't do this year. He suffered 2 injuries in the postseason. So I don't know. I kind of wish we had Jalen and Dylan back, and then, you know, the ability to trade either one of them when we want. They're still tradable commodities, obviously. But, you know, if they had to do it all over again.
Right now,
Giannis would have been better. It's hindsight, but I liked it at the time. I liked Giannis better. I didn't love having to give up Alpi, and I'm assuming, and Amen was off the board anyway. You weren't making any deal that involved Amen Thompson. So that wasn't going to be, or you just didn't make a deal. Rafael Stone would not trade Amen, and frankly, he probably just wouldn't trade Alpi, honestly, because that's one of his guys. And Stone doesn't like trading his guys at all.
No.
Unless Tillman and Patrick.
Would you get more if you had Dylan Brooks and Jalen Green right now than you could possibly get? Kevin Durant is being talked about as a possibility to trade. Kevin Durant will bring more.
I don't know. I mean, he has to bring a certain amount of salary match. So,
yeah.
I mean, there's that. There's a certain amount of salary match he has to bring, but I don't know. He only is a fit for certain types of teams. You know, he's not gonna be a fit for lower level teams with good young talent. That's not gonna be the case. Like, who does he fit exactly? He won't fit. You know, he won't fit New York, I don't think. Kind of running out of places.
I don't know why he wouldn't fit New York. Why wouldn't he?
I think number one, it would be a nightmare with he in the New York media. As soon as he starts his Kevin Durant stuff, because he doesn't like he would hate the New York media because they're going to be in his face all the time. He likes to be left alone.
Yeah, but you know, he played in Brooklyn. I mean, so he
not
had that
for
before.
long. What, 2 years or was it 3 years? Maybe 3 years.
Yeah, I don't know. But he's already been there. I don't know about the media thing. Maybe. But I don't think they trade. Kevin Durant's going to be here. Kevin Durant is going to be here, and hopefully they're going to be better. And hopefully they'll have Fred and Steven Adams for any amount of time. That sure would be nice. Sure would be nice for them to be around next year. And Kevin Durant to actually make it through the end of the year. Yeah, that'd be cool. That'd be great. All right, we are live at Sterling Country Club.
Not to drop R-bombs on his teammates.
Well, that would be, R-bombs are not what you should, be talking about your teammates. I don't know.
What's a proper way to say your teammate doesn't have high basketball IQ without it being
you mean for leaked publication?
Yeah, like, of course you don't want to say it directly to his face, but if you're in a group chat and you're in fear, you may be in fear of this being public. What's a proper way of saying your guy doesn't understand the game of basketball?
Shut up, you big dummy.
Well, in football, what you say is a high rep guy. You say he's a high rep. He needs lots of repetitions to get it. So that's code for learning disability.
Is it?
100% it is in football.
He's a high rep guy?
If you hear somebody's a high rep guy, needs a lot of reps to get it.
Okay.
That's what that means is he has trouble learning.
Means you're low key?
So
you have trouble learning.
Was Jabari showing that he was a low rep guy yesterday?
High rep guy.
Oh, high rep guy. Excuse me, high
needs
rep.
Lots of reps.
I was thinking low IQ and high and reps. So I
get
combined
that.
those.
Yeah, I get that.
The higher the reps, the lower the Q.
Apparently in football. Was he displaying that he's a high rep guy when he said, despite the fact that his team's down 3-1, that they're the better team?
No, because I think they are they are the better team.
In a totality, because
they don't have a better record.
No, and does he mean
they
without Luka?
Beating soundly the first two.
Does he mean without Luka and Reeves? They're a
better
team?
Yes.
Okay.
Without the players on the with our team
if
now and
take
your
out
team
Durant,
now,
take out Reeves and Luka, he believes they're a better team.
Yes.
I believe he's right. They should have obviously won.
But now Reeves is back.
Game 3.
So are they still the better team?
No, they're no longer the better team.
But he should know that Reeves is coming back.
No, we don't know.
Well, let's not forget
high rep guy.
Let's not forget high reps.
That's really insulting.
All right.
I don't know that he is. That's KD's.
That's KD's assumption.
Or
alleged assumption.
I didn't say it was.
Yeah. All right, we got a break. 713-780-3776. We are live at Sterling National Country Club here in Cyprus. Just beautiful, just beautiful. We appreciate them. We're making money for kids' meals today out here, thanks to Brown Big
Brown Bag Deli,
Brown Bag
Valencia's,
Deli, and Valencia,
and Coors Lights
and
for you
Coors
guys
Light,
when you
Coors
come
Light.
out here.
Coors Light is why I'm here today. I mean, if there wasn't going to be Coors Lights here, I would have protested and probably not shown up.
Who are you going to have to come back and pick up your car?
Wait.
I'm asking in advance.
Right? Yeah.
Is there a version of Ownwell that protests lack of Coors Lights?
That's right. This is, and trust me, I would have been calling it Ownwell to
Oh
protest.
my gosh! Look who the spot is right now.
It's
I'll just take my headphones off.
All right. It's time to talk about cold, clean, crisp, and refreshing. I'm going to know when I'm out there in this heat that my beers are cold. And you know how I'm going to know? Because my mountains are going to be blue. My mountains were blue all day yesterday, and all night. It was a great, great Blue Mountain day. Make your Blue Mountains a great day for you. If you're looking for cold, clean, crisp, and refreshing, there's one place to get it, and that's with our friends over at Coors Light. I am a big fan. I think you know that. I'm an enthusiast, and I'm going to continue to be an enthusiast thanks to that wonderful water that they use and thanks to their cold brewing process. It is fantastic. You're looking for the best way to be refreshed. The world's most refreshing beer, cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Thanks for being here today.
This is John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Huntington Bank Studios, located at Sterling Country Club. Here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
Boop, boop. Welcome back. We are at Sterling Country Club here. It's the old Houston National, at Houston National. And we want you to get in. 713-780-3776 is the number to get in with us here on ESPN 97.5. You made reference, AJ, get that Jabari soundbite. You made reference.
Don't play where Kevin Durant needs to get out of the double team again. It's going to start a whole
Kevin
again.
would say you can't. We've
He's
already
like,
hurt his feelings enough.
I'm out for the year next year. Oh, my knee, my ankle, my elbow. I'm out for the year in 2027. Jabari said I got to get out of a double team.
I'm not sure it hurt his feelings, but we do not. We want him to come back if he
You're
possibly
not sure,
can.
but you think it might have.
I think it might have.
Yep.
Might have led to him not being on the bench. We don't know. There was no reason for him not to be on the bench the other night at game 3, but he wasn't. And then he was there for game 4, and he was yucking it up with the guys, boy. They're tightening. Now they're tight. It is a tight-knit group, okay?
They're like, we like when Kevin's been smoking. He's way nicer. You saw the video on the bench. There's a lot of memes and a lot of tweets that said, look how high KD is. Look at his eyes and all this stuff. And I was like, he did.
Yeah, he did.
I mean, he did have that sativa smile.
Yep, he did. He was having a good time, and he was yucking it up. That's for sure. And it seems like that's what you do when you're pretty smoked out. Here is Jabari talking about this game tonight and who's the better team.
Just stay with it. Be us, be aggressive, play free. We're obviously the better team, I feel like. So just knowing that, being confident, trusting our work, and just telling us to be us.
Why do you think you're the better team in this series?
Okay.
Us. I just feel like from top to bottom. You can say it's an opinion, you can say I'm biased, but I just think we're the better team.
Okay.
I mean, I don't
you
have
know
any
what? He's
problem with
supposed
him.
to.
Yeah.
He's supposed to feel that.
I don't have any problem with him saying that.
I mean, if he didn't think they were a better team, if he's like, hey, they're just better than us. No, they haven't been better than you. You shouldn't have. You shouldn't have won either game in Los Angeles. You just weren't good enough. But you should have won both back here. That's for sure.
But you should have won it on paper, though.
No, you should have won with up 6 with 30 seconds left.
Yeah.
Yes, you should have won. You should have won, and you didn't because, for all of the reasons we've talked about. But they got game 5 tonight. You don't think it's going to game 6?
No.
I do. I think we go.
No.
We're coming back.
Austin Reeves is based on what?
Based on what I saw in game 4.
All right, but Austin Reeves is back now.
So?
And you haven't been even close in L.A.
When Kevin Durant was with the Rockets, they were supposed to be so much better, and they lost.
What have you seen in L.A.?
I saw a team that wasn't ready for the playoffs. That's what I saw. But I saw a team in Game 4 that was much more prepared.
Really, frankly, in Game 3, they were getting beat up for a chunk of that game,
and then they kicked their ass for a while.
Yeah, at home.
Yeah.
At home.
Right.
So I don't really see – I don't know. I don't see it. I don't see consistency. I don't see a team that's playing well on the road. And that's a concern for me.
Well, it would be concern.
The Lakers play with a great deal of confidence at home.
More concerned about losing last year in 7. More concerned about that team that lost to Golden State in 7, or if this team loses to this Lakers team in 5.
I'm more concerned this year.
Yeah.
Because last year you still had the idea that, well, we're still a young team, first time in the playoffs. They're going to get better because who doesn't get better when they're 21 years old, 22, even 23? You're still getting better. This team, you've now subtracted 2 of those players. You've added an old player and an old player with some baggage, and the chemistry doesn't feel the same on the team.
You arguably lost 3 of your – well, you not arguably. You lost 3 of your top 5 players with no Steven Adams, no Fred VanVleet, and no Kevin Durant. Mm-hmm. You've lost 3 of guys that will be here next year. So
right.
Are you less concerned when Fred comes back? Are you less concerned
not really,
when Steven Adams
Not
comes
really,
back?
because you and I have had the same conversation. Do you think they're Fred VanVleet and Steven Adams away from beating Oklahoma City?
Not Oklahoma City, but I think that they're probably
– well, what's the difference between we gave no graces to the Rockets team that couldn't get past Golden State.
Yeah.
We didn't say, well, they're still a good team.
But this
we
first
say
round
you never
exit
beat
thing
Golden
is
State.
bad. It
Well,
sure would
right.
be nice to move on.
Yeah, no, no, of course. This should have been I thought they would have, but Kevin Durant couldn't stay healthy. If Kevin Durant could have stayed healthy, I think they would have. I can't believe that the Rockets couldn't have beat this Lakers, that they wouldn't be up 3-2 after 5 games against the Lakers if Kevin Durant had played all the games and coming back home to try to capture it in Game 6.
Yeah.
That's what I believe would have happened. But it didn't happen. And so now, moving forward, I don't have the same, feeling with, the youth. And there's only one young player. The only young player you lost is Jalen Green. And so, I shouldn't say that, but Steven Adams is an older player who has had some injury issues here towards the end of his career. Fred VanVleet, that was just a freakish ACL. I don't recall Fred having a bunch of injury issues, but he's not a dynamic player. He's still a player that's a little older. He just does certain, he's a stabilizer, and they could use a stabilizer right now. I didn't think early on in the season when they were playing good, I didn't see any need for Fred VanVleet. Late in the season where you realize just dribbling was hard, that they couldn't dribble, and it cost you a game with Jabari because you didn't have somebody to just dribble up the court because Amen doesn't know how to come back.
It was a problem in Game 2 when Kevin Durant was getting trapped all the time up top, right? Instead of having
something basic.
Him not have to bring the ball up and start the offense if someone else was there.
I had no idea that you needed to pay a guy in the $20 millions to just dribble a little bit. It was that important and this team really struggled to dribble.
Let's get up. TJ, and is this JT? It's JT that wants to get in here. Hey, JT, what's going on?
Hey, good morning, guys. I really don't know what we were expecting with this Rockets team. I mean, all year, I'm going to say that they underperformed. Towards the end of the season, you could tell that they just didn't like playing ball with each other. Ime looked like his act is getting old. When we first got Ime, we were kind of judging him against Steven Silas. And, of course, that was an improvement. I mean, it could not get much worse with Steven Silas. So I just don't know why you would trade for KD. It didn't work with Brooklyn with KD. And to be honest with you, it really didn't work with Golden State. Their talent just prevailed over attitude. But he flaked on Golden State. He left that team. He flaked on Brooklyn. He didn't do anything there. And then he flaked on the Suns. I don't know why we were expecting anything different with KD, and especially with the way that this team played. This roster is completely flawed, like to Lance's point, and I think, John, you stated it as well. The roster got old, and you just got older with subpar players. So I really didn't think that the Rockets were going to win. I thought the Lakers were going to find a way to win. And I thought Ime was going to implode. I think his anger issues were going to take over. So as far as the Rockets go, I mean, I don't know what everybody was thinking. And I kind of wanted to touch on the draft and the Texans to that point. Everybody wants to give Caserio kudos, but what has he really done? I mean, I understand he's built a hell of a defense, but that defense didn't really start getting built until D'Amico came in and started, showing him, hey, this is what we kind of need to go. As far as the offense goes, D'Amico really doesn't, I don't think, has a really good idea with that. To undervalue running backs, I know the NFL undervalues running backs, but at the end of the year, all the good teams have great running backs. They're drafting the running backs or they have a stable. This team refuses to put any kind of draft equity into running backs. I know we traded a third-round pick last year for a fourth-round running back, but he's small and he was hurt. And then you have a wide receiver that's going to miss 6 games every year. I don't think this team is going to overperform next year. I think we're going to, again, be a 10-8 team, and we're going to be waiting for that superstar on offense to score touchdowns.
All right, we got to cut you there.
10-8. Well, they were 11-6 last year, right?
No,
Are they 10-7?
They were
12-5.
What were they?
12-5.
12.
The Texans were in the regular season?
Yeah.
Yeah, they lost their first 3, and then they went on that
They
run.
won 12? Then what's he talking about 10-8 again? First of all, there's 17 regular season games.
So, And by the way, they're really good. Listen, they're better offensively because they're going to run the football. They're going to play. Their defense is going to be even better than it was. They've added the additions that they've added, more swarm than they even had last year, which is going to be ridiculous. They're going to be a much better team because they're going to run the football, make the game shorter, and let the defense win
I think
games.
there's some ups and downs with Nick Caserio. I don't think you can call it one way or another. It's and you can't just say – it's just not fair to say D'Amico gets all the credit for the defensive players and then Nick only gets the offensive players. I don't think that's fair. I think they work in conjunction. And I think D'Amico maybe has – I would say it's fair to say maybe Nick has learned something from D'Amico in terms of how to – you'd like to think you're consistently learning and you're open to other opinions and other ways of doing things. And I'd like to believe that Nick has – improved his process just by being around D'Amico and seeing D'Amico's way of finding players. Let's remember, Nick Caserio was hand-in-hand, lockstep with Bill Belichick, who just absolutely brutalized the roster of the New England Patriots by the end. His draft picks were just really bad. And it was you never knew who they were going to pick, which was charming when they were winning, and then it was just, holy crap, look at how fast some of these guys are out of the league. And I think so on the negative side, right? I did a bunch of podcasts yesterday, and one of the things we looked at was so Mina Kimes gave me 10 different teams, and tell me an intriguing pick from there. An intriguing could be any whatever you wanted to say, and I chose Marlon Klein, and I went back and looked before I went on the air because I'm like, well, they need to get this tight end right. So I went back and looked at Nick Caserio's history with tight ends. He's had Brevin Jordan as a 5th-round pick, which has been, there's been a couple flashes, but nothing really stands out. And that's just a 5th-rounder. 4th-rounder, Tegan Cateriano, injured, never did anything. 4th-rounder, Cade Stover, has been injured, hasn't done anything. Now he's drafted Marlon Klein in the 2nd. His last draft with New England was atrocious. A 3rd on Devin Asiasi from UCLA. He had 7 targets for New England his entire 2-year career there. He only lasted 2 years, went to Cincinnati, had 4 targets. He had 11 targets in 3 years in the NFL and was out of the league. He was a 3rd-round pick. Dalton Keene, which I thought was way early on Dalton Keene, that guy played 148 total snaps in pro football, 1 year with New England in 2020 and 1 year in 2023 with the Houston Texans where Nick brought him over. So it's just that was terrible. Those are 2 third-round picks. So I think the question is, Nick has done a good job with Bullock and Stingley and Lassiter. And, yes, obviously D'Amico's had a tremendous amount of impact on Will Anderson Jr. I've heard, Kamari Lassiter was a guy he demanded and all that stuff. But Nick's making the picks, and Nick has – but on the offensive side, we got to really see. Like, I'm confident that Keelan Rutledge is going to end up – and I love the moves Nick has made in free agency. But there's a difference between watching somebody in the NFL who's played – because Laken Tomlinson was not a hit. Shaq Mason wasn't really a hit. So we'll see if Braden Smith is a hit, who has missed an average of 6 games a year for the last 3 years. And then you got Wyatt Teller, who I think was banged up last year too. But on paper, I love what they did.
Who's your swing tackle
now? It'll be –
Blake Fisher?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's still Blake Fisher.
Or is it Trent Brown?
Is it Trent Brown?
Well,
can he play both
I don't
sides?
think it's swing. I think Blake's on the left and Trent's on the right.
So we talked a lot about what an opportunity they missed out on last year. John talked about how the defense should be better. Think about all the stars on the defensive side of the ball. Think about them in your head. How many combined games do you think those guys missed last year?
No, let's see.
Think about
almost
their best
none.
Players. It was 2. When you think about their best players, combined 2 games missed.
Yeah, which is you're very lucky when that
was
happens.
a great injury luck season for the Texans on defense last year.
And they had some issues.
Who missed the games?
Kamari missed 1, and I think Aziz missed 1. Those are the 2 guys who
missed
one game apiece.
Yeah.
Everyone else, the stars of the team, played 17 games.
So the issues with your secondary depth never had to be tested, never came into play.
Yeah, it did at the end of the year with Kamari going
this
down.
year, it's a bigger concern Because
Yeah.
every year you worry a little bit more about,
Yeah.
okay, well, what about this year for injuries?
Well,
But when healthy, they're that kind of
They're
defense.
that time. Yes.
so Trent Brown is just going to sit and wait for Braden to get hurt. Is that what we're saying?
Yeah. Well, he's
Probably.
not going to play,
Yeah.
God willing.
God willing, he.
Braden Smith stays healthy.
God willing, he doesn't play.
Because Trent Brown's an injury-prone guy, too.
Yeah. So you got a couple of, and then Blake Fisher is there for.
That's why you have to keep Blake Fisher.
Yeah. That'll be your 4, and your interior lineman, Evan Brown, makes the team or no?
Yeah, because he's center guard. Yeah, so Evan Brown, so Wyatt Teller, Evan Brown backup, Keelan Rutledge starting center, right guard will be Ed Ingram, and then
Does Jake make the team?
maybe, because he's center, so between Jake and Patterson, probably Jake makes the team. He used to play in New England.
Yeah. He
good
started
enough.
last year.
Yeah.
I mean, they thought he was better last year.
Not bad. I think he's better than Jarrett Patterson, even though you could argue Jarrett Patterson plays 2 positions. So that could help him. Anytime you can play 2 positions on the interior, Jake's just a center only, so that doesn't, that's not always great for him. But yeah, the depth. I'd say the depth in the secondary is still something that is maybe a little bit of a concern at cornerback position. I'm trying to remember if they had any. I don't believe I remember any impactful free agent moves in the secondary. Do you? It's mostly offensive line related or signing
This year,
guys back.
Blankenship?
Yeah, Reed Blankenship.
Well, yeah, but I'm sorry, at cornerback.
At corner, yeah.
Cornerback, because
nothing.
they've added Kamari Ramsey and Blankenship.
Yeah.
So who are the corners? I'm looking
Well,
right now.
they're adding Jalen Smith, allegedly.
So, yeah. So Ed Ingram. And Nwaiwu is the other one who will make the team for sure. Evan Brown will make the team for sure. Yeah, you're going to have Teller, Rutledge, Ingram, your rookie from Oklahoma, Evan Brown. That's 5. You've got 4 tackles for sure that are making it. That's 9. I guess if you keep one more, it will be between, I'm looking here, Jarrett Patterson, C.D. Sal.
You got a lot of
Because remember, Evan Brown can play center guard, so Jake.
we saw C.D. Sal, start a game. We don't need that anymore.
Yeah, not really.
All right, we got a break. We are live at Sterling Country Club. We have got our occasional invitational today.
By the way, Kamari Ramsey right now is listed as a nickel. They list him behind Jalen Petrie as third safety. So the Texans are playing what's called third safety. There's a lot of people now playing third safety. And you know the first to do it was the Texans with Kareem Jackson. Remember when they moved Kareem inside? I'm like, he's big. He's not fast enough to play nickel. What are you doing? And then you realize, well, he's really good against the run. And they were one of the first ones to say, hey, let's get our run support good from here, and we'll maybe play a little bit more zone, or we'll just, because Kareem used to be an outside corner, then he moved inside, and I thought he would. And then eventually he finished his career as a safety. But that's what the Texans are doing right now. It looks like they're just going, we're just going to play big nickel, meaning third safety at the nickel spot.
Yeah, well, they did it last year with Jalen. They're going.
So that's where that's where the, but outside corners you still have just Tremont Smith, not great, and then you have Jalen Smith, who we have to see.
Tremont Smith's the problem. That Tremont Smith.
Good on special teams, though.
That's a real problem. Elijah Huzzle, we got that. Or Huzzy. Yeah, Huzzy. Elijah Huzzy. And that's about it.
Colin Wright, they got as an undrafted free agent from Stanford, but
all right, we got to actually Huzzy's probably a safety. We got a break. If you're looking for the best way to have some fun watching golf, how about not this weekend, but next week, May 4th through the 10th, it's the Insperity Invitational. All of the Hall of Famers are going to be here. Colin Montgomery, Ernie Els, Retief Goosen, Padre Harrington, Bernard Lager, Vijay Singh. You got your defending champs, Stuart Sink. On Saturday, you got it is fantastic with the biggest names: Jack Nicklaus, Gary Player, Lee Trevino, Annika Sorenstam, Nancy Lopez, Hale Irwin, Laura Davies, Sir Nick Faldo. You got access. You're close to these greats of the game with the Folds of Honor, Greats of Golf, back for its 13th year. It's a 9-hole scramble, and it is awesome. If you're looking for – if you love golf forever, the biggest names are here, okay? It is happening at the Woodlands Country Club, the tournament course, and we want you out there. InspirityInvitational.com. It's May 4th through the 10th, all right? The 9th is the Folds of Honor, Golf, Greats of Golf. Get on out there. Go to InspirityInvitational.com.
This is John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Huntington Bank Studios, located at Sterling Country Club. Here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
Oh, my God. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5. Yes, the Ravens are signing him, apparently.
Oh, they did. They signed two quarterbacks, undrafted free agents.
Hold on.
UConn quarterback and Diego Pavia.
Fagnano.
Yeah. One of your people, John.
One of your people.
So is Pavia. Okay. I mean, look at
the
chains.
No, actually, Pavia is not Italian.
Look at the chains.
He's not Italian.
But he acts like it.
He wants to be Italian.
I'm proud. I mean.
The meme with him and his black turtleneck and like 3 chains over his head.
Yeah.
Maybe you didn't hear Diego doesn't shine shoes no more.
But look at that's not true. This isn't true.
That's not a real picture.
That's not a real picture.
Lamar Jackson
is about a foot and a half taller.
It's not real.
So they didn't really sign him, right?
I thought he got a 3-year deal.
Yeah, he got a 3-year deal.
Oh, you mean he already did the workout?
It was initially reported as a workout, and it led to, of course, Keith calling my show about how could they possibly not just sign him, and then hours later they signed him. Schefter reported they signed him to a 3-year deal without the workout.
But it's a 3-year deal, but it's not guaranteed.
Yeah,
so he could be cut this year.
Yeah, just like the other guy. The
Basically,
UConn quarterback.
if you're good, we got you 3 years. If you're not good, you're gone.
Beat it. Get out of here. That's what it is. I don't want to talk about Diego Pavia. I want to talk about the star of the Rockets who says we're going to take the physicality to the Lakers. Can we talk about Alperen Sengun?
This is about to be bad. Go ahead.
Do you know what your guy's into when he's not playing basketball? You know, like you talked about Rutledge, ball. He's all about ball. That's what
first thing you said was, "I don't got nothing nice to wear."
Yeah, he's
all
about ball.
We went from Prada bags and Gucci slippers and all this stuff to a guy,
I ain't got nothing to wear.
To a guy who says, I ain't got – you know, the whole thing is, please tell me our offensive linemen have problematic political views because I know they're going to be a better blockers. That's the whole meme.
Yeah. Well, one guy who has other interests besides ball
What's going on
is
there?
Alperen Sengun. You know what he's interested in, John?
This is awful.
What's he interested in?
Harry Potter.
To what extent,
Del? To what extent?
To what extent? Tell him.
He said he used to have a Harry Potter room, but he's building another one in his home. And there's a whole article from The Athletic on him being the biggest NBA Harry Potter fan. In fact, the question was asked, which house are you, Alpy? He goes, Gryffindor. That's your 6'11" center.
Okay, would you rather have a Lego quarterback or a Harry Potter center?
I've really been shaken to my core with this Fernando Mendoza stuff. Watching him build Legos on draft day, like it shouldn't be a problem. I shouldn't, and this is a me problem. This has nothing to do with Fernando.
That was AI, though, the giant Lego thing he had built on that table. Yes, it was AI.
No, it wasn't.
No, it was not. He did not do that Lego thing on the day of the
draft. He'd been working on it. He was working on it the day of the draft, yes. He's known as a Lego guy. Do you not know this?
Yeah, I know, but somebody said, no, that's not real.
Let's not get distracted because Alpy has a lot of stuff.
Okay.
I have a sword,
hold on.
a mask, the
he has
cap,
all this stuff.
Whatever you think of, I have. All those he has in the movie, I have in my house.
As he gets more money, he's going to buy more. Like, he's going to go to auctions and buy more Harry Potter stuff.
I watch a lot of movies, but I'm a magical guy, too. I dream about a lot of stuff, and they're all magical. So I kind of like magical, not going to happen stuff. That's how I became a Harry Potter fan.
Like moving on to the second round?
That seems magical.
Is that magical, not going
to happen
stuff?
A miracle even, maybe.
We were in
and I wish he just said Slytherin.
All my life,
Who are your teammates? That's what they should say. Where are your teammates? What houses? Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant to Slytherin.
All my life was like dreaming about something.
Slytherin.
And that Harry Potter stuff is about magic and anything can happen, so I think that's what I like the most. He's a whimsical guy.
Snape is Ime.
Oh my God. Okay, well.
Jay Sean Slytherin.
He's told us just through his pictures before.
Wait,
yeah, that's real. That's real.
That's real.
That
John.
was at Halloween.
He
dressed
real.
up like Harry Potter.
He dressed up like Harry
Potter. That's not AI.
He came to a game dressed up like Harry Potter.
You can want it to be AI as much as you want.
Look at him. Look how happy he looks.
I mean,
he looks like Harry Potter.
He actually looks like Harry Potter with a beard, a little bit.
Giant Harry Potter.
Yeah, when Harry was on the run, he had the growth on his face.
It shouldn't bother me. It just does.
But I knew it would bother you. It doesn't bother it. I'm happy that it bothers you. It doesn't bother me. I'm a nerd myself. But the fact that I'm Gryffindor.
You didn't have to do that voice.
That's what he sounds like.
He go, I'm Gryffindor.
You know that's what he sounds like.
Alperen sounds like this. He sounds like this.
Anybody who answers what house they are sounds like that, with that joy in their voice. I'm Gryffindor.
Who else is Gryffindor?
I don't know.
Jabari's Gryffindor.
Jabari's
Gryffindor.
Jabari's Hufflepuff.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
I mean,
who's Gryffindor? Is it Dorf or Door?
It's Door. Gryffindor.
Who's Gryffindor?
Alpy. I would think that Atari is a Gryffindor as well.
You've seen all these? You read?
Okay.
Did you read the books?
I've never read the books. No.
You didn't read the books?
No.
You saw the movies.
You read all the books? My wife read all the books.
I've only seen one in the theaters, like the final one, but I've seen the other ones.
The only thing
home.
that made my wife cry that I've ever seen, me being a jerk one summer before we were married.
Oh, you did some stuff, huh?
Yeah, well, no, I didn't do I just wasn't being a good boyfriend at the time. I'll admit that. And she just kind of, she got a little emotional, and I felt really terrible. I feel even worse now because she's stone cold. The only other thing I've seen her get, like, and I don't know if I saw her cry. She claimed now every once in a while she claims she gets. Oh, I got tears in my eyes. That's a lie. You're saying that because you want to seem human.
Yeah.
But it's not true. She cried. I guess she cried, or maybe there's a little bit of tears when
You want to seem human.
she got upset when what's his name died. Who's old? You shall not pen. No, that's a different one.
Gandalf?
Yeah.
When Gandalf died?
No.
Yeah,
Who's
you
the?
shall not pass as
No,
Gandalf.
who's the one in Harry Potter that's a Gandalf
Oh,
of Harry
Dumbledore?
Potter? Yeah, Dumbledore. He's the Gandalf of Harry Potter.
Wait a minute, he died?
Yeah.
Dumbledore's dead.
Dumbledore died?
Yep.
Yes, he did.
Now I can't watch.
Now you can't read
now
it.
I
Yeah.
can't
He's been
read
out
them
for a
all.
while now. You'll be fine.
Now you
So-
told me.
so-
Dumbledore died. Didn't you say
She
something
got
on the air?
Yeah, when it first came out, the book.
Yeah.
And I can't. It was really a jerk move of me. I'm like, oh, you Harry Potter nerds. Yeah, and guess what else? Dumbledore dies. And people legitimately, I'm never listening to you again. You're a big a-hole.
Well,
Well, you were
it was
kind of
kind of
being
an
a bit
a-hole
a-hole.
move.
And
Yeah.
I told my wife I did this. She goes, why would you do that? I'm like, well, I was just telling a story. Hey, your eyes teared up a little bit. It's the only second time I've ever seen that. And by the way, that was in 2000, I don't know, 4-ish? 3 or 4? Haven't seen tears since then.
No.
22 years later. Nothing.
She's had children since.
Yeah.
That's really sad. Like, I know. It's just, like.
They
it's
haven't
just
made her
mad.
cry? No, just
No.
yell.
Not of
She
tears,
gets
not
mad.
of happiness
She
or
doesn't get
anger.
sad. No, she gets mad.
All right. We got a break. 713-780-3776. If you want to get in, 713-780-3776.
Gryffindor.
Live from Sterling Country
No,
Club
I'm Gryffindor.
at Houston National.
That's what he sounds
We
like.
got to talk about Billy Brown. But do they need him here after you got here? And
Do you want him telling that story?
It's too late. Here's the deal. I don't care if you're a business. I don't care if you're residents. If you have plumbing issues, no matter what it is, Billy Brown is here for you. Especially you businesses out there, you can't afford. A lot of places you have one bathroom, and if it goes down, this is a problem for you and your business. Well, Billy Brown is going to be there. They're Johnny on the spot. They're going to be there in a hurry, especially in rush situations. Especially if you spring a leak, they'll teach you how to turn your water off out front. But then they're going to get there so that you can actually have water and you can have some running water and you won't ruin all your floors. They've done it for me. They've done it for you.
Yeah, they were great. They've been great in everything they've done. See, it's just somebody you can trust. Like, they don't even charge. You want to know how trustworthy they are and how much confidence they have in themselves? They don't even charge you to come out and diagnose the problem. Everyone else charges you a fee, and then they tell you they'll put that to the work that you do. But now you're leveraged into using that company, whoever they are, and they can charge you whatever they want. That's not the way that they work with Billy Brown and Aqueduct Plumbing Company. Give them a call, 281-488-6238. That's 281-488-6238. It's Aqueduct Plumbing Company.
This is John and Lance,
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
broadcasting live from the mobile Huntington Bank Studios, located at Sterling Country Club. Here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
What did he say?
Getting you a bag. Welcome back.
He's
He
embarrassed.
said, Lance, is that your bag?
What's wrong with the bag?
Well, your bag kind of sucks, dude. I mean,
What?
honestly,
What am I supposed to have? What's wrong with it? It's a Callaway bag.
It's a what year?
I don't know. This is not a. What year is it? A car?
You have to upgrade your bag every couple of years?
I
Is that
know.
what it is?
I play golf every 2 years. What do I need a new bag for?
Well, he's gonna get you one, so you're not embarrassing.
So you don't
yourself.
walk
I
out
mean, if he
there
wants to give me a
embarrassing
bag, I'll
Yeah.
take a free
Yeah.
bag.
Renee Ringel.
I'm not bringing it back. It's going to my car. I just was so he understands that.
Yeah. No. It's
Yeah,
just,
I don't care. That's fine. It's a Callaway bag. I got clubs. This golf place is going out of business.
Yeah.
And so I got a brand new set of clubs, Callaways. I was like, I'm gonna go get some. Like I said, we're going out of business, and they had. So I got like $300 off the set, or $200 off the set, and I'm like, yeah, I'll take some new clubs. So I got some new clubs. I needed some new clubs.
There you go.
I was playing with blades forever. It's a lot harder to hit blades. So the Astros were a tough one. Ryan Weiss, he's been money most of the year, but unfortunately just couldn't come through yesterday.
I was thinking about Ryan.
I mean, this guy sucks ass.
Is he the
Ryan Weiss is terrible.
Has there been a worse pitching acquisition, like to start in the last decade for the Astros? As far as this guy's new, let's see what he's got. How bad has he been?
No, he's the worst.
I can't think of like
Burrows
there
hasn't
was
been
some
great.
promise behind
Ryan
it. We were
Weiss
a little
has been
excited.
worse.
He's got the stuff we think would work, and he's just been flat out awful.
He's just been awful.
Yeah, I can't. Of course, we had the Jose Abreu.
No, pitching.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I'm thinking of.
You can't say Montero. He was on the team.
Montero was on the team.
I can't think of anyone worse coming in. I mean, everyone they brought in typically did pretty well early on. Kikuchi was good early on.
Really
He's been horrific.
Yeah.
He was horrible. He was.
What was that? I just heard bum. That bum.
Yeah, he's been bad. So they lose yesterday 5-3. It was the final on that one. Bryce Matthews showed up a little bit. So that was nice. Bryce had 3 hits, got a home run. Second one so far.
Cam Smith is really struggling. Altuve's really
Cam
struggling.
Smith struggling. Altuve's struggling. And Astros are now 5-16 in their last 21.
Yeah.
5-16. Like, they're not coming back to 500 this year. They're 9 games under now. 8 or 9.
Yeah, it's
and
8
they're
right now.
8 games under 500. Up next, though, but I feel good because up next is Lambert, McCullers, and Burrows.
Peter Lambert. What did
Yeah.
we see from him?
Yeah, that's true. The last game was good
one
for
of
Lambert.
the quality starts
One
this
of the,
year.
Yeah, so let's.
One of the
Look,
few.
why are y'all making me look like I'm impoverished? My boy Rob says, I have a golf bag if you need one. It's not that bad. Here, I'm going to take a picture. It's not that bad. It's golf nerds who don't like
Renee,
it's golf nerds.
Renee looked
Renee
at that bag
and John are
and
like,
was disgusted.
oh, my God. This is just. It's not that. I'm going to take a picture
He
and send it
doesn't
to
want
Rob.
you embarrassing yourself or
It's
anyone
just
else
a
out
regular,
there.
It's like it's not a one of the hard
You're gonna
hard shell bags
Lance's
or whatever you
bag
call them.
brings down the property value of the entire
It's
group. He takes it out there,
Property
and
value.
everyone's like, "Ugh, ugh." Hey, we don't want to be around that bag.
Like, I am literally playing golf for the first time in years. I actually, if I get out there and start golfing again, if I have a place, it's just a little bit of a drive going to Wildcat. But if I, it's a longer drive out here.
What are you talking about? It's a drive going to Wildcat.
I mean, like
20. It's not even 20 minutes.
Yeah, it's long.
Where do you want to go?
What do you want it around the corner? What do you want it? You want to live on the 4th hole?
I'm just so used to not having to
golfing,
drive far.
yeah.
But no, I really should go out and golf more because there was a time where I had a membership when we first started the show, and I moved out to Sugar Land. I got a membership at Quail Valley. But Quail Valley was a goat ranch, and then they redid it and it was better. But I'd go out there and play all the time. I grew up in Pecan Grove, next to a golf course. I go across the street and play. Like, I like playing. It's just,
It's not TC Jester.
Well, for 5 months, it's not TC Jester. I get through my rounds at TC Jester in an hour and 40 minutes.
Yeah, I know you do.
So.
It's no TC Jester, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Pecan Grove. You grew up in Pecan Grove area, right?
Uh-huh.
With those racist streets?
Racist streets.
Yeah.
Was there well, everything in Texas had names of Confederate generals or whatever.
Generals.
Back then. Like, well, not all. No, not all. That's not true, actually.
Plantations.
So my schools I went to were – actually, there's 2 parts of Pecan Grove. the rich part was the plantation,
Right.
and the poorer part was the grove. That's actually a true story. Hey, do you live in Oh, I live in house and plantation. Oh, do you have servants? But the names of schools here's the names of schools. When you grow up in Texas, you guys may not know this. When you grow up in Texas, let's see, I went to a school called Deaf Smith because his name was Eractus Deaf Smith, some guy who was deaf. He was like Texas person or whatever. You have Jane Long. I didn't go to Jane Long. We had Robert E. Lee was an elementary. We had Smith Elementary, which I don't know what Smith. Can't remember who Smith was. We had
Beauregard.
Crockett Elementary, named after Davy Crockett. So I went to, that's intermediate. I went to Crockett Intermediate. I went to Jackson Intermediate when I lived in Rosenberg, and that's. I don't know if it's named after Andrew Jackson, Stonewall Jackson.
Probably Stonewall.
I don't know.
Probably Stonewall.
So I had Jackson. Then there's Lamar, Mirabeau B. Lamar. Lamar Consolidated High School was named after Mirabeau B. Lamar. Like every school was named after someone in Texas history. Somebody in Texas history, every school was. So needless to say, there were going to be streets that were named that as well, yeah.
Yeah.
I lived on Austin Colony. Well, there's a colony. I lived on Austin Colony. I lived on Land Grant. I can't remember the other ones. But yeah, but I lived on – we'd go on the golf course, and then I'd stop at – me and my brother and our friends would stop on, like, the hole 16.
This was when you were like 10, 11, you had this golf bag?
We go fishing golf balls out, and we go sell golf balls on the course to golfers. And most of them appreciated it. One of them told me, like, why are you doing this on hole 16? Or he goes, this is too late. You need to go to the turn. You need to go like hole 10 or hole 11 or better yet.
To sell them?
Because they'll get pissed off. He goes, you need to go to hole 12 where no one will see you. Like, oh, thanks. My brother once got a leech on him from being in the water. Like, he was in the water fishing out golf balls and had an actual fully grown leech on him that we had to get off.
Did you burn it off?
Mom, I don't remember what my mom did. Yeah.
Well, we got a break so AJ can hit the top of the hour cue, which we rarely do. But we're going to do it now here on ESPN 97.5. Don't go anywhere. All right, welcome back live from Sterling Country Club at Houston National. Just a beautiful, beautiful facility here. If it's a country club, but if you're up in the Cypress area and you haven't checked it out, if you're looking for a club, man, oh man, oh man, they do it right up here. This is great. This is beautiful. Lance got his golf bag. Renee Rengel, who is the president of the of their golfing world here, said, you know what, we can't have this. We can't have Lance out there with that golf bag, okay, because it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing to everyone involved.
Yeah, it's more about the club's reputation than Lance. Okay?
It really is.
Walking out there.
We can't have this.
For Rob said, my guy Rob told me, I sent him a picture of it. He goes, you know you're supposed to wear a collared shirt, right? No. And cargo pants are frowned on. So he's basically saying that after he sees my bag.
Yeah.
That wasn't. It says Callaway. It means it's got to be fine. And I have a collared shirt on. I don't have any cargo pants.
Well, they're frowned upon.
Yeah, I know.
But here we are, and we are going to be here all day long. We got all the shows out here at Sterling National. It is our occasional invitational, kids' meals benefiting. We really appreciate them. Everybody who's come and contributed, and especially Coors Light, thank you for supplying all the beer, Valencia, and Brown Bag Deli. We appreciate y'all. That is awesome. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Come on out, and when you do, we've got an auction over here. You can a silent auction where you can bid on all kinds of great memorabilia. Nolan Ryan and all kinds. Hey, Will Anderson Jr., Johnny Manziel. So the Texans are not getting much love after this draft. I saw Pat McAfee had the Texans ranked 28th for their draft, or somebody ranked the Texans 28th. They had the Colts number 1, but it was the McAfee show, so I think you take it all with a grain of salt. But Nick Caserio was on with Pat McAfee and asked about C.J. Stroud. And here is what Nick Caserio had to say about his quarterback.
Your team has obviously been very successful since the first snap that C.J. Stroud took, okay? Rookie year sensation. They were talking about him being maybe the greatest rookie in the history of football. Now, the next step. D-Butt has a question for you.
Yeah, CJ's kind of had to ride the ebbs and flows of the league, and he's been successful by all accounts, in my opinion. A few playoff wins already. But in your opinion, what's the next step? What do you want to see C.J. Stroud in his game to take that next step? I saw you picked up his fifth-year option. We just saw Will Anderson get paid. Derek Stingley got paid. Obviously, everyone expects C.J. Stroud to get paid here at some point. But what, in your opinion, through your eyes, what do you want to see as that next step from your franchise quarterback?
Yeah, D-Butt. I mean, the reality is, it's just to approach it this year with the right attitude and just go out there and play good, consistent football. CJ is one of the better quarterbacks here in the league. He's shown that in the first 3 years. Right now we're in the off-season program here. He's been here. He's been involved. He's had a good attitude. He's worked really hard. So, again, it's focus on the things that you can improve, correct some of the things or where are the areas of growth. That's what this program and that's what the focus is for him and our program, and D'Amico talks to the players about that all the time. So it's just kind of focusing on yourself and continually improving and getting better and then growing in the areas that, we've identified that we feel you can growth. And, we're glad that he's here. We're glad he's under center and glad that he's our quarterback.
One of the better quarterbacks in the league. I'm not sure that is the case right now. But I think Nick Caserio his actions are speaking louder than words. He is getting a running game. He is going to make sure that CJ doesn't have to put this team on his back. Mm-hmm. And you know what? CJ is going to be if CJ is just a game manager and CJ makes plays, doesn't make mistakes, doesn't turn the ball over, and, if they can score 25 a game, if they can average 25 points per game,
they'll win at a high level.
They'll win a lot. They'll win a lot of games.
CJ doesn't turn the ball over, and their third down clip is better. It's really just a matter of converting more field goals to touchdowns. If you can convert more field goals to touchdowns, I just don't see how you're going to beat the Texans at a even a moderate clip. I think 13-4 is very realistic if the Texans simply, convert one more field goal to a touchdown. Just that 4-point difference is major when you have this kind of defense. Every point you score with this defense, every point you score is like a multiplier because you don't have to score a whole lot. So what does CJ have to do? just get better with getting the ball out on time. Get better with I think
accuracy.
You got to get rid of the ball. You can't take bad sacks. You got to be more accurate outside the numbers. There's some things for him to work on, but a lot of it is just becoming a better game manager. I think he's got to be a better game manager. Some of that's going to be on Nick Caley's shoulders to put him in a position. Look, if CJ can't handle the heavy lifting effectively like over the last 2 years, then don't ask him to do as much of it. And that's easy to say when Nick Caley didn't have run blockers in the run game. It's a lot easier. Nick's not doing what he's supposed to do. Well, now Nick Caserio has given Nick Caley what he needed. Like, you got run blockers, you got a good running back. I don't see any excuses for the offense. No. Could things be better? I mean, yeah, I could always make them better, but I think they're good enough on the offensive line. They're good enough at wide receiver. They're good enough at running back. We'll see at tight end. And then they should be good enough at quarterback. Like, there's no real – I don't see any excuses that they can make from personnel. Do you?
No. And, well, actually, here's –
I mean, they need Fred VanVleet and Steven Adams to come back.
Right.
Everyone does.
Everyone needs
Everyone needs that, yeah.
I do see – though, them running the ball, I think a fan base might be a little bit more frustrated with the offense this year in that they're going to run the football so much more often. And a fan base doesn't like that. A fan base doesn't like that, no. They want to see wide open.
Well, then I would tell them find a new team.
Yeah, because this team needs to
shut up, dummies, is what I would tell them if I were Nick.
Wow.
Maybe some of these dummies could shut up.
Yeah.
That's what I would say because
shut up, you stupid ass. Shut up, you dummy.
Running the ball is going to make the Texans better.
Yes. It's going to be a better football.
I mean,
team.
what are we doing?
It's going to be a better
football. I don't like this football. First downs. Touchdowns and first downs stink. More CJ, more passing. What kind of dumbo are you?
Well, okay, how much will that open up the play action game for CJ? How much more play action will they do? What were the numbers last year on his play action?
Let me check on how often the Texans did relative to the rest of the league.
Right. Yeah, where were they on play action last year? And yeah, well, if you got to find just last year, that's fine. Because they have to do more play action this year. If they're going to say that if they're going to be a running team, then they're going to hold the linebackers. That was something that they never had to worry about. It's second and 7. They're going to have to throw the football. You know what on 2nd and 7 they're going to do now? Run the football probably. They're going to run the football because they got a chance to get first downs or make it 3rd and short.
Yeah, and I mentioned –
And then play action might actually work because you have the threat of running the football.
Well, I wonder how much they're going to work under center because play action, like you can say play action out of shotgun. That's not really as effective. It's a very short. It's a very short mesh point where it's just it doesn't really draw linebackers forward like you want it to. So, yeah, that's going to be interesting. I'm looking it up right now where they rank for 2024 and where they rank for 2025. So I'll give you that here. But some of the play actions are ineffective little, where you just do a little fake out of the shotgun and no one's buying it because it's third down. That's not. Is that really a play action where you just do the ineffective third down?
No, 2nd and 4 is an effective play action
down. Yeah,
and under center is a much more effective, like you said. Under center, how much more will they be under center this year because they're going to run the football?
I don't know. I think we're starting to see some teams go back to it a little bit.
Absolutely.
So you have
is CJ comfortable?
So you have Washington. So David Blau, who is taking over as the offense coordinator in Washington, he wants to go under center more. And the reason is because when you're under center, your play action matters more. But some quarterbacks, especially young quarterbacks now, like they say Jalen Hurts doesn't feel comfortable with it. A lot of young quarterbacks.
He's going to change the play anyway.
I know. And basically, Howie Roseman's already come out and said,
"No, he ain't doing that no more."
Like we need, or maybe it wasn't Howie Roseman. It was Nick Sirianni has come out and said, "Yeah, we're going to implement some things, and it needs to happen." Basically, and but David Blau from Washington wants to work under center more, and the reason is because when you work under center, the running games are longer developing, so play action gives linebackers a chance to flow longer, which pulls them out of position.
Yeah.
If it's just out of the I remember I asked Gary Kubiak this back in 2013. I said, what's the difference between running out of the pistol, because that was all the rage back then was the pistol. What's the difference between running the outside zone from pistol and from under center? He said, well, the mesh point, it's only 2 steps to get to the mesh point, which doesn't take very long to to either hand it off or to fake the handoff. And he said,
under center takes
under
longer.
center it's a much, and you were a quarterback, under center it's a much longer. There's more steps for the quarterback. Yep. It's more. It happens wider on outside zone.
You can ride them.
You can ride. Yeah, there's a lot of differences. It's running a football opens up so much because the natural instincts of a player is to come get the run. But if they don't think you're going to run, if you're at a down and distance where you don't typically run, they're not.
It doesn't matter.
You're fake.
You're right. That shotgun, that little
How
fake.
Quick it is. It's not even a real play action.
It's not a play.
No one buys that.
No.
How often do you, on 3rd and 5, they'll do that, and no one's buying. We already know it's not going to be a pass play,
exactly.
run play. So why are you even doing a cursory fake?
Right. 713-780-3776. The number live from Sterling Country Club here at Houston National. Just beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. If you've never been up here.
Last year they were 19th in play action.
19th.
The Texans.
I think they move up to top 10 this year. They should move up to top 10 this year.
If you're running the ball well,
If you're running the ball, you should. You absolutely should, because play action can be effective then. When you can't run the football like they couldn't last year, what's the sense?
No one buys it.
Nope. All right, you know what? What's the sense of you doing your own payroll? That's what I'm – we got HR&P out here today. HR&P is a big part of our business. They're sponsoring an event for us as well. And there's a reason that HR&P does stuff like this is because we're partners with them. We partnered up with HR&P, and you should partner up with HR&P as well. So many of our commercials here, you hear the business owners just lauding what HR&P does for their business. It frees them up to sell whatever widgets they have. Whatever your business is, you can concentrate on that. You can perfect that. You can be much better at that because you're not worried about the everyday hassles of payroll and HR and taxes and all of the benefits packages, all of it. Now, they don't sell benefits packages, but, man, they sure do know how to help you pick the right ones for your business. And then they take care of itself. Look, you're looking for the best way to be better at your business. You're looking for the best way to get the payroll to your people. If it's becoming a hassle for you, you know what? HR&P is here for you. They're here for us, and we love them. HRP.net, 281-880-6525, or HRP.net.
This is John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Huntington Bank Studios, located at Sterling Country Club. Here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here. We got Peter, who's been holding on the line, so let's get him in real quick. We got a couple of stories that we haven't gotten to yet we will get to, but first we want to hear what Peter has to say. Peter, welcome to the show. What's going on? Is this Peter Lambert? Who's starting tonight? No,
not Peter Lambert.
Oh, okay. All right.
How are y'all doing today?
Good. How are you?
I just wanted to jump. Well, it was a little bit ago, but I wanted to get Dell or Commodus to thumbs down that caller earlier for being so negative and not even knowing how many games were in an NFL season, honestly. And then talking about Harry Potter and all, and Alperin saying he's Gryffindor made me really think. I wanted to hear Altuve say in his wee voice, "Wee, I'm Hufflepuff."
Never do that to him.
I don't think he's.
Never do that to Altuve.
Would Altuve know who Harry Potter is?
No chance. Well,
he'll
know.
Yeah, he's got kids.
Yeah, he'll know.
Yeah, he probably knows who Harry Potter is.
He'll know.
I mean, he was pretty JT was pretty negative about everything, and I think the Texans are going to be very. I think the rest of the league is sleeping on the Texans this year.
His point about, we'll see. How much can you sleep on a defense that was that dominant?
I don't see anybody. Like Pete Prisco put out he had the Texans 15th in the league.
Sorry,
right now.
your quarterback can't play that poorly and people buy in. That's all it is.
Yeah.
But
I don't think the media is seeing what we're seeing, what he's doing, trying to bolster the run game.
At some point,
I think when the season starts and everyone's looking at everything, I think you're going to see a way different.
Well, right, that's what I'm saying.
I think
they're going to be
they're going to be the hot team again.
Exactly, they will.
Well, it's baseball season. Everyone's focused on the Astros.
But how about have a little foresight? Instead of 15th in the league, that's really insulting for a team that's been in the playoffs.
That's Pete Prisco.
Won their division.
That's one guy. That's Pete Prisco.
No, most everybody he doesn't. Nobody's got the Texans being one of the top teams.
I've seen that's not true. Just this weekend on NFL Network when David Carr and those guys were doing, and Steve Smith, when they were talking about NFL teams, they all had the Texans high. So that's not true.
Yeah.
And those are NFL guys. Like Pete Prisco, that's one guy. I think everyone's going to say this is an elite defense, the caliber that we haven't seen since the Ravens. And with that, and then they're going to say the same way that Carr and Steve Smith were like, you got David Montgomery, you're adding a bunch of run blocking. They say the same things we say.
Are they – I know they added guys, but are they actually good run blockers?
Yes. So actually – Wyatt Teller and Braden Smith, they do best.
He wasn't great last year. It's one ranking.
PFF or whatever.
They did not have Wyatt Teller ranked high. He's an average run blocker.
He's always been a good run blocker. Maybe last year he had an off year, but what he's known for is run blocking. What Braden Smith is known for is run blocking. So I would tell you he's better than who the Texans have had at left guard, which is Titus Howard. Titus Howard is a tackle. He's not a guard.
Even the run block grade for Braden Smith, he was 64th out of 89 tackles. So the grades and we know PFF, who knows?
And he was hurt also.
Yeah. So as far as their most recent examples of what they were on, they were like Wyatt Teller was average, Braden Smith below average as a run blocker last year.
Look at the year before.
I had to pull that up.
Yeah, and it's going to be it looks like we may have food coming in. Somebody's just got a sack. Somebody's got a sack. Unless that's a big thing of weed.
Maybe that's food for him.
Well, then why is he pointing at doing this to me? Like, showing me. Like, look what I got for me.
Taunting you?
Yeah.
Maybe he's taunting you.
Maybe he's taunting.
Bring the food here. Don't taunt.
Maybe he's taunting you. Okay. That's the best way to taunt you. Is with food going like this.
In the morning.
Particularly in the mornings.
In the morning, we get a little starving.
Yeah.
So
we got brown bag we're waiting for. But, no, they're good run blockers. That's what they do.
He wasn't great last year, but 2024 he was top 10, Braden Smith was, as a right tackle.
Yeah, historically he's been really good.
And even better the year before. So what happened last year, he had a down year.
Well, let's hope he's not catching him where he's on the decline. I mean, it wouldn't be the first time the Houston team signed free agents on the decline.
Maybe it's one of the reasons the Colts said so long.
Well, yeah, they drafted Jalen Travis at Iowa State as the eventual replacement for Braden Smith. So, yes. No, do I think he's the same player as he was? No. Do I think he should be a guard? Yes. He didn't want to. His agent didn't want him to. The Texans don't want him to be there.
How many guards can you have?
Well, I was talking about before you drafted, before you signed Wyatt Teller. I thought, okay, you can play Trent Brown out there. You can draft. My thought was they draft the right tackle, play Braden Smith at guard. I still think that would have potentially been a better idea. But, maybe not, because by the time you got to the back end of the first, there had already been a run on.
Oh, my God, there was 9
Although
tackles
you would have
taken.
had to draft Caleb Lomeu.
Yeah.
Who went to the Patriots after you. You would have had to draft Caleb Lomeu, and they might have jumped you for Caleb Lomeu, but you would have to draft Caleb Lomeu and put him on the left side as a rookie, and he's not ready yet, and put Ariante back on the Ursary back on the right side. So, but Braden Smith would have been the idea that Braden Smith, like, how could he possibly play guard? That's all he played until he got to Indianapolis, where he was also a guard, and then one game they had to put him at tackle in emergency, and they decided to keep him there. He knows how to play guard. He'd be fine playing guard. But he didn't want to do it. He wouldn't have come to the Texans if they told him, we're going to make you a guard. He would have just held out for a deal with a different team. So you could have tricked him and said, yeah, you're going to be a tackle, and then he gets here and goes, sorry, you're guard. I would have just tricked him.
That's always good.
I would have just tricked him.
That would have gone well.
Yeah, that always goes well when you trick players.
Yeah, no.
That always does.
They typically like
it when
tricks.
you do that. They like a surprise.
They like to be surprised by finding out that they signed a free agent deal with you, only to move positions they didn't want to.
So we got –
although he said I'll play anywhere is what he said when he was interviewed. But when I talked to his agent, Michael Parrott, during the draft process, we were talking a little bit about Braden. He's like, no, he's not playing. He's not playing guard. He's a tackle.
The NBA has solved the tanking problem. We'll talk about that.
Oh, this is really interesting.
On the other side, right here on ESPN 97.5, live from Sterling Country Club. Beautiful, beautiful Sterling Country Club. We are really happy to be here. Thanks, Renee, and everybody involved out here at the course. But you, my friend, have to talk about M&J.
Yeah, M&J Electrical Supply. So who is it that you really enjoy, or what is it that you really enjoy doing? Think about that. Well, what Jacob Coker, the owner of M&J Electrical Supply, what he enjoys doing more than anything is making sure that people who are running project sites, are running projects and running, in terms of if they're electrical engineers or general contractors, he likes to make sure that they are very happy with their ability to get everything they need, from circuit breakers, transformers, disconnects, switch gears. He wants them to be able to get them when they need them, so that their jobs have low lead times, there's not wasted money there's not wasted time, and that they get them for very good prices and exactly when they need them. So they're available 365 days a year, 24 hours a day for emergencies as well. They also have refurbished electrical, so when they remove electrical from old buildings, they will buy that for not scrap prices, for good money, and then they can refurbish and sell it to you with a 1-year warranty. So that cuts down on price as well, can add to your profit. There's just so much they're able to do over there at M&J Electrical Supply. They've been doing this for over 3 decades, so a lot of people in the business already know exactly who they are. But if you don't, and you're interested in buying from them or selling to them or having them come remove your old electrical on a project you've got, call 713-699-5055. They're located at Stubner Airline near I-45 North and West Little York, 713-699-5055.
This is John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Huntington Bank Studios, located at Sterling Country Club. Here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back. So, the NBA, it's bad. The tanking is terrible. And, not caring, not playing your stars, taking people out so that you get a better spot to get ping pong balls. I think this is a pretty good plan, if you want to know the truth. I kind of like it. They're going with, you get 3 ping pong balls if you finish 4 through 12. And if you finish in the bottom 3, you only get 2 ping pong balls. Now, is that fair? Or are you going to continue to have the good teams being good and the bad teams being bad? Because if you're going to be trying and you finish in the bottom 3, listen, this year they didn't try. They tried to get into the bottom 3. So, that we can't tell who the worst teams are because they tanked so bad.
Too bad, so sad y'all brought this on yourselves.
But if you're trying to get 4 through 12 and you continue to play that, and you continue to play and try to win, then the bad teams are not going to get better if they don't get the higher picks.
Well, the 3 worst.
The 3 worst, right.
Yeah. Oh, well, too bad, so sad. Be better.
Right, be better.
It puts the emphasis on, I would much rather them do this and not worry about who the worst teams are. I would much rather worry about everyone trying to be the best they can be. Not sitting players, not, maybe making moves. Listen, Premier League teams, they've already tried to do a bunch of soccer stuff in the NBA. David Silver already recognized we got a cup. Yeah, and soccer teams will go out of their way to make moves to try to prevent being the last 3.
Yeah.
They do everything they can. NBA teams are going to have to do it now too.
Yeah.
And I actually like it. At first I thought, well, that's not fair to
it's
truly bad
convoluted.
teams.
If you, what do you get? 1 ping pong ball if you're in the 7 and 8. If you lose the 7-8 game,
is that what they're doing?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's 3-2-1. It's called.
Well, because you don't want it you don't want to give them too much of an advantage. A 7-8 team.
Yeah.
Because theoretically they're not. They're a lot closer to. You still have to have an advantage for the bottom 3 over the 7-8s.
Yeah.
You have to.
Yeah.
But I like this idea. And you know what? Y'all complain about it. Oh, well, shouldn't have tanked.
No,
shouldn't have done it. Shouldn't have made it this bad.
I know. I think it will absolutely keep teams, especially if you're in the bottom 3. Man, we got to win. Let's go.
Yeah.
Because not even at the end of the season, it seemed like the halfway point Utah was just.
Oh, they were dumping.
It was
early.
awful.
They were dumping early.
Awful.
I like it. I like this. I wasn't sure when I very first heard it, and I was like, you know what? This does make sense. And it's better than the other things I've heard. So, yeah, I'm fine with this. We'll see what's with teams, but the stuff that we saw this year that were being done, that we're done seeing that. We're done seeing that. Because the only reason you're doing that is for a chance to get, Wembanyama or A.J. DeBanza or whoever the case may be, or Darren Peterson. You're trying to go for guys who are changing, who have a chance to change your team. Well, now, basically, you can win plenty of games. You can get in the playoffs and still have – you can compete for a playoff spot and still have a chance to get those players.
Yep.
So it doesn't do you any good to lose at a high level. It really doesn't. And I don't think we'll see teams who are 7 and 8 trying to lose intentionally. I just don't think we'll see that. I think they'll always try to win. So this is good. I like this idea.
And then college basketball, 76 teams, baby. Let's go.
Teams who have 0% chance of winning a national title. You're at.
I want 104.
Did you see what they said? They basically just said, which you already know, this is just for money.
Yeah.
As soon as this was done, they immediately began negotiations with media partners. Right. It's like you're adding teams who have no chance of ever winning a national championship. 0. You could maybe make an argument in football, even though we've never seen anybody get close. But maybe you can make an argument because I think ultimately expanding the NCAAs, you're just not going to see anyone for years. It'll be a major outlier.
Well, we got close in football. We had the 10 seed.
Who?
Within 6 points of winning a national title this year.
Was Miami a 10 seed?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Then that's close enough. Basketball, it's impossible. That just simply doesn't happen. You're talking about adding teams that aren't even inside the top 64. So all that is a money grab. It has absolutely
Well, we've seen
nothing
11
to do.
seed make the Final Four.
That's not
Yeah.
outside. That's outside of the 64.
Yeah, right. Well, we've never seen it outside the 64 because it's never been outside the 64.
Because you've only had a 16 beat a
Well,
one.
we have first 4 teams make it, so you can. Whether you
Are you
them
guys
outside,
trying to argue that the 70th team has a chance?
This is just semantics. I mean, whether you're arguing that that's outside 64 or not, a play-in team who wasn't solidly in the tournament did make a run. It's happened. But to your point, this isn't about competition.
No.
It's about it's inventory.
It's not about let's give someone else a chance to win a title. It's just about
let's get some more money.
This is more games. That means we can charge more money.
Yeah. I mean,
it's just a greed
the
thing.
bubble was
This has
small.
nothing
Yeah.
to do with the integrity of college basketball. Has nothing to do with competition. Has nothing to do with making it better. You could argue. You could make a fundamental argument that while I didn't love the expansion or how big the expansion was in college football, you can make a fundamental argument that there's a smaller amount of games, so the sample size is smaller, and this is more competition between good teams. This is just we're throwing more teams in so we can charge more for the TV stick. That's all that is.
I mentioned Miami, but Ohio State won it as a 7 seed last year. So we do have enough good teams in college football where what's the rule about flip-flops?
Golf that's fine because you right around the corner you've got some little footy socks and you've got your spikes. So
got it.
Yeah. That's what I'm playing with.
Golf is fine.
That's my guy.
Because you put shoes on.
Yeah.
Right.
So flip-flops kind of normal. It's kind of like where you see slides and socks in basketball, and somewhere in their bag they've got their basketball shoes. It's kind of the same concept.
You guys are wondering why the clear
same
departure
concept.
from college football and college basketball. A gentleman walked in her flip-flops, and I was wondering the rules when it came to that in the clubhouse.
Yeah.
In the clubhouse is fine.
Okay.
It's fine.
It's Mark Edwards. He does his own thing anyway.
Yeah, he needs to eat something. Can we give him a taco?
That's the same thing, and then he can drive the ball about 300 because he can torque it. Yeah. But he'll battle you. He's not a. We'll see if he hits the Coors Lights. He's usually he drinks out of the white can.
Hey, I know we don't. Big Perk is Big Perk, and Big Perk's going to say stuff.
Yeah, he says stuff.
Well, I don't know. Let's listen.
Sometimes he says things, and I'm like, even Perk got that.
Yeah. Well,
sometimes I say that.
Let's see. Big Perk. They were talking on ESPN about Kevin Durant's trade value. Big Perk, he don't care now. No. And I didn't think there's as much stuff as he's been talking.
KD has said stuff about Big Perk before. Now, Perkins has said something KD basically flash fried him.
Yeah.
And then for Perk now it's on for life.
Well, but Perk and his dislike for the Rockets now has been – I haven't seen him say anything positive. Not that there's been a lot positive to say about the Rockets.
Well, so he talked about Kevin Durant going home, like he doesn't hang out with the teammates and all that stuff.
Right.
And then KD kind of came after him with that. So did Rockets fans. But
here's Big Perk on KD's trade value.
Hell no, he's not. And look, I believe that Kevin Durant is the greatest scorer to ever touch a damn basketball. I believe that Kevin Durant, fix your body language, S.A. Fix your body language and hear me out. Hear me out. I believe that he still puts the ball in the basket better than majority of the NBA. But let's go facts over feelings right now, and let's keep it a buck. The Brooklyn Nets, disaster. The Phoenix Suns ran through 2 or 3 coaches. 2 of them was championship caliber coaches. A disaster. What did the Phoenix Suns do this year? They made it to the postseason. They were one of the biggest surprises in the NBA. Okay, fast forward. Let's look at the Houston Rockets. The Houston Rockets last year got to the first round. I believe they pushed the Golden State Warriors as the number 2 seed to 7 games, if I'm not mistaken, 6 or 7 games. I believe that the Houston Rockets did give up a guy in Jalen Green that they drafted with the number 2 pick. They did give up a guy in Dillon Brooks, who's a culture setter, to get KD and some picks. And all of a sudden you bring to the Houston Rockets, what has been the biggest knock on the Rockets this year? Their chemistry is so bad to the point where people were questioning, is Ime Udoka still a good coach? Is he the coach for this team? Stephen A., we took a survey last year. Ime Udoka would definitely be top 10 coaches in the NBA. We can't say that right now because this team has identity crisis. I'm not taking anything away from KD as the player and the scorer, but I'm saying is if you're a team that's a championship contender, would you give up a valuable piece and you got a culture that's set to bring in Kevin Durant, not knowing is it going to disrupt the vibe, the chemistry of the organization? I can't chance that.
Okay. I don't know that there's much to argue with here.
It's all pretty fair.
It is pretty fair.
It's all pretty fair. I don't really have any arguments with it. I'd be hard pressed to think that anyone would have issues arguing that. Udoka was considered one of the best coaches, top 10. I mean, he would probably be considered top 6 last year. Easily. And now does Ime Udoka make it through? Well, he's going to because he's just signed a 6-year extension. So they're not giving him $55 million to go away. That didn't happen. We don't have high enough boosters. We don't have enough boosters to pay off that unless the Aggies want to give some of that Jimbo money up, the Tillman Fertitta is not paying $55 million for Udoka to go away. So that's not going to happen. So in 1 year, he's a bad coach. Now, I would argue probably the offensive stuff is real. It's been an issue, and it probably will continue to be an issue. So that's real. He needs a better offensive. He needs somebody to be dialing up some offensive stuff for them, and to be able to create when they need to create it. But what did he say that was? Did he say anything that was hyperbolic? Did he say anything that was unfair? Even if some of that was his opinion, I don't think any of it was unfair.
Is KD going to be at the game tonight because of that now?
That's a fair question.
Okay.
It's a fair question. Is he mad at Perk?
I think he's so mad that he is.
Well, it's a road game.
Yeah, I know it's a road game.
That's a coin flipper.
He's getting treatment. Is he getting treatment in
yeah,
L.A.?
Stay home and just get treatment.
Man, there's a lot of treatment centers in L.A. There's only 10 of them on my street.
What time do we play
They
tonight?
have those leaves on there.
Those are different treatments.
Yes, 9.
Those are different treatments.
9 Central, they're playing.
9 Central, so we were able to move it back even further.
Well,
no,
but that was 9:30.
They moved it up for you.
Yeah.
After all your bitching.
Now we moved it up to 9
o'clock.
Central.
It's 3 games. You got 3 games tonight.
Yeah. I got a bad feeling I'll be able to turn it off at 10:20.
Wow, that's halftime.
Yeah.
Maybe even before a little
I said
bit.
what I said.
Because it's not going to start right at 9.
No, it's not starting
Like
right now.
9:10,
We got to wait till the other game ends.
Yeah.
So it'll be good.
I hope Austin Reeves doesn't play.
Well, of course you hope Austin Reeves doesn't play.
Sure.
I really hope he doesn't play.
I hope LeBron turns an ankle. I mean, we can hope.
I hope that too.
Yeah, I bet.
I hope he bruises a bone. Why does our skinny guy have to be the one who bruises his bones all the time?
He's got skinny.
For some reason, a 6'9", 250 guy doesn't bruise bones. Imagine that.
Sonny.
Pretty adorable.
Elliot, we got you guys on the other side, right here on ESPN 97.5. We got a break. We got to talk a little Golden Nugget here. We got to talk about how awesome the place is. Listen, go look at their concerts that are coming up here. They got some good shows. They got some really good shows. Whether you're a country fan because they bring a lot of country talent in, or you like old school because they got a lot of that as well. You're looking for the best way to enjoy a weekend, or you can go. Listen. I don't know what your work schedule is. If you get a day off in the middle of the week, man, run up to the Nugget, 2 hours and 15 minutes. You don't even have to stay in the hotel. I suggest you stay in the hotel because the hotel is wonderful, but it's not like you can't just drive home that night. It is fantastic, fantastic. You're looking for a great way to enjoy all of the facilities that you have in Las Vegas. You've got right here, 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road. So much more affordable, so much more convenient, everything about it. You're looking for the best way to, get your gamble on, get your dinner on with 12 restaurants, get your poker on, get your sports betting on, get your pool, get your, golf, everything you could possibly need. Coming up, Chicago, May 2nd. May 2nd, Chicago. So that's this coming Saturday. So get on out there and enjoy a wonderful, wonderful time at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. We love it. You will love it, too. If you haven't been, come on. GoldenNuggetLC.com, GoldenNuggetLC.com.
This is John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Huntington Bank Studios, located at Sterling Country Club. Here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
Is this even a real song? It sounds like something to be in a bootleg 1991 off, like
what is this,
Kirkland brand
Finessed
R&B.
by Bruno Mars.
Oh, this is Bruno Mars?
Yeah.
This sounds like something that would be in some, like I said, some Kirkland brand R&B band from like 91 called Fifth Element or something like that.
We got SMU Sonny's been waiting to get on here. SMU Sonny, what's going on?
Hey, good morning, guys. Hey,
Matt
shout
Hibner.
out Bruno Mars as an Elvis impersonator in Honeymoon in Vegas with Nicolas Cage way back when. Great movie. And he's like a kid Elvis impersonator, really funny.
Oh, wow. I
think that's how he got his start. I don't know. Yeah. Remember James Caan and the girl from Sex and the City and Nicolas Cage. Really funny movie. And Bruno Mars is like a kid Elvis impersonator. He's funny.
Yeah.
But I wanted to see John and Lance. Y'all need to do a one-hole regular golf versus frisbee golf challenge today. For like a YouTube or something, like we got to see it. So I hope y'all get to do that today.
Well.
No, first of all, you can hit a ball much further than you can throw a disc.
Yeah.
So it's not even close.
Yeah. Well, you could do it on a par 3 or something.
Still, I only throw, like, my driver's like 270, 280, and that's feet.
That's yeah.
So 270 feet is
That's
90 yards.
100 yard, yeah. A 100-yard hole you could get.
Well, how many, you think there's going to be a 100-yard par 3 out here?
I don't know.
No,
but
no
there
chance.
are in the world.
There are in the world.
Yeah.
Not a lot.
No.
Not many.
Yeah.
And usually they're all tricked out. Like they're not easy. Most of the time they're not. You got a ton of sand around it. Maybe even some water. No, I think we're just not going to do that one, Sonny.
I don't see it.
Next question.
Now,
what in the hell is
I
going
have
on
no
that timeline?
idea what's going on with
Your
this.
timeline's going to ruin the show.
Man, oh
Good
man.
Lord. See that?
I know that. Let's get who is it? Who's up next, AJ? Elliot? Hey, Elliot, what's going on? Why is that happening?
Hey, morning, fellas. Good to hear you today.
How are we doing, Elliot?
I called in earlier this week. Doing good. Called in earlier this week, and Lance had already left, but I wanted to reach back out. Hey, Lance, got a question for you. Why the hell would the Steelers draft Aller in the 3rd round when they've already got Howard and Rudolph, and they're adding the same exact guy with him, and Rodgers is more than likely coming back for many reasons, but I think just past Favre's passing records would be the main reason why he'd come back. So, A, do you have any intel of why they would draft that guy? And B, can you provide any insight on that guy that would make me feel better about that pick?
Well, let me ask you first before you hang up. Elliot, you still there? Elliot's gone. Why are we assuming Aaron Rodgers is coming back? I mean, he always does. Does he get along with Mike McCarthy? Is there something we don't know about? Like, he and Mike McCarthy weren't on great terms when he left. Like, what's the deal now? So now he and McCarthy are cool?
I don't know. I don't know.
I mean, you know who the head coach is now.
Yep.
You know who his head coach was when he left, and he wasn't crazy about him when he left Green Bay. Like, why? I don't know why everyone just assumes Rodgers is going to be back. Probably because he always does come back. But why would you draft Drew Aller? Well, number one, Will Howard was a bad pick. Number two, even though you still have him. Number two, and they probably got a little taste of, the strength of his arm was not very good. Number three, you have Mason Rudolph, who is, as you mentioned, kind of the same kind of quarterback. He's a legitimate backup, at least, NFL backup. I just think I didn't love the pick for him. I wouldn't have touched him until the 4th at the earliest, but I guess what the Steelers are doing is saying, let's take a guy with great size, with really good traits, and let's see if we can rebuild him and help him become more confident. And I don't know. I think Drew Aller, I believe Drew Aller's confidence is completely shot. It seeps into his footwork, his mechanics. He has no poise. seeps into some of his decision making. Like I don't think Drew Aller is going to become a good NFL quarterback. So
no.
But I think they just are taking a chance because if you hit on a quarterback, it's such a major deal. So I don't know. I mean, there are some flashes on tape that you could get behind, but a third rounder for Drew Aller, geez, just couldn't be me.
Live at Sterling Country Club, we are here. If you have not played out here, get to know a member or come try and tell them that you want to join. And then maybe you'll get a free round out here or something. I mean, that's a great way to go about it.
Frankly, bring out a crappy golf bag, and you may walk away with a new one. So just try it. I don't know if that's a strictly Lance
thing. Bring your worst golf bag, and Renee may just
go. He may just not want you walking around his club with that crappy golf bag,
like
so he gives you a new one. Yeah. Hey, we got a standard here.
Yeah. This is a country club. Don't bring that in here.
This is what are we, a muni? What are you doing?
Yeah. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Clean it up, Lance.
That golf bag.
Ricky asked me, would Dick be giving him the business about his golf bag?
No.
And I would said, oh, absolutely.
No. Yeah, but some people are mean, and not Dick Harmon, but Steve Elkington was ripping off part of literally ripping off the grip from a 3-wood I had. Because he said it needed to be re-gripped, so he was going to take the grip off.
So, well, there's, they –
but that was my good luck. It was an older club, but I hit it really well. And he just made the decision that he's just
not the one that you flung when you were hitting balls on the range, right?
No, it was a driver.
It was a driver?
Yeah. Well,
Dick,
I don't
Dick
remember
loved
what
that
it was.
Part, too.
Yeah, he wasn't.
Throwing clubs on the range.
Yeah, he wasn't a big fan of that. We'll see what I can pull together
today. He loved
the
story of you throwing your putter in the lake in the first hole,
I know. You saw it.
I was there.
It was at Tour 18. I busted my ass to get there. I had no practice shots. I hit this great first shot. Then I had a great second shot, and I'm putting for birdie, and I 3-putt and hit a bogey. My putt was 9 feet away, and I ended up 3-jacking, and so I just threw my putter in the water, hole one, and I had to putt with a 3-iron the rest of the way.
It was so funny. Jason sent a golf bag with weeds. That is the worst.
Well, like a pull cart, right?
Yeah, only that's not what. Yeah, that's awful.
That's a pull cart.
That's a awful.
Oh, it's a super old pull cart. Yeah,
right. And golf bag. All right, that's right here.
Yeah, that's pretty old.
Speaking of golf, I got to talk about. I want to talk right now about my peeps over at Insperity, the Insperity Invitational. It's coming up. It's May 4th through the 10th. Want you all out there. Boy, you want to talk about big names when you're talking about Hall of Famers, Ernie Els, Colin Montgomery, Retief Goosen, Padraig Harrington, Bernard Longer, V.J.
Did you
Singh,
say Padraig Harrington?
Padraig Harrington, yeah.
No,
all right. That's Pete in Ireland, okay. But right now, the defending champ is Stuart Sink. He's going to be there. But so are all the Folds of Honor greats of golf at the Woodlands for its 13th year. You got Nicholas, Player, Trevino, Sorenstem, Nancy Lopez, Hale Irwin, Laura Davies, and Sir Nick Faldo. All going to be out there on Saturday, May 9th. And wear your red, white, and blue because it's in honor of the fallen for America. So if you're loving golf, if you're loving America, if you want to see some of the legends of the game that are going to all be here, Hall of Famers, InsperityInvitational.com. Get your tickets now at InsperityInvitational.com. Hi, welcome back live at Sterling Country Club. Beautiful, beautiful place. Great to be here. Really, really enjoy it. Thank you, Renee, for having us out here. We've got Valencia. Vienna is here. We got Valencia. We got Brown Bag. And we got Coors Light.
They're literally busting out the brown bags right now.
Yep. Look at them. Look at them. They brought us some brown bags, baby. And we're going to be eating good today. We're going to be drinking good today. We're eating good today. It is a great day to be a listener to 97.5 with the occasional invitational. Coors Light's going to be flying. I'm going to be running in here to help Dell with his show.
I wouldn't say you'd be helping.
Yeah, no. It's going to be helping. There's no question about it.
I don't know. I think you should just stay
When
out
we
there.
start, you're going to be on the course.
Yeah, I know, but I'm going to run in here.
How are you going to help?
I'm going to run in here as soon as I can.
No,
you don't have
His show ends at 12.
I know. I'm going to get in here beforehand.
You're not hitting the turn.
No one's looking
You're not
for
hitting
you
the turn
in here.
that fast.
Just
Yep.
hang out. Get
No.
drunk, bother the HRP guys, and leave me out of it.
That's who I'm playing with. I'm playing with the HRP team, and we're going to kick some ass is what we're going to do, okay? Going to kick some ass. So we got it's just a good time had by all. Thank you, Sterling, for having us out here. We had the Astros lose last night. Another bad outing by Ryan Weiss. And that's
Well, he didn't start as out of the bullpen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just whenever he comes in, it really doesn't matter where he comes in.
Doesn't matter.
Let's get into the question. We didn't get to the Astros until, I don't know, maybe 45 minutes, an hour.
I think it was the second hour.
Yeah. When do they become a strictly second hour topic? Are we at this point yet with that?
Well, we've still got NBA playoffs. We still have some remnants of the draft.
Oh, I was just thinking about that this morning. I don't know that they're going to be a topic in some shows at all.
They have gone from winning a World Series in 22 and then being in the playoffs in 23. And then they're in playoffs 24 too, right?
Yeah, they lost to the Tigers.
Lost Tigers. So 1 year out of the playoffs, and now they're no longer a topic. But, I mean, it's how precipitous the fall appears to be. They're 5-16 in their last 21. I guarantee you cannot find a time over the last 10 years where over the last 10 years where they have been 5-21 over a 21 game run.
How bad were they to start in 24? Like, I know they weren't good. That's what led to John's prediction that he got right. But 5-16 over 21 games.
Yeah, this is different.
Yeah.
This is much different than that run. That team was still a good
We used
baseball
to have
team.
Kyle Tucker and Alex
This team
Bregman.
is not a good baseball team.
Tucker and Bregman still lived.
Yeah. Well, it's
no
not,
Carlos,
and
but
it's not so much the lineup. I mean, the lineup is fine. It's a horrendous pitching.
You don't have a chance to win.
Really bad.
With your staff most nights.
Yeah.
Like, unless it's Arrighetti or maybe Lambert duplicates what he did, you go into games knowing we got little to no chance to win this game.
You would hope that the bullpen could save you once in a while, but it just throws gas. It's like throwing gas on a fire.
Yeah, you really they have very rarely have clean sheets where they get through the whole day.
No.
It just doesn't happen. And when it happens, they usually win, to be honest with you. So it's just so irregular now. It's so infrequent. It's just not a thing.
Rockets play tonight, Game 5 of the series. They're down 3-1, and they're thinking they're winning this basketball game. They think they're the better team. Is what they should.
I think they have to.
And Alpi is now. We found out a couple of things. Okay.
One of the things we found out was an obvious thing that's been out there for a while. I just didn't know we would have entire articles in The Athletic about his love of Harry Potter.
Well, and to the extent that he's a fan.
Well, he went for Halloween. Like
yeah,
it wasn't
it's a known thing, but now
it wasn't just some December 3rd day where he pulled up in his fit, and it happened to be.
But still, he's
Gryffindor.
He's building a room in his home, a Harry Potter room.
I've got a mask. I've got a sword.
I've got glasses,
don't
I got
say
a
that out
wand.
loud.
He's got it all.
Don't say that out loud.
Well, he also likes to get physical. Okay, and he says they're ready. They're ready to take on this Lakers team.
Well, I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready for those. I know they're gonna hit. Well, we're hitting them too. So, we're younger. We heal faster than them probably. So, and we're just gonna hit each other and let's see end of the day what's going on.
They're ready to hit each other.
Absolute car crash tonight.
Now, I tell you, it was chippy. in the last game. I expect,
and especially after the game too.
After the game is chippy, and I can expect. And stupid Luke Kennard was yelling stuff over there.
Well, he was yelling at the ref.
Was he yelling at the ref?
He got hit.
You sure?
He got hit with the fine for it. He and Marcus Smart. Marcus Smart got, I believe, 30.
I would not be yelling at Ahmed Thompson.
No, he was yelling at James Williams, I believe. He pretty much said you're effing terrible.
And that's the one that attacked him?
Did he really?
Booker called him out.
Yeah.
He got hit with $25K for inappropriate language directed at a ref. Marcus Smart got hit with $35K for calling into question the integrity of the referees. So most of that fracas was about them and the refs, and of course Tari's a ship starter, so he got involved just to see if he could rile them up more. But it wasn't really about the Rockets. It was about their distaste for what the referees were on.
What did they lose by?
They lost by a lot. But even when you lose, if you think the referee's out to get you, you may complain.
You think it was the referees?
That's what they got fined for.
Lakers?
I don't think they're blaming the refs for the loss. They just didn't think James Williams had a pretty good night. Devin Booker didn't blame the refs for their loss. He said, but James Williams was terrible. I think it's very much the same.
Is James Williams the new C.B. Buckner?
I don't know that.
No.
I just know the players
I don't care about all this
in
stuff.
this first round have
they
called them
beat
out.
our ass twice. We had them beat and blew it, and then we beat their ass. There ain't no refs they're not a major factor in this so far. Let the Lakers say whatever they want. Who cares? I will say you're going to see some scraps today.
I hope so. You know what? That'll show. I mean, I would love that if the Rockets, especially if the Rockets started.
I'll tell you
because
what.
I was there in L.A. They had no fire whatsoever, none.
I like it. Don't let it become who you are in this game because you're on the road and emotions. That building got loud when they got on a roll. Do not get the fans worked into a frenzy where that can really work against you on the road.
No, but I want to see some Terror Twins. I do.
Well, I want that.
And you know what? Draymond had some words for Tari Eason. Did you see that? Draymond said, "Hey, you know what? You're giving up. You're actually switching off on screens. Don't be switching off on screens. If you can't fight through that screen, then you're not playing hard enough." And you know what? There's something to that.
Said if you're the alleged defender that you think you are and what you're purported to be, you get over that screen.
Well, I'm all for him getting over the screen, but is that something that Tari can do, or that is Ime coached them to switch it? Like, why are you telling them to fight over screens if their whole philosophy is switching screens?
Well, you're giving an advantage to the offense because the offense is switching off of you for a reason. They don't want you guarding that guy.
Right, but you'll have that conversation with the head coach who makes those decisions.
I guess Draymond, as the defender as he is, sometimes you don't have that conversation. You just go out there and do it.
You just play.
That is his approach to the matter.
And he's got soft-ass Steve Kerr, and we've got a guy who will literally fight you in the locker room.
He's also got these. He's got
so
rings.
what? Yeah.
And you know what?
And we don't have Steph Curry.
No, but
he's got rings not because he fights over screens.
There's something to having an intensity to not let somebody
I'm
screen
all
you.
for it, but if your head coach is telling you we switch this off, you switch it off. Ime Udoka's not one that you're going to his ass will be back on the bench.
Maybe he switches off because he doesn't see the guys fighting hard enough.
Then go tell it to Ime that this is what we're doing. That's an Ime decision.
Well, you don't know that they might just be giving
up.
I
said I don't know, but they have been switching like this since Ime's been there. It's not a give up. This is obviously a philosophical defensive strategy. They switch it.
I think he
because they're long. They're
Reed
long.
Shepard in there as well, and you don't want to give up the switch because now you've got Reed Shepard exposed on.
Hey, I'm actually for fighting over screens when you get a chance against certain screeners, not against everybody. Because if you're long, the advantage of switching is you don't have a pick and roll advantage anymore. So now what do? You try to screen and roll. You try to screen so that they switch and you get a favorable advantage. But Tari Eason, Ahmed Thompson, these are good defenders. There's certain guys. Reed, obviously, you don't like it when Reed gets switched off on. You don't like that. You don't like when Alpy does.
No.
Because they'll target those guys and they'll switch them and Reed will get taken down low and Alpy will get taken out high.
All right. Let's get some. We got callers. They want to get in here. First, it's Cody. Cody, what's going on?
Hey, John, good morning. To the caller that wants to see John throw a Frisbee, it's not why people took off work today. It's not why they signed up. Want to see John crushing cold, clean, refreshing Coors Light and bombing the big dogs. All right? That's why we're there. And John, hope Lance got to step his bad game up a little bit. All right? Maybe a little Rover Light. Titleist Lynx Legends, Help the guy out. It's not looking good.
I got a new bag. What are you talking about? I just got one.
Yeah, got a brand new bag.
You gonna make fun of Strixon?
Got a brand new bag.
Is Strixon bad?
You swinging the Strixon irons as well?
No. Should I be? I don't know.
Okay.
You tell me. I play golf
don't
every 2 years. You tell me what I should do. Here, I'll just take my headphones off. You just do the show.
Wow. He did toss his
Give me
headphones
the
off,
headphones.
everybody.
Give me the headphones. I'll sit it. Lance needs to hit the iron. Y'all have a day. Hit it,
All right.
John.
Thank you, Cody. You just need to listen to Cody, okay?
I know. I guess so.
Yeah.
I guess
Take the
so. He cares
criticism
more
and-
than I do.
Take the criticism and grow from it.
I just got a new bag.
What about your
Tell him
clubs?
to listen to the show.
What
He'll
about
know.
your clubs?
The clubs are fine. The Callaways are
kinda
fine.
old.
John,
I didn't know.
you heard John.
No, golf clubs are fine.
Well,
Golf clubs are fine. What is the new technology I'm missing out on?
oh, there's a lot of
You didn't even know what clubs to use.
Oh, maybe if I have some technology, it'll make me better after not
Do you
playing
have
for 3
that,
years.
that 22-degree thing John was talking about?
No, I don't
Do
have
you have one of those.
I don't have a Shiftelmacher. It's a new club face. You might have to. I cannot keep looking at your timeline.
What is he looking
It's just
at?
nothing but
People getting run
fights
over.
and boobs and fights
No.
and people getting run
Run
over.
over. What's up, bro?
His timeline's insane, and it just draws my attention nonstop. I can't do a show when I can see his computer.
I mean, she just walking across the street gets hit
And
by
then
a
she
car.
just got right back up,
And
didn't
she kept walking. I mean, she was busy on the phone.
That's Florida.
Breaking it
They're
here.
built different. Good Lord. She got tagged.
All right.
Actually, that's not on her. That's a crosswalk.
Yeah, it was. The people were running this light, and she got lit up on it.
Look how bad they're running it. Holy crap.
Boom. Or maybe they're not, and this guy's in the left.
I'm calling
turn
John
lane.
Daspit on that one.
Boom.
We had
All right.
someone at our station get hit by a car.
Oh,
a
is she
truck.
okay?
I'm not going to say who, but somebody got hit by a truck.
okay?
So I got her Daspit's number, and she's made the call.
Well, if you're a careful driver, I need you to drive down I-10 and get to the Golden Nugget, Lake Charles. 2 hours and 15 minutes is all it is. 2 hours, 2.5 hours, whatever. If you're on the east side, 2 hours. Less than 2 hours if you're over there. Mount Bellevue, you people can get there and back really, really. Get a house in Mount Bellevue so that you're closer to the Golden Nugget, Lake Charles. It's an easy ride. You got a beautiful hotel. You got this Saturday coming up. Chicago's going to be playing there. How about that? All right. What a great concert venue it has. Okay. Great nightclub. The Blue Martini. It is awesome. And Vic and Anthony's and the Acclaim Jumper and all of the great. They got Italian. They got seafood. They got Asian food. Anything you could possibly want. All right, 12 different restaurants, Landry restaurants, which means the quality is impeccable. You got a beautiful pool where you can get yourself a cabana and get out there and enjoy the day or night. It's just it's a party out there all the time. Great golf course, love it. There's nothing you can't have, and on top of it, you got the Vegas style sports book, which is awesome. You're looking for a great time had by all. You're looking to get your gamble on. You're looking to get your hotel, your food bag on. Oh, it's all at one place. Golden Nugget Lake Charles. GoldenNuggetLC.com. Make your reservation now. GoldenNuggetLC.com.
This is John and Lance,
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
broadcasting live from the mobile Huntington Bank Studios, located at Sterling Country Club. Here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here live at Sterling Country Club. Thanks for having us out, Renee, and everybody involved here. Just a beautiful facility. Wonderful. Can't wait to play the course. It'll be the first time. Now, Lexi brought me this, Lance.
Okay.
Last week we were talking about.
We had a segment that got a little off the rails because that's what we do. And it.
Get hard as a rock, they will flock. But that's the genes, obviously.
That's the genes.
Yeah.
That's the genes.
And then there's, and I got to tell you, these are pretty good-looking cartoon girls.
You called Lexi.
No.
I didn't call her a hoochie.
He called her a rat bastard.
Rat
though.
bastard.
Yes.
Yeah, there's nothing untowards about that.
But the
Hoochie mamas.
We were talking about.
What were we talking about?
I was saying thoughts, and you were using hoochie as a term.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And now you're a hoochie daddy.
I mean, hoochie.
And now you're a hoochie daddy.
I hope not, because I got a daughter. I don't want to be a hoochie daddy. I'm a girl dad.
the other daddy.
Oh, daddy.
Daddy.
I can't get my wife to say daddy in front of the kids. I can't even get that. This one thing. Can you do this before I die, please?
Just wear the shirt. See if it gets.
I'm going to wear the shirt. Trust me. Thank you to Lexi's dad. What's this?
This is the Argentina national water polo team.
You think I have any chance of doing a show next to this?
Stop looking at his laptop.
I mean, what is this?
Turn
Where does
your
this
body.
come from?
I have
Your
no-
algorithm is a mess. It's
what-
not. It's not a mess, really.
It's
That's
actually.
I say that. It's
I
not-
mean,
it's
how
not
good
bad.
is this team? It's sports and it's.
I give them a great chance.
This is
of
a
doing
great-
stuff.
You're an ally.
Great
It's
team.
women's sports too.
Yeah, women's sports. Holy crap!
Golly.
What is it? What is the
Argentina.
The water polo team?
The
What is
water
it?
polo team.
I don't even know if they're any good.
They're probably not.
Who
I don't know.
cares?
They're probably not any good.
Why
but-
would you care?
Because if your water polo team is good, they probably don't look that good. You know what I mean?
Las Tiburones is what they're called.
Right. They're going to look like the East.
Now, I
German.
tell you what. Now they got some. Some of the girls
arms,
have some
yeah.
big arms
Man,
and
you
shoulders.
got to be tough to be a
You gotta
water
be
polo.
strong and
oh my
tough.
God, you got to be tough.
Yeah.
You got to be good to be a water polo team.
My guy Aaron Taylor, his son plays water polo. He was his mom was an Olympic volleyball player, I think, and then Aaron's wife was a really good volleyball player, and Aaron was an NFL offensive lineman, and his son plays water polo, and he's like, dude,
it's hard.
It's really hard. He said the stuff that goes on under the water is insane. It should be illegal.
Yeah, the stuff that they do. Yeah, I don't want no part of that. We still got the caller on the line. AJ, who is it? JT. Oh, Adam. Adam wants to talk. Wants to talk a little radio. What do you say, Adam?
Hey, guys. Good morning. This is Adam. I had a question for y'all. With this Dodgers kind of reign of terror that's happening now that, I don't think we're going to be able to beat, and with hope maybe an impending lockout still, is this the time that the Astros just implode and sell off and trade? We've never really had a time to do that. There's nothing worse than being stuck in the middle of the pack, and, unless you're first or you're last, you're not really going to make any moves. So I was just wondering if this is a good time for us to do that.
I don't know that Jim Crane has said, as long as I'm here, we're going to win.
No,
And
he said as long as we hear the windows open.
No, he said, as long as I'm here, we are going to win.
Well, he's wrong.
Yeah.
Because here we are.
Because here we are.
But he also said the window's open. He's made that comment, too. As long as I'm here. He said the window is always open, meaning he's never going to go into rebuild mode. Could be a mistake.
Yeah.
Could be ego talking. Could be money talking. Have you seen stands at all lately? It's not the same.
I was surprised at how many people were there, but it was the Yankees.
Oh,
I went,
yeah.
and it was pretty good.
Yeah.
I'm like,
For
for
the
this
Yankees,
bad
I get that.
baseball team, it was, and Eric Getty was
I get
dealing that
I get
day.
it for the Yankees, but that's not
Yeah.
that's not normal. And there's a lot of Yankees fans in the building too.
Yeah.
Always
yes,
is.
there always is. There always is. Mark, that's blasphemous. Don't bring those here. Okay.
I told you white cans. That's what Mark
he does
drinks.
white can. Right.
Yeah.
Coors Light is the beer of choice around here in these parts. But actually, the distributor does both, so it's cool.
Oh, okay.
It's cool.
I was going to say because Mark's going to have his beer all day long. I'm not worried about that. I already knew what was coming with Mark.
Yeah.
Those white
It's like
cans.
he needs to eat something and not drink all day. Okay.
He can eat anything he wants.
He can.
Yeah,
apparently.
he's always been like
because
that.
He's got, I don't know. He's
Jack
taking
in a box and
full shots of
Jack in a box
Ozempic every day.
No, he's always been this way. He can eat 1 o'clock Jack in a box 50 days in a row, and he's like
Doesn't matter.
just good tears through it.
That's
no
awesome.
problem.
Good on you. Good on you. Everybody loves to hear that. Everybody with our guts love to hear that about you. That's awesome. Good for you. Good for you. Is this the time are they going to change their philosophy and sell off a Jordan? Are they going to trade off
I think now is the time to start having conversations you've never had before because you've never been in this position. You've never been in this position. You could have argued you were in the position a couple years ago with Bregman or Kyle Tucker, and instead they bought Kikuchi, and they did end up making the playoffs. But I thought maybe selling would be there because you had club control, so you had more club control, so it would have really raised the value of those trades even more. They got Cam Smith. We'll see if that ends up being any good for Kyle Tucker.
It's not trending well.
It's not trending well so far.
No.
But you can also just let them keep walking and get nothing except a draft pick that you don't do anything with anyway.
Yeah, but you're trading away one of the best, if not the best hitter in the league.
I understand, but he's a great hitter, and you're 5-16 your last 21.
Should you
what difference has he made in this incredible
season?
season?
Should you trade him to the Dodgers?
Whoa. What are we doing?
No, but
That's too
what I
far.
consider trading him, I would consider it if the package was a monster package. Like I'm not selling Jordan Alvarez for 75 cents on the dollar.
No,
you're giving me dollar for dollar value for his level of play, and that's
it's always iffy because you're getting a young guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, you get guys who are in the system somewhere who are already considered high up in the Baseball America rankings and your own minor league, because I'm sure every team has their own minor league rankings, their own board. So you're going to get somebody that you have scouted, and you're not just going to get one. You're probably going to get 2 major A-plus prospects and a B prospect. That's what the Astros gave up for Randy Johnson, but way back in the day, like when you're getting a hammer like that, you're going to get at least 3 prospects, and 2 of them need to be A to A+.
I don't want to talk about this anymore.
As of March 5th, the Dodgers have the second best farm system in baseball. And the first is the Brewers. Are the Brewers willing to get into the Jordan Alvarez business? I don't know. But the Dodgers might, so would you
now,
do it?
Now, you need a team like Atlanta, Milwaukee, who's a team.
Yeah, I would trade them to the Dodgers. They're not in the American League, and if they have the best players, yeah, go ahead. I don't care. You're just going to get them as a free agent anyway.
They're going to win with or without them.
Yeah, it ain't going to matter. If you can give me the best players, yeah, I don't care where he goes, except I don't want him going to the Yankees. Honestly, that's the one
think you
place.
keep him out of the American League.
I'd keep him out of the American League. I'd let him go to the American League if it's the.
What about the Braves? The Braves would be a great. Where are the Braves? Where's the Braves farm system?
That's fine with the Braves too.
That's a team that can do something because they might be able to compete with a bat like that. They might be able to compete with the Dodgers.
I've been scrolling for a while. Haven't seen the Braves
yet.
So they're not even in the top half.
Where do you see the Astros?
Still going.
Still struggling
either. The Braves are 24th according to MLB.com.
You're still scrolling?
Yep. Astros 29th.
Yeah, that's where we are always.
Right ahead of the Padres.
They've hated. Is that Keith Law?
I hate our minor league system now too.
He's Lance could write this. It's a combination of 3 guys for MLB.com. Callis, not Todd, Jim Callis.
Oh, Jim Callis is good.
Jonathan Mayo and Sam Dykstra. They rank the systems in baseball, and the Astros.
Oh, so there's 3 guys along with Keith Law 4. It's pretty much a consensus, and in Baseball America too, they all say Astros minor league sucks, but they don't know about that one guy coming up. Who's that really, really good player coming
Kevin
up?
Alvarez.
Yeah, and who's the other really good?
Well, we got a couple. We got a catcher that might someday come up.
Yeah, these are monsters. Kevin Alvarez and those other guys.
Kevin Alvarez, who's in A-ball.
Yeah, I mean,
we got hammers.
Dana has killed it.
Hammers.
Does Dana make it? Is Dana the GM? There's no chance he's GM is 27, right?
Do we need a return of Jeff Bluno?
Yeah, well, we'd always love that. Will Jim Crane be okay with that? Jim Crane was, as you said, embarrassed by the scandal.
He was embarrassed by the scandal.
And Major League Baseball did not. Okay, so what I've heard is Major League Baseball did not make him fire AJ, and he did that of his own volition because he was embarrassed of what they did and all this stuff.
Right. He and AJ both caught it. And, I think he thought, that's what everybody
Now remember, so Jim Crane also, not Jim Crane, but Jeff Luhnow also has gone after Jim Crane and the Astros publicly. Well, no, it's really been more Major League Baseball, actually. Now that I think about it, he went after Major League Baseball for not having a proper investigation. But he's the one who got fired before the investigation was.
I am going to predict right now that Jeff Luhnow will be the next general manager.
Well, that would be
Houston Astros.
He has publicly said he has no interest in coming back to baseball and that he loves doing, and he said that privately too, that he has no interest in coming back to baseball and he loves being in the business sector, what he's doing. So I think he's doing some different sports tech stuff, and he loves being in the soccer realm. And I think he lives in Mexico City now, I believe. I don't know if he still does or not. But his team moved up. When I was in Mexico City 2 years ago, his team was playing for some championship. They had moved up a whole division and were playing for a championship when I was there.
Because that's what he does.
That's what he does.
Yeah.
You know, now, does he know people who – now, does Jeff Luhnow, is he still entrenched in baseball where he knows who the best people are? Where if Crane wanted to talk to him, like, hey, who's some guys we should go after? Him, and him. Maybe he'd do that. But will he go back on what he said? I mean, I'd love it if he did, but I don't know.
I'm predicting right here and right now, Jeff Luhnow will be the next general manager of your Houston Astros.
And AJ's back as manager?
I don't know. No, I think AJ, I think
Alex
just signed
Cora?
a deal with the Tigers.
Alex Cora. Oh, that's right.
No,
what about Alex Cora?
I think Lopez. Give him a shot.
Cora wants to be a family man. He turned down the Phillies. The Phillies fired their manager, and they preemptively asked Cora, hey, do you want to take this job?
Bring back the squad.
And he said no.
I'd bring back Alex Cora in a heartbeat. If I'm the Astros, I bring back Alex Cora in a heartbeat.
I want to give Lopez a shot.
For what?
Lopez did a hell of a job.
Did you think Alex Cora did a hell of a job with our team when he was here?
Alex Cora did a nice job, yeah.
Yeah, he did a hell of a job for a while in Boston, too.
And then he didn't.
Yeah, well, everyone has an expiration date.
Right. Well, and we'll see if Joe Espadas is that, too. And we'll see if Dana Brown is actually going to get fired. But it's telling. Listen, neither of them were offered a contract. Neither of them were offered a contract this offseason. This is the last year of both of their deals, and the Astros suck.
Yeah.
So chances are really, really, really good that they're going to be replaced.
Well, I mean, I could see them being replaced in season for sure, Espada, but would you do it with a GM? Because you still need to make moves. There's still transactions to be had. Trade deadline, maybe you're moving players at the trade deadline.
I don't know if you do it in mid-season, but a manager you could.
Manager you could, but I'm saying would you ever do that with a GM?
No, probably not.
I don't think you do it in season with a GM. There's
unless
just too much there.
Unless you have your guy in place.
Bagwell?
Yep.
Jeff
No.
Bagwell?
No.
Oh, you said yep.
No.
Oh.
We got a break. We got to talk a little Ownwell because May 15th is closing in, people, and May 15th is the deadline. I really, really, really wish I personally believe that Ownwell would have helped me a lot more when I owned a house.
They're on with
here.
me. Ownwell's already filed, so my property taxes. My property value, believe it or not, went down this year.
No, that's never happened.
Swear to God, it's the first time I've ever seen it happen. And Ownwell's like, yeah, we're still filing. They're still going for it. They're like, no, we're not keeping it where it was last year.
Nice.
We're firing to take it lower. Because every time you let it just sit, ride it out, you're screwed.
No, you compound the issue.
Yeah.
You really, really
So Ownwell's saying, no. We're going to get your taxes lower this year. We're not keeping it the same.
Good for you. Good on you. And you should listen, too. And if you're trying to do it yourself, not smart. If you're going to do it with a competitor, look at the numbers. Harris County, 21 to 51% higher than their competitors on average, net savings. Montgomery County, a 94% success rate. 81% success rate versus the market, okay? Doubling your money in Brazoria County. And 2 times what they save by using other firms. You're looking for the best way to get your property taxes down. How about you can expect on average $774 a year savings if you sign just by signing up. That's a lot of money in your pocket as opposed to the government. Don't wait. The deadline to protest is May 15th for most counties. Save money on your property taxes with Ownwell. Sign up in less than 3 minutes at ownwell.com. That's ownwell.com. Let them know I sent you when you complete your sign up at ownwell.com.
This is John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Huntington Bank Studios, located at Sterling Country Club. Here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, so we are live here at Sterling Country Club. We're going to have our golf tournament coming up. We got some great. I did remember one time I got a little liquored up and made a bid on a silent auction. It didn't go well for me. I won. But I've got that. I actually got the exact Olajuwon. I got that at a silent auction and gave it to Mason. My son Mason's got it hanging on his wall. So that's that exact Hakeem Olajuwon autographed jersey that has his accomplishments at the bottom of it. So really cool. Some really cool silent auction items. But so Arvell Reese was drafted 5th by the Giants. We already played a soundbite where he didn't seem to know any of his teammates, and then he goes,
he knew Jackson Dart.
Who are you looking forward to playing with the most with the Giants? He goes, and he waited for about 15
Who am I
seconds.
looking forward to playing with?
And he goes, Jackson Dart. Jackson Dart. So now this is not on Arvell Reese. This is on the Giants or for whoever who are allowing this guy to ask this question. I shouldn't say for allowing him to. I'll just say this. Arvell Reese is about to be asked a question. This is after he was drafted. It's a press conference. This guy who maybe is with Wounded Warriors, I'm not sure who he's with. Well, he's not. He says who he's with. He's with a network for people who have been, like soldiers who have been injured in battle or something. And it's a whole TV or radio network or something. And so he's decided he's going to ask Arvell Reese a question. Now, Arvell Reese has just been drafted. He barely knows anything about the Giants at all. Somehow pulled Jackson Dart out of his ass whenever he was asked because he couldn't come up with anybody. Finally pulled Jackson Dart. So then he's in the initial phase of answering questions from media people, which he's not great with. It's not his jam. They said, I'll just put it this way. One of the worst interviews that we had at NFL Network over the years was Arvell Reese.
Really?
I wasn't there, but I was told by people who were involved with it, his answers were like one word, barely, and then he decided he just wasn't going to answer them anymore. Like he just was in the middle of it, and they had to use, they were able to cut a lot of it out because they had taped it, but it was awful. I just don't think he likes doing it. So imagine a guy like that who's asked a question like this. Listen to this question, and do you blame him for his answer?
Thanks for being here. Tom Long over here from the Disability Channel and with the veterans. What are you looking forward to make an impact in the NFL working with the Salute to Service and the children this year? Where are you looking to make an impact?
Ask that one more time.
Where are you looking to make an impact in the veteran community and the disability with the children this year in the NFL?
I haven't. I don't know how to answer that right now.
I mean, what are you doing to help Tom's for the Disability Channel? What are you looking forward to doing with the NFL this year for Salute to Service and to help the children? What is that? Say it again. How do you help?
That's so unfair to the kids.
So unfair.
Yeah.
You know, the first thing Mike Yam said, he goes, that'll be the last time they open up the interviewing process for people other than the really mainstream guys. That's the most unfair question. What are you looking forward to doing for the veterans with Salute to Service and also for the children? Like just a random, and for the children.
Keep that, AJ. I'm not going to answer that.
He goes, I don't know how to answer that.
No.
What an unfair question to ask Arvell Reese. Like, I was thinking, I've got pretty good BS. How would I have answered it? Salute to Service, very important. My dad was a Marine. And so Salute to Service is very important to me. So I'm going to get with my, agent, with the coaches and with the staff here with the Giants and really dig in on that because that's something that's also very close to my heart. Arvell doesn't have that kind of BS.
No,
and what about for the children? I've also got 5 kids, so F those kids.
Wow.
I would just come with FTK.
F them kids.
And they would have been like, oh, you were doing so good with the
F them picks. Now it's F them kids?
No, it started F those kids.
Yeah.
Michael Jordan about sweatshops. That whole meme was F those kids. That's where it started.
Hey.
And so Les turned it into F those picks.
Yeah.
Les Snead, the Rams.
All right. What did we miss today, Del? Have we missed anything? We talked NBA draft, which now has a 3-2-1 policy, which hopefully will cut down on tanking. We got 76 teams now in the NCAA tournament. Awesome. Is that in the football or basketball? 76 teams.
Basketball.
It's basketball.
Right now.
Thank
Football
God.
probably 24 at some point in the next 2 years, but right now we're still at 12.
Okay.
And of course, what comes with that is Notre Dame being in, kind of no matter what, because of that little thing they have that they negotiated. What else? We did. We talked a little about the playoffs. The Knicks take a 3-2 lead. The Wemby and the Spurs looked dominant. They won the game they had to without him, and they just ran away from the Blazers. So that's not great. We're not a hockey show, so we didn't get to that. Connor McDavid stays alive. The best player in the sport found a way not to get knocked out of the first round 4-1 by the Anaheim Ducks. So they win in Edmonton, so they go back to Anaheim for Game 6. Other than that, it's been Rockets heavy, and rightfully so. We got a Game 5 tonight, and the question is, what are we talking about tomorrow? Are we talking about how disappointing this season is because it's over and they didn't reach any of their goals? Or are we talking about a team who showed grit, the young guys showed up again, and even with Austin Reeves back, they take it to the Lakers, and we got a Game 6 here. What would it be, Friday? So you have predicted Rockets win.
Rockets win.
Lance, what do we got?
Rockets get smoked.
Smoked even.
They'll get beat by double digits.
It's
just how it usually plays out.
That's the way it goes.
You stave it off, and then the next game's an ass kicking. It's like it happens this way all the time. So I'm just going by the norm. And I think Austin Reeves, I was really impressed with how crazy loud Lakers fans have been. So we'll see if that's the case again. If the Lakers fan, you gotta take a first quarter lead. It's really, you got to take a first half lead. As a matter of fact, you need to play from ahead the whole game. I think. I don't know if the Rockets can survive big
Another
runs.
comeback.
Yeah, I don't think they can come back. Like they have to play really well right off the jump to quiet the people down.
Better get some more. We're going to need some more, Chris. He's got a whole bag full of Coors Lights. Not enough. Not enough, okay? Why are you cutting me back? Why are you cutting back today?
You don't actually think the Rockets are going to win.
I do.
You don't in real life.
I do in real.
Remember, what did he do where he said, I didn't actually think was it the Cougars winning? Yeah. Right? Was it the Cougars?
Well, I had Illinois in my pool.
Yeah. You said, and after they lost, you go, I didn't actually think Cougars would win. So I'm telling you now, do you think the Rockets will win?
I do think
Are you going to come back and tomorrow and say, I didn't actually think they were going to win?
No, I'm not. I told you, yes, the Rockets will win this game.
Okay.
Boom. Then it's over.
Do you have a pool?
I do not have a pool.
Okay. I just need to make sure we don't have a pool out there where you can pull shenanigans.
No.
Tell us what you exactly think.
Who do you like?
How do you see the game going? I already told you how I see it going. I think first quarter, this is going to look like millions of Rocket elimination games, in my opinion, where you get beat, you're down 7 after the first quarter, and you're never in the game. I feel like that's what it's going to look like.
I don't believe that. I do think that obviously the Lakers will take some lead, but I think the Rockets are going to play so much harder. They've got so much more on the line. When you're facing elimination, it changes everything. And they changed everything in Game 4. They're going to play with that kind of intensity tonight.
And they play with intensity in the second half of Game 3.
Yeah. But they,
they
didn't start the game like that. We saw it in Game 3, and we saw them screw up the end.
Right.
And we saw an intensity we hadn't seen.
I just don't think you can start the game poorly and survive with the loud crew and with, the Lakers kind of feeling themselves here. I just think you have to take their crowd out of it in the first quarter and play well in the first. Like you really can't afford to get down much because it's going to be tough. I hope I'm wrong. I mean, I hope they win and extend it and bring it back to Houston. I would love it to see if there's any chance at all that somehow Kevin Durant makes it back if you extend it. We'll see. Didn't you say Shams Charania said he's
I don't think he's
has
going to
no
even
prayer
make it back
coming
if
back.
they win this series. I'm not sure he makes it back if they win the series and move on. Yeah, so.
Shut up.
Yeah, no.
Play. He'll come back. If they win a series, that dude, for a bone bruise.
And the ankle.
It's a bone bruise on his ankle. They said it's a whatever. It's a.
He
I
twisted
don't,
it badly.
I don't care. I don't care. Play in a boot. Be out there. I don't care. Show some determination to play through pain. My gosh. I mean, I get it. Maybe this is really that bad, but don't tell me he can't play the next series too. This series won't end for 2 more weeks probably. If they keep extending it.
And
3
Sunday.
games, 4 days. Yeah. It ends Sunday?
Yeah.
That's a lot of time. Wait.
This series ends Sunday.
Today is Wednesday.
Yeah.
Friday, Sunday.
Wednesday, Friday, Sunday.
Oh, so they've cut it back to just every other day now. Yeah.
Huh.
Well, so what? Get back. When did he get hurt?
Just get back.
When did the ankle?
Care. You have no sympathy for this man's leg, okay?
I don't.
I mean, he bone bruise.
Can I ask you a question? Do you think he cared when I was in a boot?
He didn't know you existed.
Yeah.
Thank you.
He doesn't
But
care
that's not
about
his
you.
fault.
If
You
he
make
did,
yourself
do you
known.
guys, hey, man, what happened, dude?
Well, if he might have asked.
No, he wouldn't
If
ask.
knew
He wouldn't
who
have
you
been
were.
care. He didn't ask.
If he had met you and
don't care.
Lance just mimics smoking, so weed.
Kevin Durant wouldn't care about my foot. Why do
mean,
I care about his
if
foot?
he knew
I only
you-
care from a basketball. Yeah, you're right. From a basketball
You don't-
standpoint,
yeah,
I
you don't-
care.
You don't care about that, man.
No, I don't care about any of these
No, you
dudes.
don't.
They don't care about me. I care about
Well,
you
how are they
making my
supposed to care
make
about
my
you?
team better.
Go to the,
Make my team better.
go to the
That's how I
locker
care
room.
about you.
Introduce yourself.
So
They'll
I care about you. Hey, KD, can I show you? I've got a real problem with my golf swing. I'm not putting well. Do you care, KD?
Well, not that.
No, I don't care about your bitch ass at all. That's what he tell me.
Establish a relationship. You're in the locker
Shut
room.
Yeah.
Establish. I'm
and-
not looking to be best friends
And
with
then
these
you
players
come
like some
in
people.
and he sees your favor on your shoulder. He'll ask you, "Hey, man,
See,
what's wrong with your shoulder?"
Dell's just pissing me off. I don't care about any of this. I told you, I don't care about these dudes. I care about you as long as you help my team win.
Oh,
as long as I know you don't
That's
hate,
why
you don't
they
care
treat
about
you
me.
with disgust and disdain because they know what you're on. They know what time you're on.
Who's
You-
they? Guys I write
Players.
prospects
That's
on?
why players treat you that way.
Yeah.
They
care.
know your attitude. You don't care about them.
Too jaded now.
You don't care. You didn't care one bit about.
I'm not
Joe
like
Mixon
one of you
last year.
pom-pom wearers who are like, yay, he got a big bag, yay. You ain't getting nothing. What are you cheering for?
So
dumb.
don't
Keep being poor. You didn't care.
So don't complain about players and how they treat people because they know how you think. What you think of them.
It's
They care-
mutual. It's mutual. I don't care about his broke-ass leg unless he can get out there and play for me. Shut the thing down right now.
Where are you
care about
going?
Kevin
We
Durant.
got one more
We got another
segment. We got news of the weird. Yeah, what are you doing? Stop tossing things away. Just tossing headphones. You got a segment to go.
Oh.
What did I do? What did I do? Put your headphones on.
No, because you know that you're just saying stuff, but you just keep going. And you keep going because it just riles me up.
Why do you get
Well,
riled
maybe
up?
if you went in there and established a relationship, you don't actually believe that.
Not
But for
at
some
all.
reason, it pisses me off
Yeah,
that you
you
even
know
say
I
it.
don't believe it. Why do you?
I know because I don't know. You're just such a troll. Dell's one of the ultimate trolls.
I don't know
He
what
does not get enough credit for being a
I don't
troll.
know what
he's
you're
a good
talking
troll.
about.
He's a great troll.
He's a terrible troll.
We got a break. News of the weird next. Don't go anywhere.
One of the worst.
You really should be friends with those.
ESPN 97.5 live from Sterling Country Club, where we're going to be playing golf today. And you want to talk about something weird? How about Billy Brown's golf swing? Okay.
Oh, he hung up. We didn't know he was on.
We didn't know he was on? Damn it. I wanted to hear about Billy Brown's golf swing.
You just wanted to
guys
badmouth one of your advertisers.
You guys
again.
are playing with him? You're playing with him? Well, you got a long day ahead of you. Right? Because he is awful. But I want to tell you this. If the toilets break while he's here, we're golden.
He doesn't have tools in his car.
He's right here.
He doesn't even do it. His guys
owns
do it.
the place. He
Yeah.
doesn't just walk around and fix people's toilets.
Well, Lance clogging them up this morning. Maybe they're not going to work
I
here.
didn't do anything of the like.
Lance texted us going, hey, what's the Wi-Fi password?
Dell goes, you in the bedroom. Why are you into my personal business?
Because it didn't make
you
any
don't need to
sense
know where I am.
For you to text us. You were just here.
I was having a long pee.
We don't know ever since if that bathroom's worked. So we got Billy coming in to fix it. Here he is. He didn't even Nothing. We were talking about how great it is.
Hey, we got to go play.
To have your golf
It's already
swing
10
here.
o'clock. Move
it
it.
starts at 10. We got to go. Thank you to Sterling. Thank you to Brown Bag. Okay. Thank you, Brown Bag. Thank you, Valencia's. Vienna is here. Thank you for bringing dinner for us here tonight. And thank you, Sterling. And thank you, Coors Lights. We got a whole bag of them ready for me on my cart. Okay. And it won't be enough. So we are going to have a big time today. And if your toilet is clogged here, we got Billy. Billy is here, right now, okay, to unstuff the clogged toilet that Lance might have done earlier today. That's weird. That is really weird. Yeah, plus they're over. And listen, par is your friend, and they're over par. You just pick up if you get a par, and they came in over par, okay? We love it. Thank you so much. Mopey and Mapes are next right here on ESPN 97.5. Hope you enjoyed the show. We'll talk to you again tomorrow, everybody.
We continue out here at the Sterling Country Club for the occasional invitational benefiting kids' meals. The guys, namely John and Lance, are about to tee off. Hopefully, if you're not already here, you're on your way out here to take part in a great event benefiting a great organization and helping the kids out with kids' meals. Of course, we've talked a lot about the food you get to take part in, whether it be Brown Bag Deli, which a lot of people have, had already, a sandwich and a cookie. We also have Valencia's feeding people after the round, but we've got the silent auction as well. So it's part of the events here. So if you're on your way, just know we're still here. The food's still here, and you get a chance to get some great prizes as well. You can also just help out kids' meals if you're not even going to be at the tournament because you couldn't make it. You can still help out kids' meals as well. So good to be out here. You can go to kidsmealsinc.org, kidsmealsinc.org to help a worthy cause. But as we keep going today, we've got a Game 5, Lakers-Rockets. The Lakers hoping to close out the Rockets, getting back Austin Reeves, it looks like. We know Kevin Durant won't be available. Shams went on Get Up this morning and reiterated that Kevin Durant out. Luka likely not back until a potential conference finals for the Lakers, and Austin Reeves well on his way to being back for Game 5. So beyond what we've got tonight, which is the Rockets' young players trying to extend this series, and we'll hear from some of them as we go on today, the conversation surrounding Kevin Durant and his future here are beginning. I've talked about it all week that the autopsy of a season begins in pretty short order, particularly if you're down 3-0 and now down 3-1. If you want to say the knives are out, you can say that, but you have people discussing this Rockets team and what their future is as if the story about them has already been written. I'm pretty sure they fired up those stories as soon as LeBron knocked down that three in Game 3, and then that game goes overtime. So Jake Fisher of Bleacher Report has already stated that people will be calling about Kevin Durant. Now, that is simply a report about teams interested to see if he can shake loose, not about what the Rockets think. They have given him the extension. The plan was for him to be here the last likely 3 years of his career and help this young core achieve something this franchise hasn't achieved since the mid-'90s, a title. We look very far away from that as it stands now. We're just hoping and praying for Game 6 on their home floor to possibly extend the series to 7. That's where we are, and it's a stark contrast from how this season began. All the expectations of Kevin Durant and his talk of, or at least the reporting of him taking not the maximum he can take because he wanted to give the Rockets as much flexibility as possible. He was the consummate team player. Yeah, still making $50 million a year, but he's doing what he can to help the roster out because the goal was to be a contender for years to come. And now we're at a point where there's a lot of hype internally, nationally, locally about this team to, hey, is this his final year here? Brian Gelsiler, who is a friend of, the station, but particularly the John and Lance show. He joined them way back when, now on Sirius XM NBA radio, says maybe Kevin Durant's too toxic for anyone to really want to give up anything for him. He referenced the burner account. It's interesting that is now fact. No one involved has admitted to that being real. No one, certainly Kevin Durant, has decided that he wasn't going to address that head on, but now people in the media, some at least, are saying the burner account thing is real, accepted as fact, and that has affected the team chemistry of this team. The Rockets will push back on it because what else can you do? But we have simply gone from all the expectations of hoping this team is a real title contender to waiting to see if your 37-year-old star will be here beyond this year. I don't think they're trading him. I mean, they'd have to be blown away, and the question would be, would they even get back more than they gave up? He is still at the top of his game when he's healthy, at least as much at the top of his game as he can be at his age. But would the Rockets even get the likes of a Dylan Brooks and a Jalen Green and a low lottery pick for Kevin Durant? Like, who would come calling? Let's say somehow, some way, the Bucks could. We always talk about Giannis going someplace. So what if Giannis and the Bucks come to some type of resolution about their issues and they go all in one more time to make a move? Could you pry the same type of value? First of all, the Bucks don't have really what you'd be looking for, but I don't know even at that level. Could you pry enough from the Bucks to get back what you gave up for Kevin Durant, I think people would be looking at that potential move as one where they could kind of take what they want from the Rockets and not give up very much because simply they believe Kevin Durant's worn out his welcome here. That's from the outside looking in. We have not heard anything internally about that, whether it be from local reporters who cover the team daily or just sources from the Rockets talking to national media. But that's where we are. We do actually have a game. So how do the Rockets win? They have a simple formula. They're never going to be a team, at least not this version of them, who is going to overwhelm you with offensive efficiency. Can they turn the Lakers over time after time after time like they have so far this series? It got up to 20-plus turnovers in Game 4. LeBron maybe had his worst game, certainly in memory, in the playoffs. And was that just the Lakers in a Game 4 up 3-0, kind of tossing the game away? Yeah, we'll take it from you if you give it to us, but we're not really trying. And if we just go by history, Game 5 is the one where the team who has home court says, all right, we got our split on the road. Now let's end this thing. It's no guarantee that it'll happen. It was a different setup, but the Celtics were up 3-1. Now they had already lost the game at home to the Sixers. I believe it was Game 2 that they lost. They take the 2 in Philly and then come home thinking they're going to have a coronation. And after being up double digits, they can't hold on to that lead. Joel Embiid has a big night, and the Sixers win it running away. I think they held the Celtics like 11 points in the fourth quarter. So it doesn't have to go the way that conventional wisdom thinks it should go. The Sixers proved that, and that's a team and an organization that everyone expects to capitulate, particularly to Boston. They did last night. Boston was a big favorite, and they still gave that one up to the Sixers. Boston hasn't been a great home team since really Ime Udoka was their head coach in these playoff runs. They have a great road record. At home, I think they may now be like 24-17 in this recent run since about 2022. So it's a little different for them at home. They have a weird thing. The Lakers, we saw at least in the first two games, they didn't have any problem winning games at home. So forced turnovers. Hopefully, the boost that comes from Austin Reeves isn't enough to make up for what we maybe should expect tonight. More regression to the mean when it comes to the Lakers shooters. The thought is that they shot the ball poorly, and that finally normalized. The team shot 50% from the field. Now some of that came in garbage time, where their guys who rarely play were out there. But really, the problem for them was LeBron James, the turnovers, and not making shots. And Luke Kennard didn't take many shots. He only put up 8. Marcus Smart only got up 8 shots too. I think he made 3, just like Luke Kennard. So it wasn't so much the fact that the Lakers' other guys didn't play well. It's that you got a real stinker from LeBron James, and the likelihood of that happening 2 games in a row, particularly when he has that second day off, seems pretty low. So all that is to say, the odds aren't exactly in the Rockets' favor, but they do have a pathway. You can still be physical as hell with the Lakers. You can control your offensive glass and your defensive glass and force turnovers. You are not going to win a half-court game. You're not going to shoot well enough. You're not going to be efficient enough offensively to get yourself good shots consistently. You're going to have to do what you've done. Force turnovers, get easy looks, and even some of the times when it's not points off of turnovers, forcing bad shots that lead to long rebounds and you getting out and pushing the basketball are the ways they can turn what normally is a series-ending victory for the home team into one where we're talking about a game 6 here at Houston. Can they do that? Well, we'll hear from some of the guys who will try a little later in the show. Eric, I see you want to get on air. Anyone else? 713. The number is 713-780-3776. We'll also hear from Nick Casario. He was on the Pat McAfee show yesterday, and he talked about several things. He talked about C.J. Stroud. He talked about what they're looking for as far as how they build their team. So we'll get to that, and we'll get to you guys. We're here at Sterling Country Club celebrating, or celebrating is probably the wrong word. What we're doing is helping out kids' meals, and the people are out there playing golf. That's why it's a little bit quieter if you're listening to the morning show. But it should be a good day. We're going to be out here all day. Jeremy and Joe will do 3 to 6, but it will be Sean. You don't hear him with me. He is not out here yet. He'll be doing the show with Jeremy, as Joe is kind of our master of ceremonies, making sure everything goes well, coordinating everything. So he won't be on this afternoon unless he jumps on with the guys. But it'll be Rich Eisen from 12 to 3, and then Sean with Jeremy from 3 to 6. We're just getting started here on this show. We got a couple hours here to talk basketball and some other things. We will be back.
This is the Del Olalea Show
on ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Huntington Bank Studios located at Sterling Country Club for the occasional invitational. Here's Del Olalea.
So AJ is here. Well, he's back in studio, but he's the producer for the day. So AJ, we're going to get to Eric's call, but while Eric's on, I want you to think about the prospect of Kevin Durant not being a Rocket next year. It's one report from Jake Fisher saying that teams will be calling the Rockets. And think about the haul that they had to give up to get him. And while you think about that, think about whether you would make a deal. If the deal was comparable to what the Rockets gave up, let's just say it's the Magic, and they say, you know what? No, you can't have Paolo or Franz or Suggs, but we got a couple wings that we would depart with if Kevin Durant became available. Tristan da Silva, let's say, a rotation player for them, and they throw in another young player and a pick. Well, they don't even have any picks, so I don't even know how they would trade because they did it all for Desmond Bane. But a scenario where you're not getting a star back, but you're getting young players, and maybe Orlando can scrounge up a pick somehow to make you feel better about it. So consider that. It doesn't have to be the Magic, but that's just one team who may think, depending on how the rest of their playoff goes, whether it be they allow Detroit to come back or they're knocked out in the second round, that they think they're Kevin Durant away from making things work. So we'll talk about that, but let's hear from Eric first. Eric, what's up?
Yeah, I don't think you'll get anything for KD, but we gave up to him. I'm not mad about giving up Dylan Brooks. Jalen Green, maybe, but what really makes me mad is that they gave up these first-round draft picks for him. And no former OKC player works out in Houston. Westbrook didn't, Harden didn't, and neither does KD. So, are you going to watch The Punisher? I'll hang up and listen.
So there have been varying degrees of success. Okay, the Russ thing didn't work out, but James Harden got you to multiple Western Conference Finals. So, yeah, you didn't win a title. You never made the finals. It all depends on if you say success is winning a title and anything else is a failure. If you think that way, yeah, the trade for for James Harden didn't work out. I don't know if it has to be as absolute as that, but you can have that opinion. As far as the Punisher, yeah, I'll watch it. I'm a John Barenthal guy, at least as far as his role as the Punisher. So I'll get into that. So thank you for the call, Eric. Yeah, the Phoenix trade, Jalen Green had another. Well, it's who he is. He's a volume shooter who's not very efficient. He had nice playing games, but the playoffs, he was what he was for 6 out of 7 games with the Rockets. I mean, he didn't make more shots than he did in some of those Rockets-Warriors games, but he's a scorer that doesn't do it at a level that's going to help you win a series like that. It's not only his fault. Devin Booker didn't have a great series, and the Suns are just outmatched. They're playing the best team in basketball. They weren't going to win that series as the 8th seed. But the Jalen Green thing, I guess it will somehow, some way be a conversation for people who care about the Rockets because he was one of the building blocks of a young team that got traded away for Kevin Durant. But I've had the Jalen Green conversation for quite a while now until I see a sustained run that isn't just a month. That is an entire year of him being the player that he flashes in March. I don't have any issues with the trade. Kevin Durant's post-All-Star break stuff, that certainly makes you pause a little bit. But I'd make the trade again and certainly hope for a better outcome like his health in the playoffs. So, AJ, I asked a question. It doesn't have to be the Magic. You can think of any team that might want to, like the Pistons, for example, are said to want to trade for a star this summer at the level of Murphy out of New Orleans or Lauri Markkanen, a guy who seems always available from the Jazz, and yet they never trade him. So those are the level of stars they're looking for. Would Kevin Durant be someone that's on their timeline? Possibly. I just don't know what they have to offer outside of a sore. That they'd be willing to give up. Is anyone looking to acquire Dennis Jenkins and give up Kevin Durant or Lauri Markkanen for him? I don't know. I would have to know their pick situation to see if it works. But the Jake Fisher report suggests that teams will be calling. If you're the Rockets, AJ, are you listening?
It depends on the packages. Like you said, the Magic at first, I wouldn't do that. I mean, Anthony Black was kind of intriguing, but nah, I probably wouldn't do the Magic.
Silva,
the Pistons, I mean, they need
Black.
a second scorer themselves. I mean, they don't have enough scoring, so I mean, obviously KD would be perfect for them, but nah, what you would get in return wouldn't be enough. I don't know. have to look at more teams though. But I mean, I would listen maybe, but I don't know. It's kind of tough. But I was like before the season as well, before the trade. Like I was a proponent of maybe like doing one more year with that young squad. But I mean, I wasn't opposed to the trade when it happened. But yeah, I mean, definitely at a hard place right now too. But I think the Rockets, like regardless, they need to add like a backup point guard. I mean, already in addition to some more shooting, because I mean that's apparent to be one of the main struggles for sure throughout this whole year.
Yeah, if the front office is going to say the same, which we imagine to be the case, and the coaching staff won't have any drastic changes, if they're a franchise that still backs Ime Udoka, they're going to have to change how this roster is constituted. Can you get off of Dorian Finney-Smith? That's going to be a difficult task. He may currently be one of the worst contracts in the NBA, and he was signed to be a guy who would be someone you could count on in the playoffs. So yes, Fred will be back. Steven Adams will be back. So those are, I guess you would call those internal improvements, but you still hope that whether it be the rest of this series and maybe an shockingly extended playoff run, or next year, your guys like Amen and Alpi and Reed have another jump where they become the most important players on the team, even if Kevin Durant is still around. I don't include Tari in that because he could be an unrestricted free agent, or he can at least sign a restricted free agent deal that the Rockets don't match if someone decides to offer him a bag. So it's wait and see on him. I know I've seen online he's now working with Lethal Shooter, so we'll see if he continues to have a couple games if it goes that long where his shooting has an uptick. So for me, I would listen, but at first thought, it's very hard to find a deal that makes sense when this Rocket team wants to be a contender. Like trading Kevin Durant away for young pieces, you already have young pieces, and you're likely not going to get as talented as young pieces. Like the teams who could give you a young piece that could impact and help this team, why would they do that? Either they have championship aspirations of their own, or they're not in a position to win a title, so they're not trading for Kevin Durant. So it's an interesting thought. And an interesting conversation to have. I just don't know how much reality there is because of where the Rockets want to be and what they would have to get back to make it make sense for them. Because you already have enough young players that aren't ready for playoff basketball at its highest level. You're going to add a couple more in a trade for Kevin Durant, and are they going to be upgrades not only on him, but are they going to make your roster a better one to contend with the best teams? Because at this point, it's unfortunate, but any series they go into in the playoffs right now, think about it. Of the teams that are remaining, even if they're down big in a series or just down like the Nuggets are right now, when will the Rockets have the best player in a playoff series with these contenders? We can go through it in the West. They won't have it against the Spurs. They won't have it against the Thunder. They wouldn't have it against the Lakers when at full health, and that's going forward. We're not even just talking about this year. Going forward, when will the Rockets have the best player in the series? They're not going to have it against the Wolves if they're at full strength. So this is where they are. It's a tough spot to be, to know that every playoff series you go into. Now, it doesn't guarantee that you lose a series that way if the other team has the best player, but you're always going to have that disadvantage because it's been talked about quite a bit. Your drafts, you were in drafts where there was maybe not necessarily the Cade Jalen draft. Cade was clearly the one, but it wasn't such a thing like Wemby's the one, or others in other drafts they've been in. Like I guess the Paolo, Jabari, Chet thing was close. And look, Paolo may win a playoff series against a 1 seed, but I'm not overwhelmed by Paolo Banchero either. But Chet is a defensive stalwart on the best team in basketball. So it appears you were in line to get the third best player in that draft, despite some of the conversations about that draft class before that draft. So they just have not been in a spot to have one of those players who can be the best player in the playoff series, and that seems like it's going to be the case unless there's some major trade I'm not seeing. And the dream for some would be Giannis, but I feel like that is a weird scenario because the Bucks and Giannis don't actually want to quit each other. It feels like but they may be driven to that. So that one would be some long, drawn-out thing, and you're not even sure that Giannis wants to be here, which is the most important part when you're talking about superstar trades. So while they don't have to deal with a franchise-changing player tonight, so certainly they have a chance to win Game 5 and extend it to 6. What their future looks like is one where they're just a bunch of superhumans in the West, and they'll always have to outdo one of them because the sum of their parts is better than the super talented superstar on the other team. All right, we'll go to break with that. We'll get to some Texans because Caserio joined Pat McAfee, talked about C.J. Stroud. We'll also hear him talk about how they want to build a football team, and that certainly has been the goal, and we can get into whether they've achieved that goal when we get back. We'll get to Chris, too. Chris wants to talk Rockets, so we can continue the Rockets conversation. They got a big game tonight, trying to extend the series, so we'll talk Rockets, we'll talk Texans. We'll go where you want to go, 713-780-3776.
This is the Del Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Huntington Bank Studios, located at Sterling Country Club for the occasional invitational. Here's Del Olalea.
So let's get to Chris here, and then we will hear from Nick Caserio as he joined Pat McAfee yesterday. What's up, Chris?
Hey, what's up, Bill? Appreciate it. Taking my call. Enjoy the show every day. And, my thing was with the comments of Jabari saying that, we're the best team and everything like that. If Jabari comes out tonight, bro, and he does not have a game that makes us, forget about what he did in Game 3, bro, like, we just need to get rid of him. Like, I'm completely okay with getting rid of Jabari. I regret getting rid of Brooks. We should have gave Phoenix Jabari from the beginning. I mean, Brooks, I believe, we would be up 3-1 if we had Dylan Brooks in this series, I believe. But yeah, what are your thoughts, bro? Like, if Jabari just, after those comments he made about us being a better team, and he doesn't contribute at all to, making the game competitive and giving us the best opportunity to win, and he just goes out there and just, lays down, what are your comments about that? Appreciate it. I ain't going to listen.
So Chris has been on Get Jabari Out of Here for a little while now. I think this might be a second call on this. Let's hear from Jabari. Let's hear what Chris is referencing. So, AJ, let me know when that's ready to go. It was yesterday after practice. Ime spoke, Jabari spoke, Alpern spoke about Game 5. And certainly you want your players to think they have a chance to win the game, so that was what was coming from the Rockets yesterday as they get ready. Alpy talked about how physical it's going to be, how they're going to make sure if not only are they going to get hit by the Lakers, they're going to hit back, and he thinks because they're younger, they'll be able to hold up more than the Lakers will. We'll see about that. We'll see how physical it is. We know Alpy, that's his game at this point. If he's not putting an elbow in a opposing player's ribs to get a shot off, then he's not getting a shot off. So that's his game right now as he tries to maneuver, and it worked out pretty well for him in Game 4. But yeah, Jabari was in the mix to be traded. I believe the Suns wanted Jabari Smith, and the Rockets said, actually, you can't have Jabari Smith. Let's try to work on a different deal. And the deal that was worked on was giving up a first-round pick plus Dylan Brooks and Jalen Green. So, yeah, Dylan Brooks right now is a playoff riser. That's what he looked like against the Thunder. He talked a lot. He lost, and SGA went on Instagram to question whether Dylan Brooks was really a villain. Now they're both Canadians; they know each other, they're friends. So and SGA talked about that in his post-game presser, how he's proud of what Dylan has become, knows he can get better. So there is a back and forth there, but it's less contentious than you might think. Either way, Dylan Brooks was part of the culture change here, and it's funny how that works sometimes. A guy goes and you understand that he was important, but you're getting Kevin Durant. And then when you start to hear about what could have been in the trade, and then you watch how the season's played out, Jabari, there's incremental improvement. But for the most part, is he any different than he was when he was drafted as far as what he's asked to do, what his game is right now? There are different levels for third overall picks. It just depends on the draft. But when you think about what a third overall picks can mean to people, at least in their minds, is a super role player, which is what Jabari Smith is at this point. He is a guy who you kind of know what you're going to get. He doesn't fluctuate too much. The shooting can be up and down a little bit, but he's going to be a 14, 15 point per game guy, get you 6 or 7 rebounds, and shoot 36% from 3. It's kind of who he is as a player until proven otherwise. Is that what you're looking for when you are drafting that high? And we went through it already about just the Rockets are sometimes a victim of circumstance in the draft. But Jabari at one point was looked at as the best player in the draft, particularly going into the tournament. Some of that flipped as there was more evaluation. So I don't think Rocket fans were upset that they got Jabari. It has just been a case where he is probably 65-70% of the player people thought they were going to get, and because of his youth, there's still a chance for for a leap. But right now, Jabari's a spacer and a defender, and can he be more than that? We'll have to see. But yes, Jabari has to play well. I mean, more so because of the importance of the game, not because of what he said. But AJ, do we have that? What he said about his team compared to the Lakers? All right, let's hear from Jabari Smith on his thoughts regarding the two teams.
Just stay with it. Be us, be aggressive, play free. We're obviously the better team, I feel like. So just knowing that, being confident, trusting our work, and he's just telling us to be us.
Why do you think you're the better team in this series?
We, us. I just feel like from top to bottom. You can say it's an opinion, you can say I'm biased, but I just think we're the better team.
I think they're the more talented team. Games 1 through 4 have said they're not the better team. If you go man for man, you look at the pedigree, you look at the talent, you go, okay, yeah, the Rockets have a more talented basketball team. If he would have said that, no argument. How they're presently built because of the absences of Kevin Durant and Luka and Austin Reeves up until tonight, which he's expected to come back. The Rockets are more talented, but they're not the better basketball team. More goes into it than simply looking at what you believe their potential could be and how athletic they are. That has been proven. The Lakers are nowhere near as athletic. They do have some older players, but that has been to their benefit. And it turns out Luke Kennard's a better player when given more responsibility than we thought. Now, is that going to be something that would last over the course of a playoff series or a playoff run for the Lakers? Maybe a playoff series if this series ends in 5. But there's a reason Luke Kennard is behind LeBron and Luka and AR, Austin Reeves when they're all healthy. But given the opportunity, at least through several games in this series, he has been better than a lot of people thought he could be. And you want to credit Luke Kennard for that, and also give some credit to J.J. Redick for finding or noticing what Luke Kennard could be and allowing him to show it, because he was needed. He had to be their scorer beyond LeBron James, and he has done that. You had your Luke Kennard games, you had your Marcus Smart game, and that's why we are where we are. So can Jabari Smith and his Rockets go out there and get a Game 5? Sure. I don't think they will. I'm just going by the history of the NBA. This all leads normally into a Rockets loss, and sometimes not a very competitive one. But as I said in segment 1, the Sixers were in that same spot, and they got it done. But I think one of the major differences there is when he's healthy, Joel Embiid can be the best player in a game and in a series, even one that has Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum. I don't believe that any Rocket currently, the ones that are expected to play, could be the best player in a series against another good team, and that's kind of proven to be the case so far. All right, we'll go to break with that. We were going to hear from Nick Caserio, but Chris called in, so we talk more Rockets. We'll hear from Nick Caserio when we come back. He talked about his team and how they want to be built. We'll hear some of his thoughts on that when we get back.
This is the Del Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Huntington Bank Studios, located at Sterling Country Club for the occasional invitational. Here's Del Olalea.
You heard Michael Carroll. We're here at the occasional invitational, hosted by Sterling Country Club. It benefits kids' meals. So even if you could not make it out here, you can, and you didn't sign up for as a group to come out here and play golf, you can still go to kidsmeals.inc.org if you want to help out kids as they continue to try to end childhood hunger today. So certainly out here for a worthy cause, and beyond all the nonsense of the morning show and this show, we're here for a great cause. And whether you are planning to be out here or as I say, couldn't be out here, the Kids Meals is a place or an organization that you should help out if you can. All right, let's get to Nick Caserio. He was on Pat McAfee yesterday, and he spoke about several things, from C.J. Stroud to David Montgomery and why they made that acquisition. But he also talked about team building and their approach. A lot of conversations this offseason about what the Texans plan to be, what they want to be, and all their moves have certainly fed into that. They have philosophy, and offensively really hasn't matched what they have been defensively. We know defensively, swarm, that is the calling card. They will hit you. They continue to hit you. They're fast. No quarter given. If you play offense against the Texans, you're going to feel them. That's part of who they are. It is why they're one of the best defenses in football. And certainly the addition of Katie McDonald makes people think one of the spots that maybe you wouldn't call a weakness, but they just had a bunch of guys there. They have now added to that spot to improve their defense anymore. Now, defense from year to year can be volatile. I'm not saying the Texans go from top 2, top 1, depending on what metric you look at, and go to 9 or 10. But maybe they're not the best defense in football just because of several reasons. Injuries, talked about it this morning. For all the star players, the guys you think of in your head when you think about this Texas defense, from Will Anderson to Danielle Hunter, Kamari, Stingley, Bullock, Aziz Al-Shaair, combined, they only missed 2 games. 2 games, one apiece for Aziz Al-Shaair and Kamari Lassiter. They had a great deal of injury luck. You should not. I'm telling you right now, you should not expect that type of injury luck year to year. Just not how the NFL works. They had it last year, and we saw how great they can be. And they've tried to supplement some of those guys with Katie McDonald and some of their other picks. And so we'll see how it goes. But they're still going to be really good. The offense hasn't matched it. But here's Nick Caserio on Pat McAfee about what they look for and how they build a team.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've all seen toughness and physicality win in this league. I think we feel that way. There's a number of teams that feel that way. When you look around the league, I mean, that's in the end, that's going to be an important part of it. So we try to identify who are those players that have those requisite traits and characteristics throughout the course of the process. I think our scouting staff does a great job of being able to get the information and identify those players that maybe fit the profile, so that when we transition after the season, when the coaching staff gets involved, when D'Amico gets involved, we can maybe identify some of those players that have those characteristics that we're, I would say, targeting and have discussed that we feel are important to winning. And I would say those 2 players in particular that you mentioned, Rutledge and McDonald, we feel they both have those qualities. Both played for really good programs. I'd say tough, hard-nosed coaches. I mean, Coach Key at Georgia Tech does a great job. He's done a great job, and we've all seen what Coach Day has done at Ohio State. And, you know, Coach Patricia, I'd say, put his kind of stamp on the defense there a little bit. So there's a familiarity to some extent with maybe some of the things that they were doing there. But those were two players that we had a certain level of conviction on, and we were fortunate enough to be able to add them to the team.
And then as the draft unfolds, Marlon Klein, their tight end, he's 6'6", 250. Okay, that guy is a monster. And we all saw Aiden Fisher for Indiana, and we all have such high respect for him. For you to be able to pick him up and pick 243, it's like, I really like what you're cooking down there, Nick. I hate that you're in the AFC South, but I love the way you view it. It sounds like you're looking at dogs only.
That is the end of there. The in there is Pat McAfee complimenting Nick on his roster and letting his Indiana bias fly, because Aiden Fisher, the former Indiana Hoosier, is now a Texan. Drafted him late in this past weekend's draft. Okay, so physicality, toughness, and you mentioned Kalen Rutledge and Katie McDonald as guys to help in that regard. So we got a call yesterday from Jim. He calls the station quite a bit, particularly the morning show, and he took Nick Caserio to task. This was before the Pat McAfee sound that we just played. It was in the morning, and he talked about how the offense and what they look like does not match up with the defense. The defense is full of speed. They're full of aggression, and that is not how this offense has looked. I wouldn't say they look timid, but they just didn't match the energy. And some of that is just, hey, you're playing offense and defense. You can be a certain way, but the Texans haven't been looked at as a physical offense. Sure, Nick Chubb at last year. You had Joe Mixon the year before as backs who had some pelts on the wall, and certainly Joe Mixon made the most of his time, his 1 year as a Texan. He impressed everyone when he was here. But overall, the Texans aren't looked at offensively as a physical unit. That's what they're trying to change. I've been on this all season that I didn't attribute it to the lack of speed, but it's there. I think they're a unit that's still going to be one that isn't very explosive. It's not something they have that they tried to change this offseason. We'll see if the reintegration of Tank Dell helps there, if he can go and be maybe even just 80% of what he was before the devastating injury against the Chiefs in the playoff game. So Jim called in and said, hey, is there any way that they can do things on offense to match what their defense is? And he doesn't buy that Nick Caserio strictly stays with best player available. If you don't know, that is the tagline. We just go best player available. We don't allow what you guys perceive to be needs to affect how we draft. Best player available. It's best player available. Jim disagreed. In fact, he punctuated his disagreement with this.
He's a liar.
He said he's a liar. That was the end of his call. I don't know why I find that funny. I'm letting you know it's not going away. It's going to be part of this show going forward.
Is that accurate?
Yes, Nick, it is. Whether sometimes when I don't agree with you, I'm going to allow Jim to express how I feel. And how does Jim think of you, Nick?
He's a liar.
Thank you, Jim. I appreciate it. That's a strong way to talk about a GM when he won't be as open as you'd like. Have they done enough to sync up their offense, their defense, as far as how they play? Look, they're not going to be as talented on defense as they are on offense. On offense as they are on defense. Excuse me. They've dedicated a number of high premium picks at premium positions to that defense. The offense, they've drafted in a premium spot one position, quarterback, back in 2023. If you look at the rest of their first rounders, you got a Rutledge this year, an interior lineman. Stingley was before this regime in its totality because D'Amico wasn't here. So you just look at how they operate. They usually, if they're going to draft at a premium spot early, it is more likely than not going to be defense. They have drafted receivers in the second round. They have they've done that several times, and they've hit on those. At least they did it with Tank, not in the second round. I believe it was a third-round pick, but they hope to have hit on Higgins and Noel as well. So the premium picks aren't devoted to offense, and maybe that's the difference in between the two units. Now, they hit on second-rounders on defense too. It's just they just have an eye for it. Offense, it has been hit or miss, and when it comes to the offensive line, misses. You hope Oran Territory is the first of several, and Rutledge being the second, hits on offense, particularly on the offensive line. So you can be a team that is certainly leaning one way when you're built, but you have to hope that the offense can at least match up. Can you be Seattle? Seattle had their run punctuated by Kenneth Walker having a great Super Bowl and also a great playoff run altogether. Sam Darnold played well enough. He turned the ball over quite a bit in the regular season, did not do it in the playoffs, and also had his one moment in the NFC title game where their top defense, Seattle is who I'm talking about, couldn't get stops against Matt Stafford. The Rams, great offense. They being Seattle, could not get stops, and Sam Darnold had to match Stafford and did it and won a Super Bowl. So I think if we're looking at the most optimistic way that this could go, your defense stays healthy, maybe not as much as they were in 2025, but healthy enough to continue to be an elite unit, and you get an offensive football team that mirrors Seattle in some ways, where you can run the football, you can get your explosives that way, whether it be from Dave Montgomery or Woody Marks, and you have your number one receiver in Nico Collins, like you have in Seattle and Jackson Smith and Jigba. And can C.J. Stroud match even what Sam Darnold did minus the turnovers in the regular season, and then find a way? Because no matter how well you're built defensively, I think at some point your quarterback, if you're going to make a Super Bowl run, is going to have to play well in a game where the other quarterbacks got it going. They were fortunate this past season to not have to deal with the superhuman quarterbacks. Are they going to have that opportunity again, or will Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes somehow, some way be standing in their way of their goal? So CJ is going to have to at least not be a negative in the playoffs like he was. But the formula is laid out. Defense, run the football, and beyond what CJ can be to complement that, have they done enough with the players they've acquired to be a good and maybe in some cases dominant running team? Wyatt Teller and Braden Smith last year were not as good as they have been in the past. Braden Smith 30, Wyatt Teller's older. Wyatt Teller's best years as far as accomplishments and just how he played are 4 to 5 years in the past. They should be better than Trent Brown at tackle, although he's back, and also the interior of Juice and Jared and all the other guys they ran out there during the course of the 2025 season. So better, I think they'll be. The question for me is, if you're going to lean so heavily into this identity, did you get players who can stamp that identity at a level where you're a real contender? So we have months to discuss that, and then we'll have the season to see if we're right in our opinions. But, yeah, Nick Caserio, physical, tough, that's who they want to be, and their first couple selections mirror that. All right, we'll go to break with that. Hour one is done. We got hour two. When we come back, we'll get into the playoffs in the NBA and also what they're doing to try to make more teams want to try to make the playoffs, because while the new lottery anti-tanking setup is complicated, I can't blame the powers that be in the NBA for going this route. The teams pushed them to it. Like, the fans have been very loud. The media has been very loud about hating teams not trying to win. How do you force teams to at least try? You have to go to extreme measures, and the NBA has done that. So I'll get to that when we come back in hour two, and we'll take your calls. 713-780-3776. We'll get into some Astros. They were awful. Well, awful strong. Ryan Weiss was awful in their 5-3 loss to the Orioles. We will talk about at least a little bit about what he's been like this year. I can't remember a worse acquisition, honestly, as far as Astros pitching. We always assume they'll bring a guy in we never heard of, and he'll be fine. Ryan Weiss has been anything but fine, so we'll talk about him in hour two as well. AJ and I till noon here at Sterling Country Club for the occasional invitational benefiting kids meals. We'll get to hour two when we come back. Hour 2 of the show at Sterling Country Club for the occasional invitational. And, AJ, I relayed a story to you that came across my timeline during the break. We can start with that story for Hour 2, or I can go to talking about NBA tanking. Which one do you want to do?
Hey, it's your show. It's up to you. Either way.
See, you gotta be an active voice. Like, you don't know, you've never heard of the artist I'm about to discuss or could discuss in a later segment. So make a choice. Do you want to hear or talk about this in a little bit, or do you want to do it now?
I guess gonna get out of the way.
All right, let's get it out of the way. A lot of people may not know. I mean, this audience might, but there was a band called Jamiroquai. I thought it was a person for a lot of my life, but it turns out that's a band. J.K. is the lead singer of said band, and can you play their only hit, at least the only one I know of, AJ? If you remember the video, I'll talk over it, at least as it comes on. If you remember this video or the song Virtual Insanity, Jamiroquai, the lead singer, had that weird hat. He was dancing around, and it was a very 2000s era video as far as the set. But he's just dancing by himself, wearing that, at this point, ridiculous hat. And it's the one Jamiroquai song I've ever heard of. Well, he relayed a story that I'm not sure I would have told. He told a story about, look, you get to date young Winona Ryder if you are the lead singer of Jamiroquai. Kudos to you. But at some point, you should just leave it at, hey, I got to date Winona Ryder. You don't tell the story that you had to leave Winona Ryder because she wanted sex too much and her breasts are too big. You don't tell people that story. You keep that to yourself. What are you doing? Like, he is quoted as saying they were enormous, bigger than they look on film, and she had this habit of, he uses a phrase I'm not going to use. She had this habit of constantly wanting to have sex. It was exhausting. Hey, bro. Look, he's been out of the news probably since this song came out for me. But sometimes you don't have to say everything. You could just be known as a man who got to date Winona Ryder, and that's, for what it's worth, something you can be applauded for. But then you have to, years later, and Winona Ryder's probably like, what are we doing, man? This has been 20 years. Why are you talking about me? But 20-plus years later, you got to let everyone know, look, man, she was exhausting. All she wanted to do was have sex. And I had to end it. Nah. That's a story we keep to ourselves, J.K., and the name is funny, too. He was exhausted. You take the win. And instead, maybe it's just because you're a lead singer and women are something that are – it happens to be that women are like lead singers, and you have – I don't want to put it this way, but you have your pick. And you can have a conversation about Winona Ryder in that way. But for me, not a lead singer of a band, even if it is Jamiroquai, that's one I keep in the tuck. I say she was a great girl. We had a great time. I was happy to be with her. I don't tell people I begged out because her sex drive was higher than mine. He goes, another quote from him is, waiter, my steak is too juicy and delicious. Do something about it. Or at least, that's the comments from people who can't believe this is what the story's telling. I mean, he's not exactly the lead singer of a cool band. You would allow like Gavin Rossdale, who I believe, I don't think he's not still with Gwen Stefani, but he was at one point. Like those guys, you're like, okay, but if you're the lead singer of Jamiroquai, you be silent when it comes to stories like this. But he told it, and now everyone knows that that's the reason, or at least one of the reasons they're not together. Sorry, I'm gonna side with Winona Ryder here. God forbid she wanted to have more sex with this guy. All right, that was a quick one. Now we can get to something less fun and more complicated even than a guy losing out on Winona Ryder because her sex drive was higher. Tanking in the NBA. It is something they've had a problem with. They've had to find or have tried to find ways to get it under control. They flattened the odds. That's why we are at this 14%. Even if you are the worst team in basketball, you don't have the greatest chance of winding up with the number one overall pick. That's why we see the teams jump up and take it. They've been trying to find ways to keep people from actively losing games. And the newest way, it's gaining momentum, it looks like it'll be finalized, is to limit the odds even further of a team with the worst record winning the lottery. As it stands now, it's called the 3-2-1 lottery proposal, and the lottery would expand to 16 teams. It would involve the 8 seed, so you could make like the Magic this year. They were in the 7-8 game in the play-in. If they wanted to play the game, they could, and by the game I mean trying to stay in the lottery, they could lose the 7-8 game on purpose and then go win the 8-9 game or 8-10 game, depending who came out of that 9-10 matchup, and then still make the playoffs, still have a chance at the lottery. At some point, Adam Silver can't, and whoever decided to come up with this, can't come up with every scenario to think about if a team's going to try to lose. You at some point have to hope that your members, and by members I mean the teams, decide, hey, winning matters to us. We're not going to always try to lose games for the hope of getting a top pick. Matt Moore, his Twitter handle is HP Basketball. He did a study on this, and the odds of you winding up with a top pick and that top pick becoming an all-star or all-NBA player with the team that drafted that player, far lower than you think. These guys go on to become stars. They just don't do it with the team that drafted them. So this willingness to tank your seasons and multiple seasons to try to be in a spot to take some 18, 19-year-old, 20-year-old kid to save your franchise, it doesn't work as often as you think. Now, Wemby is a prime example of it working. That's a hit for the Spurs, as bad as they were. And they worked it. They got it right. That's the true generational prospect that changed the franchise. You want to say the Pistons have certainly made it work. They've made other shrewd acquisitions. They made some veteran trades. But Cade Cunningham is the fulcrum for them, and they've made it work. But those are the number one picks overall. You start to look at some of the picks that are lower than that in these drafts, not worked. Like, for example, we talked about him. AJ, I'll ask you. And Art, we were talking about Jabari earlier, he tweeted us and said Jabari can hoop. AJ, do you think Jabari Smith ever makes an all-star game or an all-NBA team with the Rockets?
Probably not.
We know Jalen Green won't. And the question is, will Reed Shepherd, maybe Amin is the one. He's already doing the all-defensive teams. He is the most likely guy of all of them to do it, to make an all-NBA team with them or make an all-star team with them. So we're talking about, what are we talking about? 4 top 5 picks in the draft, and one of the 4 may reach the criteria of an all-star appearance with you or an all-NBA with you. I mean, Reed Shepherd still has a chance, but, I mean, he's a smallish guard who can't defend and really isn't a point guard. So good luck with his potential all-NBA status. So this is the thing. All these teams are trying to get to a point where they can have a shot at a superstar. And even the Rockets, who are winning 50-plus games a year, are not reaching the ultimate goal of having the franchise changer be a pick that you make in the top 5. Their best player, well, I've already made the argument that Amin's their best player, but their most accomplished player is Alfred Sengun, a guy who was not a lottery pick. So the NBA has decided to try to de-incentivize teams from trying to be bad. So as I said, the 7-8 loser will be in the lottery even if they make the playoff. It's the 3-2-1 is in reference to lottery balls per team. So teams with the bottom 3 record, which is being called the relegation area, would only have 2 lottery balls, but they can fall no further than the 12th pick. And the rest of the 13 lottery teams could fall as far as the 16th pick in the new expanded lottery, but have more opportunities to get a top 4 player. So this year, you look at it, the Suns were the 8th seed. They make the playoffs, and if they own their pick, they would have a chance to still be in line to take a Peterson or a Boozer or Debanza, even though they made the playoffs. A team who is like the Jazz, if they're one of the bottom 3 teams, they would still get their chance, but it would be a lesser chance than the Suns, who competed and made the playoffs. This is their chance, or at least this is what they're trying to do, to force teams to actually put on a good product. Because as much as the draft is an event, the season is what they care about, and then the playoffs. And if the totality of your year is dealing with, let's say, 8 to 10 teams who stopped trying or didn't even start it's bad for the product. Will it work? We'll see. I mean, I'm sure teams will try their best to circumvent it by still being bad, not really trying, but staying between one of the non-playoff teams, but not the worst team. It'll be a thread a needle they're trying to thread to be bad, but not bad enough to lose the opportunity at a lottery ball. So that's the convoluted way the NBA is responding to the complaints and their teams not taking the spirit of competition seriously. And the Rockets were certainly part of it, but they're done with that. And now they're certainly trying to win games, and they got a Game 5 tonight. All right, we'll go to break with that. When we come back, we'll talk some Astros because they do lose to the Orioles, back on the road, back to losing. And I don't know that anyone has been worse this season for the Astros as far as guys who have stayed healthy than Ryan Weiss. We'll talk a little Astros baseball when we come back.
This is the Del Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Huntington Bank Studios, located at Sterling Country Club for the occasional invitational. Here's Del Olalea.
So the Astros lose to the Orioles in Baltimore last night. They lose 5-3. K-Wei Tang was the opener. He gave up 2 runs in 3 innings, but at this point, my expectations for Astros starters, even if they are just a guy who is just trying to get a couple innings on the books as they work their way through a bullpen game, are low. You know what? That's fine from K-Wei Tang. He went 3. He only gave up 2. They're fully in the game at that point when he exits, and you think, you know what? All right, not the best, but we still have a shot to win with this lineup. The lineup only scores 3 runs. They do get 11 hits, so they stranded. They left 10 on, and weren't great with runners in scoring position. Altuve and Correa, Paredes, Walker, Diaz, all hitless with runners in scoring possession. Bryce Matthews had a pretty good day, but you lose 5-3. But the attention needs to get paid to Ryan Weiss. Right or wrong, he was one of the guys people focused on in the offseason. He had an interesting story. He was coming back to the U.S. from overseas. People liked the stuff. I think he had a good spring training. It was right in line with the expectations that the pitching would be good and the hitting had all the question marks despite the established names because of how they did in the spring. Now, Jeff Blum joined the show right before, I think it was day of, opening day, and talked about how where the Astros play their spring training is a place that is not great for hitters, and just wait till they get back to Daikin and other Major League ballparks. And he was right. The Astros offense has tailed off a little bit, but it's still, it has been one of the better offenses in baseball, led by Yordan Alvarez, while the pitching has completely let them down from injuries to just lack of performance. And Ryan Weiss is firmly in the category of lack of performance. He has been bad, and bad's being kind. He's been atrocious, and it continued last night. He did go 3 2/3, but gave up 3 earned runs. You start to look at some of his stat lines in terms of appearances and runs given up. I'm just looking at his last 5, and he hasn't given up less than 2 runs in any of these outings, not going more than 3 2/3 in any of them. That's his last 5 appearances dating back to April 6th against the Colorado Rockies. He's been a guy they've had to count on, mostly because he can actually go out there when called upon, but the results haven't been good. I asked the guys this morning, can you think of a guy who's performed worse in his first year with the Astros as after being acquired? Like, Montero has a reputation of not living up to the deal he got, but when he got here, he was good. It led to the overpay during that little era where there was no GM and Jeff Bagwell and others were making decisions. It led to Montero's deal. It's why the Jose Abreu deal happened, people feel like, and those were disasters. Ryan Weiss and the Astros particularly don't have the excuse of, hey, we didn't really have a GM. Your established GM, he may not be your established GM for long, but the guy who's officially the GM made the move, and it has been terrible. Dana Brown earlier this week talked about, in response to a question about Joe Espada, saying he backed Joe. Pitchers have been injured. This is not on Joe. I did find it interesting that a guy who's on his own hot seat would be giving a stamp of approval to another guy who people want to put on the hot seat. While Dana Brown may be one to go to, I would agree that overall, well, you can certainly pick at some of Joe Espada's things as far as his management of the pitching staff and the bullpen, considering all the problems they've had. This is a roster construction problem. The pitching, healthy or not, has been bad. Look, Lance McCullers is fully in your rotation only because he can actually go out there and pitch. Their performances outside of game 1, the first one that was certainly heartwarming, it's been nothing close to that since. That's why you have Peter Lambert going tonight. They're finding guys off the scrap heap, and Peter Lambert had a great start in his last one. You hope that continues. And at this point, when we talk about the Astros, we're finding small things, if you want to pay attention to them, to be excited about. Can Peter Lambert, a guy most of us have never heard of up until this point, former Rocky in 2024, was out of Major League Baseball last year. Another guy coming over from overseas to pitch. I think he was in maybe the Japanese league. I believe that was where he was. He's gone tonight, and you hope that he can somewhat replicate his quality start, just because it'd be nice not to have to deal with another Astros loss. It is at this point waiting for Spencer Arrighetti's turn, because as it stands now, until Hunter Brown comes back, the only pitcher you can see being a part of this Astros team going forward, I mean, I won't say you're stuck with Mike Burrows, but he's the other one, and he's been below average. But the one who's shown any promise that you think can be around for years to come is Spencer Arrighetti. And I was having this talk with the guys, and now I'm thinking about it myself as far as this show is concerned. We're getting ever closer to the summer, and if the Rocket season ends today, that's one less topic to harp on as we go forward. AJ, we got a real shot to be a World Cup show. If the Astros, the Astros keep this up, we got a real chance to be. Hey, did you see what happened in Group D yesterday? Certainly, this show will talk about the U.S. team, but we may have to pick a team from each group to focus on because the U.S. won't be playing every day. We can't talk about them every day, and hell, if they get knocked out early, then we will talk about them the day after to crush them. But after that, it'll be over. So beyond the enjoyment of going home and watching a good baseball team play, just for my own benefit, I need Hunter Brown back because at least I know they got a chance to win, and I need Arrighetti to pick it up. And then if you get a third guy, then you've got a real shot to turn this around. But at this point, it's Arrighetti or bust, and maybe Lambert's your next best choice or option for a potential win when it comes to the Astros if their offense isn't going to score 9 runs. Because when you watch the staff, if they're not putting on 6 or 7, you can probably pack it up for the day or night. 11-19, the Astros. The division is full of teams who are not great. The Athletics only a game above 500 and lead the division with Seattle behind them. So if we had hoped that this team had a turnaround in them, the division is for the taking. It's just that while it's only been 30 games, it doesn't feel like when you talk about this staff that this is simply a slow start to the season. These performances feel like they're going to be the norm throughout, unless Hunter Brown comes back in a reasonable amount of time and you find a third guy and Arrighetti keeps it up. So that's where we are. 30 games in, 4.5 out, and every time Ryan Weiss goes out there, you can expect the same result. A poor pitching performance and maybe the difference between winning and losing. Because you start to look at some of his outings. I go through it once again. The last 6, the Astros scored 7, 6, 2, 5, and 3. And you start to look at the difference. It is the Ryan Weiss performance, for the most part, that has sealed the Astros' fate. But the arm's still working, so he's going to go out there and get his turn. All right, we'll go to break with that. Astros tonight against the Orioles. Peter Lambert on the mound. See if the Astros can take Game 2 of that series. We'll go to break with that. We'll talk some NBA. We didn't get into the games themselves as the Celtics lose, which is – it warms my heart. I'm not a Sixer fan, but if the Celtics are going to drop one, I'll take that. And Knicks Knicks took care of the Hawks, and the Spurs took care of the Blazers. So we'll get to some NBA stuff when we come back.
This is the Del Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Huntington Bank Studios, located at Sterling Country Club for the occasional invitational. Here's Del Olalea.
So we had the Spurs close out the Blazers last night. Of all the series in the first round, the two that are done with are the two teams in the West that the Rockets, unfortunately, are going to have to deal with for the next half decade at a minimum. As long as Wemby is a Spur, they are going to be a team to contend with. But the Thunder, that said, the same thing can be said about the Thunder. The reason I use half a decade is because, as opposed to the next 10 years or something, is because I don't believe NBA windows are going to be that long going forward, just because of the financial constraints the CBA places on teams that you have to make moves. But if Shea and Wemby are there, those are at a minimum going to be teams who are top four in the West. Whether they will be the juggernauts they seem to be right now, that's up for debate. The Spurs are in a good spot, though. Their current backcourt, beyond De'Aaron Fox, is full of guys on rookie deals and not even really in line for the rookie maxes as of yet. They still got a couple years for those guys with Dylan Harper and Stephon Castle. And we know Wemby's going to get all the money he wants, but they take down the Blazers, and they did it in a way that showed that they are someone to be dealt with. And once they got that game 3, you thought there was an opening for maybe a long series, and with the long series, you open yourself up for injuries. It is just surviving in the playoffs now. It's surviving the attrition that comes with these long playoff series and these long playoff runs. And the Spurs did themselves a great favor winning Game 3 without Wemby, and they were able to take apart the Blazers over the last couple games, and hasn't even been close. They've had they had a big second half in Game 4, and then in Game 5, it was never really a contest. The only time the Blazers had any chance is the minutes that Wemby missed in Game 1, or was it Game 2? Game 2, and then that Game 3 when he wasn't available, and they got out to a good start, but wasn't enough. And I mentioned before we went to break, I think, the Sixers and the Celtics. And the Celtics are a pretty simple team. It's threes, and if they go down, the volume they shoot them at, and then you throw in the obvious offensive talent of Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum, they're going to win the game. And if their shooting goes cold, you got a real shot to win. And with Joel Embiid healthy and active, and once he stops shooting so many threes early, you can see his impact. And the Sixers are going to be one of those what-if franchises that if only their best player could stay on the floor, what could they be? This stretches back to what was his name was Brown. I forgot his first name in Philly, the coach at that point. And of course Nick Nurse is a part of it. Doc Rivers as well. They've had these guys and they've had these teams with Joel Embiid, and it's always come down to can their guy who's never made it past the second round of the playoffs be healthy through a 7-game series? And I won't say curse because it is what it is, but that hasn't been the case. But you see the glimpses if you were watching the game last night of him controlling that game against two superstars. And once the Sixers got a hold of the Celtics and maybe not force the Celtics to shoot bad shots, just simply the Celtics are going to play one way. And it's one of the reasons why they weren't a very appealing watch when they won the title. They play math, and if their math is right, they're going to win. They play the math game, and if it goes well, they're going to win. And if they don't, you get a night where they only score 97 points because they shoot under 30% from three. They only make 11. That's the Celtics are going to win any game against a good basketball team when they do that. It's just not the way they're built. And it is funny sometimes when I watch people and they talk about, or at least I look at tweets and posts and it's the comp between how Ime Udoka couldn't get the best out of Reed Sheppard, and he didn't get the best out of Peyton Pritchard. Meanwhile, people love to ignore that Peyton Pritchard only had the 1 year and was a young basketball player. And then you look at him now, three plus years now with Joe Mazzulla. He's 28 years old. So if you're seeing Peyton Pritchard play at the level he's playing at and wonder why Ime couldn't get that out of him, he was 24 years old when Ime coached him. He's 28 years old now. It is a natural progression for a maybe second-round pick who's undersized and was playing behind all these other primary ball handlers. It takes some time to find his way. Now, Reed Sheppard is a top-5 pick, but what is Reed Sheppard going to be at 28? I don't think it's – look, we have our problems with Ime Udoka and what he does as a coach, but I don't think that particular comp should be one people use when we're talking about two players at very different stages of their career. And sure, maybe you say Mazzulla's system maximizes what Peyton Pritchard can be. I don't believe that Peyton Pritchard's the same guy at 22 years old as far as what he would accomplish on the court, even with Joe Mazzulla, if it was 6 years ago, compared to what he is now. I mean, development, not linear, and Reed Sheppard had his moments, and he's also had ones where you understand sometimes why he's not on the floor, but I think because of the heightened expectations, we wanted it all to happen at once, from the coach to the players. And look, I think it's unlikely that the coach gets as much time as we suspected he would have gotten if this goes the way it feels like it's going to go against the Lakers in this series. I'm not saying he gets fired after the series, but this is one more reason why a departure could be accelerated, because now you're talking about no playoff series wins in your first 3 years, and this one would be one that isn't as embarrassing as the Warriors one, but you were the 2 seed and didn't get that done, and this time around you are the more talented team due to the Lakers' injuries, and particularly if you get knocked out in 5, like if you fight back, they will get a lot of credit even if they don't win the series if this extends to 6 or 7. But if it goes down tonight where you get the gentleman's sweep, it'll be a loud off season. And the Rockets may be able to push back against the noise, but the noise ain't going to stop going into next year unless there's some major acquisition, which is something people think might occur. So the other game was Knicks Hawks. It wasn't competitive. Karl-Anthony Towns got out to a good start. It was 35-22 at the end of one. That game in that series seems to be going the way that you expected. The Hawks were a little spicy early, and they got Game 3 at home. But once the Knicks stabilized in Game 4, they have seemed to found the answers, and it looks like it's going to be a Knicks. I think they take this one in 6. We'll see what the Hawks have, but Jalen Brunson had a great night as well, and their 2 best players played really well. And when those two do that, and particularly Anthony Towns didn't really do a lot late, but once he got going early, it set the tone for them. And Jalen Brunson scores almost 40, and the Hawks are looking like they're going to go down as a nice story. It was a nice run. C.J. McCollum had his moments, but you don't become full-on villain for Knicks fans until you at least get them to a Game 7. So we'll see if he's capable of that. He was not good last night. He only scored 6 points, so. It was not a compelling night in the NBA last night. You had blowouts all around. And the only real surprise was what the Sixers did to the Celtics. So Daryl Morey's team's still alive, and they've got a Game 6 at home, something the Rockets are going to try to do tonight. AJ, I haven't even asked you. Rockets, Lakers tonight. We getting 6 games, or does this end tonight?
I think we'll know by the end of the first quarter. I'm gonna side with John today. I have Rockets by 6.
You got the Rockets getting to a Game 6. I normally don't agree with John on anything, so I that kind of informs people where I stand on this. To your point, if the Rockets are turning the Lakers over early, and that trend continues, and they don't get the added boost from Austin Reeves, if we got a game after 1, okay, I can see it. To be honest, I don't really expect the Lakers to jump out early. I just think there will be a tone set, and if they're like when I say early, I don't think they'll be up by double digits after one. But if they're making shots early, that might inform my opinion about the rest of the game and if they take care of the basketball. I think that beyond shooting the ball, because sometimes shots are just going to go down. If the Lakers are taking care of the basketball early, even if it is a close game, that would be an indicator to me that this one they're locked in on. They know how important a Game 5 win is, so they don't have to extend this series with OKC waiting in the wings. That'll inform me. If the Lakers are careless and the Rockets are forcing turnovers, then I might agree with you that at a minimum we got a game in the fourth quarter. But if they can't turn them over, I don't know how the Rockets are going to score consistently enough if they're not doing that. So that might actually lead to a big first quarter deficit, because runouts, fast break points, and offensive rebounding is their formula for success, and a third of that formula is forcing, as far as the runouts are concerned, is forcing turnovers. So I'm going to go Lakers close this one out. I'd love to be pleasantly surprised and talk about this young team as it's built right now without all the older players showing what they're capable of and pushing the Lakers team. That would be a major, even if it ends in 6 or 7 in the Lakers' favor, a major compliment to these young players if they find a way to not allow that killer crushing loss in Game 3 to shake them up, and they find a way to continue to win games. Pre-game yesterday, after practice, they certainly felt like a team who, or at least they were expressing like a team who believes they still can win this series. Now they got to go out and win one in L.A., where they have not looked good in this series. All right. We'll go to break. So far through 2 shows, 5 hours, almost 5 hours of the broadcast day, it's split evenly. Lance and I got this series ending tonight. AJ and John have it ending in, at least not ending tonight. Don't you feel a little dirty, AJ, agreeing with the guy who always kills you about your Cowboy stuff?
Oh, I meant to say something about that, but I meant to say thank you for Caleb.
Well, you can thank me for that, but I'm talking about John and his willingness to kill you every time a Cowboys topic comes up. But yeah, AJ, right before the day of the draft, he was filling in, and I think that was Thursday. You were here last week. Either way, we were talking about the draft, and I think we were discussing, because we were back to back in picks, Dolphins and Cowboys, and he said, "Hey, I want Caleb Downs," and I was like, you know what? I didn't think they're going to take a safety because of all the talk about the Dolphins wanting to emphasize size. Now, that was really about the trenches. They didn't always draft the biggest player, but I didn't think Caleb Downs was in the cards for the Dolphins. The question would be whether he was taken before the Cowboys pick. Turns out those two teams made a trade. At 11, the Cowboys gave up a couple fifth-rounders, so AJ got his guy. A lot of people think Caleb Downs is a future Hall of Famer, particularly because of the way he thinks about the game and how informed he is, where he knows plays before they even happen. So the Cowboys certainly, at least in AJ's mind, got the guy. So we'll see how it plays out as the Dolphins drafted a tackle who they've already said is going to play guard. So certainly not a great history of drafting offensive linemen, but Caden Proctor was their pick, and the GM, who is from the Packers, and they have a history of drafting well at the offensive line position, says freak of nature kind of Caden Proctor, and he'll start his career next to the Houston product, Patrick Paul. Patrick Paul will play left tackle. He's established himself there, and Caden Proctor is going to start at left guard for the Dolphins if they have their way. So you have 2 giant human beings on the left side, and then you have one of the smaller centers in the NFL, and Aaron Brewer, right beside Caden Proctor. So glad that AJ got his guy, at least a little happiness from the draft there. All right, we'll go to break. We got one more segment to go before we wrap it up here at Sterling Country Club. It'll be Rich Eisen after us, and then Sean's filling in for Joe with Jeremy at 3. But one more segment. We will be back.
This is the Del Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Huntington Bank Studios, located at Sterling Country Club for the occasional invitational. Here's Del Olalea.
We are actually less than a month. Oh, we're less than a month from when March Madness ended, and there are going to be some significant changes. It looks like we're getting ever closer to the tournament expanding again, this time to 76 teams. Now, in the article on ESPN, it is said by the people who want this expansion, it's not about money. Now, they are meeting with their broadcast partners to figure out how this extra inventory is going to be distributed, but this is about a push from the power conferences getting more access, more at larges. We know that there are teams that get in who aren't very good, at least in terms of their chances of winning the title, because they're from a smaller conference with the automatic bids. So the power conferences, who have all the advantages, have decided they would like more. So Auburn, from this past year, who had their former coach stumping for them, happens to be that he set it up so his own son could take over. Now maybe we don't have to hear Bruce Pearl stump for a very average Auburn team, because there are now going to be more at-larges for power conference teams to get in. So that is one benefit. If Auburn's 16-14 again, I don't have to listen to Bruce Pearl for 2 weeks talk about how his basketball team should get in over, what was it, Miami of Ohio. That was his big issue, because Miami of Ohio didn't play in a great conference, didn't have a great out-of-conference schedule, and he thought Auburn simply existing and playing the SEC was enough to get them in. Thankfully, they didn't get in because they didn't have a shot to win, and Miami of Ohio, at least for the common person, was a better story, considering where they came from and how many games they won. I think then they get to like 30-plus games in a row before their streak ended. They were that type of dominant team, even if it was against lesser competition. So now we're going to move to 76. So if you're a fan of a perennial bubble team, now a better chance of your team getting in. And I'll probably pretend for a little bit like it's going to matter that much to me that there are now 8 extra teams. But at the end of the day, whatever. I mean, I'll either watch a play-in game or not. If there are more teams in Dayton for the play-in, cool. If they want to put it someplace else, I'll decide on the day whether I care about this. Let's just say, as far as at-large is concerned, the last 2 at-larges playing each other for a chance to get into the big tournament. My focus generally begins on Thursday at about 11:15 once the 64-field team gets going. But, hey, if it happens in 2028 and we've got more basketball to watch at this time of the year, at least around the end of March and into April, I'll be fine. I mean, people are upset now, but we all get over things because change always happens. And we know money plays a huge factor, despite some of the talk about it being more about just at-large teams, more at-large teams coming from power conference. I guess I'd think of it this way. If you're a coach who, let's say you coach in the SEC and you coach at Mississippi State, and you're not coaching at a place where it's championship or bust, but they would like to see their team make the tournament every once out of 3 years, this is good for you, where you can keep your job because maybe every 3 years or so you get a good transfer portal class, and they can help you be the 12th best team in the SEC, and that gets you a spot in the tournament. No chance to win anything. We all know you're a pretty average basketball team, but at least you're not left out. The problem for you is, in this hypothetical, if there are now 76 teams and you don't make it, then there's going to be less patience for you. But it falls in the category of CYA, and also, hey, if you're going to give me a chance to make it, I'll take it. So we'll see. We're going to see. If you think the bubble is soft now, it's going to get even softer in maybe the next couple years. That wraps it up for us. We're done. Well, at least I'm done. We will, at least the local side will take a break for about 3 hours. And then it'll be Sean and Joe from 3 to 6 here at Sterling Country Club, part of our occasional invitational benefiting kids' meals. John, thankfully, didn't come in from around and bother me. Maybe he'll save that for Sean and Jeremy. We will see about that. But all his promises, he broke them, thankfully for me. All right. Thank you, AJ, for filling in. And since we're done for the day, AJ, what does that mean?
I don't know how to answer that.
Well, appropriate. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
ESPN 97.5.
Cast your line and relax at twocreekscrossingresort.com. Your fishing getaway awaits. Mike Holly, class of 1990, has been protecting the interest of Cougars for over 30 years. First as a Cougar offensive lineman and now as president of HR&P. HR&P provides comprehensive human capital management services, including HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. Don't struggle with the demands of human resources. Let HR&P eliminate these burdens and customize a plan that fits your business needs so you can get back to growing your business. Learn more by visiting hrp.net/U of H. That's hrp.net/U of H. Jeremy Branham here. You've heard me talk about Pro Dunk Hoops and their drill-powered lightning adjust system that lets you raise and lower your goal in seconds. It's 10 times faster with zero effort. Right now, with your new Pro Dunk basketball goal, you can get the lightning adjust system for free. That's a $249 savings. But you have to call. You won't find this offer on the website, so call Pro Dunk at 281-351-9822 and mention ESPN. That's 281-351-9822. Book your next event with Federal American Grill. With multiple private event spaces at every location, it's ideal for proms, graduations, birthdays, anniversaries, and more. Dress to impress and join Federal American Grill for Derby Day on Saturday, May 2nd. Live music, mint juleps, and a hat contest. Plus, treat mom to something special this Mother's Day with a 3-course brunch or dinner. Federal American Grill, where great food meets every occasion. Book your event today at thefederalgrill.com.
Hi, this is Harold Gunn. And this is Bill Olson. Texas Outdoor News is the longest-running, most award-winning outdoor radio show in the state for a lot of good reasons. We bring you the latest news and information about hunting and fishing across our great state and beyond. And our guests are who's who from industry, government, and the field. Texas Outdoor News is brought to you by Ford Trucks and your best in Texas Ford dealers. Join us Saturday mornings at 6, Sunday at 7 on ESPN 97.5.
Hey guys, Cindy of Nick's Place here. Well, it's that time of year. The temperature's heating up and so are the sports. The MLB, NBA, NHL all take center stage this month. So if you're looking for a place to watch sports, eat like a boss, and chill with your friends, Nick's has been that place since 1993. We have every sports package, a huge menu, drink specials, craft cocktails, and 27 different bottles of wine. This is not your typical dive bar. Since 1993, same location, Rocky Ridge and Westheimer.
Hi, I'm Jesse Coker, and if you work with electrical parts and equipment, you probably know my dad, Jeremy Coker, owner of M&J Electrical Supply. 30 years in the business, he knows his stuff. But I'm here to put a daughter's touch on his radio commercial. M&J Electrical Supply buys, sells, and removes electrical parts and equipment. Big jobs, small jobs, they've got you. I'm biased, but they're the best. Learn more at mnjelectrical.com. M&J Electrical Supply. Dad's business, daughter approved.
ESPN 97.5, presented by Zadok Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston, a Gal media station. This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show. Hey, you know what show I love? The Rich Eisen Show.
I had some secret meetings with Coach McVay.
From the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles.
Why all the secrets?
It's messy, so you keep it quiet to the point where one coach plays Mr. Grumpy.
Today's guests, Rams general manager Les Snead, Saints head coach Kellen Moore, actor Chase Crawford, and now it's Rich Eisen.
Well, yes. I can confirm that by my presence. Good to see you, everybody. Welcome. This is the Rich Eisen Show, everyone, on Disney Plus, the ESPN app, ESPN Radio, Sirius XM Channel 80. Yesterday, we had 2 NFL head coaches on. Today, we've got 1 NFL head coach in Kellen Moore of the Saints and 1 general manager, Les Snead, will be joining us. I don't know what we're going to talk to Les about. I have notes, though. He's joining us in less than 20 minutes' time here in Los Angeles, California. A part of our ESPN radio world is ESPN 710 here in L.A. We say hello to everybody out there coast to coast, however you're listening, and, of course, watching. NBA playoffs going down.
Yeah.
TJ's got a lot to chirp about today, thanks to that big fourth quarter and Joel Embiid showing up like the Joel Embiid that you always hope would show up every single day. Shocking the Celtics to force a Game 6 in Philadelphia. The Knicks blowing the doors off of the Hawks to take a 3-2 lead there, sending everything back to Atlanta for a Game 6, and the Spurs wrapping things up in their series as well. They've moved on along with the Oklahoma City Thunder. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial here on the program. Good to see you over there, Christopher Brockman. What's going on?
Nothing. Don't like sports today.
Understood.
It's all good.
DJ Mikey D's and D's Nuts. Good to see you. Good to see you, TJ Jefferson. That candle's as lit as the fourth quarter for you last night.
Yeah.
Good to see you.
Surprisingly, I love basketball and baseball.
Isn't that right? Yeah, the Mets won
you're
too.
back.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
a whole new world.
Stop the count.
Yeah, let's just move on to the postseason.
Let's start this broadcast with the NBA's approach to stop tanking.
Sure.
In their sport.
Let's do it.
They came up with a new system that Shams got a hold of and reported. It's not official yet. These are sources saying this is the plan that they're working on. But he got every last detail down to the last percentile, okay?
If he's got it.
I consider myself a smart guy. As you know, I have not one, but I have 2 degrees.
How many?
Look at you.
Two.
I said 2 degrees.
I said 2 degrees. 2. All I got to do is, take a class on television, a PhD in television. I'm Dr. TV.
Wow.
Oh, one more. You'd be like you'd be like Penta.
I've got a Bachelor of Arts.
I think you should do it, Rich.
Masters of Science in Journalism. So I guess that's my resume, along with 30-plus years of doing this for a living. I read these details from Shams and a bunch of other places. I read a whole bunch of articles. And my opinion after reading all of that is, what?
Yeah.
What? As a matter of fact,
Dave Chappelle meme.
It's so convoluted and so, deep in detail. We have on Earth, the Rich Eisen Show exclusive of the room in which everybody from the NBA got together to come up with this new anti-tanking plan. Show the photograph.
Oh, no way.
There it is.
Oh, gosh.
There it is. Looks an awful lot like Charlie Day.
Show that.
But there it is. Lots of red string.
Yep.
A lot of coffee. Trying to figure it all out. But as always, we try to figure it all out for you here on the program. So here it is. It's called the new 3-2-1 structure.
Contact.
The reason why it's called 3-2-1 is some teams get 3 ping pong balls in the lottery.
Ooh.
Some get 2 ping pong balls in the lottery, and some just get 1. And you're like, that should be simple. It's no longer, all these ping pong balls, and now you get 5 different numbers, and that equates to a certain combination that's attached to a certain team. Mm-hmm. And it's like Powerball, and it's difficult to understand. It sounds like it's just that simple, really? Well, it's now a 16-team lottery, not 14-team lottery. Right. You've now expanded it to 16 teams. That's more than half the association. There's 30 teams, okay? And it sounds simple, but we'll do our best to explain it because it's not simple at all. Put the graphic on the screen that I believe, was this a Smitch title or a Rich Eisen show recording producer?
Good.
Tanks for Nothing.
That's amazing.
Which is a Caddyshack reference.
Thanks for nothing.
Tanks for nothing, Danny.
Noonan.
So the teams with the 3 worst records, 3 teams, you get 2 ping pong balls each.
Two.
I said 2 ping pong balls each.
Utah, give me 2.
Utah.
Which is a 5.4% chance of winning the number 1 overall pick. The rest of the non-play-in teams, because you know there's now the play-in tournament.
Of course.
So anybody who doesn't make the play-in tournament, 11 down to, 15, you get 3 ping pong balls. 3.
That's the magic number.
You now have a chance of an 8.1% chance of getting the top pick. All right?
This is like Steiner, man.
Now, if you make the play-in as the 9th or the 10th seeds, which this year were Miami and Charlotte, okay? If you were Golden State, Miami, Charlotte, Golden State, and the Clippers, okay? You make the 9 and 10 in both conferences. You get 2 ping pong balls each, 5.4%, which is, wait a minute, the same as the 3 worst records in the league. Put a pin in that. And if you lose the 7-8 game, you make the 7-8 game and you lose. Okay? Suns and Magic this year were those who did that, which means you're the 8 seed at some point. They were.
Right.
You get 1 ping pong ball, which is a 2.7% chance of getting the number 1 overall pick, meaning you could make the playoffs and have a shot at being the 8th seed and having a shot at getting the first overall pick. Now then, this means that the NBA has become the first of the 4 major North American sports leagues to officially penalize its worst teams in the standings from getting the best draft choice. First one ever. Because the NBA's governors and executives and maybe coaches and maybe front office staff and maybe doctors and physicians and analytics can't be trusted to not tank. Can't be trusted. So now the teams with the 3 worst records don't have the best chance to get the first overall pick in the NBA anymore. And to essentially communicate what they're intending to do with this to the fans who are kind of confused by that, they are calling the teams with the 3 worst records, that portion of the lottery, the relegation zone. They are relegating you. You are now relegated to a worse status, just like if you don't win in the Premier League, you're relegated to a different league. They're not going to relegate you to the G League. They're just relegating you to worse odds than teams that don't make the playoffs, play-in or otherwise, and the 8th seed. Or the teams that have 9, that make the play-in game is 9 and 10. You have the same odds as those teams that made the play-in tournament. You are relegated. And the Rich Eisen Show, we have an actual photograph of what it looks like in the relegation zone. Put it up. There it is. That's the relegation zone. Might look like General Zod and his comrades from Superman 2, but really it's just, imagine 3 NBA teams trapped, hurtled into the NBA universe in deep space. That's what it is. That's the relegation zone, right? You're trapped. And also, just in case you don't understand that they mean business, because you can't be trusted to not tank, they also have now instituted a rule: no team can get the first overall pick in consecutive years, and no team can choose in the top 5 3 straight years. So they're not messing around just because you can be
That I kind of do.
1 year to be trusted in the system. They won't trust you for the next 2.
I kind of like that, no?
I mean, it's tough. Like, you take a look at how the Spurs have been built, and you take a look at how the Rockets have been built, and the Pistons have been built, where they got some top picks together in the top 5, and they're now in the playoffs. One of them is a 1 seed, might be out soon, to an 8 seed Magic team.
Who could get the number 1 pick?
Who could get the number 1 pick now? Yeah. And just in case you're wondering, what's the difference between the way it's done now, percentage-wise, and the way it's going to be done? Right now, the Wizards, Nets, and Pacers would be your relegation zone. That would be your General Zod and the rest of them, okay? Kneel before the Wizards. Well, if I'm not mistaken, General Zod once told the president to kneel in Washington, D.C.
He did.
After he got out of the relegation zone. All right.
Yes. It was...
Trying to make it somewhat understandable, okay? You don't want to be hurtled into deep NBA space.
Definitely not.
No.
Right now, the Wizards, Nets, and Pacers have a chance of winning the top pick. 14%. That would go down by 8.6%, down to 5.4.
Oh, right. Wow.
Right now, the Jazz and the Kings have an 11.5% chance being the 4-5 team. That would go down to 8.1%, which is what the rest of the non-play-in teams are in right now. That would go down to 3.4%. Memphis has an 8% chance as team number 6. That would go down by 0.1%. So there's your sweet spot. If you finish 6th, you're no worse in the new system than you are currently. So they want you to not be relegated. Try for 6th. If you stink, which is better than trying for 1 through 3 in their estimation. We can go down the list here, but, 7th is the spot where your chances are now improved in the new system.
Right.
Atlanta currently sits 7th because they have the Pelicans pick. Their chances go from 6.8 currently up to 8.1. The Mavs at 6.7 go up to 1.4. The Bulls currently at 4.5 go up to 8.1%. That's 3.6% chance. The best improvement right now would be the 10th seeded Bucks at 10, at the very bottom of the rest of the non-playing teams, as far from the relegation zone as you can get, with an 8.1% chance of getting the first overall pick. That's currently 5.1% better than they have in the current system.
So you're not incentivized to tank to be the worst team in the league. You're now incentivized to tank to be like just bad enough to not make the playoffs.
Well, it's no difference between finishing right now 6th and 10th.
But if you're
in the new system,
well, let's say,
pardon me, 4th and 10th.
But
there's no difference between finishing 4th and 10th. But if you finish bottom 3, that's a massive difference. So now there will be like you got to win to get out of that relegation zone. No one's going to be tanking in January anymore.
Well, you're going to be tanking in more creative ways, I feel. You talk about unintended consequences for new NFL rules all the time. The unintended consequences here, let's just game it out this year. So Golden State would have been incentivized to not bring Steph back to make the playoffs, to not make any moves, to not acquire Porzingis or whatever, to be just good enough to make the play-in, to get blasted, in the play-in, or maybe if they got out, they would have, probably got.
Yes, that's what.
But now you're
trying to figure this out.
But now you're incentivized to be just bad enough, but good enough to be in that 7 to 10 range.
Well, right now the Suns and the Magic have no odds in getting the first overall pick, none. Because under the new system, they would have a 2.7% chance of getting it.
Right.
Which is currently better than 11th. It's between 10th and 11th. Right?
So a team that could conceivably win a playoff series, maybe go to their conference finals, is now eligible to get the number 1 overall pick? I get we're doing something to try to fix this, but that doesn't seem really fair either.
Well, there will be loopholes that the smart people that are currently figuring out how to tank. Mm-hmm. There will be loopholes on figuring out how to not tank, but not completely tank. Like, you don't want to be completely down at the bottom of the ocean.
Right.
And the unfortunate thing is,
you're not going to Wizards or
the
Jazz.
unfortunate thing is that it has gotten to the point where the NBA needed to get in a room and look like this, right there. Okay, like Charlie Day.
Can we put Adam Silver's face on?
We could potentially do that. I don't know if we, but at least he's doing something.
Yeah, they're
and
trying
the teams
something.
are just so untrustworthy. You got to look like this to make sure that teams don't want to wind up like that.
Yeah,
in the relegation zone.
I don't understand.
It's whack, man.
You don't want to be in the relegation zone, banging against the mirror, hurtled into NBA deep space. 3 teams, 3 villains.
Wow.
You don't want to be that. Does it make a little bit more sense now? Did we map it out?
I got to be honest. I like to consider myself of at least, let's just say I'm of at least average intelligence, right? You don't, okay?
No, you're a tremendous slouch, DJ.
I don't get this, so I would imagine at least 65 to 70% of people watching and listening to this definitely don't get this.
Look up Superman. It's not fun.
No.
It's not fun. It's not easy to follow, but the NBA is
Just don't
out
stink,
of
I
options.
guess.
They're out of options.
Don't say try and win. It's not. It's not a difficult concept in sports.
If you're Adam Silver, and you've got fans who know tanking when they see it, wouldn't it be better to have fans confused over why teams are not tanking as bad anymore? Well, that's a better option to leave fans completely confused on how it works or why. All they want to know is, if I'm bringing my kids to the game, are there 5 guys fresh from the G League out there or not?
Rich, right there's the problem, okay? Tanking might not be the problem. This load management that you've been on for years now.
Right.
That's the bigger problem, especially with what you just said.
Well, they're intertwined. Load management is a fig leaf for tanking.
Yeah, but if they just could control that, maybe, the rest of this wouldn't be such a...
I think Adam Silver's just getting started, man.
Well, they want to add 2 more teams.
Yeah.
Well, listen, I think we're the only show anywhere that will explain the new 3-2-1 anti-tanking business from the NBA by roping in Caddyshack, Always Sunny in Philadelphia, and Superman 1 and 2.
I think that's obvious.
You're welcome, is basically all I'm saying.
Goes without saying.
All right, let's
Hello,
take a break.
friends. Nicholas, Player, Trevino, Sorenstam. The greats are back at the Woodlands Country Club. The Folds of Honor Greats of Golf at the Insperity, Saturday, May 9th. Get tickets at InsperityInvitational.com. Be there.
You deserve a bank that brings excellent service to your day. At Home Bank, the team is ready to help you achieve your financial goals. Visit any Greater Houston location or find more online at home24bank.com. Good for business, good for life. Home Bank, member FDIC.
Are you looking for the cheapest prices on car insurance? Then call the Cheap Car Insurance Hotline right now. Hey, you're guaranteed to save money on your car insurance. Most car insurances can be canceled at any time. That means if you find a better deal, you can switch right away. We're not just one company. We offer most of the major brands of car insurance. We're like a discount supermarket for car insurance. And it doesn't matter if you have a good record or a bad driving record. Our agents are experts at finding you the right car insurance for your needs. Our average customer saves hundreds of dollars a year when they call us to switch. So why don't you make this 100% free call right now and see how much you can save on your car insurance?
800-871-9417. 800-871-9417. 800-871-9417. That's 800-871-9417.
1976, gas was 59 cents a gallon, disco ruled the radio, and D&M Leasing opened its doors in Texas. For 50 years, Texans have trusted D&M because they make getting a vehicle easier, smarter, and often less expensive than traditional dealership experience. No negotiating, no pressure, just experts designing the right lease for your life. Call 713-290-1000 or visit dmautoleasing.com.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
The best thing about memories is they never fade and never go away. Stories from your past sit up in your head perfectly, and you can just draw from them for the rest of your life. The details don't get fuzzy, and you can share them with the people you love easily. Oh wait, that's bull. That's a heritage film. The thing that we create for families and founders to share their stories with a personal documentary film that does last forever. yourheritagefilm.com.
Hey guys, Lance here. Aqueduct Plumbing Company, they've been helping our 97.5 listeners for years, but why Aqueduct Plumbing Company, you ask? Well, many of the other well-known companies charge exorbitant prices, even for routine leaks and stoppages. Not Aqueduct Plumbing Company, and they give free estimates for repipes, tankless water heaters. They're the ones to call if you need a gas line installed or moved. They can do it all so that your gas never runs out. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com, aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
Progressive presents Perfectly Bad Excuses for Missing Stuff to spend more time on your motorcycle.
Hey, Suze, can't make it to your party. Gotta defrost some chicken. There's tenders, boneless thighs. Gotta keep an eye on it.
Now that was a bad excuse. If you love your vehicle this much, get customized coverage from Progressive, America's #1 motorcycle insurer. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in D.C.
At the Home Depot, we have all your appliance answers. And with Spring Black Friday savings, you can get up to 40% off, plus free delivery on select brands like GE Profile. Simplify your day and get the GE Profile all-in-one washer dryer with a quick 90 minutes wash and dry time. Now available in multiple color options. And a fridge with hands-free autofill that fills your cup perfectly while you prep for your day. Shop Spring Black Friday savings and get free delivery on appliance purchases of $998 or more right now at the Home Depot. Offer valid April 9th through April 29th. U.S. only. See store online for details.
John Granato with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. What an exciting time, especially for you HOA people. It is time for you to move on this because spring is coming.
Yes, and those pools are opening up by Memorial Day, so get your furniture in now so we can get it turned around and back to you in time.
What's the turnaround time?
It's going to be about 4 weeks, 3 if we're lucky.
So you got to move now, people, because spring is going to be here before you know it, and you want to be out by the pool. But not only that, what about everything around that pool that you guys can come and fix too?
Yes, so you HOA members, look at your fences, your bridge railings, your light posts. We can come out on site and get those spruced up for you.
Houston Powder Coaters. Give them a call, 281-376-3888, or go to HoustonPowderCoaters.com. You'll probably talk to Robin at some point. Houston Powder Coaters. We've been talking about them for years. We love them. HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
Back on ESPN Radio, certainly also here in Los Angeles on ESPN 710, and I've got the general manager of the Los Angeles Rams on the Rich Eisen Show simulcast, Les Snead, here on the program. All right, Les, let's just jump into this thing right here. Why did you draft C.J. Daniels in the 6th round? I'm just kidding.
Great question.
I mean, let me tell you hey, C.J., he's someone that can run a route. He knows how to run a route. Nice. He can find the hole in the zone. He's tall. He goes up and he makes contested catches.
Yep.
If you remember he might have had the best catch in football. If you go back all the way to that opening weekend of college football, Monday night, Hurricanes versus Notre Dame, and it was right there before half. Carson Beck lays one up, and he goes and OBJ's that thing for a tug right before half.
Now, in all seriousness, though, do you watching that? Because the whole country was watching it too. Do you make a note as the general manager of the Los Angeles Rams and go, okay, that's one piece of tape I don't need to watch again? I just saw that. Seriously.
I don't know if you make a note. You definitely make a mental note, and then when all of a sudden it becomes your time to put CJ under the microscope, and then you go, oh, this is his jersey number. Oh, this is the young man who made that great catch. Because sometimes you might not remember the name,
right?
But you definitely remember the play, and then when you start doing your reverse engineering and putting that player under the microscope, you'll go, oh yeah, I remember where I was at when I saw that play.
Les Snead here on the Rich Eisen Show. All right, I'm gonna throw the sports conventional wisdom in your direction about your first round draft choice that you made, Ty Simpson, and you answer the questions. The question of drafting Ty Simpson at all. Why would you do it with the 13th overall pick? Les.
Let's go that. I can't just answer it in one line. Let's break it down in systems. Probably started the year before when we got a bonus first round pick, and that pick ended up being the 13th overall. When we sat down in the offseason, and at the end of the day, Matthew Stafford saying, you know what? I want to continue chasing special with you guys. Let's call it, that's check box. That's task number one. And then at that point, we said, okay, we need to recharge that defensive backfield room, in particular the corners. But as we were going through free agency and looking at Jalen Watson, wait a minute, his teammate over there, Trent McDuffie's pretty good as well. So you start figuring out, do you sign Jalen? Okay, we'll check that off as a task. And then you start saying, can we reinforce from the draft? Well, maybe some of the better corners go before us at 13. Maybe, Trent McDuffie, there's a possibility he could be. So we end up using our original pick 29 for Trent McDuffie, really solidified, right, our let's go, our top needs, our top wants. So now that gets to pick 13. A little bit of a bonus. There's this element now. Let's call it like it is. Matthew's on his way to a Hall of Fame career. We want him to play in Los Angeles, right, as long as possible. We all know that's coming to an end at some point. Do we prepare for the future? Do we not? Do we pick a player? All of those things are in play. Oh, by the way, we do need a backup QB as well. So when we did make that move for Ty, what that did allow us to do is also think about the future. Because if you have a QB that's, toward the end, you're always going to want to save future picks for the possibility of having to use that on a quarterback. What that can allow us to do, if opportunities arise, is use those picks for either, players we can draft, or maybe veteran players like Trent McDuffie. So that's the algorithm. That's the formula. That's how we got to that pick. You can't just look at pick 13 in a silo.
Well, exactly. Certainly when there's others on the board that one would think could help you win right now with Matthew Stafford, Mekhi Lemon, Ruben Bain being another. Why stick and pick? Couldn't you have traded down, do you think? And still gotten your guys?
It's interesting. We were definitely thinking about trading down. I do think what happened right around pick 11 or 12, there was I know some players got picked, and then let's call it the interest in trading back dissipated a bit. So, but we did have a plan in place that there was a possibility we would trade back and still be able to get Ty. But once some of the better trade back scenarios dissipated, we decided to stay pat, stick with the plan, and move forward.
Well, I mean, let me pay you a compliment in bringing up the criticism of you, is that you're so good at drafting guys that can help you right now. And it doesn't matter the round. I mean, Jared Verse being the only other first-round pick other than Goff and Ty Simpson that you've made. Other picks, third-rounders, fifth-rounders, significant players for you that you could have done that with the 13th overall pick right now for Matthew Stafford. And that's one of the things that's being asked about you.
You know that we were asking ourselves that just as everyone's let's call it discussing it post draft. And that, I mean, I think I've mentioned a few times that probably starting late February, myself and Sean, and then along the way, people on the staff, coaches, things like that. We've probably all spent it on, at least on work days, right? 2 to 3 hours every morning, sitting on the couch where I'm sitting right now in my office. And it began with our team, right, where the direction we'd like to go. Then it went into the free agency preparations and plan, and then draft preparations and plan. So that spectrum of picking for the immediate versus the future is always going to be a variable that's to be discussed.
Well, in terms of the kid, what do you like about him so much? Because you're savvy, man. You know the way this works in the conversation in the world, and that you would know that this would be a post-draft conversation, one that you can obviously, survive and bear. Certainly with a team as good as the one that you currently have. But you obviously had to like him for a lot.
If we're picking him at 13, I think, there was a lot, and not just myself, there's a lot of people in our building that appreciated what Ty brought to the table as a quarterback. At the micro level, he's someone that is a quarterback. He's been trained traditionally. He's what we like to call, he can execute a passing attack. By that, I mean, there's concepts that the coaching staff's trying to design, right, to put conflicts on the defense, get people open. So hey, growing up a coach's son, also playing with Ryan Grubb there this year, who spent a year in Seattle, some pro-style concepts. It was easy to see, right, him make some of the throws, even some of the decisions, right? Not just the throw, but the decision that led to the throw, which we like to call passes. There, he's got the, I always say sneaky mobility, the ability to avoid some, let's call it some of those known passing downs when all of a sudden there's a free blitzer and there's pressure, right? Avoid that, keep his eyes down the field, make it on the throw. I say sneaky because he was a dual threat coming out. Macro level, at the macro level, he appreciated his journey, from it took him a while to start there. He went through a coaching change, went and started with Coach Saban and with Coach DeBoer, his staff. Didn't start off so well either. We were talking about the SEC. I grew up in Alabama. You lose to Florida State. You're the starting quarterback at Alabama. The sky is falling. I can tell you that next Monday through Friday is probably your worst 5 days of living in the state of Alabama. And to see him overcome it and the journey they had as they went on their road to competing for an SEC championship and earning a bid in the playoffs and winning a playoff game and all those things.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, he did win a playoff game. A lot of folks, the way that the conversation nationally has been about Ty Simpson, he would be one and done in Alabama. But then again, it's 15 starts. That's it. And, he waited such a long time to start. And it appears that he's going to wait a long time with you to start, if he does at all. You never know how things work.
You know what they say about football players? You do more practicing than playing.
Okay. So you beat me to the punch. You beat me to the punch for the. You beat me to the punch for the question, Les. You beat me to the punch. Like, how are you going to coach him up? Like, what's the plan to coach him up?
It's a little bit tough. He would probably tell you running, being a backup quarterback at Alabama against some of those defenses are as good a training as possible. I do think right, the practicing and then just years upon years of experience does lead to a version of efficacy, right, where you have proof that you can go do something. Now, on the other side of the coin, like you talk about, he's played in games where they're going to actually keep score, right, and there's going to be a winner and a loser at the end of them. He's only done 15 of those as a starter, so that's what it is. But we do appreciate the fact that when he did get his chance this year, you could tell he was ready, right? It wasn't like, he started as a freshman. And sometimes when you see younger freshman quarterbacks, you can tell there's a chance they're going to be really good. They're just not quite there yet. So he wasn't microwaved. He was kind of been, it's kind of been an oven experience for him.
Two other things for you on this front, Les. I hear he's whip smart, and that he kind of shares a similarity, brainwave, football wave with Sean McVay. Is that true?
That's definitely, I would say that. I think that to have success and to be able to thrive in a Sean McVay offensive ecosystem, you better be, as you call it, whip smart. And then, I say this, whip smart football-wise, right?
Yep. Yeah, sure. I hear you.
I'm not saying he can go be a NASA engineer. Not sure about that. Maybe he could. But I can say this.
Well, I mean,
when him and Sean talk football, it sounds like you're listening to NASA or SpaceX employees trying to put someone on Mars. I can tell you that. They're doing some physics that you didn't know exist.
Well, that's great. That's what you obviously need. And then that's the last part is the sensitivities involving your MVP quarterback as well. Where do things stand with Matthew Stafford and keeping him in the fold for as long as he wants? And how do you handle that, Les?
You know what? You definitely handle it because it's interesting, right? We're in the age of, right, AI is about to take over, but guess what? It hasn't taken over yet. Not sure it ever will. But anytime you're dealing with humans, you're going to deal with, right, those sensitive delicacies. And really it boils down to communication, boils down to working through things, explaining the visions and all that. And that's what we're doing. And Matthew's I would say this, Matthew's very, very smart. He understands, he can comprehend, right, the big picture. And at the end of the day, Matthew's, if you talk about someone with efficacy, right, he has a resume, he's done it. Right. So it's not like, I'm nervous, right? Anything like that. Matthew's done it. And now it's just how much more do we want to do it? How much more do we want to chase special? So I think at the end of the day, Ty's going to learn a lot more from Matthew than what Matthew has to go through in our decision.
One other thing, too, in your draft, you chose Max Clare out of Ohio State, a tight end. Is this we were talking about it just yesterday, on the program with Greg Olson about the proliferation of tight ends. Can't have enough of those now anymore. And in your offense, are you a collector of tight ends now? Just, you know what I mean? Because it's just sometimes you got 3 out there in your offense.
This is a good story. When we evolved, and it occurred organically last year, and we went to 13 personnel. So think about it. We'll put it into numbers. Last year, we had 4 tight ends on our active roster. So if you have 4 up, right, and you're in 13 personnel and you're playing a lot more. So this was more than just, let's call it a 6-snap package, right? This became significant snaps. But if you ever, let's just say at the end of the day, one of those 4 tight ends, and it occurred last year, had a soft tissue injury, was going to miss a couple of weeks. Now, all of a sudden, you have 3 up on game day, and you're relying on all 3 of those to do all of your 13 personnel package plays. Well, what if you lose one of those, right, to some sort of attrition during the game? Now 13 personnel's out, so because you only have 2 tight ends up, and you're down to 11 and 12. So in numbers, you can get the math there. You can see why it's very important. And as we keep evolving, and I say that, Sean, and that package, having, let's call it a 5th tight end, and having 5 that can actually come in and contribute and give us an edge was very important.
Interesting.
Even though it's not the sexiest thing to do, let's call it from a fan standpoint.
Yeah, but I mean, that personnel, that formation is the basis off of which everything else works. Right.
Yeah, I think a lot of teams probably looked at that. I'm not saying everyone's going to go 13. Maybe you bring back the tight end, but I do think, and you'd have to fact check me on that. Someone did mention to me that maybe there were more tight ends picked on day 2 of the draft than there's ever been.
That's correct. That's a fact. That's true.
So there was a run on tight ends, and you can. It's one of those things in the league when a multiple tight end package works. I think other teams will look at it and go, well, if that works, maybe we can implement that into our ecosystem as well.
Last one for you, Les, before you hit the road here. Your relationship with Sean McVay that got called into question for about 24 hours before he showed up and called himself Mr. Grumpy. I
tell people all the time that that's Sean on a Tuesday as he's preparing to try to, come up with a plan to maybe put another team in conflict and try to score more points than him. But at the end of the day, that hey, our relationship, we're in lockstep. We've been together 10 years. There's, as I mentioned, we've been together now for at least 2 hours every morning. And it stopped probably on Wednesday before the draft, but from late February to right there before the draft, we spend 2 to 3 hours every morning together, preparing for that night. So, hey, we're brothers. We'll be brothers till the end.
Les, thanks for the time, man. Appreciate it. We'll connect down the road. Thanks for the time, pal. Really appreciate it. That's Les Snead, the general manager of the Los Angeles Rams, as he heads off onto his rest of his Wednesday. Today's a Wednesday, right?
Yes. Wednesday. Okay. Hair look good.
Did you get the answers to your questions?
I mean, you get it when they explain the process. You understand it. It's just,
Bottom line is, you could see, hey, Reuben Bain's there and Mekhi Lemon's there, and
yep.
And as much as you say, Sean doesn't play rookies, he played Jared Verse because Les nailed it, because that's what he does with his draft choices. When he doesn't F them, he gets it done. But at the end of the day, they like this kid a lot.
I get it, but if we fast forward to January and they get bounced early, but if Bain is rookie of the year, you're like, oh, man. Would have been nice.
And they get bounced early because they don't have a pass rush,
right?
Like you're going to start, you're going to start connecting dots all the way from the 13th overall pick to here. What if Ty Simpson beats out Stetson Bennett for the backup? Matthew can't answer the bell and he wins the game. Crazier things have happened.
Crazier things,
right? You know what I mean? But and at the end of the day, they like him. And in the same way, you in all your years water skiing behind yachts in
the Patriots
Gillette Stadium.
Drafted quarterbacks every single year.
Well, but all I'm saying is the years and years and years where you were duck boat parading and it was all great in the Foxborough hood. You went through a lot of in Bill We Trust. You're sitting there going, all right, really? And then roster moves get made, and things go a little bit crazy in the draft.
A lot of questionable draft picks.
Exactly. And that didn't work out as much towards the end.
Yeah.
But throughout, there was a lot of like, really? Are we doing that? Logan Mankins? Really? Remember that one?
Yeah.
How'd he turn out?
He was a beast.
Okay. So the Rams fans in this one pick have reached the in-less and Sean we trust phase. They have to.
There's a difference there, you realize.
What's the difference? Is that one had multiple trophies in the case?
A whole lot of jewelry as opposed to
okay, but in this day and age, there's, with the exception of the Chiefs, not many, and I guess the Eagles over a span of about 5 years, no multiple winning franchises. The Rams, though, won one and have been pretty damn good for years and could have won it again this year, And to lessen the rest of the Rams' points is like it's not like they came away with nothing in the first round. Trent McDuffie is a fantastic football player who might solidify that back end and make the defense make that front seven even more ferocious because they can get to the quarterback who's holding on to the ball longer, who's not torching them on the back end.
Yeah, but you would conceivably punted on a spot 16 picks higher than, the McDuffie pick.
Understood. I get it. It's going to be a conversation.
For years.
They can handle it. Long-term deals and a lot of success. But the Rams fans have reached the in less and Sean we trust phase with this one pick. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. I have a power ranking still to come of the 10 players in the draft who will live up to the billing the most. That's coming up. Kellen Moore, head coach of the Saints. Chase Crawford of the Boys in studio.
No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at ownwell.com/terms. Estimate based on your neighborhood average and individual results may vary.
When I saw how high my property tax bill was, I was shocked. We couldn't afford this. But I discovered Ownwell. Ownwell reduced my property taxes and saved me over $1,000.
Your property taxes aren't set in stone. They can be protested, and they can be reduced. But instead of filing protests yourself and very possibly losing your appeal, Ownwell does it all for you. And we give you the best chance to win and save big. Ownwell has reduced property taxes for hundreds of thousands of Texans and put money back in their pocket, and you can be one of them. And unlike other companies that take half of whatever you save, Ownwell charges just 25%, and that's only if you save.
Now I don't worry about my property taxes. Ownwell reduces it every year.
Don't wait. The deadline to protest is May 15th for most counties. Save money on your property taxes with Ownwell. Sign up in less than 3 minutes at ownwell.com. That's ownwell.com. Ownwell.com.
Chances are, if you've been to a few weddings, corporate events, rodeo committee gatherings, or charity dinners over the years, you've enjoyed Damaris Catering.
Yanni Damaris here. Most people know Damaris Barbecue. Our family's been at it since 1964. Well, Damaris Catering has been around since the early 70s. We do events from 20 people to 5,000, serving a variety of cuisines to cater at any event.
From no tie to bow tie, it's taken care of. Damaris Catering. Find them at damaris.com.
Offer not valid in all states or prohibited by law. Loans are subject to lender approval. See website for details.
Honey, I'm paying the bills. Now with rent due, we're only able to pay the minimum on our credit cards, and money's going to be very tight.
Geez, it feels like we can never get ahead. We need cash help.
Maybe it's time to go to 89fastcash.com.
A personal loan? With our bad credit?
89fastcash.com helps people with any type of credit, even bad credit, get up to $5,000.
Any type of credit? But we need money now.
Well, that's the best part. With 89fastcash.com, you can be approved in minutes, and the money can be in our bank account as fast as tomorrow.
Tomorrow? Wow.
At 89fastcash.com, you can be approved for up to $5,000, regardless of your credit history, and you can do it right from your phone.
Honey, we're approved. It was fast, easy, and we'll have our money tomorrow.
Oh, amazing.
When you need cash help, go to 89fastcash.com. That's 89fastcash.com. 89fastcash.com.
Let's be honest, some days just hit different. Good people, good vibes, a solid round of golf, and a cigar to match. That's what Clubs and Sticks is all about. Bring together golf, cigars, and a lifestyle built around the experience. Whether you're on the course or after the round, or just enjoying the moment, it's not just a game, it's about how you live it. Join the lifestyle at clubsandsticks.net. Follow us on Instagram at Clubs and Sticks. And always remember to swing one, smoke one.
Attention, fellow conservative investors. What does the name Reagan mean to you? It stands for being the ultimate conservative. It also stands for the Reagan Gold Group. Do you see storm clouds approaching? The stock market hates uncertainty, and there are plenty of reasons to be concerned. High inflation, unstable debt, and economic uncertainty are just a few. You have car insurance, homeowners insurance, and life insurance. But do you have insurance for your retirement savings and your 401k? We urge all fellow conservative investors to learn about the one asset that could help ensure your nest egg doesn't crack under economic pressure. G-O-L-D, gold. Call the one name any conservative investor needs to know about. Reagan Gold Group.
800-414-1657. 800-414-1657. 800-414-1657. That's 800-414-1657.
Back here on the show, I found it interesting also to ask Les about roster building with all those tight ends. I know that's really deep X's and O's conversation.
But they do have a lot of tight ends.
Well, but his point is that one goes down, you can't run a certain personnel set in the way that you want it, and then what happens in your game if that's the way you game plan, so keep having them. And he's right. The night two had, I believe it was 7 tight ends taken on night 2, which is a record. And we had a record tying 17 wide receivers taken in the first 3 rounds. So you see the way this is all going here on the in the National Football League. So you want to talk about your Philadelphia 76ers? You want to do that, TJ Jefferson? How do you feel?
You know, when the series started, I said all I wanted was one game. Series, because I thought.
So now you've doubled your pleasure.
I thought that's as good as it could possibly get.
How about 2 games in Boston?
Now they're starting to give me hope. And I don't want hope. I really don't.
Why?
Hope is a dangerous thing.
Because then it's like I'm setting myself up to get my heart broken, to get my feelings hurt.
One home game away from getting going for Game 7.
And I think if you watched the game yesterday, and I've said this for years, guys, that like if you truly love basketball, we were robbed of a healthy Joel Embiid. The dude's skill set is unmatched for a man of his size, and it almost stinks, Chris, to sit back and watch him last night when he still can't jump. You know, the athleticism has pretty much been taken away with his bad knees, and yet the dude is still able to put up a game like he did last night. Now, can he do it back-to-back games?
Right.
That's the issue, and I don't know if he has that in him.
Yeah, it feels like Embiid is at the point now, and you're right. Such a beast. His MVP season probably should have 2 MVPs.
Yeah.
Him and Jokic probably should have switched, the years that they won. But he's kind of I'm not as good as I once was, but I'm as good once as I ever was. And that's kind of what we saw last night.
That's a good one there.
To kind of carry Philly, and now it's kind of anybody's series.
What do you think?
In a weird way.
Are you nervous? Because you're the one saying that the Rockets are going to start making a run on the Lakers.
A little nervous. The Celtics, this team not constructed for a deep playoff run. This was supposed to be a gap year.
Right.
Mannix was here at the beginning of the season. They don't want to make the playoffs. They want to be in the lottery because the draft is so deep. Well, here they are, favorites still to win the East, and they're the ultimate. If the threes go in, they're going to rout you and look amazing. And last night, missed 9 free throws. They missed 27 threes, and you kind of get what you get. You lose by double digits as a double-digit favorite. And it's a frustrating thing about being a Celtics fan in this kind of era of we're going to shoot 53s, and if we make them, great, we're awesome. And if not, you kind of get what happens. Last night, Jaylen Brown is kind of struggling a little bit. Derek White has been terrible in this series. And so we'll see what happens. Ironically, this team kind of plays better on the road, so maybe it kind of suits us to go into Philly and close this out. But, yes, I'm worried.
I got you.
Thank you.
I didn't know I should be sitting here saying that the Knicks should be the ones getting the Magic. I didn't know that.
Knicks look great.
Yeah.
Yeah, Knicks look great.
I think it's going to come down to I'm I'd
By
love
the way, the Magic are pretty tough. If they move on, I'm not going to sit here and.
Well, this is what we said yesterday. This is the team we thought was going to, at the beginning of the season, this is a top 4 team in the East, kind of a lock. They could go on a run with Paolo taking a leap, and they kind of really struggled all year. Had to play in the play-in, and now they look like world beaters.
What if the Knicks wind up being the only team in the first round in the Eastern Conference to have home court advantage to advance? Whew. What would those odds have been on your computer over there?
Yeah, pretty good.
But right now, that's in the ether.
But you don't trust your coach.
Looked pretty damn good last night.
Yeah, was it because of him? Or?
And the Knicks could have easily taken both in Atlanta.
Yep. Oh, they lost each game by 1 point.
Well, they won.
Well, they won. The games that they've lost have been by 1 point.
That's correct. Okay.
No Durant tonight.
I know. So the Lakers are. I mean, what is going on with that? And word is that that Luka might not be back for round 2 either.
Right. But Reeves tonight.
I think, yeah.
Yeah, Reeves tonight.
Lakers in the downtown Hoops Dojo could take this thing down, move on.
Also, shout out to the New York celebrities. They've overtaken L.A. as like the celebrity courtside.
Yeah, you see, they were like
goats.
celebrating like they were the 13th man on the roster.
Yeah. But that lineup, it was Tracy Morgan, Tina Fey, Chalamet, Kylie, and Ben Stiller. LA's not rolling that out tonight, are they?
Well, I mean, no one can rhyme like that. Tina Fey and Chalamet. You know what I mean?
Good. Did Jack show up tonight? He just had his birthday last week.
89.
Woof.
Jack's 89.
That would be impressive.
Yeah, that would be great. Jack on the Celebrity Row this evening. We'll see. He might be saving his one appearance for the second round.
Yeah, perhaps. Yeah.
Against against the Thunder.
Yeah. Jack might want to get it out tonight for a win.
Yeah, go tonight. Go for it.
Hour number 2, my power rankings of the surefire draftees and Kellen Moore.
Place your next bet at the DraftKings Sportsbook inside the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. Catch all the action and immerse yourself in over 3,200 square feet of LED screens. Wager, watch, and win in the sleekest setting with the best odds. Order your favorite game day bites and sip on an award-winning cocktail at your game day headquarters. Only at the DraftKings Sportsbook, Louisiana's largest sportsbook at the Golden Nugget Casino, Lake Charles. A 2-hour drive from Houston. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Please call 1-877-770-STOP.
Be sure to listen to Rocket Power with me, Joe George, and Sean Mapes as we break down and discuss all things Rockets. You can find Rocket Power on ESPN Houston's YouTube channel and right here, Fridays at 6 p.m. Rocket Power is presented by D&M Leasing.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Hi, this is Kirsten Stokes with Stokes Hardware, where your old school service isn't gone. It's our specialty. Our knowledgeable team knows plumbing, painting, and power tools inside and out. Whether you're fixing a leak, starting a project, or need the right tool for the job, we'll walk you through it. Skip the big box runaround. Shop local, shop smart, shop Stokes Hardware. Find us on Instagram, Facebook, and online at StokesHardware.com. Stokes Hardware, real help, real expertise.
Houston is Soccer City, USA, and World Cup 2026 is coming our way. Join me, Glenn Davis, every Tuesday and Wednesday, 6 Central Time, for Soccer Matters ESPN 97.5, presented by the Daspit Law Firm.
Bring the whole family out and enjoy 5 days of fun on the river when Neches Federal Credit Union presents the Port Neches River Fest, April 29th through May 3rd. Enjoy live thunder on the Neches powerboat racing at its best from the banks of the Neches River at Port Neches Riverfront Park. Check out 5 days of carnival rides with daily ride wristbands available. Big-time entertainment headlined by Big Daddy Weave, Tyler Halverson, and Casey Donahue. Brought to you by Giglio in Classic Southeast Texas. It's the Port Neches River Fest, Wednesday, April 29th through Sunday, May 3rd. For more info, visit pnriverfest.com.
Hi, this is Harold Gunn.
And this is Bill Olson. Texas Outdoor News is the longest-running, most award-winning outdoor radio show in the state for a lot of good reasons.
We bring you the latest news and information about hunting and fishing across our great state and beyond.
And our guests are who's who from industry, government, and the field.
Texas Outdoor News is brought to you by Ford Trucks and your best in Texas Ford dealers. Join us Saturday mornings at 6, Sunday at 7 on ESPN 97.5.
Hey guys, Nick of Nick's Place here to talk about sports.
Enough about sports. This is Cindy, and what my husband fails to mention is that not only do we have all of the sports packages for the sports enthusiast, but we also have Sip and Paint every Wednesday night from 6 to 8, karaoke Friday nights from 9 to 1, and amazing brunch every Saturday and Sunday until 3. So come on out and express your artistic side while watching sports.
Supplies provided, no time needed. It's Nick's Place since 1993, Rocky Ridge and Westheimer.
Let's go! ESPN 97.5, presented by Zata Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2, Mont Bellevue, Houston, a Gal media station.
Hey, you know what show I love?
The Rich Eisen Show.
I had some secret meetings with Coach McVay.
From the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles.
Why all the secrets? It's messy, so you keep it quiet to the point where one coach plays Mr. Grumpy.
Earlier on the show, Rams general manager Les Snead. Coming up, Saints head coach Kellen Moore. Actor Chase Crawford. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Hour number 2 of the Rich Eisen Show is on the air. So I want you to tell me the name of the movie you'd like to see. Exactly. I don't know why I'm starting the hour this way.
Hello, and welcome to Movie Phone.
I mean, I don't know why I started with a Seinfeld line like that, but I just did. Guilty.
Yeah, works.
Speaking of guilty.
Yeah, uh-oh.
844-204-RICH is the number to dial on.
Jerry Seinfeld birthday today?
Is it really? No. That's right, it is.
Yeah.
It is
72.
Get out of here.
Get out.
Get out. Oh, no kidding.
Wow.
All right. Happy birthday, Jerome.
Jerome's in the house.
Watch your mouth.
That was something else. But Ray Romano was here yesterday.
Yep.
And as he was leaving, he said that he was watching Seinfeld's appearance on this show on the way down. I have no idea why. He was watched, by the way.
Wow.
If you want to be like Ray Romano, youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show to see our full archive.
Get it.
Talking about how when Jerry was here, they were wondering if I did, in fact, change any of the layout of the set. Because Jerry was joking about how my desk was high and he was low. And, you know, and I will just never forget that moment because he got up.
He did.
And he stood over me to give me an idea of what it would be like to sit in the guest chair.
When was he here? I have photos of that.
That was back in May a couple of years ago, I think.
I like Rich Eisen. I find him accessible.
And I will just never forget looking up like this and just seeing one of the most famous faces of somebody who I, idolize.
It was pretty funny.
Just staring at me. And all I could see was just the lights around Jerry Seinfeld's face.
He was like,
and it was just like, what do I do with this as a host right now? I'll never forget that. And then he dropped that line on the Weekend Update, days later.
That's a shame.
Because he was he was the guy who did too much press.
Yeah, almost 2 years. May 2nd, 24.
There you go. Almost 2 years.
Yeah, almost 2 years.
Okay, well, anyway, happy birthday, Jerry Seinfeld.
Yeah, man.
As a matter of fact, I think he was here on his 70th birthday. That's when he recorded that.
Oh, did we pre-tape that?
Yeah, because he was here, and we just we gave him the whole hour. Yeah.
Wow.
That happened. And I remember I had to go fly out somewhere right afterwards. and he was talking to his guy, Tom Keeney, my guy, too, from back in the day of Michigan. And they were chatting in our garage. And I remember saying goodbye to him in our green room. And then saying goodbye to him in our green room. And then I came back out to the set to get something. And then I went back into the green room where he still was, and I'm just like, "Hey, man, thanks again." And then I go to to hop in a car to go to the airport, and he was in our garage, and I purposefully didn't go out that way because he was standing out there, and I didn't want to say goodbye to him again. And I saw we locked eyes as I was getting into the car, and he just looks at me, and goes, "You said goodbye 5 times. Just go." But that was him standing over me. Huh?
That was yeah.
You took a picture of that from your
seat? I took a picture from my seat because it was like, you've never seen that before. He's just standing behind you. Yeah, I'll send it back.
Okay. How do I transition from that to my power rankings?
I don't know.
Just do it? Okay. We're still in the afterglow of the draft. Kellen Moore, the head coach of the New Orleans Saints, will join us. He now has Jordan Tyson on his program, getting set to catch passes from Tyler Shuck. And, there's questions about who got drafted and how well they're going to do and how much time they're going to play and all that sort of stuff. And with a power rankings, as I do every single Wednesday before the draft with my Come At Me mock.
Come at me.
I guess come at me now because I'm giving you the power ranking of players that will live up to the billing the most.
Oh, okay.
Presented by SoFi. Hit it. Power rankings.
There are many like it, but this one is mine.
Power rankings.
All right, here's my power rankings of the NFL draftees that will live up to the billing. Presented by SoFi. Now, you may be asking, how am I going to come up with this sort of stuff? And if you are, I appreciate that. Because you're curious about my process.
Yeah, for sure.
And I don't just, throw darts at the board. I see these kids at the combine. I hear the way people talk about them. I know the teams. I know the systems. I know the coaches. And I also have a gut and feel. So sometimes I'm throwing a dart. All right? Not to get all aggressive. Number 10. It's Mekhi Lemon. Philadelphia Eagles. I think he's going to get some playing time. I think this is the last piece of the puzzle. And the puzzle being, are they trading A.J. Brown? You bet they are.
Yeah, for sure.
And this kid has the height, weight, speed, and apparently game comp of Amon-Ra St. Brown. And if the Eagles drafted the next Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Oh, gosh.
Sorry, TJ.
I mean, seriously.
I got Caleb down, so I'm good with it.
But it's like Aaron Paul. They can't keep getting away with this.
They just...
If they drafted that in a rookie, because there's also Hollywood Brown, along with Devontae Smith to take the top of the defense off, and then there's Dontavian Wicks doing his thing in between numbers. Mekhi Lemon's 10. Number 9 might be a little low, but this is just me having, I'm 56 years old, so I'm going to do the math. A half century of battle scars here. I'm putting David Bailey here. I don't know how quickly he's going to get up to speed, but you take a look at this kid's resume. I mean, I'll just keep repeating the same thing over and over again. Why not? I mean, he got through Stanford in 3 years. And that's not like professors like, all right, I'll let you slide because you play football.
Right.
Okay, and then he's like, you know what? I've enjoyed my time here. I've gotten my education. I want the bag. So he goes to Texas Tech, which has the deepest bag maybe in college football, at least last year. And he winds up leading the FBS in sacks. And when you look at this century, only 5 players have been selected top 10 after leading the FBS in sacks in a season. Okay? And their other names are Will Anderson Jr., Chase Young, Von Miller, Terrell Suggs, Julius Peppers. And the Jets are going to stick him out there and say, go hunt. But he's a Jet still. I'm sorry to say that. So he's only 9 on the list. Number 8 on the list is a guy who's taken 4th overall, Carnell Tate. I think he's going to live up to the billing. He'd be higher if I could just see, if I saw a little bit more from Cam Ward last year, right? Brian Daboll, I think, is going to know what to do with him. It's also highly impressive that he's the first Ohio State player to have heard his name on Thursday night. I'm putting Carnell Tate here.
I like that.
Number 7, this guy was one of the sharpied, mock drafted players, and yet the Minnesota Vikings passed on him and let the Bears get him.
Huge.
Dylan Thieneman, I think, is going to have a role, and I think the Bears are going to know what to do with him. You know what I'm saying?
I like it.
Their defensive coordinator is pretty damn good.
Well, they had a huge need at safety.
And they need him, and he's going to be the guy for the Bears on defense.
Great value.
So I like Dylan Thieneman 7. Number 6, I don't know how much time he's going to get his first season, but I'm putting Fernando Mendoza here.
Oh.
I think he will live up to the billing.
Interesting.
I just don't know if it's going to be this year. But I believe in this kid, man.
Should we yell at each other like DJ and...
No, I mean, that was... I don't think either of them would argue that he's going to live up to the billing. They were arguing over when he's going to do it or get the opportunity to do it. But I say he's going to live up to the billing. I think he is. Again, we're all looking at him like, is he Caleb Williams? You know? Is he Andrew Luck? Like, is he first overall worthy? Well, in this draft, he certainly was. And the Raiders are going to use him. Now to my top 5. This was the one that stuck out to Coop when I showed him the list this morning.
Okay.
Because I'm putting an offensive lineman here. And I'm putting not just an offensive lineman, but an interior offensive lineman. Venga Ioane is number 5. I love this guy. And I understand Ravens fans were like, wait a minute, we could have had Mekhi Lemon. Wait a minute, we could have had Reuben Bain. The same stuff that Rams fans might have been asking. Let me tell you about this kid from Penn State. Again, I saw him at the Combine, and I'm like turning to Daniel Jeremiah during almost every commercial break game. Wow, this guy is awesome. And he is going to be right there in the middle of that offensive line in Baltimore for as long as he's healthy. He's awesome. And if you ask any evaluator, give me the top 5, forget about live up to the billing, gold jacket guys in this draft. I bet you most would name this kid. So he's 5. Number 4, they know how to coach up the position there, and I know they don't sign him long-term there, but Mansour Delane in Kansas City is number 4 here. I think he is going to live up to the billing. I think Spags knows what to do. I think he's going to be really friggin' good. And I think right away, because you know they're going to start him.
Oh, yeah, he's out there week 1.
All right, he's number 4. Yeah. Number 3 is Sonny Styles. We've got Dan Quinn on tomorrow's program. I bet you we're going to find it. If Sean McVay was Mr. Grumpy, he will be the opposite. He'll be the polar opposite.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah. Wearing his excitement.
There's no doubt. There is no doubt he's going to be...
he's going to be everywhere.
Everywhere.
Yeah.
In my mind. Yeah. You know? And I imagine Bobby Wagner is still there, correct? Or he may not be.
He's still,
I don't know about
he's still
that.
floating out.
Okay.
I think he's still a free agent.
Sonny Styles is number 3. Number 2, sir, is your guy.
2?
Yeah.
Who?
Yeah.
Well, he wears number 2. So.
2 might be low.
Yeah.
He's good.
2 is I think, right where I'm putting him here when you hear who number 1 is. Caleb Downs.
Oh, I know number
1. 100% when he was playing the last 2 years for the Ohio State and even in Alabama, everyone's like, this guy is going to be, he's already a professional player. When we saw him at the Combine, did he not come across as like he's already a pro?
Absolutely. Sounded like it.
Man, Dallas got themselves a massive
That's
piece.
a huge win, TJ.
Come on, baby.
That was awesome.
Might be the biggest piece they've drafted on defense since Micah, and we'll find out how much more.
So he'll be traded in 3 years.
Laugh all you want. Hopefully there's no handshake agreement. And he's already, as Brian Schottenheimer pointed out to the NFL Network on our broadcast the other day, he's already, I'm aware the Giants and Commanders passed on.
Woo!
Yeah, you should be fired up.
Oh, I am.
And then number one, my top NFL draftee who will live up to the billing. He's playing in the NFC West and was chosen by a team with a very high draft choice. And we're all wondering, are they really going to use this high a draft choice on this kid in the NFC West? And the answer was yes. It's Ty Simpson. Ty Simpson is number one on what?
Stop it.
What do you mean?
Wait a second. That's not Robbins.
It's Ty Simpson.
Stop it.
All right. It's Jeremiah Love.
Thank you.
Okay. I was nodding my head. I'm like, wait a second.
Come on.
It's Jeremiah Love.
Good troll.
I mean, he's playing in the NFC West. Everyone's wondering, are they really going to take him that high?
True.
That position? When they already have? I should have even said when they already have. They already got.
They had the vulture. They have Tyler.
Mike LaFleur said it yesterday. I will never be upset about having too many good football players on my team. Doesn't matter the position.
This dude's going to be a monster. Where are you taking him in fantasy?
Great question. I don't know, man.
First round?
I still have the scars of saying,
the scars of Genty?
I'll take Ashton Genty. Yeah, Scars of Genty would be a great fantasy football team name.
I have it too.
But Jeremiah Love's number one. I think, a lot of folks had him the best football player in the draft, and you can't deny it.
Yeah.
Again, meeting him at the Combine too.
Yeah, he's a cool kid.
Monster.
But that is my top player in the NFL draft who will live up to the billing. And those power rankings I just delivered to you are brought to you by SoFi. Get your money right. I understand I left Arvell Reese off. I left off, Tyson, who we'll talk about with his head coach coming up next.
Yeah. I like to point out that Caleb Downs won't be getting vultured on any play, so maybe he should have been number one. Is all.
Really, in all seriousness, if you put your car flag or whatever you have over there away,
car flag. It's a full-on flag.
All right, if you put your
car flag,
if you put your full-on flag away,
it's a rope.
You would say Caleb Downs is more of a surefire. It's going to be live up to the billing than Jeremiah Love.
Listen, I don't claim to be an expert, but I do listen to what all the experts had to say throughout this 3-month period, and they all said Caleb Downs was the man. So I got to listen to them.
All right. So the flag is out.
I kind of think so, too.
Am I wrong? Am I wrong?
You do think so?
People that know more than me have
But if you're flip-flopping them, that's not, a dig on either of them.
It is not.
It is not.
Listen, heavy lies the crown.
Of your power.
Of those who put the
That's
power
right. He's just going to make note of this light same way
great.
The Giants and the Washington football team.
Great.
So, yeah.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is just driving the kids to soccer practice. Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Because when you're hauling kids, gear, snacks, and backpacks, space absolutely matters, and so does comfort. Just make sure they keep their dirty cleats off the clean seats. This all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid can be yours by visiting HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for details. Kellen Moore, the head coach of the New Orleans Saints, coming up next right here on The Rich Eisen Show.
Dave Matthews Band is coming to the Cynthia Woods Mitchell Pavilion, sponsored by Huntsman. Friday, May 8th. On sale at LiveNation.com. Don't miss Dave Matthews Band Live. Presented by the Cynthia Woods Mitchell Pavilion, sponsored by Huntsman, and part of the Xfinity Concert Series.
Hello, friends. The greats are back in town. Join Jack Nicklaus, Gary Player, Lee Trevino, Annika Sorenstam, and more. Returning to the Woodlands, the Folds of Honor, Greats of Golf at the Insperity Invitational, presented by United Healthcare. One day only, Saturday, May 9th. The Woodlands Country Club Tournament Course. Get your tickets at InsperityInvitational.com. Be there.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. At Twin Peaks, your favorite drafts are poured at a frosty 29 degrees, and rare barrel-aged whiskeys are served just the way you want them. It's bigger game days, UFC and wall-to-wall TVs. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes through in the clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar. Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
Offer not valid in all states or prohibited by law. Loans are subject to lender approval. See website for details.
Honey, I'm paying the bills. Now with rent due, we're only able to pay the minimum on our credit cards, and money's going to be very tight.
Geez, it feels like we can never get ahead. We need cash help.
Maybe it's time to go to 89fastcash.com.
A personal loan with our bad credit?
89fastcash.com helps people with any type of credit, even bad credit, get up to $5,000.
Any type of credit? But we need money now.
Well, that's the best part. With 89fastcash.com, you can be approved in minutes, and the money can be in our bank account as fast as tomorrow.
Tomorrow? Wow.
At 89fastcash.com, you can be approved for up to $5,000, regardless of your credit history, and you can do it right from your phone.
Honey, we're approved. It was fast, easy, and we'll have our money tomorrow.
Oh, amazing.
When you need cash help, go to 89fastcash.com. That's 89fastcash.com. 89fastcash.com.
Danny, what's on your mind?
Clara, I'm thinking about Canada.
It's a beautiful place. When do you want to go?
I wasn't planning on actually going there.
Uh-oh. I can see the wheels turning in your mind.
Canada is buying back 2,500 different models of firearms from their citizens.
Well, what does that have to do? You're planning to buy all those, aren't you?
I'm going to do my best.
You're just going to pick up the phone and call the Canadian government?
No, I've hired a couple of ex-U.S. attorneys. They've got experience talking to governments of other countries.
You're serious about this, aren't you?
It would be a shame to destroy all of those when we've got collectors here in Texas who would love to have them.
The best gun shops in America are in Texas, of course. Collector Firearms. Right on the corner at Whiff Timer in Voss and Houston on Alpha Road in Dallas. One block east of the tollway. Collector Firearms.
Streaming TV is where it's at. It's not about cutting the cord anymore. That's old news. It's all about your customized TV options. With the best and cheapest high-speed internet and your own TV subscriptions, we've got your dream TV lineup. Between wired and satellite internet and TV, you now have tons of options. Save money and get more internet speed and better TV today by calling the Whole Home Connect. We scan your location and offer you the best TV and internet options. And we always have specials and promotions. So when you call, ask about that. Take 5 minutes of your time, make this free call now, and learn how to save money and get better internet and TV for your home anywhere in the U.S. Make this simple and free call now.
800-214-6191. 800-214-6191. 800-214-6191. That's 800-214-6191.
Small business owners, does your bank get your life? Does it let you switch from your personal to your business account with a tap? Or let you give your CPA direct access? We do. Let's get more from money. Switch to Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
Houston is Soccer City, USA, and World Cup 2026 is coming our way. Join me, Glenn Davis, every Tuesday and Wednesday, 6 Central Time for Soccer Batters ESPN 97.5, presented by the Daspit Law Firm.
Everyone needs to take care of their mental health, even running back Bijan Robinson.
When I'm on the field and feeling the pressure, I usually just take a deep breath. When I'm just breathing and seeing what's in front of me, everything just slows down. It just makes me feel great before I run the play.
Just like Bijan, we all need a strong mental game on and off the field. Make a game plan for your mental health at loveyourmindplaybook.org.
Love your mind.
Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Foundation, the Arthur M. Blank Family Foundation, and the Ad Council.
Fantastic. Kellen Moore here on the Rich Eisen Show. Our radio audience has just returned here on the program after your second draft as a head coach. The 8 minutes, did that feel like cardio? Like going?
It was quick. It was good. I loved it.
You did like it. You liked it?
I love it on our side of it. I don't know if everyone else loved it, but yeah, let's just keep this thing moving.
Why? Because you knew Jordan. It's sort of as soon as you saw Jordan Tyson on the board, that was it. It's a wrap.
Yeah, it took us about 5 seconds. As soon as Jordan Tyson was there, everyone looked around and said, "All right." So, hey, we had the 8th pick, and we've gone through every scenario up to that point. I mean, we were pretty much just hey, how it played out, we knew what was going to happen.
Was Mickey even sitting around saying, hold on a minute, let's see if the phone rings? Did that happen?
It wasn't long, no. We were pick and stick right there when Jordan became available.
Well, and I appreciate the sensibility about that. But I'll ask you anyway, what did you like about him? Why were you just so, this is our guy, as soon as he's there, we're taking him, end of story?
Yeah, we felt good about the whole process, just talking to him. And obviously everyone's going to put a lot of stock into the injuries that occurred in his college career. But, we just really enjoyed his film. And the more time we spent around him through this whole draft process, the more we really enjoyed that, and feel like he'll be a great guy to put in that receiver room. We're building the strength in that receiver room, which is a big opportunity for us.
Yeah, and you saw the emotion obviously pouring out of him standing next to the commissioner. What did you see on his tape that you're like, I can work with that?
Yeah, his versatility, I think, is huge. He can play all over the field, plays a number of spots. I think his release plan, his ability to attack the football, he just does everything right. So, he's coming to this league. He knows he's got to grow and get better. But I love, even his willingness to get into the blocking, in the perimeter. So, we got the right kind of guy.
Yeah, I hear you. And so when you're moving along, you use your next pick on a defensive tackle. You shopped at the Georgia store for your next two picks.
Exactly.
What'd you like out of Kristen Miller here?
Yeah. Just a really, really talented player inside. Love his energy, love his juice, and you get to know the Christian a little bit. He's had a huge impact on that program. So, hey, I'm a quarterback guy. I know, hey, put a bunch of big guys inside and, push the pocket. It makes it hard on these quarterbacks in this league. And so his ability to stop the run and push the pocket in the pass game will be a benefit to us.
And then we've already mentioned Oscar Delp. You took a guard out of Auburn and Jeremiah Wright, and then you stopped at the sibling store here. Next up, you got You got Trey's brother Bryce, and then obviously Sonny Styles' brother Lorenzo Jr. Let's walk one by one here. What does Bryce Lane bring to you at the wide receiver position, do you think?
Yeah, Bryce really became a pleasant surprise for him to still be available at that point. Felt like his juice and his speed obviously shows up on film, and coming from a really good program in North Dakota State. He's got a great experience there. And so, we'll bring him into this receiver room. Again, we felt like, hey, this is a great opportunity to double down on receivers, build a strength for our program. And so we were really excited about getting him. And so that was great. And then, with Lorenzo's got such a unique experience. He played receiver, transitioned to defense. His special team stuff really showcased itself. And so we feel like, hey, he can create a really valuable role on special teams while still continuing to develop as a defensive player. I think he played a little bit last year, certainly at Ohio State, and when he played for Matt, Patricia being there, you're going to be taught really, really well, and so we feel like we got the right kind of those.
All right, so now taking a look at your depth chart here, you got Travis Etienne leading your running back room right now.
Yep.
When I saw that, that you guys snagged him right at the outset of free agency, was that born out of you knowing that maybe Jeremiah Love wasn't going to be dropping to you and the running back class wasn't that deep, so you might as well jump on Travis and add him to your offense? Was that part of the strategy here?
I think part of the strategy, and this is fortunate for me last year coming off of the year in Philadelphia, is in the offseason was really fast. We're moving quickly. And so this year, for us to be able to go through the process of really stacking the free agency with the draft process together, I think is really beneficial for us. Travis had a phenomenal year in Jacksonville. Everyone's followed his career closely. He's had a ton of success. And so I feel like it's a great opportunity. Bring him back down to Louisiana where he was born and raised, and it's just a really exciting opportunity for us.
Right, and then obviously year two for your quarterback. So, what's the development? You've been there and done that. You've been a quarterback in this league. You've developed quarterbacks in this league. You've also taken quarterbacks like, say, Jalen Hurts to a championship and a podium that earned you the right to be sitting in the chair you're currently occupying. Where does Chuck's development sit right now, Kellen?
Yeah, I think Tyler's in a great spot. I think what we're really excited about and what Tyler's certainly really excited about is just the opportunity to, really take control of this thing through the whole offseason. the leadership, them rallying the group together, all the different throwing sessions that they're a part of, and all the different opportunities they have to spend together. And then we get to double down on our system. So last year you introduced a system, we build it, we make adjustments from a roster standpoint, and then we get to make adjustments from a scheme standpoint and really tailor this thing what ultimately we want to do collectively. And so Tyler finished the season off really well last year. We're really excited about that. And just been a great offseason start so far.
What was the moment where you're like, okay, we saw the kid in the combine, or we saw the kid in the evaluation process, and we're trying to move the kid along here in his first year. We're giving him the opportunity. What was the first moment where you were like, okay, we got this right here?
There's moments through training camp. I think it was exciting just to see him grow. I think any young quarterback, you got to develop quarterbacks this league. I'm really sensitive to that aspect of it. And you just got to let these guys keep growing and keep getting better. And so you saw him do that. He had a chance to kind of be the scout team quarterback early, the first handful of weeks of the season, obviously. I thought that was a huge benefit for him. He got to kind of test himself, put himself in situations. And then when he got on the field, I thought his first start was against the LA Rams, one of the best teams in our league last year, will be again this year. And so, they got after it pretty good. And he hung in there all the way to the end. I thought that was credit to him. When the next week we went to Carolina, we won one game so far in our season at that point. And he hung in, played against those guys. He made some big time third down throws, off schedule plays. We kind of played off schedule and scrambled a little bit. I just felt like that was like a big time moment for our entire program.
How much of your experience at the quarterback position and your journey that took you from Boise State to the Lions? If I'm not mistaken, you were in the same quarterback room as Dan Orlovsky when you first arrived in the league, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, you have taken different positions in the NFL world right now. But how much of your experience do you bring to bear when you're talking to someone like Tyler Shuck and bringing him along?
Yeah, I think just the quarterback position is a developmental position. So we all get to lean into all of our experiences. I think I was fortunate to be around a number of different guys. Matthew Stafford in Detroit, Sean Hill, Dan Orlovsky were some of our backups there at the time. Didn't learn from those guys. Going to Dallas with, Tony was there at the time. And so, and then the stops at your coaching career have taken us. And so what's really fun, what I really enjoy is every quarterback's got their different exposures, their different preferences. And it's fun to build systems around that and make these guys as successful as you possibly can and put them in the best position. And that comes from, building a relationship and spending a ton of time together.
Well, I mean, also there's a responsibility. Again, Jim Caldwell's one of the best to do it, obviously. And he was if I'm not mistaken, your first head coach. And then, you bounced around a brief bit. But there might have been some moments where you're like, you know what, if I'd only been given this opportunity, or if I'd only been told this, I might have actually had a longer playing career or had more success at playing. Is there anything like that you bring to your chair right now, or am I off? Feel free to tell me I'm off.
Yeah, I think just having your experience. I mean, trust me, I love playing, and I love that whole experience. I got hurt one of my last years in Dallas and figured out this Dak Prescott guy was pretty good in the journey. So sometimes things happen for a reason. I got into coaching, and Dak became the star that he is. So, things happen. But, I think you get to lean on those experiences, and you ask quarterbacks to put them in certain situations. Hopefully you can relate in some capacity because you've been in those situations to some degree, not to the same degree that Tyler Shuck has been or some of these guys have been, but you get to lean into those experiences. It's a really hard position. There's a lot of challenges. It's a lot of mental wear and tear that you have to go through each and every week to prepare yourself. And, I get to kind of lean into all those different exposures at that.
Are you aware that after you left the league as a player, there was no left-handed quarterback in the league until Tua? Are you aware of that?
There was a ton when I got in the league.
Right.
And then I think all these guys got smart and went to baseball and, went back into pitching and hitting and all that good stuff. But we're bringing them back slowly but surely. We got a couple.
Yeah, but the lefties in baseball are crafty. That's what we refer to lefties in baseball as crafty, not exactly. Unicorns like they apparently are in the NFL. So, what would you tell Saints fans about a level of expectation for this season, Kellen Moore?
Yeah, obviously there's excitement. There's excitement. There certainly should be. I think the way our team finished last year and the acquisitions they've made, we're still growing, we're still developing. We've got a lot of young guys that want to get on the field, and so we'll just continue to go from that standpoint. But that should be a lot of exciting. We're excited about the group that we have, and can't wait to get out on the field and start working.
And what about fans that are, hoping to see Cam Jordan or Alvin Kamara on your roster this fall?
We love those guys. Those guys have meant the world to this organization, and we'll continue to go through that process. A lot of times what happens is we spend so much time talking about our side of it. Well, players have decisions to make on their side of it too. Certainly Cam's, in that boat. So he had a really good year last year. Alvin got cut short just because of an injury, unfortunately. And we were playing good football at the end, and so it's a bummer that he couldn't experience that part of it. But both those guys in the world, we love those guys, and hopefully they're back, and we'll see what happens.
All right, Kellen, really appreciate the time here. So what's next? Rookie mini camps, right? Like, walk me through the next couple months here for the Saints program under Kellen Moore. What do we got next here?
Yeah, we'll get into the rookie camp with these guys in here. A lot of it's just about exposure, acclimation. I think we try and control the tempo a little bit with those guys. Many of these guys, Jordan's probably been on 20 flights in the last 2 months.
Right.
So we got to get these guys back up and going into football shape. And so then we'll acclimate them in with our veterans, and we'll have a great offseason program. So we're really excited.
Yeah, what's it gonna feel like? Do you think you're standing out there with your whistle on the field there, and you watch Shuck throw it to Tyson with Olave on the field? Like what? Like you're going to start to see this come together, right? Like this is it.
Yeah.
With Echan out there too. I hope I pronounced his name right the way that he wants to.
Yeah, there you go, Echan. Yeah.
Okay, Echan. That's gonna be exciting for you, I'd imagine.
Yeah, we're excited about this. I think look at these offenses around our league. A lot of them have these 2-3 receiver combinations with a ton of depth behind them, and we thought that was a great opportunity for us to create that. So certainly the way Chris played last year, we loved it. We got some other young guys that we're excited about, and so get Jordan in this mix and get this thing rolling.
All right. I'm going to ask this one. You could take it or not. What's your favorite Big Dom story? What do you got? What do you got? What's your favorite Big Dom story? You got one? Kellen, that you can tell me?
Let's see. That's a good question.
Okay. What's your favorite Big Dom?
I got to interview for the Philly job when Nick got the job, and Dom just kept I was in Dallas. And so Dom kept threatening me that Jerry's probably hovering around every time a helicopter came by. He'd say, "Oh, it's probably Jerry." An experience at combine with Dom is obviously always a fun experience.
It's like Fight Club. It's like Vegas, right? Just whatever happens at the.
The best part, I think, was Nick Sirianni and I were trying to pull Dom out of places, not the head coach Nick Sirianni.
Yeah, that would be a tag team. That would have to be a tag team. Yeah, that would have to be a 2-person job, 3-person job, I'd imagine.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, he's one of our favorites, too, that we've come across. All right, Kellen, thanks for the time.
The best.
Yeah, he is.
All right, thanks, guys.
You got it. That's Kellen Moore, head coach of the New Orleans Saints, right here on The Rich Eisen Show. Favorite Big Dom story.
That was pretty funny.
All right.
It would take more than just 2 people to get Dom out of any situation, though, for the record.
Of any situation he does not wish to be removed from.
Correct.
Alvin Kamara and Travis Etienne on the same team.
Okay. You're talking yourself into the Saints here?
I just don't know if Kamara is going to be there, right? And if not, where does he go? Where could he go?
A lot of teams need that type of versatile running back.
Dude.
Two-way threat.
Find this out here.
Two-way threat.
Saints could still trade him, right? Or here it is. I should have looked this up beforehand, but I didn't know we were going to go in that direction.
Yeah, I mean, this is last year. Only a $19 million
2026 trade. Yeah. A move before June 1st cost the Saints roughly $8 million or $9 million in cap space.
Yep.
Minor savings after June 1st.
A little under $1 million after.
And who wouldn't want him if he is still the Alvin Kamara that we were figuring about? So, and then there's Cam Jordan too. So let's just say, what if Kamara does stay? Okay. But even not.
Seems unlikely.
Chuck Etienne, Etienne, good Lord.
Yeah,
Olave.
Tyson Olave.
Tyson.
Juwan Johnson.
Bailey, Juwan Johnson. Noah Fant is there. Oscar Delp, too.
Shuck keeps, rising like he did at the end of last year, where he was arguably Rookie of the Year. That could be a potentially dangerous offense.
I went up here.
A little bit.
Can I give you a higher register here on this one?
You can pretty much do whatever you want.
Thank you.
Your name's
No, I'm going to give you a high register. Everywhere. I'll give you a higher register. The NFC South is a sneaky good division.
Well, I had the Saints not picking in the top half of the draft for overreaction yesterday.
Indeed.
Or on Monday, so.
But for a division, where under 500 barely got you.
9, 8, 9, 9 and 8 kind of wins it.
I got it, but I think it'll be double digits. You got to get double digits. I know. I'm still going. Carolina.
Let's see, hold on.
Carolina's done a good job.
Totals here.
They got Jalen Phillips. They really, they crushed it in free agency. The draft, they got Monroe Freeling for their offensive line in the first round. That kid Coker was on fire at the end of the season.
Yeah, okay.
Right?
I'm looking up win totals here.
Look them up, and I'll keep going.
Okay.
Because I've got the lists in front of me. Because I'm a lead pipe wielding professional.
Of course. Okay.
That's, Monroe Freeling is a really good draft choice, and they got some great value for him at 19th overall. I'll keep going. Their first two picks were each over 6'3" and 315 pounds. And they've used a first-round pick on an offensive player in 5 straight drafts.
All right, according to Vegas, you want to guess which NFC South team has the highest win total?
Atlanta.
Incorrect.
Tampa,
8.5.
That's kind of silly.
Falcons and Saints, 7.5.
Okay.
Panthers, 6.5.
You know what? The disrespect is real. The disrespect is real. For real.
Just telling you what the desert thinks.
I understand.
The disrespect is real.
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Am I reading this right?
Yeah, you are.
Get a twofer.
Boy, Atlanta just got hurt with the James Pierce thing, man.
But it looks like he's going to play.
I don't know about that.
He has to just perform some duties in the offseason.
In all honesty, based on what I read and what the reporting is on that, that's kind of nuts that he could be in that position.
True. I'm not saying that otherwise.
I understand. But they got A.J. Terrell's brother. That was a nice moment.
That was really
cool. Hit on
that was
the draft.
Really cool. Yeah.
Avion Terrell, Zachariah Branch, the wide receiver out of Atlanta.
Got a lot of playmakers.
I mean, out of Georgia.
Kind of comes down
there.
Comes down to Tua, obviously.
I understand that. You think, brother, Tua's going to have a real shot at that's a nice spot for him to land.
At a sticking point. Yeah, he could be their guy.
That's a nice spot for him to land.
That's a potential Baker situation.
100%. 100%. He's in Atlanta, and, he goes on the road in another dome in New Orleans, and then he goes on the road. Like the coldest place in division he might play is Carolina if their road game is somewhere in November or December.
Yeah, and it's raining.
And so all that stuff in Miami, like good luck going to New England, New York, and Buffalo when it's freezing. Good luck. That's like 3 losses.
Yep.
And if that is, in fact, what, I know that drives Tua nuts, but indoors in Atlanta, indoors in New Orleans, he's in Tampa. Like that's not a bad spot. And Stefanski with that offense and the weapons, that's not a bad one. I'm going up now. I'm not even higher register. NFC South's a sneaky division. I just said it. Regular register.
Their coldest road game, they're at Green Bay, but we don't know when that is, obviously.
Boy, if that winds up in September.
Right.
Yeah.
At Washington.
By the way, Atlanta at Green Bay. This is coming out soon, too. So reeks of a Thursday or a Monday nighter in September. Early October. Get your juices flowing.
Yep.
Fan base is feeling it. Yeah, that smells of a nationally televised game. Tua at Love.
You want to call it? Who goes over and under here for these win totals?
Ooh. Oh, my gosh. Oh, that's right. I'm not an NFL employee anymore. Screw it. Ask me.
No, we're allowed to do this. Panthers, 6.5.
Oh, are you serious? That is disrespectful. That is an over.
Really?
You don't think Carolina's going to...
they're definitely...
What, that was Fugazi last year?
Rico Dowdle's gone?
Oh, please. Okay.
He was there.
He was nice. Chuba Hubbard.
Okay.
is no slouch.
Okay.
Hold on a minute. Let me make sure I get all of
this
right.
I'm just saying.
Hold on a minute. Let me make sure I get all of this right now. You know? Yeah, they got Jalen Phillips, Devin Lloyd. Come on, man.
Okay.
Come on, son.
Saints 7.5.
Ooh. I'll go under.
That's pretty. I think
like we're still building there.
We're still building. Falcons 7.5.
That's over. And the Bucks are over too.
Bucks 8.5.
Yeah, come on now.
Really?
Excuse me. You know I'm a grandfather twice over now.
I saw. Yeah, I saw. Yeah, I don't want to.
Baker just had his second kid.
Okay, 2 overs. Three overs.
Do we pronounce it crew? Krew?
Well, we are the crew. That's the Bucks.
I know that. Yeah. So they named their baby Crew. Krew.
They're locked in.
Congratulations to Baker and his
awesome.
wife.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
So 3 overs.
All right. We're taking a break. Clearly, because they're rolling the break.
Yeah, we got to go.
You know, there's nothing I hate more than dishonest business practices. So I built the company GiveMeTheVin.com around this slogan. We do what we say we're going to do when we say we're going to do it. At GiveMeTheVin.com, we show up at your house, check in hand, pay off your payoff. It's just that simple. GiveMeTheVin.com. We're the only 5-star BBB rated card buyer out there.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Blue Mountains cold beer. There, I said it. That's how you know your Coors Light is cold. Those beautiful Blue Mountains. If you like cold filtered, cold lagered, and cold packaged beer, then you need to be drinking Coors Light like me, John Granado, Coors Light enthusiast. So whether you're out with the crew or stocking up for the week, look for the Blue Mountains. Grab a cold Coors Light at your favorite local bar, restaurant, or on your next grocery run. Choose chill, Houston. Choose Coors Light. There, I said it again.
Let's be honest, some days just hit different. Good people, good vibes, a solid round of golf, and a cigar to match. That's what Clubs and Sticks is all about. Bring together golf, cigars, and lifestyle built around the experience. Whether you're on the course or after the round, or just enjoying the moment, it's not just a game, it's about how you live it. Join the lifestyle at clubsandsticks.net. Follow us on Instagram at Clubs and Sticks. And always remember to swing one, smoke one.
John Granado here. Brinkman Quality Roofing is a local family-owned business and are the roof experts in shingle roofs, tile roofs, solar shingle roofs, metal roofing, and commercial roofing products. Brinkman has 100% financing available and free, no-obligation estimates. If your roof is starting to look bad, Brinkman's proprietary solution can make it look new again until you're ready to replace. Brinkman Quality Roofing is the one to call at 281-480-ROOF. That's 281-480-ROOF. Or go to BrinkmanQuality.com.
International soccer takes center stage at Texas A&M this June. 2 proud nations. 1 global game. Argentina versus Honduras. Saturday, June 6th at Texas A&M's Kyle Field. Elite international competition. World-class talent on display. Road to 26. Argentina versus Honduras. June 6th. Get tickets at roadto26.com.
Pro Dunk basketball goals have been the best on the planet for years, and they keep getting better. John Granado here. Now with your Pro Dunk goal, you can get their drill-powered lightning adjust system that raises and lowers your goal in seconds, 10 times faster with 0 effort. And now ESPN listeners get the patent-pending lightning adjust system free. That's a $249 value, but you have to call. This offer is not on the website. Call Pro Dunk at 281-351-9822. You got to mention ESPN. That's 281-351-9822. That's Pro Dunk.
At Liberty Mutual, we love helping people with things like customizing car insurance, just like how we customize a song for you. Catered country tune. Liberty Mutual, saving you bucks by protecting your truck. 'Cause 30 told me to only pay for what I need. Thank you, Limu. I'll always trust in Limu with Liberty, 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 Liberty.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With a Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Maybe it was a family vacation or a school field trip. But there you were, standing in awe at a national park. We are the National Park Foundation, and together with you, we're creating a future where every person, every generation, gets their chance at an unforgettable moment. Today, tomorrow, forever. Learn more at nationalparks.org/foundation.
It was great.
Back here on the Rich Eisen Show, 844-204-RICH, number to dial. Al in Dallas is joining us on the program. What's up, Al? Al?
Albert?
You there, Al?
I'm here. You there?
What's up?
We're here.
How are we doing? So,
up,
listen,
Al?
great. I haven't spoken to you guys in a while. Great draft coverage. It was a hodgepodge of different things, but you guys did a fantastic job.
Thank
the other
you.
day. And of
Thanks,
course,
Al.
Richard, you're a lock, stock professional at night.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Al.
We got, unfortunately, guys like TJ, myself, Brockman, we got nothing going on for the rest of the summer. So it's all about football, I guess, right?
All right.
Hey, my team won yesterday.
Yeah, I'm out.
That's all right. He's referring to baseball.
Yeah,
I know. My
I'm
team.
I'm referring to baseball. I'm still
My team
excited
won
about the Knicks if they show up, but the baseball is just a disgrace.
Yeah, it's too
not even
bad.
worth talking about.
Al, I'm it's a small violin here, as you know.
I know you are. Believe me, you're reveling in it. You're bathing in our tears.
Certainly since I was born in a Mets town that I was unaware of.
When you say baseball,
you never forget. I like that.
Oh no,
you never forget. The draft, I'm ecstatic for my team. I'm sure you're the same for yours. I think they did a really nice job with the draft. But I would be remiss to not comment on that interview you had with Les Snead and that draft pick. That draft pick could possibly go down as one of the worst draft picks of all time.
Wow, you and Mike Greenberg. Come on now, Al. You don't know. You don't know. We don't know. We have no earthly idea.
Richard.
Yes.
If
Albert.
you want to get a player like that in the first round because of the 5-year option, right? You get 4 years, you get add a year.
Right.
Don't you roll the dice? You know he's not going to get picked, or you think there's a high probability he wasn't going to get picked. So don't you trade back into the first round and then select them in like the 30s?
Well, he was saying the options of trading back, were drying up because who's trading up for, no one was trading, the Eagles traded up for Mekhi Lemon, but only till he dropped to 20. Nobody was trading up for Bain. Nobody traded up for him. He dropped all the way down to 15. So his point was nobody was trading up. He could sit here and say, I'll trade back, but I'll trade back, but what's the point if
No. I'm not saying trade back. You take a Bain and then you trade up. You trade maybe next year's first round pick to get, or you trade more picks to get up. I don't understand it. Really, like this kid, I don't understand it. Listen, they know more than we do, right? And when what the hell?
They love him,
but
they love him, and in all honesty, Al, it's just thanks for the call, pal. Everything for me goes back to Hoosiers, right? Fans are howling. Al's howling. Smitch is howling. Rams fans are howling. And Coach Dale looks at him and says, my team's on the floor.
Yeah.
That's what Les Snead is saying. My team's on the floor. I got Trent McDuffie. I got other draft picks coming. My team's on the floor. And everybody howling about Ty Simpson. And we don't know. We just do not know. We don't know. And if they win the Super Bowl and Stafford strolls off into the sunset because that's what he wants to do off the Super Bowl, and it's Ty Simpson time right now, I'm going to be like, well, there you go. There you go. A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible, overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. You can pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891. All right. That's hour number 2 in the books. When we come back, one of the most absurd concepts I've heard of in quite some time. Expansion of a particular entity that does not need it.
Uh-oh.
That's in hour number 3. More of your phone calls at 844-204-RICH. And Chase Crawford is in our green room, coming on out to talk about the boys, golf, football, and so much more. That's on the Rich Eisen Show.
Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, and scenic views. What more do you want?
For 72 years, Stokes Hardware has been your go-to family-owned and operated hardware store, serving 3 generations strong. Whether it's plumbing supplies, paint, power tools, or everyday hardware, we've got what you need at competitive prices. Shop local, support small business, and get old-school personal service. Our knowledgeable staff is always ready to help. Hablamos Español. Find us online and follow Stokes Hardware on Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok. Stokes Hardware, family trusted since 1954.
Offer not valid in all states or where prohibited by law. Loans are subject to lender approval. See website for details.
Honey, I'm paying the bills. Now with rent due, we're only able to pay the minimum on our credit cards, and money's going to be very tight.
Geez, it feels like we can never get ahead. We need cash help.
Maybe it's time to go to 89fastcash.com.
A personal loan with our bad credit?
89fastcash.com helps people with any type of credit, even bad credit, get up to $5,000.
Any type of credit? But we need money now.
Well, that's the best part. With 89fastcash.com, you can be approved in minutes, and the money can be in our bank account as fast as tomorrow.
Tomorrow? Wow.
At 89fastcash.com, you can be approved for up to $5,000, regardless of your credit history, and you can do it right from your phone.
Honey, we're approved. It was fast, easy, and we'll have our money tomorrow.
Oh, amazing.
When you need cash help, go to 89fastcash.com. That's 89fastcash.com. 89fastcash.com.
Place your next bet at the DraftKings Sportsbook inside the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. Catch all the action and immerse yourself in over 3,200 square feet of LED screens. Wager, watch, and win in the sleekest setting with the best odds. Order your favorite game day bites and sip on an award-winning cocktail at your game day headquarters. Only at the DraftKings Sportsbook, Louisiana's largest sportsbook at the Golden Nugget Casino, Lake Charles. A 2-hour drive from Houston. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Please call 1-877-770-STOP.
I'm in my late 60s. My husband died a few years ago. He did all of our taxes. I sold a piece of property last year, and I forgot to claim the proceeds of the sale. Next thing I know, I got a letter from the IRS telling me that I owe over $50,000. Now I have a huge tax problem. I don't have that kind of money. I wish I knew who to call.
If you sold property in the last calendar year or didn't claim all of your part-time or even retirement income, you could be in big trouble with the IRS. Call first before they send you a letter. If you've already got a letter, call. We'll help you file years of past tax returns and save you time and money. So call the tax doctor. The call is confidential and free.
800-240-4587. 800-240-4587. 800-240-4587. That's 800-240-4587.
If you want a career with stability, purpose, and room to grow, the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 66 in Houston, is ready to meet you. For over 125 years, they've trained the professionals who keep our electrical grid running strong. High wages, full family health insurance, and retirement planning are just the beginning. Send your son, daughter, grandchild, or come yourself. Visit 4345 Allen Genoa Road in Pasadena or go to IBEW66.com. Powering careers, powering the future, IBEW66.com.
You fancy and have an HD radio? Well, good for you, number one. Number two, listen to ESPN Houston's HD channel, 97.9 HD2.
Is your money just lying around? Switch to Huntington Bank, and your money's always doing something. Like auto-saving for special events, tracking your teen spending, and helping protect your parents from fraud. Let's get more from money. Switch to Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
I take care of the kids, and I take care of my dad. I take care of things at work. The doctor's visits, the family events, mealtimes, bedtimes. I take care of all the things everyone else needs, but I haven't made time to take care of what I need.
Millions of caregivers experience symptoms of anxiety and depression, but help is available. Go to mentalhealthcareworks.org to learn how to get the support you deserve. Mental health care works when you make the call. A message from the American Psychiatric Association Foundation.
As veterans, we've lived through ups and downs. For many of us, alcohol's been there for both. Over time, we realized that a bottle of beer isn't a bottle of beer, and 2 fingers of whiskey are more than just the liquid. What we're really consuming when we drink is time. Sometimes it's a good time, Time with new friends in a bar, old friends over cards, or just a moment to unwind at the end of a long day. Sometimes it's wasted time. Time that could be better spent focusing on things we never finished and reconnecting with those we lost touch with or pushed away. But sometimes that drink is time that gets out of hand. It's time spent apologizing. And sometimes it's time with a heavy cost. If you feel your alcohol consumption has become unmanageable, VA has treatments to help you manage. Visit va.gov/recovery.
Many of our most important memories are made at school. But for children like Victoria, the classroom can be a place of fear and isolation. She wore a bandage over her cleft every day, too shy to speak, too afraid to smile. Everything changed after one life-transforming surgery made possible by Smile Train. Today, Victoria's smile lights up her classroom, a symbol of confidence, connection, and new beginnings. Due to stigma, children with untreated clefts often miss out on school entirely. But thanks to Smile Train, students like Victoria are stepping into the classroom, raising their hands, and finding their voice. Smile Train partners with local experts to support with free cleft surgeries and other comprehensive care, empowering children to thrive in school and in life. Let's help every child walk into the classroom with confidence. Visit smiletrain.org/learn.
Did you know you might be part of the 75% of Americans who think they waste less food than they actually do? Americans toss out more than $382 billion worth of food, costing an average family of 4 nearly $3,000 annually, and costing our planet even more in wasted resources. But did you also know nearly half of all food waste occurs at the household level, which means there's a lot we can do to reduce all this waste, to help your wallet and the planet. Eating leftovers is great, but things like freezing food that you can't eat right away, donating surplus food within your community, and better understanding food date labels can have an even bigger impact. To learn more, visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.earth/food waste and spread the word that food should never be trash.
Real talent is defined by what people can do, not where they learn to do it. So by stopping at the education section of a resume, you might throw away the perfect hire. Skills First Hiring helps you see talent others miss, like more than 70 million stars, skilled through alternative routes. Let their story unfold and gain a competitive advantage, because hiring managers who start with skills are 60% more likely to find a successful hire. Hire skills first. Learn why at tearthepaperceiling.org. Brought to you by Opportunity at Work and the Ad Council.
For 70 years, the Humane Society of the United States has worked to end animal cruelty. Now, we're continuing that mission as Humane World for Animals. We're working around the globe to care for animals who are suffering today. And we tackle the root causes of cruelty for a kinder tomorrow. We bring big ideas, bold action, knowing that together we can make a difference. We're building a humane world where wild animals stay wild and protected, where farmed animals no longer suffer, and no animals are used in experiments, where our companions are cared for throughout their lives. We are Humane World for Animals, driving global change for the end of animal cruelty. Help make change for animals. Visit humaneworld.org.
Guess who? ESPN 97.5, brought to you by Zata Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston.
Hey, you know what show I love?
The Rich Eisen Show.
I had some secret meetings with Coach McVay.
From the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles.
Why all the secrets? It's messy, so you keep it quiet to the point where one coach plays Mr. Grumpy.
Earlier on the show, Rams general manager Les Snead, Saints head coach Kellen Moore. Coming up, actor Chase Crawford. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Hour number 3 of the Rich Eisen Show is on the air. Les Snead in hour number 1. Hour number 2, Kellen Moore of the New Orleans Saints. He's the head coach there. I did my top 10, if you will, power rankings of NFL draftees who will live up to the billing the most. All of that, if you missed it, there's our YouTube channel, youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show. We chopped this show up and put it there for so many of you to take in, and we greatly appreciate that. We're closing in on almost 1.1 million subscribers on that one, or followers, or whatever they're calling it there on YouTube right now. Subscribers, very good. And then there's also our Disney Plus page. As soon as the show's over, the show lives on. It just lives on.
Forever? Forever?
No, I don't think so. Forever. I need to listen.
That's a mighty long time.
I know,
but I'm here.
But it lives on long enough for you to watch it back if you missed any of it.
That's true.
So there's that.
YouTube started in 2005, so yeah, I mean we're going.
No, sure.
Yeah.
2005. Did we get our plaque yet?
Yeah. Where is our million plaque?
Yeah. I mean, come on. This is ridiculous. You got to make a phone call. I'm trying. I got photo shoots set up. You know.
Do you really? What's the photo shoot?
Well, you'll see it with the plaque.
When we get it?
Well, it's like the cup. We're getting.
Yeah, we all get a day with it.
Are we on the pay no mind list? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay. At any rate, you can watch the first 2 hours and catch up. There's our podcast as well, all 3 hours if you want to listen to it. Chase Crawford's in our green room.
Speaking of podcasts, there's one this afternoon as well.
Oh, that's right. Is O'Shea going to make it here?
He's on his way. He'll be here.
Is he going to make it here for the end to talk about what's going on?
You and higher register on, yeah.
He rarely misses his time to sit in that chair. So.
The 5th and final season of The Boys. New episodes released Wednesdays on Prime Video. The man who plays the Deep is in our green room right now.
Nice.
Chase Crawford. It'll be a lot of fun chatting with him. We haven't had him here in a few years.
Yeah, that's
he's
right.
back. Listen, out of all the things people are asking for in this sports world, there's many. Okay. Of all the things, the one that we're asking about for the least, I would think, is to expand the NCAA men's and women's tournament.
Gosh. Nobody asked for that, did I?
From 64 teams to 76.
Nobody's asking for this.
That's 14 more teams.
Okay. I guess the NCAA or whoever's in charge of making this decision sees the first 4 and goes, we need more of that. We need more of that. I'll be straight up with you. You know, I love college basketball when my team does well.
Yep.
And when they don't, I just don't pay that much attention to it.
Same.
Straight up.
Agreed.
And if my team is, and then when the tournament rolls around, I will be of interest.
Yep.
It will be of interest, but even doing this show, I'm not locked into the first 4 on either side, men's or women's. Just not. And on the women's side of things, you know, things really begin to cook maybe around the Sweet 16. You take a look at the first 2 rounds, it is a rarity to have a lower seed win a first round or even a second round game.
I think there was one upset maybe.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm looking at the women's bracket right here. You know, Virginia beat Iowa in 2 overtimes in the round of 32, in the second round.
And what were the seeds on that?
10-2.
Okay.
So that was a pretty big one.
That's a big upset.
But then TCU restored order, if you will, beating Virginia by 10. South Carolina, all 4 1 seeds made it, but that happened in the men's the other couple of years ago.
But on the women's side especially, you're getting 40, 50-point blowouts. Like, that's not good for anyone.
I mean, there are some tight games I'm looking at here in the first round, but to say you need to see 12 more teams, I don't understand it. You know, trust me, we're all into the more is more situation here. Certainly, you know, we live on an ESPN app, Disney Plus app. We're just like, keep on adding content. If we can be part of it, we're in. Like, I mean, we're all about more is more. Like, as a matter of fact, you want to call up the relegation zone again? Like, we'll just go back down to that. We'll do that one more time. There it is. The NBA, 3 teams, worst 3 teams in the NBA draft. We're giving you a visual of what the relegation zone is. It's 3 teams that are trapped in a mirror, hurtled into the deep space of the NBA. I'll make that joke again, maybe in 5 minutes. We're all about more is more, you know. But this ain't it. I don't understand. Pete Thamel, who I saw at the NFL draft, says that NFL officials met with media partners for the men's tournament last week. The sides were in the final steps of the media contracts, but they haven't been signed. The expansion isn't expected to be a financial windfall for the NCAA and its members, but sources stress there would be a profit. The added finances would cover the additional logistics for both the men's and women's tournaments. The additional NCAA units that would come into play and still deliver, quote-unquote, a modest financial upside. The primary driver of this move hasn't been money, but rather access for at-large bids for power conferences. Ah, okay. All right. That looks like don't sue us. We'll flip you a few at-large bids. Don't sue us about the other stuff that we might want to do to lock you out.
Jeez.
Is that what that sounds like to me? The expansion has been pushed by power conferences, which have grown throughout the course of the current deal.
What do we need to see the 12th team in the Big Ten and SEC?
Does it matter if that allows the big conferences to grow bigger and maybe start doing things on the football side of things? I don't know. I'm totally speculating there, but that's what that sounds like to me. Don't sue us. Here's more at-large bids. And then we'll knock you out of the... Like, what does that mean, though? Does that mean the Final Four happens on the second weekend of April? No?
Yeah, everything
deeper into April? Masters
back.
Weekend and the Final Four?
No.
That would not be good.
Why?
Well,
why?
CBS can they?
Yeah, CBS has them both.
Okay.
It would be a nightmare.
Oh, put it on TBS then.
Well, that's true.
Is that what that would mean, or you start it sooner?
That's right.
Start it sooner. That's again, sports fans. Listen. Hey, we like sitting down. I should say I shouldn't speak for everybody because you're not a golf fan. Do you sit down and watch the Masters? You really don't care.
I mean, it's on.
Got it.
So I pay attention to it, but I'm nowhere near as invested.
Yeah, where it's just like
living or dying with every shot.
Yeah,
it's a holiday weekend for me.
There are a few. I would think, speaking for many who view sports, the Masters are. If you had to name 5 sporting events where it's leave me alone for the day, everyone else in my orbit.
Yeah,
it's the Masters Sunday.
No,
right?
Sunday, 100%.
Masters Sunday is like leave me alone.
Stay away.
All I want to sit there and just say, are those bird noises real?
Yeah,
because I don't care.
They are.
They are
don't
not.
care.
They are.
Pipe them in. Whatever.
It just makes me, calmer. I'm calmer.
Yeah.
Let's talk a little bit more Firethorn.
Hush tones, though.
Yeah. I did go.
Raise your voice a little.
Yeah, is that the loudest anyone's ever said Firethorn?
Yeah. Speaking of which,
that is rich.
I had
See, more is more. More is more, except for this.
I had an Uber driver in Pittsburgh, and he told me something about the Masters. We were talking golf, and did you know that they were selling a food box? I never knew this. You guys probably.
But at the for like $2?
No, for like $100, you get all the food that they serve at the Masters mailed to you in like a
mailed to you.
Mailed to you.
You can get this.
Wait, you can get and so he
now
says,
is it the food? Hold on a minute. Is it the food that patrons can purchase,
right?
Or is it like the leftovers of Rory's dinner?
No, not the stuff you can purchase. You get the drink mixes. You get the pimento cheese.
Oh yeah.
You can have it at home.
Yeah, he told me there's a box you can buy and you can get the full effect of
writing this down for next year.
Here's a new one. You can get VJ Singh's half-eaten veal shank.
Now that's on eBay where you go to find.
That's a fantasy name. Is it too long for fantasy?
A little long. I don't think
VJ's half-eaten veal shank
fit in the 25 characters.
But yeah, I assumed you knew this, Chris. But I guess
no, that's great. I love that.
That's next level.
Yeah.
But yes, leave me alone, Master Sunday.
Right, but certainly you don't. We don't need. What I mean, well, that would be the women's
final
game.
Final, yeah. Come on.
Final game. Now I've heard putting the men's and the women's tournaments in the same city.
That's a good idea.
I like that idea.
Because when you're in between games of the women,
because the women play Friday,
it would go Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday.
Right. I like that.
And the Friday and Sunday would be for fans that are there in between the men's game, and the men's game would be there in between for the women's game.
It's a lot of people.
It's a lot of people in the town.
It's a lot of hotels.
I don't know if it now the women don't have their own stage in a different city. I don't know if that would be
would have worked
a concern.
for UConn fans. Would have worked. Same.
Well,
same venue.
Yeah. Yeah. They would have left both very unhappy, as I like to point out.
Very happy.
Very unhappy.
So,
they would be the ones ranting and raving.
That's an interesting
I don't know.
idea,
We just don't. What are we doing? No, there's not a single person that's like, you know what, I would love. You would love to have more of the games that you won't forget and more of the games that are going down to the wire, right? You'd love to have that.
So this would be an expansion of the Tuesday, Wednesday games, not the actual first round.
I imagine you're adding 12 teams.
So we're not adding.
You're adding 12 teams, which would mean 6 more games, and I imagine that would be, now you'd get a 17 and an 18 seed. Is that what it would be? Or that's too many. You'd add more first 4.
Right, but what I'm saying is, they're usually the first 4 winners.
The expansion would be in the first 4.
Are either the 16 seed or they're the 10 seed or the 11 seed.
They'd be in the first 4, and so instead of the 16 seed being either or, the 15 would be that way.
The 14,
right, okay.
13.
Yeah, so it doesn't add.
So we're not asking for that. Nobody is.
Nobody's asking.
I don't think so. Except maybe the lawyers saying you don't want to get sued if you leave the at-large people out. So now, boom, you're doing that. Yeah.
No thanks.
No, thank you. No, thank you.
Less is more.
In that respect, it would be.
Yeah.
So there's all of that. Let's go to Dominic in Montana. Dom. Sky Country's been hanging on for some time. Big Sky Dom joining us here on the Rich Eisen Show.
Look at you.
What's up?
Hey, Rich. Good morning. Hey, I'm a Broncos fan, and when Ty Simpson was drafted, I couldn't help think of Bo Nix both as an injury, the injury to Bo Nix, and also as a player comp to Bo Nix. And I just listen to all the dialogue. I just think using the 13th overall pick to have a reliable backup is huge, just looking at the Broncos last year.
Well, the one thing I didn't want to, because I think I asked Les most everything. The one thing I would ask him, if I wasn't already sensing like he was kind of done with the subject matter, would be like, are you really going to go into this season where it's Matthew Stafford potentially winning it all for you with your backups being Stetson Bennett and Ty Simpson? I don't know about that, man. I'd try and get Jimmy G back if I could, but I saw a stat here. Do I have it here? Here it is. Ty Simpson had the 4th lowest interception percentage in a season among quarterbacks in current Power 4 schools in the last 10 years. A minimum of 450 attempts. That list is led by Bo Nix. In 2023, his interception percentage was 0.6%. As you've noticed, I'm sure, Dominic, as being a Broncos fan, he does not put the ball in danger. That might be just all of his years of experience. He's a coach's son. Do not put the ball in danger. Caleb Williams and Dak Prescott are next at 1% in their seasons at USC and Mississippi State. And right after that, at 1.1%, is Ty Simpson last year and Joe Burrow of 2019.
Yeah, he looks so much like Bo Nix.
Well, he
plays.
Yeah,
and then,
I hear
and
you.
then Stafford's 38, 39, Rich. He's old.
Yeah, but if he wants to keep playing, Dominic, then
I'm with
the
you.
floor is his. You know what I mean? Like, the floor is yours, man. And that's the issue, is that if he wants the floor to be his until it's his decision, it's not anymore. And thank you for the call, Dominic. I make this joke with my with Agent to the Stars, Jerry Silbowitz, all the time.
What's wrong?
I make this, it's not a joke either, though, but it's just, I never know when I'm going to get tapped on my shoulder. I'm like, let's avoid the shoulder tap for as long as possible.
Yeah, right.
And I'll tell you what, we got tapped on the shoulder here on this show in 2019. And thanks to all of you here in this studio and everyone else that's behind the scenes here saying you're going to stick with it, we're still here. But we got a shoulder tap in 2019. We were able to shrug it off. Yeah. But nobody wants the shoulder tap. You want to say, I'm here until I don't want to be here anymore.
Exactly.
You're fortunate enough to do what you do for the living, and you're tapping yourself on the shoulder. We keep telling you to tap yourself on the shoulder more often. So you can go to your boat instead of working faders for White Sox Athletics on FS9.
It's the truth.
But
I mean, I like what I do, and it's like if I stop, I feel like I'm not going to. I get why these guys want to stay, too.
Right.
Because they love it.
So if Stafford views this as, wait a minute, so at some point, you're going to want to see what this kid does. What if I'm still working at it here? Doing what I do, loving what I love. Mm-hmm. And at some point, if I'm, say, 40 and I still want to do it, and my wife and I decide with our girls that we're still doing this football playing thing, that I want to do it, and then all of a sudden I throw a couple interceptions.
And they're like...
Then, now I'm looking over my shoulder, whereas when, the Dolphins were picking 12th overall, that wasn't the case. I was going to be the one tapping myself on the shoulder. So you can't blame if Stafford has that flowing through his temples. But the bottom line is there's no easy way to script it. There's no easy way to script it. And you got to plan for the future. If you're Les Snead, you do have to look over the steering wheel. And at some point, you were going to do it. I always thought it would be let Stafford ride it out as long as he wants, and then throw it open to the NFL community. Who wants to be the next Los Angeles Rams quarterback, and throw that into the pond of all the Pro Bowl quarterbacks out there who might want to force their way out of a situation and see what flies. But that's not a plan. A plan is we're drafting Ty Simpson. We love him. He and Sean McVay get along. They have a similar brain and a similar mindset. And if he is a Bo Nix type guy, tough, not that big in stature, but big in terms of playing and connected to the head coach, Sean Payton chose him. Now, everyone keeps saying that Sean Payton didn't really choose him. Everyone else choosing someone else left him for Sean Payton to take. But what if Bo Nix was Sean Payton's guy going in the same way Ty Simpson was Sean McVay's guy going in? But we just won't buy that because the rest of the NFL community, save of Dan Orlovsky and everyone else, said this guy's a second-round pick. So now he's taken this spot. You're like, what's up with that? And the most important what's up with that isn't me, isn't you, with all due respect for Les Snead and Sean McVay. It is Matthew Stafford. It's on them to manage all that. But I don't want the shoulder tap. You don't want the shoulder tap. Anyone else doesn't want the shoulder tap. And Stafford doesn't want it. He wants to tap himself on his shoulder.
Yep.
And now he might sit there and think, I'm no longer in that position. No matter how much the management might say, no, you still are. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. Chase Crawford is coming up next right here on The Rich Eisen Show. But before we go, I'm proud to let you know that PayPal is proud to be the official peer-to-peer payment sponsor of the NFL. When fans come together on game day, PayPal helps make it easier to split ticket costs, cover tailgate supplies, parking, or even food. It's a simple way to settle up so fans can stay focused on the moments that matter. The NFL brings people together, and PayPal helps make paying each other feel easy from kickoff to the final whistle. Download the PayPal app to get started. Account with PayPal is required. Chase Crawford, the Deep, in our green room, coming out to talk about the boys with all of us next.
Trust, price, and ease of transaction. That is GiveMeTheVin.com. We love to buy cars. People don't trust car buyers. People think the price is going to be wrong, and people think it's going to be a hassle. Trust, price, and ease of transaction. That is what we do at GiveMeTheVin.com, and that's what makes us America's best car buyer. Go to GiveMeTheVin.com right now and get a quote on yours.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
The time has come. Names you know, champions you've cheered. Join the game's legends returning to the Woodlands. Watch Stuart Sink defend his title against Steve Stricker, Ernie Els, Retief Goosen, and Bernhard Langer. The Insperity Invitational, presented by United Healthcare, May 4th through the 10th at the Woodlands Country Club. Get tickets now at InsperityInvitational.com. Be there.
Life has a way of shifting priorities, changing needs, and pivoting plans. Home Bank is there for all of them. Their bankers partner with you every step along the way, from understanding your needs, meeting your goals, and celebrating your successes. Home Bank is invested in the vibrant spirit of our community and in you. So partner with them. Stop by any banking center across Greater Houston or visit home24bank.com to get started today. Good for business, good for life. Home Bank, member FDIC.
Hungry for the best lunch in town? Then look no further than Brown Bag Deli. With 5 convenient locations, Brown Bag Deli is open for lunch and ready to serve you Houston's best sandwiches. Planning an event? Email cater@brownbagdeli.com to cater your next gathering with delicious options that have won Houston's Best of the Best award. Houston owned and operated with only the freshest ingredients. Swing by a location today or order online at brownbagdeli.com.
Howdy, Aggies. Andrew Monaco, voice of the Aggies, here for HRMP, a proud partner of Aggie Athletics. For nearly 25 years, HRMP has been protecting the interests of Aggie-owned businesses. HRMP provides comprehensive human resource services, including HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. If you're an Aggie-owned business, let HRMP customize a plan to eliminate your HR burdens. Learn more by visiting hrp.net/AGS. That's hrp.net/AGS today.
Hi, this is Harold Gunn.
And this is Bill Olson. Texas Outdoor News is the longest running, most award-winning outdoor radio show in the state for a lot of good reasons.
We bring you the latest news and information about hunting and fishing across our great state and beyond.
And our guests are who's who from industry, government, and the field.
Texas Outdoor News is brought to you by Ford Trucks and your best in Texas Ford dealers. Join us Saturday mornings at 6, Sunday at 7 on ESPN 97.5.
Danny, what's on your mind?
Clara, I'm thinking about Canada.
It's a beautiful place. When do you want to go?
I wasn't planning on actually going there.
Uh-oh. I can see the wheels turning in your mind.
Canada is buying back 2,500 different models of firearms from their citizens.
Well, what does that have to do? You're planning to buy all those, aren't you?
I'm going to do my best.
You're just going to pick up the phone and call the Canadian government?
No, I've hired a couple of ex-U.S. attorneys. They've got experience talking to governments of other countries.
You're serious about this, aren't you?
It would be a shame to destroy all of those when we've got collectors here in Texas who would love to have them.
The best gun shops in America are in Texas, of course. Collector Firearms. Right on the corner at Whiff Timer in Voss and Houston on Alpha Road in Dallas. One block east of the tollway. Collector Firearms.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
14 years in prison for killing a young woman. A 15-year sentence for a crash that caused 3 deaths. 12.5 years for killing a child and critically injuring her mother. All true stories, all caused by marijuana-impaired drivers. No matter what you tell yourself, if you feel different, you drive different. So, if you're high, just don't drive. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Every child is on a journey. A path from the earliest days of wonder and discovery through all the years of learning and growing to become the person they were meant to be. At Children International, we're empowering children and youth to forge a path out of poverty. Walking alongside on their journey, we equip them with education, skills, and resources to succeed in every milestone of growth. From early childhood to starting school, through healthcare access and learning to read, to life skills, job skills, and leadership training, and into employment. This is how we build confidence and instill a positive mindset so they can achieve bright futures for themselves, their families, and communities. Learn how you can join the journey and help end poverty for good at children.org today.
What does life after service look like? You might think it means slowing down or taking a step back. But for the VFW, it means stepping up. Fighting for veterans' benefits, rebuilding communities when disaster strikes, and evolving to meet today's veterans where they are. Because a veteran's mission never truly ends, and neither does ours. The VFW, still leading, still advancing, still serving. Get involved at stillserving.org.
Gifts are weird. So I was like, are people going to connect with it? And they really did.
Yeah, and our radio audience just returned The Boys' 5th and final season. New episodes released Wednesday on Prime Video. And Chase Crawford is here. And, you know, the way it was described to me, because sometimes with what I do here in the NFL Network, I'm not directly immediately on a show. Like it took me a few months to get into Breaking Bad, for instance, years ago.
Me too.
The way it was described to me is if superheroes have no conscience at all about actually doing superhero stuff, that they're about themselves, and it's crazy, it's wild.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
You're going to love it. So I watch it, and then, you know, not to spoil it, but there is a highly graphic moment involving Jack Quaid with his girlfriend.
Right.
And A-Train runs through. And no show makes me say holy S out loud more than The Boys. Like, I'm like, what is their malfunction? What, like, where do they come up with this stuff?
Yeah.
It's gory, it's graphic, it's hilarious.
It's unpredictable. You don't really know what's going to happen.
Ever.
That's the thing. Yeah.
Ever.
Yeah.
Is there ever a moment where you get in the script, you're like, really? You're going to ask me to do that?
Oh, God, yeah. All the time. Every year I'm like, oh, good, we did the hard thing. We did the hard thing. I'm good now. Now it's off the easy stuff, you know?
Right.
But that opening hook was what, like, you know, Breaking Bad was a little bit more of a slower burn.
Right.
But that hook with him and Jackie, or Robin, I'm sorry, at the beginning.
Right.
You think, you know, it's this kind of rom-com.
Yeah.
It's kind of like the same old, I've seen this before.
Yeah.
And then that moment, that's when it turns, you realize, like, oh, this is not like your normal, like, superhero show or any type of PG, you know, situation with the formulaic, you know, sort of arc. But, yeah, season 3, that's when I had to be like, what do we do? Like, what are the camera angles going to be for this? And do I need to call my mom? And
yes,
you know.
the answer is yes.
The answer is yeah.
Have you ever called anybody in your family to say, don't watch tonight?
I think there was when I was like, Mom, you might need to fast forward through episode 3 of season 3, but you know, God bless them. They sometimes would just fast forward to my stuff and watch my stuff because the blood and the gore was, I think, the harder thing for them to watch. But the character of the Deep was brilliant. You know, everything was so funny. And
it's like if Aquaman was a sex addict and had no real moral compass.
Yeah, right.
You know what I mean?
Like a little Zoolander in there, you know.
Exactly. But that's the celebrity aspect of it as well, because you know, it is still, if you will, a fake Marvel world where you are put out as a movie star, who is also in real life still a superhero with no moral compass whatsoever,
and a lot
except for flashes of moments like that.
Right. But no more like super narcissistic, only really cares about like holding on to their identity and being a part of this thing and being famous, you know, really had like a, you know, comment on fame. But yeah, a lot of the fun stuff was like the in-world like commercials too that we did, you know, that he had to do for like he was also kind of like a D-list actor. Like he'd be like was in these like Lifetime movies and like did soy sauce commercials, which was really really fun. So I thought, they really played into all that, and Amazon marketing played into all that. It was really, really fun.
No doubt about it. I mean, I think, Chris, you were the one who was just like, you have to watch
watch the show.
Because you were like, this is wild.
Right.
And I'm like, I haven't had the time. And you're like, you got to
do it. Make the time. Do it. You won't regret it. But it's so, like you said, it's so sick and twisted, and I can't stop watching it, though.
Yeah, no, I know. And for the Superman character to be on the plane, you think he's going to save him.
Oh my God!
Exactly.
I'm not saving anyone. I can't carry this plane.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, and it's played by Anthony Starr.
Yeah.
Who is unreal.
Yeah.
As just the most, imagine Superman having, again, no moral compass.
Yeah, right.
He views all the people he saves as helpful to his image,
right,
and his world. It's all narcissistic. None of it is altruistic.
Yeah,
it's wild.
He's also deeply insecure when you see him in quiet moments,
right.
And his obsession with milk. Oh my God,
there is no show like it.
There's no show like it, and I know they were kind of wanting to cast maybe put a bunch of friends in it and famous, but then they kind of went away from that idea, and I think he made he done Banshee, the show Banshee, and I think he made one. He was in New Zealand, made one tape, and I think they're like, that's our guy, and it was really a quick kind of a casting thing. But I can't imagine anyone else playing that role. He should have gotten a little more love, award show love, to be honest. But yeah,
I agree. And there's the most famous meme where he's realizing, his awfulness is being celebrated by a crowd, and he's sort of in shock, and then suddenly he's smiling. That was used as a meme for a good solid 2 years, and it's still everywhere.
The memes that have come from this show are just so top notch.
They're amazing.
You can use them for anything.
Right. Yeah, and people do in our group text all the time.
Oh, really?
It's really embarrassing. Yeah.
What group texts are we talking about?
Just local, my friends and family group text, but they still pop up.
Is Romo hitting you with one? Is
He's not actually. Okay. Romo's not. No.
Is Romo watching the boys?
I think they still watch it. I think they do. They support. Yeah. There he is.
Look at you and your brother-in-law.
There he is. Love Tony, man.
Dude.
Yeah.
What would be his superpower?
Oh, good one.
What would it be? Hyping stuff up?
Dinner parties. I think it'd be. He's a very good.
Is he really?
Yeah, he's really good. Tony's hilarious and charming at all times.
That's not surprising at all.
I know.
But the Curb Your Enthusiasm middle seat.
Where's he sit?
Where you heard that? If you're a middle, that means you're good at a dinner party. He'd be a middle seat.
He's
guy?
definitely not a middle seat guy.
Oh, he's not?
No.
No, I'm not talking about on a plane. You're talking about at a table, when you're sitting in the middle on the side. There's one person on either side of you. Curb said you're a middle seat guy.
I remember
at a table.
Yes.
So he'd be a middle seat guy
every
at a dinner
time.
party.
Yeah.
He's hyping everything up. These mashed potatoes are pretty good. Here we go.
He's good, man.
What is I forgot. What's your football team? You got one or you don't?
Cowboys still.
So was that born out of Tony joining your family or
no? It wasn't actually. There's pictures of me and my sister in 94 with Cowboy starter jackets.
Cowboy starter jackets.
Yeah, we loved it. My dad went to, I think, the 93 one here at the Rose Bowl.
Okay,
we've been Cowboys fans our whole life, so it was a ride watching him play. I mean, it was unbelievable. It was like a drug, really. You get there and you're so invested emotionally into him and the touchdowns and the win and the loss. It was really the highs and the lows were really incredible.
If somebody had told your dad at the Super Bowl that your daughter's going to marry the quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys,
right?
He'd been like, "What the hell? Get out of here!"
He'd be no. He'd been like, "Absolutely not." Yeah. It was.
TJ lives and dies the Dallas Cowboys over there as well.
Are you?
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
There you go. There you go,
man.
We've been struggling though. There it is. Nice. All right.
It's hard to give it up, man. Every day they want me to give it up, and I just can't do it. Can't.
It's lonely out there. Yeah, but it's been tough.
All right, so we got a photograph of you. When did you play golf with Rory McIlroy, dude? When did that happen?
That was incredible. Yeah, that was. I think it was a couple years ago at an Omega Watch event in Florida, actually, at this place called Pine Tree, I want to say.
Okay.
Kind of a famous course out there. And they didn't tell me till the night before. He was like, my buddy Scott, who kind of ran the event, and was like, we put you with Rory. And I was like, no way. That's For me, it's athletes. I get like Tiger, and I get starstruck. But so that was I was nervous around him, and he could not have been a better guy. He wasn't like this is an obligation. I have to be at this thing and deal with these people. He was the coolest guy, and we kind of played in this. We were technically a team, but he was pound the ball 350, and right next to the goal.
So what was it? One of those where you could play? You played one person's drive. Was it a scramble?
It was a shamble, I think.
Off the shamble. So you would then play off of the longest drive's ball.
Basically, yeah.
Did you play off his drive every single time?
Every single time, yeah. I don't think anyone...
Now, Alfonso Ribeiro was in that foursome as well.
He can play.
He also strikes me as a guy like, no, we're gonna use one of my drives. Like, no, I don't care who Rory McIlroy is. Right. I'm a stick in my own right.
Yeah.
We're gonna use one of my drives.
For sure.
Am I right? It's what he struck me as that one.
Totally, yeah.
But will you use Rory's drive every time?
I take it back. We used my shot on a par 3. Yeah, it was only like a 115, but that is dialed for my 56 or maybe 54.
Attaboy.
And Rory, I mean, it was dead on line, but he just went over. It just went over the green like 10 yards.
Okay.
And I stuck a sand wedge.
Yeah, you did.
But we used mine.
You threw a dart.
And everyone was kind of. I threw a dart out.
Did you say to Rory, "I got this"?
I did. I was like, guys, yeah. Give me the ball. Anyone have the ball mark? Yeah. This is my tie. Yeah. I would have did a repair, Roy. Yeah, it was great.
You're taking your glove off as you're walking in the green. I got
Tossing
this, Rory.
in the club. Yeah.
Thanks, Rory. Thanks for playing, pal.
See you at the carts.
I like it. All right.
He was the best, though. I'm asking about his whoop and everything. I was like a little nerd, but it was awesome. Yeah, to see him play and see what he can really do. Like when you're in like an intimate, how he shapes the ball and kind of how he would line up a putt. I'm like, wow, that's like 30 yards, left, and he would it was really, incredible.
That's great. So not a long walk spoiled at all. Like something that he's a cool dude, exactly what you'd expect or hope.
It's the best.
Not having a bad day. That's pretty cool.
2 green jackets now, too.
There's no doubt that you saw this year that it was house money for him.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that he could be locked in a way that he's now been, the dam's broken. You know what I mean? Like that is a true analogy that you can make with him right now.
And he was talking about how not only was the Masters the last kind of thing on his back, but the Grand Slam was such a weight heavy on him too. And
right.
So when that was done, and a lot of times when those guys figure out how to win at Augusta, they can kind of at least get close every time. He didn't think he was going to do it again, but that's rarefied air. Like to go back to back is awesome. I mean, yeah.
How many strokes is Tony giving you?
Oh, Tony's got to give me at least 18, probably. I'm about a bogey golfer. He's about a scratch.
He's what's your?
I used to be better. I'm probably a bogey golf like 14 is kind of what we go with. So,
all right,
yeah.
I can potentially hang with you.
Yeah,
I mean I'm double bogey. I finished second to last when I saw you in.
Stableford in Tahoe. That's not a bad way to score it.
You know what? Stableford was not my friend at the American Century Championship by any. Stableford wasn't my friend. There were nothing was my friend. But look, by the way, that's a great shot.
That was a great shot.
Let's put that back up one more time. This is you coming out of the sand.
But the video doesn't show going right back into the sand. That's the.
You're using a
yellow ball.
A yellow ball.
That is a great shot.
Wow, look at that.
Amateur, but
it doesn't matter where the ball goes. You're just looking good. You got that swing, the follow through. You're staring at it.
Fun tournament too. Fun time out there in Tahoe. It's hard to beat, right?
Oh my God, the American Century Championship is the best. We were just talking about with Ray Romano yesterday because of I lost to him in the karaoke on Thursday night. It's a stinging defeat that I still can't get over.
Right.
And then he goes, I would think you'd be more upset with the way you played golf. And I'm like, that's true.
Did you do karaoke? I came late to that. Oh, my God. I missed it.
I did some at Sinatra. Normally, That's Life is my go-to. I don't know why I switched up to New York, New York. I felt that'd be more of a crowd pleaser, a song that everyone might know a little bit more than That's Life.
Yeah.
Might have been one of those decisions I'd like to take back. Certainly since Ray beat me, and his kids did Lose Yourself by Eminem.
It's impressive.
Over.
Man.
But did you see the Kelseys do their performance? Did you show up
I came to the tail end.
I
saw them do their performance. Yeah, that guy can own a stage. He's got some pretty good.
So why didn't you play? You played before, haven't you?
See, I get scared. I have played before with my buddy Miles Teller.
He played.
My whole family goes. Tony's up there with the nephews.
Yeah.
It's just easier. you know, and
Pressure's
the,
off.
The worse you play, the earlier your tea time is, right? So,
Tell me about it.
You know, it's
I was up with the Roosters. I was crowing for everybody on the final day.
The fans are light out there, but you know, doing like a line drive into someone's kidney is not my idea. Like I get so scared, and everyone thinks you're pros out there. You know, they're wrapped around like Happy Gilmore or like Tiger back in the day, and they don't know that, you know, like only the top 5 guys out there are not gonna, you know, duff one in the woods.
I thought to myself, I'm going to do well enough. I promise I'm going to do well enough. And my caddy, money manager of the Stars, Don Weir, says to me right around hole 6, he hands me 3 golf balls. He goes, here, sign these. I'm like, why? And he goes, to hand out to people you're going to hit. And I'm like, no, damn it, but great idea.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah,
he's thinking ahead. You want your caddy, you're thinking ahead.
Oh, totally. It's a party out there, but you realize you have a new respect for the people that can do it in front of people. Like swing in front of people it's a whole other deal. So it's fun, but I bowed out.
So what is your favorite scene from The Boys?
Oof.
What is your favorite scene?
Favorite scene? That's a good question. I guess I'd have to say season 1. I'm sitting there in this van, and we're shooting the interior in a warehouse somewhere. But they're shaking the van, and there's like an animatronic, like green dolphin in the back. You know, I'm supposed to be saving from ocean land. Right. And I'm like spritzing them down with the spritzer, and like they're doing the thing, and I'm like, what the hell kind of show are we making? I remember thinking, like, what is this? You know, it was. And I hear people laughing at Video Village. I'm like, I'm having a great time, but like, you know, is anyone going to connect with this? You know, and then that Friday at like 1 a.m. I have a video, and they had to do the exterior, and they like ejected it out of a windshield. Yeah. You know, he gets run over by a semi, and like it was. That's what I was. But that turned out to be my favorite scene. I was like, wow. Then what they did with it was, you know, it was it was good. It was like, you know,
you're trying to save him, and then he just like
it was like The Fugitive, but like with the dolphin, and it was amazing. Like I'm driving the ambulance, but it was ridiculous. So that was my favorite scene.
And we must say, no animals were harmed in the making of that scene, but it is exactly what I'm saying. Very few shows will just make me go, holy crap, like that I didn't see coming.
Right.
And that is really wild, and that is unlike anything else.
Yeah.
You know, like that is The Boys.
When are you going to do that again? Never. So that was
in a nutshell for you. Now you're next up with The Land, right? The show that's coming about the
Dan
Cleveland
Fogelman
Browns,
show.
Dan Fogelman's NFL-related show, following the Cleveland Browns and
Hulu show,
father-son, connection, and father-sons connection with the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah, I'm excited about this.
Who are you playing in that?
So I play the GM of the Browns. Actually.
You do?
Young, like Les Snead type guy.
Okay, yeah.
And and it was
Chris
awesome.
Maloney plays the coach.
Christopher Maloney is so fantastic in this role. I've seen the first 3. It's awesome. I don't want to say too much about it, but I'm ecstatic about it. And he was so great to work with. He is the guy. He's kind of like a Dan Campbell-esque type coach. You just fall in love with him right away on screen. He's great. The show is awesome.
For Hulu, right? That's
for Hulu. Yeah, it's for Hulu.
Right.
William H. Macy plays the owner.
That's right. It's great.
Mandy Moore, Chloe Bennett play the Dars. I mean, it was awesome.
I saw a sizzle reel for it because we were shooting some scenes for it at the draft.
Yeah.
Because they, I'm in draft day, so they're like, we need some realism. Ian, me, DJ, Charles Davis, and also shot a scene for it at the draft. Roger Goodell got up there and made a draft. He did this for draft day too. Fans weren't like confused or booing because he did it in an empty Radio City Music Hall. He literally walked up to the podium with fans there for the Steelers and announced a fake Cleveland Brown quarterback draft pick who got booed.
I did.
Because the Steelers fans just saw Brown's helmets and saw the commissioner make an announcement and thought, like, they don't know.
It was in Pittsburgh, right?
They booed him.
Yeah. I saw that on social media.
So Browns fans should take heart. Steelers fans hate you so much they're booing the drafting of fake quarterback for a show that they don't even know maybe exists yet.
Right, exactly.
That's how deep the rivalry is.
Yeah. It's good.
So I look forward to that too. We'll have you back when that comes.
Me too. I'd love to come back.
Please come on.
Yeah. I can't
come on
wait to
again.
I can't wait to see your moment too. It's going to be good.
You know what? I can't wait to see all this stuff. I like showing up places where people are like, oh, I saw you. And I'm like, why are you so surprised? The series finale for The Boys, that's a bummer. But still, congratulations. No question about it. May 20th, all 4 seasons of The Boys can be checked out on Prime Video right now, the 5th and final season. New episodes release every Wednesday on Prime Video. Chase Crawford is here at Chase Crawford on Instagram. Join the flock to go follow him. We're back on The Rich Eisen Show to wrap this puppy up in a moment.
Danny, what's on your mind?
Clara, I'm thinking about Canada.
It's a beautiful place. When do you want to go?
I wasn't planning on actually going there.
Uh-oh. I can see the wheels turning in your mind.
Canada is buying back 2,500 different models of firearms from their citizens.
Well, what does that have to do? You're planning to buy all those, aren't you?
I'm going to do my best.
You're just going to pick up the phone and call the Canadian government?
No, I've hired a couple of ex-U.S. attorneys. They've got experience talking to governments of other countries.
You're serious about this, aren't you?
It would be a shame to destroy all of those when we've got collectors here in Texas who would love to have them.
The best gun shops in America are in Texas, of course. Collector Firearms. Right on the corner at Whiff-Timer in Voss and Houston on Alpha Road in Dallas. 1 block east of the tollway. Collector Firearms.
Offer not valid in all states or prohibited by law. Loans are subject to lender approval. See website for details.
Honey, I'm paying the bills. Now with rent due, we're only able to pay the minimum on our credit cards, and money's going to be very tight.
Geez, it feels like we can never get ahead. We need cash help.
Maybe it's time to go to 89fastcash.com.
A personal loan with our bad credit?
89fastcash.com helps people with any type of credit, even bad credit, get up to $5,000.
Any type of credit? But we need money now.
Well, that's the best part. With 89fastcash.com, you can be approved in minutes, and the money can be in our bank account as fast as tomorrow.
Tomorrow? Wow.
At 89fastcash.com, you can be approved for up to $5,000, regardless of your credit history, and you can do it right from your phone.
Honey, we're approved. It was fast, easy, and we'll have our money tomorrow.
Oh, amazing.
When you need cash help, go to 89fastcash.com. That's 89fastcash.com. 89fastcash.com.
Most car buyers don't know this. The longer you loan, the more likely you are to owe more on your car than it's worth. Millions of drivers are stuck in 6- and 7-year loans facing negative equity. Leasing with D&M avoids that trap, letting you drive the car you want without years of depreciation. For 50 years, Texans have trusted D&M to keep payments under control and drive smarter. Call 713-290-1000 or visit dmautoleasing.com today. D&M Leasing, the smarter way Texans drive.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55. But unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
If your son, daughter, or grandchild is unsure about their next step, send them to IBEW Local 66. You get paid while you train. Visit them in Pasadena or online at IBEW66.com. IBEW Local 66, powering careers, powering the future.
Is your money doing everything it can for you? Like automatically pushing more of your money to savings every day?
I don't think so.
Then switch to Huntington Bank. And let's get more from money. Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
I can trace family members who served from World War I to today, each one helping shape who I am. My family chose to share their stories with the Library of Congress Veterans History Project. Voices, letters, and memories that bring their service to life. Searching for their stories was easy. You can discover powerful stories too, told through the voices of America's veterans. Explore, remember, and share at loc.gov/vets.
The more you listen to your kids, the closer you'll be.
So we asked kids, what do you want your parents to hear?
I feel sometimes that I'm not listened to. I would just want you to listen to me more often and evaluate situations with me and lead me towards success.
We're not adults, so just be there and, listen. I just want someone to yap to. And I just feel like I'll be fine, if someone just hears me talk and talk and talk and talk and talk and talk and talk.
You're doing a really good job. And I don't think I tell you that enough. And I know sometimes we get into it, and it's just hard on both of us. But, try to understand me more, and I'll try to do the same.
Listening is a form of love. Find resources to help you support your kids and their emotional well-being at soundidouttogether.org. That's soundidouttogether.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and Pivotal.
Every child is on a journey to become the person they were meant to be. At Children International, we're empowering children and youth to forge a path out of poverty. Walking alongside on their journey, we equip them with education, skills, and resources to succeed in every milestone of growth so they can achieve bright futures for themselves, their families, and communities. Learn more at children.org today.
Yes. Now that the draft is in the books, teams are focused on developing future franchise players, fresh starts, and fine-tuning their final rosters. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors is a choice you can trust with experts who help find the right products for your needs and install them with care. Discover why Pella Windows and Doors is a trusted choice for homeowners everywhere. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. That's Pella.com/Eisen. Make life brighter with Pella Windows and Doors. Manny in El Paso, Texas.
Manny.
Say something to us. What's up, Manny? You there, Manny?
He's up. Yes, I am. Sorry about that. Gentlemen, how are we doing?
What's up, Manny?
How you doing, bud?
It's cracking.
Well, just right away, Chris, what would Cage want when he wins a green jacket? What would he want for his meal? And for next year's tournament, sir, I think you should take your sons and throw down the gauntlet on Ray Romano. Now, the last thing I want to mention, the draft was a pretty good success. What was your favorite moment? I got a couple. Fernando Mendoza sitting with his mom, hearing his Fred Flintstone bowling ringtone. The little kid that yelled out, Steelers still suck. Of course, the NFL host, Mr. Rich Eisen, is always a plus. But then my other favorite moment was Pittsburgh's own Batman, Michael Keaton, making a pick for
That was
the
great.
Steelers.
That was fun.
Other than that, guys, I missed you guys. It's good to chat with you. Be safe. Be kind. Let's watch some sports, everybody. Have a good day, everybody.
Manny in El Paso, everybody.
Manny.
All right, brother.
Mark Ingram's son, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he held up, and he said Steelers still suck.
Yeah.
Come see me.
Come see me.
Big trust.
You were
outnumbered there,
top five favorite draft moments.
I
so
love
we'll
it.
hold off on answering that part of the question. What would Cage's Masters menu be?
Great question. Probably
chicken nuggets?
some nuggets, pizza for sure.
Yeah. Basically your menu.
Smoothies, yeah.
How much difference would your menu be from his?
You know, I'd probably farm out some ideas.
What does that mean?
Well,
people.
I'd ask some people what their thoughts are.
Oh, no, I know what you would do.
Kind of class it up.
I know what you would do.
Oh, yeah.
You would make Gary Player and Nicholas and Faldo and Stadler draft food.
Well, you know, it's not
sorry,
the worst
VJ.
idea.
You can't get what you want because Craig Stadler took it previous round.
Not the worst idea.
Mike Weir took your food, Bubba Watson.
Faldo.
They'll take your jacket away.
Yeah. I mean,
first of all, you got to get your jacket first.
You know, I'm a little far away from that at the moment.
It seems like Cage has a better chance of getting a jacket than you.
Well, I think my days have passed. You know,
you're a tremendous slouch.
Tremendous slouch. You know, I'm down. I'm under 8 these days.
Imagine having a burger draft. You've won a Masters jacket.
I would die.
And suddenly you do what you do, your schmecky birthday celebration. You institute at the Masters.
I would love.
All right, Phil, you're on the clock. What do you got?
Chairman Ridley would be like, get out of here, man. You're never invited back.
Sir Nick Faldo, we're waiting.
You might as well whip out a cell phone.
Oh, the peanut butter burger was really good that year.
Yeah, Mike's been to one.
Two. Why two?
Yeah. I'd ask you for wine selections, obviously.
Yeah. I appreciate that.
I'd
love to dive into that wine
Rich
cellar.
would be like, open that door.
But I'd have to get a green jacket. Again,
Burger draft at the Masters.
Don't forget, you've got to look some of the greatest players ever and say, what you want to have tonight, you can't have it.
No.
Because one guy like Trevor Immelman took it, Jack.
The bacon cheeseburger.
You know what I mean?
They accommodate all requests.
I understand.
So they would have to do this. They would have to do the burger draft at the Masters Championship.
The Masters.
Just saying.
The photo
TJ has no interest.
No one would be happy in that photo.
None.
Everyone would have a frown.
They didn't get what they wanted.
All right. Check out TJ and O'Shea for No Contest Wrestling later on today. O'Shea tapped out of this show today. That's called a hostile work environment, right?
Let's be honest. Some days just hit different. Good people, good vibes, a solid round of golf, and a cigar to match. That's what Clubs and Sticks is all about. Bring together golf, cigars, and lifestyle built around the experience. Whether you're on the course or after the round or just enjoying the moment, it's not just a game, it's about how you live it. Join the lifestyle at clubsandsticks.net. Follow us on Instagram at Clubs and Sticks. And always remember to swing one, smoke one.
This is Danny Braden with Fleet Feet Houston. For all of you runners out there, Fleet Feet is the best place for all of your running needs. Whether you're a marathoner or just starting out, the experts at Fleet Feet can help. Stop by one of our 7 Houston area locations. We've been running Houston since 1987. Because of our growth, we turned to HR&P to manage our human resource and payroll needs. Fleet Feet wins every race with HR&P.
Let HR&P customize a plan for your business. Get started at hrp.net.
East River 9 is excited to announce the opening of Birdie's Ice House by the Rustic Group. Step off the course and enjoy house-made burgers, tacos, ice-cold beer, and handcrafted cocktails. Whether you've just finished a round of golf, a pickleball match, or you're meeting friends, Birdie's is the perfect spot to relax, celebrate, and enjoy the best view of the Houston skyline in the city. So grab a bite at Birdie's today. Book your tee time, reserve a pickleball court, or explore corporate memberships at eastriver9.com.
Bring the whole family out and enjoy 5 days of fun on the river when Natchez Federal Credit Union presents the Fort Natchez River Fest, April 29th through May 3rd. Enjoy live thunder on the Natchez Powerboat racing at its best from the banks of the Natchez River at Fort Natchez Riverfront Park. Check out 5 days of carnival rides with daily ride wristbands available. There will be live entertainment, great food and drinks, games, and fun for the whole family. It's the Fort Natchez River Fest, Wednesday, April 29th through Sunday, May 3rd. For more info, visit pnriverfest.com.
Chances are, if you've been to a few weddings, corporate events, rodeo committee gatherings, or charity dinners over the years, you've enjoyed Damaris Catering.
Yanni Damaris here. Most people know Damaris Barbecue. Our family's been at it since 1964. Well, Damaris Catering has been around since the early 70s. We do events from 20 people to 5,000, serving a variety of cuisines to cater at any event.
From no tie to bow tie, it's taken care of. Damaris Catering. Find them at damaris.com.
Are you looking for the cheapest prices on car insurance? Then call the Cheap Car Insurance Hotline right now. Hey, you're guaranteed to save money on your car insurance. Most car insurances can be canceled at any time. That means if you find a better deal, you can switch right away. We're not just one company. We offer most of the major brands of car insurance. We're like a discount supermarket for car insurance. And it doesn't matter if you have a good record or a bad driving record. Our agents are experts at finding you the right car insurance for your needs. Our average customer saves hundreds of dollars a year when they call us to switch. So why don't you make this 100% free call right now and see how much you can save on your car insurance?
800-871-9417. 800-871-9417. 800-871-9417. That's 800-871-9417.
Houston's only FM sports station, ESPN 97.5.
Looking for a great way to listen to ESPN 97.5 whenever and wherever you are? Then download the ESPN Houston app. Just search ESPN Houston in your app store and download today. The ESPN Houston app is brought to you by Aqueduct Plumbing Company. Follow ESPN Houston on Facebook, X, and Instagram. Wherever you are, we're there too. Not in like a creepy way. You know what? Just follow us on social media.
Why be at the forefront of childhood cancer research? At St. Jude, we do it because every innovation we make is a moment we give to children with cancer everywhere. But we can't do it without you. Help St. Jude give children with cancer more moments. Moments that can last a lifetime. Learn more at stjude.org.
Disasters strike, fires, hurricanes, earthquakes. When they do, Direct Relief delivers. Medicines, medical supplies, everything doctors and nurses need to save lives. Let's ship her out! Every day across the U.S. and around the world, they're making a difference. No politics, no red tape, just help. If your family needed urgent medical care, wouldn't you want that help fast? Direct Relief is a lifeline for people in crisis. So check them out at directrelief.org, and if you can, donate.
ESPN 97.5, KFNC 97.9, HD2, Mont Bellevue, Houston, a Gal Media station.
Houston standing by, over.
Jeremy and Joe starts now.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
From the mobile Huntington Bank Studios, located at Sterling Country Club for the occasional invitational. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Welcome in, ESPN 97.5, FM 97.9, HD2, live at Sterling Country Club for the occasional invitational benefiting kids' meals. The guys have been out here golfing all day. The awards ceremony, Sean, will be in here pretty soon. It's pretty lively. We'll have as the promos say, a celebrated John Granado, I believe, emceeing said celebration.
Yes, I've seen past celebrations of John Granado.
Lively, would you say?
Yeah, I'd say it's lively. I'd say that there's some language and some.
So are we going to have a concern? Because this is going to be going on.
That might ruffle some feathers.
This will be going on while we're on air. Are we going to have an FCC concern here? Is Ryan going to need to keep his hands?
Stay by the dump button.
Stand by the dump button, Ryan.
It's like when we had Vernon Maxwell on a couple years ago.
Well, it's like when we were at the Golf Expo a few weeks ago. We had Willie Cauley-Stein on. He dropped the S-bomb on us like 6 times.
Okay, thank you, Willie Cauley-Stein.
Yeah.
Underrated part of that Kentucky team.
Yeah, that didn't win a title because they lost to Wisconsin.
Yeah, 38-1.
38, yeah, whatever it was. All right, so I am Brian McDonald. That is Sean Mapes. Joe is kind of running this whole thing, so he will not be on the show today. And Jeremy is supposed to be on the show, but we're having some connection issues. I believe he's at U of H for, I don't know, some Cougar thing. He's probably got baseball or something. Sean, do you have any idea?
Yeah, I mean, it probably is U of H baseball.
I think
but
that's
when you
the
call
favorite
it,
on the board.
When you call it some Cougar thing, I'm more interested. I will say that. I will give you that.
That does, yeah.
Some
you
Cougar
know what?
thing. Yeah.
My interest is piqued, as
up
Larry
a little,
David might say. Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't know you had that interest there, Sean. But let's talk.
Who doesn't?
Who doesn't? Yeah, facts. So Houston Astros. That's where we're going to start it off today. Lose another game, Sean. This time 5-3 to the Orioles. I'm getting to the point. I know it's still April where the losses have gotten to a point where I'm kind of like, game to game. It's just like I think I'm past the point where I'm getting upset by each individual loss. It's just kind of to the point now where I think this is just who they are.
Yeah, I mean, they've lost, I think it's 16 of the last 22 or 17 of the last 22. Some absurd stat.
Yeah, because
like
they started 5-2 and they're now 11-19.
Yeah,
so whatever that math is.
Oh, hey.
Jeremy's there. He's a little bit low. I can barely hear him.
Hello. Yeah, there's Jeremy talking about the Astros and their struggles as of late, and they continued last
Brian, can you hit the rejoiner again? We're not starting the show this way. Brian hijacks the show. Little hostile takeover, pretending we have technical issues. He just wanted to be talent. He's like, yeah, Joe's out of here. Talent. We're going to pretend Jeremy has some technical issues. I'm just going to take over the show. Hello, Houston. He's Brian, in for Joe. He's Sean, in for I don't know who. We're just going to go 3 chairs today. I am still Jeremy. It is Jeremy and Joe. It is a Wednesday edition of the program. How's the scene out there, guys?
It's nice. It's beautiful.
The calm before the storm, I would say.
Yes, and just driving in, it all obviously looks so great here at the country club. And yeah, right now We're in an empty ballroom as we're preparing for the scores and the participants to come in and the scores
I see
to be
Joe
read.
behind you.
Yeah, there's Joe.
Joe's lifting heavy boxes.
Yeah.
So this is Joe.
Looking
this
busy.
is what Joe had to do that he couldn't be on the show. Look at these boxes. Oh, Joe, that's not FCC friendly.
Yeah,
come on.
Even for Twitch, that's a bit much.
How come he's wearing a red polo?
Yeah, he got us all black ESPN polos, and
out.
now he's not wearing them.
Wants to stand out.
Oh, it's battle red. He's at a golf course. He thought he'd be Tiger Woods, and he's wearing Sunday red.
You know what it is? You know how like the head coaches will wear different color polos than like his assistant coaches?
Mm-hmm.
That's what it
it's
is.
It's a look-at-me move.
I'm
a
boss.
look-at-me move.
I'm a head
Everyone's
coach.
wearing black. Yeah, he's in a red. Really eye-catching stuff. Yeah, we know what's.
That's a little self-fulfilling, that polo.
Yeah.
That polo's a little self-fulfilling, I think. Y'all look good in your polos. I've never seen y'all dressed up so nicely.
Thank you.
That's not true. That's not true. You've seen me in polos before.
It might be true for me.
Yeah, it might be true for Sean.
But
yeah. So what did y'all think of the Astros game yesterday?
More the same, Jeremy. It's been a tough it's hard to call it a stretch. It's been 2/3 of the season, but it really was just kind of a little bit of a greatest hits album of what's gone wrong with the Astros as far as, only getting 3 innings from your starter and leaving runners in scoring position. What was it? Bases loaded, 0 outs, and a 3-0 count to Isak Paredes.
Second and third, no outs, and then bases loaded, 1 out.
Okay, that's what it was.
Yeah,
and with the 3-0 count to Isak Paredes, no runs.
3 strikeouts were their outs that inning.
Yes. Really a greatest hits album. It was the Astros baseball I've come accustomed to.
I think the most disappointing of that was the Isak at bat that you mentioned, because not only was it a strikeout, but so did Correa struck out too, so did Altuve. But he was up 3-0 and then swings way out of the zone at 3-1 and 3-2. So that was pretty disappointing there.
Yeah, that was to me the story of the game was the squandering opportunities. And look, Shane Baz is a really good pitcher. His pitching profile, his ace stuff, all that. Like, he can run into some trouble with his command, all that sort of stuff. But the Isak Paredes at bat, I thought, was just kind of a microcosm of that game. Head of the count, 3-0. 3-0. Like, the 3-0 pitch, too, just, like, barely nicks the bottom of the zone. It was a strike. It's not a call you're going to challenge, but it's like, okay, well, that's a little unlucky, right? Just barely nicks the bottom of the zone. Was a strike. Could have easily been called a ball. All right, 3-1. Still a really good opportunity. You have a good hitter who's, finding his form a bit, coming along a little bit. Very patient hitter. Chases a pitch out of the zone, swing and miss 3-2, and then chases a pitch out of the zone, swing and miss, strikeout. 2 outs, and then, Walker can't come through. Or Altuve, rather. Altuve couldn't come through. So I think the offense is starting to press a little bit, knowing that, hey, we better score runs because this pitching staff is terrible. And that's not where you want an offense to be. Like, you want offense to feel free. You want offense to feel confident. You want them to feel, at ease, right? All of that. Not the case. I think that they're starting to press. I think the reason they're starting to press is because this pitching staff is terrible. I think they know that. They think they have to score 8 runs a game. They think they need to hit a 6-run homer, and quite frankly, they're a bad baseball team.
Yeah, I wonder how much of it is that kind of psychological element of it, and how much of it is like, well, they are kind of coming back down to earth. Like, how can you expect like that level of production from basically everyone, not everyone in your lineup, but so many guys in your lineup, where it is like, it could just be you really needed to not be the worst pitching team in baseball when your lineup was hitting the ball the way that they are, and now they're coming back down to earth, and your pitching staff hasn't been able to improve enough or even dead cat bounce enough to help cover those, and now you're just losing games that maybe in the good old days of early April you could have won this game 8-5, but now you can't because, these guys aren't hitting the ball quite the same way as they were to start the season.
Yeah, that's a good point, Sean. I like, even past the point where they started 5-2, like when the losing started after that sweep with the Red Sox, the Astros, even by the most optimistic standards and expectations, were never going to be a team that led the league in runs scored. I know they had some players that have had that high-end finish before. Jordan, obviously, when he's healthy. Altuve, Christian Walker's kind of turning back the clock as well. They've got those high-end players, but even if It's kind of like what we talked about at times with the Texans offense. Like, well, if they could just be 20th, there's going to be like the defense could carry. Like the Astros offense was always going to drop a little bit, and they still may end up being a really good offense, like maybe finishing 8th in runs scored, 9th or whatever, top 10. But because the Astros pitching staff hasn't come back the other way, like that gap has just made it nearly impossible for them to win.
What'd you think of Gateway as a starter?
No walks. I like that.
It's a step in the right direction.
Yeah, no walks.
I do. Listen, I know that you just need the Astros just need starters. They need guys who can start a baseball game. They need someone on the mound at the start of the first inning. He was kind of their steadiest or one of their steadier relievers. I am like, is the juice kind of worth the squeeze of losing that arm in the bullpen, because it's not like your bullpen's been very much better than your starting rotation, and he didn't blow me away, in either direction really. I was just it just felt like an opener with Ryan Weiss piggybacking. That's kind of what it felt like.
I feel like you are being very kind.
No.
I didn't think he was
thought he was bad?
Yeah, it's kind of tell of two appearances. The first inning he was dreadful, I thought. He settled in, is that a sign that, hey, he can kind of settle in as a starter? That's good. Yay. Maybe we'll see. He wasn't good as a starter in San Francisco. Is there any correlation there? I don't know. His velo was down too. His fastball was down almost 2 miles per hour, which is that because he's starting the game trying to, and I know he was only supposed to be an opener, 2-3 innings max, and you wouldn't think that, hey, I'm an opener. Let me just try to ease into this game and, throw it 90% effort, 90% velo, trying to get deep into this game. But his fastball velo was down. He was asked about it after the game. He said because the weather was cooler, which, okay, that's a valid thing, I think. I think it's a valid reason.
A little too Imai-ish.
Yeah.
A little too Imai-ish.
Yeah, a little bit. I don't like that.
Well, you're not going to throw as hard in cooler weather than you will if, you're lathered up in warm weather. That's a
How
fact.
cold was it?
Yeah, let's.
Can we fact check this? How cold was it?
I don't know. You have the internet,
Is
right?
that in the box score? No, it's not.
Yeah, I was hoping that was in the box score. I don't see it. Well, at least not in the place I'm looking right now.
59 degrees at first pitch.
Yeah, I'm out on that excuse. Yeah. I'm out on that excuse. I think that's got to be if the number, the first number's not 4. No, I'm serious.
You don't think
59?
velo goes down whenever it gets colder?
I just don't think that it's 59 versus 63. Is
right.
that
yes.
He doesn't pitch in a game that was 63 all year.
He didn't
Did
pitch
he not
in Colorado?
Or in Seattle where it was too cold for
I
Imai?
don't remember his appearances.
Yeah, it's just,
Let's see.
It's I get that I'm more willing to think that the velo is down because he was thinking, I need to go at least 2, probably 3
He
innings.
did pitch at Colorado and at Seattle.
Okay.
Let's pull up the weather
also
patterns.
At Cleveland.
Yeah, what was the weather in those?
I don't know.
Can we call Al Roker?
What's
Al
the
Roker
farm?
He's not busy.
I got the
Here's
Farmer's
how
Almanac.
it is in your neck of the woods. Yeah.
Jim Cantor. What's Jim Cantor up to?
Probably
all the
waiting for
weather people that we know.
Yeah, it's almost Jim Cantor's season.
Yeah,
Hurricane season's around the corner.
Doesn't get out of bed for 59 degrees.
No.
Who's your favorite Houston weatherman?
Oh, man.
Mine was always Frank Billingsley.
I was going to go with Frank Billingsley.
Frank was the GOAT, for sure.
Great career for Frank Billingsley.
Yeah, one of the ABC 13 guys reminds me of Mark Zuckerberg. I don't really know what his name is. He just kind of looks like Mark Zuckerberg.
Just has that nerdy, awkward
vibe.
Yeah,
that's my only note on him.
You look like
funny.
Zuck?
Kind of Zuck vibes.
Is it more he looks like Zuck or he has Zuck vibes?
Shades of Vuck.
Whoa.
I said Vuck.
Whoa, Sean.
Zuckerberg.
Watch out.
Let's see, ABC.
That was very
13.
close.
That was
That's
very
a hard
meteorologist. I'll put in meteorologist just to.
No, I think
First time
K-Way's
pops
got a
up.
chance. I think K-Way's got a chance to be all right. Ryan
As a
Weiss
starter,
is
do you
just
like
a guy
them
to me.
like that going forward?
Yeah, I think the plan was for him just to get a spot start, and then they're just going to have Imai take that turn in the rotation. But Imai was so bad that I don't know if he can take the turn in the rotation. I think that was actually the plan. I think the plan was, okay, Ryan Weiss isn't going to be a starter. Let's demote him. Let's just start Tang as an opener. That way we can. I don't know. I really don't know the rationale. Maybe just give you a better chance to start the game because Weiss has been bad. Tang can keep you in
feels
early.
It feels like Joe's already throwing things at the wall just to see what sticks. which
Yeah,
is
I mean,
not
might
a
have
great
even
spot
been
to be in April.
It might have even been from a Dana thing. Dana stays up at night thinking about K-Wei Tank. So he might have been so enamored with the idea of what it looks like to start a game that, hey, Joe, let's switch those two guys around. But I think that the plan was for Imai to get this turn in the rotation the next time through. But he pitched so poorly in Corpus, I don't think they can do it. So I think Tang's going to get at least one more start.
Yeah, I could definitely see that happening with what we saw what I read about. I didn't see Tetsuya Imai pitch in Corpus Christi.
Oh.
I saw the numbers, not inspiring, but I do like the fact, because you've pointed this out before, Jeremy, where Dana really has a thing for the quad A relievers, swing emergency starter types. I really like that.
He's got a type.
Where he's like, hey, give my dog Tang a try. I
don't think anyone's ever said my dog Tang.
Someone said give my dog Tang
I don't
a
think
try.
anyone's ever said that.
Maybe they're talking about the juice pouch, but it might it might not be the pitcher.
You think he feels any more at home in Corpus Christi?
Tetsuya Imai?
Yeah, I'm trying to think of where in Texas we can send him where he's going to.
I feel like that's a tougher
Sugarland.
That's a tougher cultural.
Where's their singlet? Is it Fayetteville?
Yeah,
Fayetteville, North Carolina, South Carolina. I don't know.
I think Houston's the best you're going to do.
Yeah, probably so.
Maybe the best you're going to do. He's just
Houston's
going to have
one of the most
to
diverse cities in America.
Yeah.
Houston's
you don't think
easily
Corpus
the best
is very diverse?
It's not that diverse. It's more diverse than you're
not
probably
as
letting
diverse.
on.
Not as diverse. Yeah.
Not as diverse.
I have family from Corpus area. They live in Portland, Gregory, Portland area. Yeah, they're not. They're diverse.
Okay, there we go. They're not
Imai. They're not Imai diverse, but they're my kind of diverse.
Cue the Canelo drop.
Yeah. You're kind of diverse. Yeah, we'll get the demographics population for
please get
for
on
Corpus.
that,
I'll get on that.
Get on
Travis Herzog, by the way, was the ABC 13 meteorologist.
I saw the picture. You were dead on. He definitely has Zuckerberg vibes.
Yeah, but I think this is where we're at. This is where we're at with the Astros, where it's like, can Tang make another start? He wasn't really particularly that good. Sure, why not? There's not really a better option next time through the rotation.
We're in the
guy,
why not era of Astros baseball.
The guy that you're paying $20 million a year for, that coming into the season, I wouldn't say you're worried about it, but you're like, it does limit the upside of this contract. That if he pitches well, he can just opt out after this year. Doesn't look like we're on track to have to worry about that of the player option for Imai coming to a factor at the end of the season, and this is where you are, where it is just.
You don't think it's a factor?
What, that he might choose free agency?
Yeah, you're saying that he's going to opt in or opt out?
I'm saying he's going to opt in. I'm saying he will not get $20 million on the open market.
He's going to have to come back.
He and Dorian Finney-Smith are already exercising or not exercising.
Worst contract.
Their player options.
See, I think that there's a chance he just goes back to Japan.
Yeah.
Is that hates America so much? He's like, okay, I made my $20 million. That's a lot of money. I can go make the equivalent of $10 million in Japan, where I'm still going to be a very rich man. And now I'm happy. I think it's more likely that if he was like an American pitcher, obviously,
Is that like a precedent move? Like I can't really think of guys that just leave that kind of money on the table after 1 year. Like I kind of.
Well, people that retire
I see
early.
what you're.
Yeah, I guess you could argue like Calvin Johnson or Patrick Willis, guys like that.
Yeah, that seems different, but
Luke
Kuechly. I get what you're saying. It's more like Chris Borland, honestly. Where it's
he was good. One season only.
Yeah, that's the thing.
But
it's hard for like guys that stink.
By NFL terms, though, I didn't really leave that much on the table because he was a third round pick and he left after 1 year.
True, but yeah, I just
by NFL standards,
there is a level of like. That is kind of taking your ball and going home that I'm not sure, like, a guy who's driven enough to be a professional athlete, like, does. Like, I might think that because I'm a quitter. Like, of course I think that. I'm not sure if Tetsuya Imai, it's a factor. I was just thinking more of the fact that he's stunk all year for the Astros, that he probably would just take $20 million to, try again next year, basically. Try to, assimilate better next year.
Yeah, I think the chances are very low. I just think it's greater than 0.
It's on the table.
Yeah, I think it's more possible than, like, if Ryan Weiss had the same contract, that kind of thing. 713-780-ESPN. Plenty to get to today. Aziz Al-Shire has a new contract. Do we like that contract? Also, we'll get to the Rockets. Rockets-Lakers, Game 5 tonight. Staples, don't let the Rockets win Game 5. Don't let the R words get hot. They come back Game 6 in Houston. Kevin Durant's coming back in Game 7. And when I say R words, I mean Rockets.
And Sean, I don't think Sean had heard that bit yet.
No,
I don't think Sean had heard that bit yet.
Jabari Smith and the R words.
The boys are at Sterling Country Club. I am remote. But we got a busy show planned for you. Hope you stick around. Let's talk a little bit more about Imai. I called him a bust yesterday on the internet. Actually, I didn't even call him a bust. I said he may be a bust, and people got mad at me. Where are we at in that conversation after he got rocked in Corpus? And there was a bright spot in yesterday's game. We'll talk about that as well. 713-780-ESPN, the HRP listener line. You can watch along on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975, YouTube as well, ESPN Houston. You can also watch the show on Twitter. Yeah, Twitter as well. Sacked by BMAC is his Twitter handle. Sean A. Mapes is Sean's Twitter handle. Is your middle name A? It start with an A? Is that what's
yes,
the
it does.
there?
Adam.
Okay, There you go. I'm at Jeremy Branham on the Twitter. 713-780-3776. Bright spot yesterday. Is he a bust? Are you willing to go there yet? It is Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2. Property taxes are a bust. They are making so much money off of you. It is incredible how much property taxes continue to climb and climb and climb. Yeah, you're starting to get those assessment letters. It is property tax assessment season, after all, which is our favorite time of the year. But if you're not protesting your home value to pay less in property taxes, you could be missing out on hundreds, even thousands of dollars. And just because your tax bill stayed the same doesn't mean it's right. As we know, the market has shifted, so there's still a good chance you're paying more than you should. You don't want to do it on your own. I get it. It's daunting, a lot of hoops and hurdles and all of that stuff. That's why you need OwnWell in your life. OwnWell.com. Head over to the website, sign up in 3 minutes, and see how much OwnWell can save you. They make saving money on property taxes easy year after year. And they handle everything, which saves you time and money. They also email you every step of the way to keep you in the loop, let you know what's going on with your appeal. I used OwnWell last year, saved me some money. I'm using OwnWell this year, going to save me some money again. I'm confident in that. And you customers can expect to save on average $774 a year by signing up at OwnWell.com. They have lowered property taxes for more than 500,000 Texans, so you should be 500,001. You should be the next Texan that's having OwnWell save money for you. You can be one of them, so do not wait to sign up. The deadline to protest May 15th for most counties. Save money on your property taxes with OwnWell. Sign up in less than 3 minutes at OwnWell.com. That's OwnWell.com. Let them know Branham sent you when you complete your sign up at OwnWell.com.
This is ESPN 97.5.
Thousands of dealerships compete for customer satisfaction every year. For the 11th year in a row, D&M Leasing was named America's Leasing Company of the Year by Cars.com. Ranked number 1 in the Southwest for service and customer experience. D&M makes getting a vehicle easy. No dealership visits, no pressure, just leasing experts who handle it all. Call 713-290-1000 or visit dmautoleasing.com today. D&M Leasing, America's Leasing Company of the Year.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
Hungry for the best lunch in town? Then look no further than Brown Bag Deli. With 5 convenient locations, Brown Bag Deli is open for lunch and ready to serve you Houston's best sandwiches. Planning an event? Email cater@brownbagdeli.com to cater your next gathering with delicious options that have won Houston's Best of the Best award. Houston owned and operated with only the freshest ingredients. Swing by a location today or order online at brownbagdeli.com.
Brinkman Quality Roofing, a local family-owned business, has 50 years experience in roof repairs, roof maintenance, and roof replacements on both homes and businesses. Brinkman's workmanship is backed by the largest roofing manufacturers against leaks for up to 30 years. Brinkman has 100% financing available and free, no-obligation estimates. Brinkman Quality Roofing is the one to call at 281-480-ROOF. That's 281-480-ROOF, or go to brinkmanquality.com.
Welcome to Huntington Bank. We're new here, but we've been around since 1866.
Wow, that's a long time.
Long enough to know that insightful bankers, great products, and customer service make a big difference. Let's get more from money. Switch to Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
Looking for a great way to listen to ESPN 97.5 whenever and wherever you are? Then download the ESPN Houston app. Just search ESPN Houston in your app store and download today. The ESPN Houston app is brought to you by Dream Rate Mortgage, U.S. Coins, and Texas Card House.
Stand by. Cue announcer. The Del Olalea Show. Weekday mornings from 10 to noon. This is Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Huntington Bank Studios, located at Sterling Country Club. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Joe's shoes are so big that it needs two men to fill in for him. Brian and Sean are alongside today. They are live from Sterling Country Club at Houston National. Did you boys touch a golf club today?
No, I didn't touch a golf club. I got here like 20 minutes before the show.
I did not touch a golf club today either.
Man, every day that goes by without me touching a golf club is a very sad day.
Well, maybe stop getting mommy's wrist and you can start golfing again.
Who says I don't touch a golf club with mommy's wrist?
Yeah,
I thought you heard it. I thought that's how you got mommy's wrist.
It is.
Golfing.
It is. Yeah, it is how I developed mommy's wrist. It was because of the golf club and one, impactful day in August.
Did you win the long drive competitions with mommy's wrist, or is that when it happened?
No, that was a previous tournament.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was trying to hype you up.
That was in my heyday, back in the day. But Mapes and McDonald, the Killer M's, in for Joe George today. I'm still Jeremy, although I don't know if I can hang out the entire show with these guys. I'm not sure.
We can hear you, Granado. Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, it's Granado?
Yeah, Granado's testing the mic very loudly.
Is he liquored up?
He's talking to you now.
Hey, John. It's good to hear you.
Okay, you can hear that? Yeah.
I love John. John's my hero. He knows that. Everybody knows that. I'm sad
well
that
celebrated already.
I'm sad that I can't see John today. I love him so much.
Yeah. We just received word that we will be moving our setup.
Joe in his very official red polo that makes him look much more charged.
He's wearing a red
Sets
just
us
came
apart.
by and told us, "Hey, you guys, move it in the break. Listen to me. I'm wearing a red polo."
A red polo.
I know.
He hands out black polos like he's Oprah, and then he drops a red polo in there.
He thinks
That's
he's Tiger
unbelievable.
today.
Yeah.
He just wanted to stand out. It's the assistant coach, head coach thing. The assistants can wear the black
peacocking.
polos. I'm going to wear the red polo, so everybody knows where I can be found. That's what it was. Did you catch Imai's rehab stats yesterday in Corpus? He went 2 innings, guys. 6 hits, 5 runs, 3 walks. Did strike out 2. Gave up a homer, 59 pitches, only 31 of them strikes. Also had a wild pitch. I tweeted after this. I said he may be a bust. Most people agree with me. A couple of loud minorities. They didn't like what I had to say. But where do you stand on this guy might be a bust?
I mean, you gotta be willing to go down that road.
He certainly has bust tendencies.
Yeah, there's a lot of busts share the same qualities that Imai has. So I think that it's 3 starts and then 1 rehab start. So it is early to close the book on him. We've kind of hit the part of, it's like the Josh Allen thing with bad young quarterbacks. Well, Josh Allen stunk for 2 years before he was good. Hey, Yamamoto actually struggled until like June or July, his first year in the bigs. And then, hey, now he's Yamamoto. He's great. So there is like that door open, but it's all your preseason thoughts of Imai. Like, you have to just carry that over if you think that he can dig himself out of it, because there just is so little evidence that he's shown that he can.
I mean, he had maybe the worst start I've seen an Astros pitcher have since Blair Henley.
That's a tough competition.
And then he follows that up after, 2 weeks off with getting shelled by double A's? I mean, it's hard for me not to, like you said, at least go down the road of considering he's a bust.
It's not, even less that he got shelled. 59 pitches, 31 strikes. Like, his command's not even there because guys will always say, like, well, it's not really.
I'm working on stuff.
I'm working on stuff. It felt good. It doesn't matter that.
I'm looking at the pitch shape, Sean,
obviously. All these AA guys knocked out of the park. That doesn't matter. It felt good coming out of my hand. But I don't think you can even play that card. Half your pitches were outside the strike zone.
That didn't go as long as I thought y'all were going to go.
Oh, do you need some time?
Did you take a bite of something?
We had an inside joke with the Twitchers saying if you just get out of the way, see how long that they would go. And Houston Dab had 3 minutes. 75 had 10 minutes.
Oh, God.
Don't know ball.
Don't know ball. He said a minute and a third, which he was probably the closest. That was only a minute 45. You guys need to talk longer. That way I can get a little half day here.
You're already getting 2/3 a day.
A third. Some
I feel like
getting
a third
off
because you're not even here.
Yeah.
I'm just off the final hour of the show, not the final 2 hours of the show,
Close
Brian.
enough.
That's some bad math there. I expect that from Joe, not from Brian the Brain.
Maybe if I put on a red polo, I could do math today.
Yeah.
No, I think
I need to try that out.
I'm down on Imai, man. And look, Pete, that's what people were saying. It's kind of your argument, Sean. Well, it's only 3 starts, and you haven't seen a whole lot. But I've also the demeanor. Like when he got here, he was like Mr. Personality, and now he's like down in the dumps. And is it legit? Is it his translator? Is he part of the reason he's been through 3 translators or 2 translators onto his third? Do his translators hate him? Does he hate his translator? Does he hate his time here? Plus, I think the stuff's pretty mediocre. Like, his fastball's low to mid-90s, okay? Doesn't move a ton. People like to talk about that backward slider. It doesn't move a lot. Like, it's almost like a backed-up slider, quite frankly. They're like, oh, it's a reverse slider, which, okay, cool. That's awesome. You know what gets hit a long way? Backed-up sliders. It looks like a backed-up slider to me. It doesn't move a ton. So I think people are going to kind of figure it out. I don't really love his stuff. I don't love the demeanor. And look, I get it's a culture shock going from Japan to Houston. But if he had incredible stuff, I think he would be hard to hit, it's difficult to go from Japan to Houston, but if you go out there on the mound for 6 innings and you're just dealing, you're going to be tough to hit even if you're homesick. You know what I mean? And it's also the caveat that he can't throw strikes. Like he can't find the zone. And this was something that actually plagued him too in Japan. Like that was one of his cons coming to America, was they were wondering about his control. And his control in Japan, which obviously isn't the bigs, it's not as competitive as a league, it's easier to get guys out, was his control. So, and he even alluded to it after his first start. He's like, these guys are so good, you have to be so careful. I think he's scared because his stuff is so mediocre to throw it in the zone because he thinks that people are going to hit it a long way.
Shout out to Julie Kavnar. Yeah, I think that's a good point.
Jenny,
like if he
don't disrespect her.
Okay, my bad. Shout out to the GOAT. But if he's already timid because he's uncomfortable here, like the culture's bothering him, he can't eat at his hotel room or whatever the hell he wants to do. And now he's also afraid of the hitters because he can't get away with what he used to get away with in Japan. I honestly, I think it's telling, the walk numbers and the ball-to-strike ratio that Sean pointed out for that AA start last night. Yeah. If he's not able to just go out and let it rip against AA competition, like, hey, let me throw my best stuff, see where I'm at, and just live with the results. If he's not able to throw strikes in that situation, it's hard for me to buy that he's going to be able to figure that out and make the fix.
Yeah, and he made 3 major league starts. His arm was already fatigued.
Well, fake. Yeah, he wasn't really fatigued.
Oh, that's even worse.
That's even worse. It is worse, but it's the truth. He wasn't fatigued. Come on.
Think about it too, though. He's complained about the balls. These balls are different.
Yeah.
He's complained about the mound. This mound is hard. He complained about the pleasant Seattle weather. Remember? That was worse than K-Way's 54 degrees. He's complaining. Mm-hmm. It was 68 and sunny. I just hate what we've seen in the first several months. It's not only the rehab start, which, rehab start, whatever you're working on things, but the ball to strike ratio is pretty poor. 3 starts in the bigs. Okay, well, he's only went 8 2/3 of an inning. He's averaging less than 3 innings a start. In one of those starts, he was really good. So it kind of skews the numbers there a little bit. The stuff, to me, is super mediocre. I think that we're going to, whenever we get to the end of the year, I think we're going to be looking at Imai and hoping that he goes back to Japan. And I hate to be callous about that. I hate to sound so mean, But
You
I
wanna
think
kick him
because
out of the
what
country.
he is on
Yeah.
contract for, I think we're going to be wanting Imai to go home.
Yeah, I'm with you there, Jeremy. I think, like, the Astros have turned a lot of guys around that have maybe suffered from some mechanical issues, with maybe some pitch mix issues. And, I mean, obviously Kikuchi came here like, hey, throw this less, throw this more, and he became a really good pitcher over the second half of the season. But if it's mental, like, I know they had a team therapist for Fromber,
Yeah.
but I think that if it was, hey, throw these pitches less, throw these pitches more, or mechanical issue, the Astros pitching guys could fix that. I have no doubt about that. They've done it over and over and over again. If he's so in his head that he's worried about the feel of the ball and that the mound is too hard, I don't think the Astros can fix that sort of mental breakdown.
Yeah, no, it's just everything. Everything's bad.
Everything's
There's
bad,
not
yeah.
that's why
Astros 2026. Everything's bad.
Yeah, that's why the pushback for Jeremy saying that he's a bust or is looking like a bust is like I don't know what the pushback is other than, well, we were promised he was going to be good, so he's got to be good eventually, right?
But he threw up the H.
The press tour was phenomenal.
He was fun once upon a time. He was fun until he had to throw a pitch.
I was gonna say it's like a college football coach. It's like everyone's popular before you lose a game. Like before you have to actually be on the sideline. Yeah. The press conferences sound great. The being at the Rockets game, front row seat to the KD game winner against Phoenix, going to the Texans game. Yeah, it was awesome. He nailed that part. Everything else has been terrible.
All right, the text line, the Junkies have some thoughts on.
Was that too long?
Imai.
Was that too long? Did I talk for too long?
No, I like you guys talking a lot. That means I have to talk less. I don't get paid for the word. You know,
it's facts.
So I don't care if you guys talk. I go talk as long as y'all want. 713-780-ESPN. There was a bright spot. We'll get to the Junkies' thoughts on Imai too. Is this dude a bust? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe with Mapes and McDonald filling in on ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Huntington Bank Studios, located at Sterling Country Club for the occasional invitational. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Boys had to move to their new digs because the occasional invitational award ceremony about to begin with the legendary John Granado. Mapes and McDonald in for Joe. Joe with his red polo. He's around. He just didn't want to work.
Yeah,
he's around. Ryan's in for Brian, though, so he's handling White Boy Wednesday today, which I think Ryan's like the perfect producer to handle White Boy Wednesday, I think. Because I think he's like the most white boy of any of us, I think.
Huh.
Wow.
So if you were to power rank white boys at the station, Ryan be number one?
Well, in terms of like the epitome of white boy, because I still think like white boy has some swag, like still has some cool.
Oh,
so Brian,
okay.
You're super white, but you don't have any swag.
Right.
You know?
Okay. So
you don't have any drip.
Yeah, I guess it depends on the definition we're using for white boys. Okay.
Yeah, like you're not just a white person,
right.
a white man.
Yeah.
You have to be a white boy.
Okay. Someone they would actually trust with the ox. They would not trust me with the ox.
Yeah, see, the way that he
they
said
would not
that
trust
proves
me.
my point. The way that he said that.
No, the resume is building as the more he talks about it.
I openly admitted it.
I've never heard someone put so much emphasis on the X of
the
ox.
On ox?
Like Brian just did.
The auxiliary, yeah.
Would you trust Ryan with the auxiliary?
I think it'd been more white if I said, you can't trust me with the auxiliary. Like doing Dave Chappelle reporter voice.
Yeah. Would have been. Junkie Imai opinion is that he sucks. If Imai was a stud, we would know it. This is bad. Pete says that Imai is doing everything he can to pitch himself out of Houston. Void that contract because Astros need that $20 million to get better pitching. Yeah, Pete, doesn't work that way. That is a guaranteed contract that Imai can opt into. He has the option to opt into next year's contract. He has the option to opt into the final year of the third year. So he has total control of the money. So the Astros can't get rid of it. Like, they just have to make his life miserable. They have to make him want to leave America. Like, they need to be giving him the worst food, the worst hotel rooms. Like, be like, hey, you sure you want to do this Major League Baseball thing? This is what it's like. So, like, that might be where they're at.
Maybe we should brainstorm, like, things we can have Imai do here while he's in Houston to make him want to leave.
I mean, Jeremy brought up the hotels and the meals. Like, he's already actually complained about that. It actually has been an issue for him. So it doesn't seem like it's that hard to make it.
No, we're not going to have to try. We're not going to have to try that much.
Let's give him a big league start. If he has his next big league start, if he's tragic, if he's as bad as he's been, then we'll brainstorm ideas on the air on how to make Imai's life miserable, so where he leaves Major League Baseball in America. Junkie Imai is just a baby back bad word. The food, the balls, the mounds, you get paid millions. Figure it out. Major League, make Imai miserable. Laughing face emoji. Junkie Branham has turned into go back where you're from guy. I mean, have you seen a pitch? Junkie Astros should change their slogan to help us, says Boots. Yeah, don't chase the fight. Help us. We're drowning.
The sunglasses look and the go back to your country is a tough one too from Brandon today.
The sun's in my eyes.
I know. No, I know. It's
if
just,
we didn't know half your heritage, we might assume something.
It looks like you should be taking a selfie in the driver's seat of a car, and
because every profile of that person
Imai should go back to Japan
is in their car with sunglasses on, every single one.
I know what you're saying. Mapes need to pick a less depressing string of ads for White Boy Wednesday. That's not Mapes.
Yeah.
Ryan today. 713-780-ESPN. Has anyone ever heard any professional athlete in any sport bad word about all these little details? Yeah. There's certain athletes who are divas.
Or like, you'll hear about them complain about one of these things. You know, like they'll complain about the ball being different because the ball is actually different.
I've never heard the eat at the hotel thing.
The eat at the hotel
thing, a new one.
The mound being different, the temperature being like the Seattle being too extreme of a climate for them. It's like all of this is just like again, one or two of these, okay. The fact that it's all of them 3 starts in is crazy.
I know he hasn't made his next Major League start yet, but I have one for us.
Okay.
Open the starts at home in the summer when he might start.
Just open the roof?
Open the roof.
Let him experience the humidity.
Yeah. If he can't handle Seattle.
I mean,
that's a good point. That's a great point.
Him getting into his car. Him getting into his car after a game should send him back to
sweating
Japan.
between the door and the car. By the time he gets to the car, that'll send him packing.
Yeah. He hasn't even got to summer. Rough. God, that's.
There are some people who think he was taken out of context and that the interpretation wasn't great on some of these. Like Yusei Kikuchi said that to The Athletic, but who knows?
Yeah.
There was one bright spot yesterday. Bryce Matthews. He's not going to go 3 for 4 every night. He's not getting a homer every night. But maybe he can turn a corner here a little bit. Maybe he can touch the baseball a little bit more than he's been touching the baseball. That was really the only bright spot from last night's game for me. Yanner and Walker a little bit too, but Bryce Matthews the one that stole the headlines, I think.
Yeah, what was he, a triple short of a cycle? Obviously not going to do that every night, but it does make me wonder, like looking forward when you start to get guys back and the outfield playing time becomes a little more difficult to divvy up. Like, can he get hot enough to where Jake doesn't get back into the starting lineup?
Yeah, it's a long way to go.
Yeah, but if they keep playing like this, Sellers at the deadline, a team needs a stopgap center fielder.
If they're 20 games under 500, play the young guy.
Yeah, it really is. If they continue playing like this, there's no excuse not to play Bryce Young or Bryce Matthews somewhere in the lineup.
Young.
Bryce Young too, small strike zone. I'm sure that helps. Has a good arm, play left.
Kind of.
Oh yeah, that is
a good enough arm for center.
Yeah, but yeah, I think it's Bryce Matthews. We're dangerously close in this Astros season to becoming play all the young guys. Like what does it matter? They're going to be out of contention now. What's keeping them in contention is the fact that A, there's 100-something games left, and B, the AL West, no one's really running away with it. And so we can jokingly say, hey, only 5 back. They're only 5 back. It's easy. Just make up 5 games over 100. You can do that. But there's
only 3.5 of the wild card.
3. See? And you don't want to see this team in the playoffs. I'll say it right now.
Don't let them win a game.
Nobody in the American League
Nobody.
wants to see the Astros.
Nobody in America wants to see this team in the playoffs.
No one wants to look across the diamond and see the Astros in the other dugout.
Can you imagine
the city of Houston included doesn't want to see this team in the playoffs?
Can you imagine the fear that would run down the spines of the Yankees if they look at the mound and they see Tatsuya Imai?
Yeah.
Terrified.
Yeah. Yeah, they took 2 out of 3 this past weekend against them. They don't want to see him in October.
No.
They don't want to see him in
October. They probably look at him like, what are you doing here?
Yeah.
They have the pedigree. They have the pedigree, the Astros.
They do. They have Correa, Altuve.
Yeah.
McCullers has some good memories in the Bronx.
I'm glad you said memories.
In the Bronx.
I'm glad you said memories. Okay. Because his ERA is over 6.
No, but, 2021, he was pretty good. 2022, he was pretty good. 2017, he was really good.
Yeah.
Run the highlights of the 2017 Game 7 again, please.
The text line's being very racist right now. Very.
To Lance McCullers?
They're trying to
disappointed in the text
find ways to get Tatsuya Imai to leave?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah. It's become more of just like...
Oh. Yeah. Maybe he could just read our Twitch chat.
Yeah, that would. Well, I don't know if he can read English, so he might need a translator.
Just sit him down and translate Twitch to him.
One of his past 5 translators can read these texts.
Could you imagine having to translate for just
hate mail?
Yeah. Do you think you would
you
go
soften
rogue?
it? You soften it.
That's what I was going to ask. Do you think you go rogue and soften it a little bit so you make your guy feel? Not that he's going to feel great, but wouldn't feel as bad as he might if you read him, word for word, verbatim.
Yeah, you mentioned Kikuchi basically proofread some of the translations, which is, again, such a bad spot to be in, that we're looking at a guy who was on this team for 2 months, 2 years ago, is like, you know what, let me see. Yeah, this Japanese is all wrong. What? We're going to outside sources. That's how bad that even the translator has been. Never mind the pitcher.
Does that count as Imai's 4th translator?
Yusei Kikuchi, his 4th translation.
That's right. That's right. Shout out to Israel. We haven't heard him on the air in a long
throwback.
time.
Yusei's not saying that Imai's saying that he hates America. As you say, he strongly dislikes it.
He is not enjoying it.
He doesn't really like it the most.
Not his favorite country.
If he had to rank his top 20 favorite countries, it might sneak in at the back end.
Yeah. Others receiving votes. At the worst. At the worst.
Next to Tulane.
Yeah.
Next to what?
I was making Tulane's always in that category of others receiving votes. Or classically.
Best group of 5 team.
Yeah.
I thought we were talking about international countries, and I heard
No. I could see where the confusion would come in, but I was making a others receiving votes.
Should have said Georgia.
Astros game today got banged, though. Did you see that?
No, actually I hadn't.
Yeah.
What have you been doing? Yeah, they got banged. Their game in Baltimore tonight has been postponed until tomorrow. They're playing a doubleheader.
Thank God.
So no Astro baseball tonight.
One night off. Just I know that means 2 games tomorrow, but
what does the off day mean for the Astros bullpen? 7-1.
There we go. There we go. Helps the rotation.
I think it kind of does, right? They actually didn't tax them that much yesterday. Then you get an off day today, so you're going to be pretty, decent spot for 2 games tomorrow.
Although they don't
Thursday
get the
off,
getaway
had Monday off. Like they've had plenty of rest.
Yeah, they don't get the getaway now.
Yeah.
They don't what?
They don't get because they were supposed to play at 11:30 tomorrow, which they still are. But now instead of leaving when that's over, they got to play a 3:00 game too, so you don't get the early leave to get to Boston.
They're still going to get away. It's just not.
Yeah. Okay, the early getaway.
They're still leaving Baltimore. They have to stay there.
Allegedly, we'll find out tomorrow.
Oh yeah, they had to go straight to Boston too. So yeah, their bullpen might be upside down in Boston, but they'll be good tomorrow at least. I would go find crab cakes though if I had an extra day in Baltimore. They have good crab cakes there.
I've never been to Baltimore. You have a go-to?
There's a place, but I forget the name. I'd have to look it up.
I always heard
popular,
Jimmy's Famous. Is that the one that everyone talks about?
That might be actually. I'd have to look it up. I don't remember it off the top of my head. And I'm not a huge crab cake guy. I like crab cakes, but I think crab cakes are very easy to make mediocre very, very quick.
Yes.
So I think that you have to
too
be
much
top
breading.
of your game.
I can't imagine what like an awesome crab cake tastes like because it's like all the ones I've ever had are like 6s or 7s. I can't imagine what like the tin tastes like.
Yeah, there are tins, and they're phenomenal.
Okay.
Phenomenal. Now, most of the crab cakes you get are pretty mediocre and meh.
Yeah.
But you get a good crab cake, and it's like, okay, all right, I see what all the fuss is about. I think it was Jimmy's Famous Seafood, Brian. Good call.
There you go.
Wow.
There you go. B-Mac knows ball. Knows crab.
Knows ball. Or I would go down to where The Wire, filmed. Go check it out a little bit. Go find a corner boy, have a little fun.
That sounds dangerous.
Hey, Tetsuya Imai.
Maybe that's what turned around his season.
Sit Imai to take a tour of the Wire shooting locations.
Take him to the docks. Remember season 2 was the docks.
Yeah. Maybe he can hang out with Bubbles.
Yeah, pushing around the shopping cart.
Yeah.
That was such a great show. 713-780-ESPN. Nope. Not reading that. Instead of 1 loss today, 2 losses tomorrow. No faith in the Astros here. 713-780-ESPN. Nope. Not reading that one either. Giovanni in Angleton has incredible crab cakes, Mapes. You want to drive down to Angleton and get yourself some crab cakes.
It's closer than Baltimore.
There's nothing that makes a crab cake better than some Gulf Coast crabs.
Yeah, I bet there has to be good crab cakes somewhere in Houston.
I will say
have good crab cakes.
Yeah.
I will say sponsor of the station advertises with Glenn on Soccer Matters. Sit and Avenue Brewing has a really good crab cake slider.
Okay.
Throw that one out there. If you're ever in we're pretty close to Jersey Village now, Sean. You can stop by on the way home.
Am I close? Oh, physically this second.
Yeah, physically close. Yeah, just straight down 290.
Yes.
Straight down 290.
I've never heard of a crab cake slider.
I hadn't tried one until there, but I liked it.
Interesting. Did you order it?
Yeah. That's usually my go-to when I'm there on second Tuesday of every month.
Yeah, but just the first order of that is kind of risky.
Yeah, no, for sure. But I don't know. It sounded good.
That's a courageous order.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You deserve to be commended for that.
Yeah, it is a courageous
pat
order.
on the back.
You're the bravest among us.
Yeah. You need some cojones to order a crab cake slider whenever you have a variety of other things.
I don't think Tetsuya Imai has the confidence to order a crab cake slider.
No.
The mound would be too hard.
Yeah. My wife makes the best crab cake. She learned from a chef of a firehouse in Baltimore.
Okay.
I'll have her bring some up.
No?
On
the
some
flag?
Scandal to that. I wonder if there's a little scandal to that text, though. She learned from a chef of a firehouse in Baltimore?
Are you implying something?
That's kind of a weird hangout. You know what I mean?
Oh.
The chef of a firehouse.
Hanging out at the fire station.
Diana Rossini?
Oh,
there's a little.
You said it. You said it. I was thinking it. You said it. By the way, did you guys see I don't know if this was the worst. I think this might have been, honestly, if I'm her husband, the worst of all. You see that she apparently made him a playlist on Spotify after a 4-game losing streak?
Terrible playlist, by the way.
Yeah.
Not good.
Yeah. I forget the name of the playlist, but it was shared with
It was
a
like
username.
Hang In There, right?
Yeah, something like that. And it was shared with a username Mike.
Turn it around.
Turn it around. Thank you, Ryan. Yeah.
I was quoted by Pro Football Sports Network today on a Mike Vrabel story.
Really?
Yeah, they took one of my tweets. And
Your
just
good
posted it.
friend, Mike Vrabel?
Yeah. So now I've been quoted by the U.S. Sun and Pro Football and Sports Network.
There we go.
I had not heard of Pro Football. What was it?
And Sports Network.
I have not heard of that.
PFASN.
Oh, you know what? I was thinking of Pro Football Network, which I have.
That I've heard of. That I've heard of. Yeah.
I think AI writes their stories and they just pull things that like have Vrabel in their caption on Twitter or something.
I mean, you got quoted in the Eisen thing with your good friend.
Yeah, he's a close personal friend.
Yeah.
That meant a lot to me because of how close Rich and I have gotten over the years.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right, Game 5 today. Don't let the Rockets win Game 5 because if they win Game 5, they're coming back home for Game 6. Kevin Durant's coming back for Game 7. But what are they saying about this series? We'll talk about it when we come back. Jeremy and Joe with Mapes and McDonald filling in on ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
It's Jeremy and Joe,
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
broadcasting live from the mobile Huntington Bank Studios, located at Sterling Country Club. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Brian and Sean in for Joe today. 713-780-ESPN. Crab cakes in Maryland's like barbecue in Texas. Good call. Branham looks like my granddad after his eyes got dilated. Take a picture. It'll last longer. All right, Rockets-Lakers tonight, Game 5. Don't let the Rockets win Game 5. That's all we're saying. Don't let the Rockets win Game 5. Joe would be so happy because Austin Reeves is coming back tonight.
It's a big game for Joe.
Austin Reeves. 4.5-point spread, by the way. Lakers are favored by 4.5, so winnable game. Finally, the Lakers get a little respect in this series, though. Vegas overrated the Rockets big time.
It took them being up 3-1. Yeah. They're finally favored in one of these games.
Unbelievable. We have a few sweats of the day going. One of them is in the books, by the way. Atletico Madrid and Arsenal in the first leg of the semifinal in the Champions League. We had the draw, boys, at plus 230.
Oh, nice.
Guess what happened
Put it on the
in
board.
Atletico Madrid and Barcelona? They drawed today, boys. 1-1. I thought Madrid would play them to a draw at home. I think Arsenal was going to get them in the second leg at home. So we hit the draw there at plus 230, boys. That's going to
Random nose ball.
That's going to be a big deal there. So that's
walking
a
around
winner.
money.
That's a winner. We're also on the Dodgers and the Marlins under 8 runs at minus 105. That game is tied at 2. The top of the 7th. You don't like to see a tie when you have the under, but low scoring at least. We're on the San Diego money line. They are being no hit through 3. They trail 3-0. We are on the Rangers money line. They lead 3-0, bottom of the 8th in Arlington. We're also on the Chargers. I don't know why I said Chargers. The Padres Cubs over 9. They're 3-0, bottom of the 4th. I don't know why I said Chargers. Maybe I saw San Diego.
Yeah,
probably so.
That's
got to be it.
What are we? I'm saying we, even though I've only
is the first you've heard of it.
No, I've heard of it driving back home. What are we year to date?
Year to date, we're just under 1.5 units.
Okay.
So it depends on your unit size, Mapes, on how much money we've won you.
All right. Yeah, that sounds great. That sounds awesome.
We've had a rough week though. It's only Wednesday.
You're enjoying responsibly.
I think we started the week up plus 6 units.
No, that was last week.
That was last week?
Okay.
Okay.
We had a great week
on
last
a
week.
skid.
This week we've been bad.
Okay.
Yeah, we're minus 3 units a little over 3 units. But that draw, and if we could flip one of these baseball games and go 3-1, all of a sudden a negative week turns into a positive week real quick.
I don't have the analytics in front of me. I feel like you guys are killing it in soccer. I feel like every time I hear a recap, you guys want a soccer bet. Yeah.
I kind of pick Glenn's brain a little bit whenever he's coming in to do his show. I'm like, hey, Glenn, Atletico and Arsenal tomorrow, huh? What are the tactics, huh?
Jeremy was laying on the fake friendly banter. I'm genuinely interested in what you have to say about
4-4-2 formation, or what are we?
No,
I believe that'd be a man short, Sean.
Oh, is that?
No,
the goal.
Okay.
No, you don't count the goalie, Brian.
Okay, I'm the noob.
Dude, he's over here butting. You know nothing about soccer. You're not in a position to
That's why I let
soccer.
you make the bets.
One of us here played junior high soccer.
Oh, my God.
All right.
Sitting next to Paul Gallant talking about junior high.
He's trying to correct you when he knows nothing about soccer. That's unbelievable. The bravado and the confidence to correct you and to roast
miss 100% of the shots you don't
when
take.
you know nothing about soccer. Have you never played FIFA? You've never seen the FIFA formations?
No, I actually haven't. I haven't played FIFA.
I think it's more likely that Brian's played actual soccer than FIFA.
I have played actual soccer when I was in elementary.
Yeah, FIFA is the greatest video game ever. Greatest sports video game ever. I love FIFA.
Best sports video game, yeah.
Yeah, but I also only played sports video games. I dabbled with other stuff, but I never got into them like you guys.
Yeah.
FIFA was by far the best sports video game ever. Like consistently, produced video game. I would throw King Griffey Jr. Baseball for Super Nintendo into the mix, but I'm talking about year in, year out. It was better than Madden. NCAA was pretty great, so maybe those two. Better than any baseball game, better than any basketball game. FIFA and college football.
Yeah, the 2K, say 2K11 when they had Michael Jordan on the cover, that was a sick one.
MVP baseball it was a short run. It was 2-3 years.
Yeah,
but it was pretty good.
Not nearly as good as FIFA.
No, FIFA you just kind of set your say your watch to it.
No. Junkie says, Ryan, the white community does not claim Vanilla Ice for what it's worth. Can we get a ruling on that? Does the white community? I thought it was a little bit too not white, actually.
What was that? That was actually a request as a shout out to the sunglasses you're wearing.
Yeah.
Somebody requested Vanilla Ice.
Yeah.
That was actually Joe's idea. We were joking about your glasses and what you look like wearing those glasses.
Not a
and we
wonderful
decided
joke.
to play Ice Ice Baby.
Not great. Not great joke. I don't think.
No.
Great the joke. 713-780-3776.
Wasn't nice.
Yeah.
a little
Brandon would be a good water boy for soccer. Yeah, I mean, I'd hustle. I'd try. I care about my jobs.
The guy who like sprays that mystery spray that when guys are hurt and then they can like walk again.
I'll hustle. I'll get after it. I got work ethic in my blood, man. I'll get after it. You make me a water boy for soccer. I'm going to do it to my best ability. Any role I have, I'm going to do to my best ability.
How much will your ability to perform as a water boy, though, be hampered by your mommy's wrist?
I think, no, I would get through it. I could get through it. And plus it's going to be pretty warm. Once you start getting like activated and stuff, you don't feel it as much.
I feel like you should complain about the weather like Imai, though. Like, I don't know. This ground's too hard for me to run across it.
I mean, if it gets cool, I can see that. I can see that affecting the wrist. I can see it getting
no, it does.
affecting the wrist.
The other day, I kind of tweaked my hamstring. Remember it got kind of cold over the weekend? Like 2 weeks ago?
Yeah, because of the cold.
Remember that? It was like in the 60s, like when you woke up. Actually, maybe even the 50s.
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of like K-Way Tang, like 2 miles per hour off the fastball weather.
I couldn't perform that weekend.
I tweaked my hamstring like on a Tuesday or Wednesday, and I didn't feel it again until Saturday morning when it was cold. It was so weird. I'm like, man, I'm 80. Like it's like I felt like an old person telling that story. I was like, I tweaked my hamstring on Tuesday. I haven't felt it all week. Then it gets a little cold, and my hamstring's tight again.
I was going to say the only other person I've heard, not with this specific affliction, but was my grandfather.
Yeah, it feels like a grandfather
That was
thing.
the only other time where I've heard someone like earnestly be like, "It's a little too cold. I'm feeling sore."
Brandon's got grandfather bod.
I need to get my fitness, and if anybody knows a guy with like steroids that can help me out, let me know. My DMs are open at Jeremy Branham on Twitter.
I also would like to do steroids.
Yeah, and especially if I don't have to pay for them. I dabble a little bit.
Friends and family discount on the
I'm going to walk in and hit 73 home runs next year.
Hometown discount.
Did you see Alexi Ramirez? He was a heartwarming story. The WBC
story.
He was. It was a heartwarming story. He was the oldest player in the WBC. Came out of retirement.
Roided up.
He was roided out of his
Roided out of
mind.
his gills.
The perfect way to do it is to come out of retirement, do a bunch of steroids. I mean, I feel like.
What are they going to do?
Yeah, I feel like fighters probably do this a lot. But
just their last fight?
Yeah, you drop out of the doping pool and then, do steroids, then clean up, then go back into the doping pool. And it's like, it's clean.
I mean,
100%.
how badly do you want to win? I mean, if Crane really wanted to win, he'd be passing out roids like he was Vince McMahon. You know what I mean? If he wanted to win, the window's always open. Prove it.
It went great for those guys, yeah.
Tiger Woods golf was top tier. So I like Tiger Woods golf. I didn't love that people would shoot like 55s in a single round, though.
A little too unrealistic.
It was very unrealistic for me. I was kind of a realistic kind of guy.
I mean, don't you have that in any video game, though?
No,
to
not
a certain
FIFA,
degree.
really.
I feel
FIFA,
like golf.
that's why I liked FIFA, because FIFA was pretty realistic. You get the minutes right,
Yeah.
the minute, and you're playing 2-1 matches, 3-2 matches. Like that's about what they scored in the real matches.
Yeah.
Except for Bayern and what was it,
what is it, Brian?
PSG. Oh, Ryan Sean was going to let me hang. Ryan bailed me out.
Yeah. PSG 5-4.
Yeah, 5-4 yesterday with Bayern. Yeah.
White Boy Wednesday needs more Nickelback and Creed. The white delegation claims Vanilla Ice, says somebody else.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they're putting him on Mount Rushmore or anything.
But he's not been ostracized.
Yeah,
right?
but I mean, he is a white boy. I mean,
Another junkie. I thought the Vanilla Ice thing was hilarious. It doesn't get more white boy than that. He got sued for that song, remember?
Yeah, because he ripped off Queen.
He ripped off Queen.
He changed it up a little bit.
Doon, 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 doon.
Yeah,
he got taken to court. He had to. I think he lost the
Oh, did he
litigation.
really?
Yeah, he
because
lost.
his whole argument was he added like a ch at the end of it. That was like his whole argument.
You know what? Queen's lucky I wasn't on the jury that day. I'm like, yeah, looks good.
If you got on steroids in high school, you probably would have hit 600 average. Probably right. That's a good point. Passing out roids. He missed.
Don't do steroids, kids. Don't
passing
do steroids.
Out. This guy just been passing out riots like Jose Canseco. Spelling like Jose Canseco is what you're doing. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Let's hear what they're saying about this series. Quotes from J.J. Redick, Jabari, Kevin Durant's favorite R-word, and Alpi Shingun had some thoughts too. 713-780-3776. It's Jeremy and Joe with McDonald and Mapes on ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2. This wasn't scheduled for right now, but Ryan made an executive decision. A moment on HR&P. Human Resources and Payroll, they are the best. We love HR&P. I love that I have HR&P on my side. They make my life easy. And if you're an employer, take care of your employees by putting HR&P in their lives. They're going to be happy that you did, and you're also going to be very happy because HR&P specializes on helping your business. It's that simple. Cougar owned by my colleague, Go Cougs. Chris Fisher, Aggie, good people. I think I'm going to see Chris tomorrow night. Looking forward to that. But business owners, let HR&P help you. They can help you in HR compliance. They can help you in benefits administration, payroll, onboarding. They can help you in one of those things, all of those things, anywhere in between. Nothing cookie cutter with HR&P. They're going to tailor a plan for whatever you need. They're going to sit you down, chat with you, figure out what is in the best interest of business, what's best for business. And HR&P is always best for business. No boxes with HR&P. Doesn't matter how small the job, how big the job, HR&P is going to tailor that plan for what you and your business need. Your problem, an issue, take a little bit off your plate, a lot off your plate. HR&P is going to find a way to help. And also the way they do it's awesome. Technology meets service. Technology, of course, blowing up in 2026, but HR&P is on the top, the tippity top of the technology game. You're going to love that, but their service is phenomenal. You're going to fall in love with that service. Guaranteed fulfillment. You'll never talk to a stranger. You'll always talk to someone who knows you and they know your business needs. So give them a call, 281-880-6525. Let HR&P customize a plan for you, 281-880-6525, or check them out online at hrp.net. That's hrp.net.
You're back with Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Huntington Bank Studios, located at Sterling Country Club for the occasional invitational. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
The junkie who misspelled Royd is now Royd raging on our text line. He's spamming our text line, yelling at me.
People really don't like getting called out. I've noticed for the
an English major was on the show. What do you notice? You notice they don't like being called out for what?
Yeah, for typos and things of that nature. I feel like that happens a lot. Where it's like, when you like they chirp all day, and it's like when you're like, hey, you messed up. It's like
if you point out they caught,
sends them into a frenzy.
Like the your or they're wrong.
Yeah, hate it.
There's no way to derail someone going after you online than like correcting their grammar or their spelling.
Yeah, it's fun. McDonald's and Mabe sounds like a cartoon B-Mac would watch in his underwear.
I don't watch cartoons in my underwear.
You put on pants.
I put on pants. Come on now.
He puts on a T-shirt. He Winnie the Pooh's his cartoon.
Thank you. Yes.
He puts on the Bob's Burger T-shirt and then watches Bob's Burgers.
Thank you. Complete the full picture.
Yeah.
Yes.
Brian and
I'm sure
Sean
everyone
in
wanted
for,
that visual.
In for Joe today. Game 5 of the Rockets-Lakers coming up. Only Houston professional sporting event tonight now that the Astros and the Orioles have been banging. So all of don't let the Rockets win Game 5. Don't let them win Game 5. We know that Kevin Durant's not going to play. Shams reporting that. Everybody kind of knows that. But no Kevin Durant in L.A. It'd be interesting if he even made the trip. Who knows? Now, there is some news on Austin Reeves. Shams telling everybody that Austin Reeves coming back. And listen to Shams talk about how important Austin Reeves is to the L.A. Lakers.
The exact piece that they need. It's crazy. When you're without Luka and Austin Reeves, you know you need at least one of those guys to be ball handling for you, shot creation. So much of that onus has been on LeBron the other night. I think he had, 10 points, 8 turnovers or whatever. Like, he's had a lot of responsibility, and he's done great over the first 3 games of the series, leading this team to a 3-0 series lead. Now Austin Reeves on his way back. They actually need Austin Reeves really bad right now.
Yeah, okay. I'd say every team, if they get an all-star back, they would certainly want that.
All right, thank you, McAfee. Didn't need you, Pat. Why don't you go get slammed by Jelly Roll. But, yeah, so Shams also called Austin Reeves an all-star in this clip. It's a little earlier in the video. Austin Reeves has never been an all-star. I feel like they're overrating Austin Reeves a little bit. You know how I feel about Austin Reeves. Yeah, he's a good offensive player, all that sort of thing. But he said he's exactly what they need. I think Shams is overrating Reeves a bit.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely helps. Like they are. It does feel like the Luke Kennard magic is like running out of the pixie dust a little bit, but I mean, they are up 3-1 with 3 games.
How much do they really need?
Yeah,
else?
like I don't know if it's a like dire situation. I mean, if the Rockets had closed out Game 3 and we're looking at a 2-2 series, I could walk down the they actually might not win the series without Austin Reeves, but in this situation, it's like they've proven plenty of times they can beat the Rockets. I mean, the first 2 games of the series, they had times where they're up 15 in those games. So I mean, Austin Reeves, yeah, it's going to be big against the Thunder. I'm not sure how big of an addition it's going to be the last 1 to 3 Rockets.
I think it's less important than the Thunder series.
Less important in the Thunder series?
Absolutely.
Why is that?
Because I don't think the Lakers are going to win a game of that series.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, but he could help them get one.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe he's the difference between a sweep and a gentleman's sweep.
Yeah, because you can't roll in with the ball handling that they have. I mean, they've turned the ball over 20 times in
They made the Rockets look efficient.
Yeah, no,
that's
they've turned the ball over more than the Rockets this series, which is insane. The Rockets have shot something like 70 more shots than the Lakers have this series. You can get away with it against the Rockets.
It feels like the Lakers
can't get away with it against the Thunder.
Yeah, it feels like the Lakers have been starting at 15 turnovers minimum for every game this series.
Yeah.
There you go. Here's another one from Austin Reeves. Or not Austin Reeves, rather. The head coach, J.J. Redick. Daniel Starkland had this on Twitter. J.J. Redick going to extremes talking about this Game 5.
You know, you have to kill. It's difficult to kill someone. You know, you've got to. Again, survival instinct says I want to stay alive, so you've got to be able to kill them. And that's what's difficult.
Got to kill them.
Difficult to kill somebody? Is that what he said?
Yeah, it's hard. They're going to fight for their lives.
I mean, it's less hard for some people, like shout out to Aaron Hernandez. Like, some people don't seem to struggle with that.
Might have been difficult in the moment. You don't know.
I don't think it didn't seem like he thought
in
about
his
that
head.
too much.
I don't know.
I don't mind what he said. I think it's like, yeah. Like
I wasn't offended by it. I'm sure there's some soft people out there that are offended by that, but
I mean, it's how
this table's not one of them.
It is a basketball game, JJ Redick. I will tell you that. Like it's not exactly.
No, it's kill or be killed.
It's
the
you
jungle,
don't have to
baby.
go full
kill or be killed.
You don't have to go full like manosphere inspirational. Like
well,
every day you have to either kill someone or be killed.
I'm going to eat their
what?
children. You're going to go Mike Tyson on them?
I don't know.
We're going to go Kellen Winslow. They try to kill me first.
You need Rui Hachimura to make shots. That's what you need to do.
Yeah. And now Austin Reeves.
Junkie said ha ha ha. He said addiction instead of addition. Ha ha. Did he say that? He's talking about Shams? I didn't catch that.
I didn't hear that.
Yeah.
That's funny if he said that. Now the Rocket side of this. Here was Jabari Smith, Kevin Durant's best friend. Jabari had a hot take. This one courtesy of Adam Wexler, who posted this.
We're obviously the better team, I feel like. So just knowing that, being confident, trusting our work, and just telling us to be us. You know.
Why do you think you're the better team in the series?
We? Us? I just feel like from top to bottom. You can say it's an opinion, you can say I'm biased, but I just think we're the better team.
There you go. Thanks to the better team.
I appreciate the follow-up.
Yeah.
I appreciate the follow-up. I'm like, wait, you said you're the better
Why?
team? You're down 3-1.
The follow-up, like Jeremy said, should just been why.
and it, you know, Jabari did kind of walk it back a little bit. We're
kind of.
more talented, I would
It's
say.
a very Jabari statement.
Yeah, I disagree with him. I mean,
oh, yeah?
how
The
could you
Lakers
not?
have owned the Rockets this year.
Yeah.
Like, whenever they've played, they've owned them. They haven't had Luka this series. They're up 3-1. Yeah, the Rockets haven't had Kevin Durant for most of it, but whatever.
No, even still, like LeBron is.
Rockets had Durant more than they had Luka.
Yeah, and like with the guys who have played, LeBron's top 1, maybe top 2 player in the series, and like if you were to rank them before the series, like who would be the second? Who would be the second Laker?
Yeah, after you name LeBron,
like you just wouldn't get to one.
Yeah, I guess Rui.
Like the Rockets.
Well, DeAndre Ayton before he got ejected last
I mean,
game, maybe.
I don't hate Smart's game.
But you would have him ahead of?
But I don't think anyone's
Jabari Smith?
expecting this. Smart
I think it's closer
performance.
than you're thinking. Like just for their impact in this series alone. I'm not talking like future and all that. Like I would take Smart ahead of Reed without a shadow of a doubt.
Mm-hmm.
Like who's had a bigger impact on this series? Marcus Smart's pretty high on that list.
Well, that's after the fact.
Yeah,
though.
we were talking about expectations.
Like
going
coming into the series.
Maybe that speaks to us, though. You know? Like, Ime's always loved Marcus Smart.
Yeah, I guess if we boil it down to just his shooting, I think that's what we could say was highly unexpected, that he was shooting that well.
It's the fact he's the second best offensive player.
Yeah.
Like,
I like his game. Like, he has shot it better than he normally does. Not arguing that at all. But he's just a dog, man. I kind of like that. I wish he would have been the Rockets' backup point guard. Like, I wish he would have been the guy that the Rockets went and got to back up Fred VanVleet. And then when Fred VanVleet got hurt, okay, well, you just have Marcus Smart. And you're not that you're, like, much different as a team, but you would be in a better spot.
He definitely would have given you some of what you lost with Dylan Brooks going to Phoenix.
For sure. Yeah, because I just like that dog mentality. You know, he gets under your skin. He's going to play hard, and I like basketball players who play hard. I don't lose my mind about like sound bites and like making headlines and like giving other guys bulletin board material. I think that's kind of silly. Like, are the Lakers going to play harder because Jabari said we're better? I don't think so, and if it does, I kind of question their professionalism to begin with. Like, so yeah. I don't really get into the whole bulletin board material thing, so I don't want to like overstate this or even overrate this. I also don't think it's something that Jabari Smith probably should have said publicly. Like, I totally should think it. Totally should have the attitude. I want him to have the attitude. Probably one of the things though that you just keep silent publicly. I think, not something that I think a lot of guys would say. But
yeah. He can put have the same send the same message without literally saying we're the better team while down 3-1 and having been down 3-0 to start the series.
I mean, literally just say we still have confidence in ourselves.
Yeah, like we think we can.
That's it.
We still think we can beat this team. Like we think that we have enough talent to beat this team, which you do.
Yeah. Yep. Final one from Alpi Shingun. Alpi Shingun says that he's ready for liftoff.
Well, I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready for those. I know they're gonna hit. Well, we're hitting them too. So, we're younger. We heal faster than them probably. So, and we're just going to hit each other, and let's see end of the day what's going on.
That one from Binkley Hoops, who does a really good job.
I don't like that one. I don't like that one. What we're going to our recovery skills now that you're down 3-1.
Yeah, I feel like
2
you're
days
being a little
off.
harsh on a guy who doesn't speak English as his primary language.
I guess. But, I mean, okay, LeBron's old. Obviously, Marcus Smart's old. But it's not like every guy on their roster is 38, 39. They've got some younger guys on the team that aren't out there just, breathing hard because they're aged.
But they're important guys are older.
Yeah, they are. But, Rui's not super old. DeAndre Ayton's not super old.
I mean, they're up there.
How old is Rui?
Rui Hachimura's got to be close to his 30s, right?
I mean, if you're still in the 20s, though, I don't think – I get, okay, maybe a 23-year-old recovers better than a 28-year-old. But, what's the difference? How great of a gap is that? I don't think that's a reason to, feel all that much better. I mean, maybe Alpe's just trying to psych himself out or psych himself up. But –
yeah, I mean, I don't believe what he's saying. I just don't know if he really knows what he's saying because his English isn't his primary language. I think he's just kind of talking and trying to land the plane. And sometimes whenever you're – I know this because I'm ESL. Whenever you're trying to land the plane, it's a little bit more difficult whenever English isn't your primary language. It's the whole hype speech that Alpe gave the other day, and they asked him in, was he nailing the words? And he's like, you messed up a few times. I'm willing to give Alpe a little bit of, freedom a little bit. I'm willing to, some acceptance.
He was trying not to go full Jabari Smith and be like, we're the better team. I will. He was erring on what can I actually say that we're better? Well, we're younger.
From where Jabari set the bar on just delusional, Alpe at least came in underneath that.
Trying to be level-headed about it.
Yeah. All right. So what's it going to take for the Rockets to win Game 5? Because don't let them win Game 5. Don't let them win Game 5. What is it going to take for them to win Game 5? 713-780-3776. It's Jeremy and Joe with Sean and Brian filling in for Joe on ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Ryan?
Are we connected?
I'm not sure we're going to break.
Are we not going to break?
Where did Ryan go? Where is Ryan at? 7-1.
This is Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Huntington Bank Studios, located at Sterling Country Club. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Yeah, that's a good White Boy Wednesday song here. Ryan's in for Brian. Brian or Sean are in for Joe. I'm going to leave in 25 minutes because I can't tolerate these guys much longer. Sweats of the day. We got the draw in Atletico and Arsenal, plus 230 there. We got the Texas Rangers money line.
Boom.
That one's a winner. We are still sweating Dodgers and Marlins under 8 runs, and it's 3-2 after 8. And then Cubs over 9. Cubs, Padres over 9. Padre money line. 3-3 top of the 6th there. But so far today, up just over 3 units. We've now turned into the positive on the week, Brian. And the year is almost 5 units.
That's huge.
We've had a good start to the day.
That's like to that college fund.
Yeah, that's like $5,000. You know,
depends on your unit size.
But what if you'd bet like $1 million a game, Sean?
That's my joke, Brian.
It's like a lot more millions.
I just fumbled my baseball. 713-780-3776. 3 days grace. Such an awesome WBW. The Roid Rager still spamming our text line. I think he's literally sent 30 texts.
Sounds like Keith.
Since I called him out for saying ryoid instead of roids.
I think you're on to something there, Sean.
Yeah, can we spell check some of the 30 unanswered texts you sent?
Junkie said, dude speaks almost perfect English, LOL. Alpy does not speak perfect English. He speaks it really well for being a foreign language and not being great at it a few years ago, but it's not even close to being perfect. Come on now. Junkie, this team is going to lose pretty decisively tonight to a team, for the most part, without Luka and Reeve. They're going to go into the offseason and blow this team up for a quote-unquote star player to not win a championship, and then we'll have to start over again with the rebuild. Can you name a more annoying team? The Astros?
I mean, the Texans in the playoffs?
1990s Utah Jazz.
Yeah. 90s Utah Jazz.
More annoying.
Yeah, your text is a valid one, though. It's a good point.
Yeah, I mean, it will be interesting what they – like, because you can kind of make the case for any direction of, like, run it back and actually be like, yeah, it's Fred VanVleet and Steven Adams with Durant and the young core, and it kind of clicks everyone into the right spot. Or you can say they're nowhere close, so just trade Durant. Also, he might not think most highly of his teammates. Or you could go, these young guys aren't any good. Right. Kevin Durant was good for 78 games of the season. You should build around Kevin Durant.
Go and trade for Giannis.
So it's like you can really just make the case for either one. It's like a Rorschach test of what you think of this Rockets team.
Looks like a butterfly, but I think like to the texture's point, like if the Rockets' answer to what you were laying out there, Sean, is the young guys aren't good enough, let's go get Giannis, like I think a lot of fans want. To the texture's point, they could be like 2 years ago. We were talking about how best young core in the NBA, or at least a lot of people were making that argument to being super old and like one bad playoff series for maybe hitting the reset button.
Yeah.
They've been passed up though on the best youth.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah,
so
for sure.
That's the frustrating thing. Like, a few years ago you could make that case and be like, hey, yeah, we're gonna, eventually when these other teams old themselves out, our youth is gonna pass everybody else up. But they've been lapped with that youthful foundation by a couple of teams. OKC,
San Antonio.
in their conference alone. So that's the frustrating thing about this team is like, okay, you totally get wanting to stay young, but is your youth going to ever, is it ever going to supersede the Thunder's youth or the Spurs' youth? I don't think so. So what's the play because of that? Do you just try to go all in with a Giannis, or do you try to bet even on more youth that, down the road with these picks that you have from Brooklyn and Phoenix and all that maybe you can, become the youngest, best core in the league again with some new faces?
Yeah, and even if you get old, like you could be older than the Spurs and the Thunder. Are you going to be better? Like, right. Can you actually build a better
Probably
team
not.
than them? Yeah,
Probably
so
not.
it is just like how do you, what do you value as a fan? Like, because that's all we can really speculate on.
They're in a tough spot. They're still going to be good, right? Like, whatever they decide.
Yeah.
Whether it's like, hey, let's just run it back with our youth and Fred and Adams and, maybe you can make a trade where you bring in some more shooting. Like, you're going to be good. You might even be the third best team in the West, but you're not going to pass San Antonio. You're not going to pass Oklahoma City. You could trade all your youthful pieces for Giannis, and you're still probably third.
Yeah.
So you're in a really weird spot in which direction that you choose to go in. Yeah, that's a good point about like whatever you want as a fan, because you're still probably the same caliber of team.
Yeah, because you're probably going to be in that second or third tier of the West, depending on Minnesota, Denver, any other team jumping up in there, and it is just kind of like again, do you want to just give yourself the most shots at being the third best team, and hopefully you get some bracket luck and you get a Wembanyama or Shea injury, and like, okay, now
someone gets upset maybe before you face them.
Yeah, and you
can
play.
To me, that's the play. Is you need to almost like
sustainability.
Get lucky with the lottery picks. Like, I don't really care what you do with Alpi and Jabari and Reed and maybe even Amin. I like Amin the most of those guys. To me, it's almost you need to keep those draft picks, especially with these new flattened lottery odds. Like, maybe you keep one of those draft picks and it turns into a top 5 player in the league, which you desperately need. So whatever they decide to do, I want them to keep the draft picks.
Yeah, and with the going all in part, not only are you trading the draft picks that you've accumulated, but it's like, all right, so now you have 38-year-old Kevin Durant and 30-something-year-old Giannis, 33, 34, whatever he will be next year. And it's like, all right, he might be 33
He's 30
now.
Plus,
yeah.
But I might be a little
31 as of today. He'll turn
31.
Okay.
There you go.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I remember looking up and being a little surprised that he was younger than I thought.
Yeah.
I knew it was a crazy gap.
And, I mean, but even then you're building around Kevin Durant, who 78 games this season, awesome, love it, and missed
completely body broke down in
I'll
the
say
playoffs.
4 of your 5 playoff games, maybe 5 of your 6 playoff games. Maybe
don't let the Rockets win tonight, John.
Don't let them win Game 5.
I don't think.
Don't let the R words win Game 5.
I'll do my best. I'll do my best to not let them win. But you're talking about a Giannis guy in Giannis who's played 36 games this season, 67 the year before, 73 the year before that, 63 the year before that's gotten hurt in the playoffs. I think 2 of the last 3 times he's made it. So you're building around 2 guys that have a injury track record, and you might be looking at another rebuild in 3 years. And
feels like a house of cards build.
Yeah, and with the flattened lottery odds, it's like, well, I don't want to rebuild either because they made it rebuilding way less appealing.
Like, honestly, the more and more we talk about this, I think what I'd like to see them do most is what I think fans will hate the most. Just keep everything and hope you hit the lottery picks.
Yeah, that's probably the best bet.
Yeah, develop.
Just that way, your window as far as how many shots you could take at it is longer than signing up for Durant and Giannis.
I think it's your best percentage chance to win a title.
Same.
To do that. I don't know if it gives you the best team like next year, but I think that and again, I think that the chances of winning a title is like very low because you have the Thunder and because you have the Spurs and they're built like perfectly. They're built really well, and their window is now larger and wider than your window. Because they've lapped you with their youth. And then there's other good teams, like Sean mentioned in the West, that aren't going away either. How do you know what perfect English is? You're Mexican. That's a valid point. If the players were swapped.
That was I'm surprised you even read that one.
That was aggressive.
And I'm Mexican.
How would the Rockets be with Wemby, in your opinion? They'd be great. They'd be great with Wemby.
They'd be awesome.
I hate mentioning it because it feels like just whining, just like being a little bee and whining. But we can't forget, like, the Rockets had, like, the worst possible.
No, they won the coin toss against this because they're tied with the Spurs that year. They won the coin toss.
Every year they could have. Yes, thank you, Jeremy. Every year they could have gotten like the best player. They had so many shots at it. They went 0 for 4.
And you can't really complain because they didn't do like the Wizards and the Jazz where they've dropped down like 4 slots in the lottery. Like they stayed in the top 4. It's just they always
the lowest they picked was 4.
They just never got the great luck. They never got the 1 pick in the K draft or in the.
They got the third best team in the West luck. That's what they got.
Roid Rage guys now dropping racial slurs about me. Junkie, it needs to be mentioned that Kevin Durant played the 4th most minutes in the NBA. Too much wear and tear. That's valid.
It is valid. I will say though, why he is missing games aren't like wear down injuries.
No, he was diving after balls in practice.
Yeah, like
that was the initial injury.
It's like, so he shouldn't practice next year.
Yeah, but it's like more bites of the apple though.
I get it from that aspect of it of just like, if you just run more,
Yeah.
you're more likely to roll your ankle than
He
if you
didn't
never
run
run.
the tread off his tire. He
That's why I
rolled
don't.
over a nail. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I mean, that makes sense. But that's why it's like he didn't, break down. It was just he got kneed in practice and rolled his ankle in a game. I don't know. That could have happened in January. That could have happened at any point in the season.
True. Philip from the other Woodlands says that we're overreacting. So, Philip, you're in with Jeremy and Joe. What's going on?
Hey, guys. So a couple quick things. The Spurs don't bother me because we've all seen the Yao Ming train go, and we know how that ends. Victor, you look at all the big body guys like him, Ralph Sampson, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Yao. You start looking at them, more times than not, they're not Kareem, they're more Yao. And they're out of the league by their 30, 31-year-old. Plus, any given season, if he gets hurt right before the playoffs, you can just write him off as an easy out in the playoffs potentially.
Okay. That's a valid point. I agree with you on that, but now do Oklahoma City.
All right. Well, no, I understand that as well. I'm not suggesting OKC has the same issues. I'm just saying San Antonio specifically. But here's where I'm still optimistic. I still think that there's some untapped potential. I think we kind of plateaued a little bit with Amen and Şengün. But, I still think Reed, there's another level there. And we look at the cocaine Curry jokes and all that. But at the same age, Curry was a senior at Davidson. And what did they do until Steve Kerr got there? How old was Curry when that happened? 26, 27 years old? So I think we're just overreacting a little bit by the fact that this was his first playoffs. He's not been great, obviously. If he was average kind of regular season Reed, they might have won one or two more games here in this series. He may have stretched things enough, opened things up enough so Şengün has a little bit better playing time. But I still see a little bit of untapped potential there. And I think the best way to go is really evaluate the coaching staff on, or do we have the best guys? I'm not saying Ime has to go, but maybe some of the assistants, where are we putting these guys in the best position to have success? Are we doing everything we can to pull the best of the best out of them while mitigating the bad parts of their game? Are we putting them in position to succeed long-term and develop more skill set? I'm not sure the answer on that. I'm not there every day. I'm not working with the players, but maybe there's some upside there, replacing some guys, getting some fresh blood in that might be able to add some more to maybe make Amen a little bit better shooter, Reed a little more consistent, less streaky, maybe a little better on defense on the ball. There's flashes here and there. It's the consistency part. And the great thing is usually consistency gets better over time as younger players get older. They usually get more consistent. Maybe not reach their potential, but they at least get more consistent and have a better idea where to go from there once you have an idea of where they are.
Yeah, I think those are good
I'm still I'm thinking 1 or 2 more years maybe.
Yeah, no, I think those are good points. You can't close the book on what Amen's going to be as a pro or Reed Shepard's going to be as a pro. I think Reed's got a level that he can get to as well. I think he's going to be a guy who can average 18 points a game per year. This year was at 13.5. I hate comparing him to Steph Curry because I think it's ridiculous. I also think you're reaching a little bit. Steph Curry was a rookie at 21, was second in Rookie of the Year voting his rookie year. There was only an age, 1 year difference between Reed coming into the league and Steph coming into the league. Steph was also finishing 11th place in MVP voting in his age 24 year. Do we think that's going to happen with Reed? I just hate having the comparison of Curry and Reed. I think it's ridiculous, quite frankly. But I do agree that Reed has more to his game, and I also agree with your perspective of the coaching staff. I wouldn't mind an offensive-minded coach on this staff. I'll agree with you there. 713-780-ESPN. Aziz Al-Shire signed a new contract today, boys. 3 years, looks like $18 million per, which makes him a top 3 linebacker in the NFL. We like this deal for the Texans. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe with Brian and Sean filling in on ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2. You know what Aziz can do with all this money? He can go to Two Creeks Crossing Resort and have the time of his life. It is so fun at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston, and it gets even funner. It gets even more fun coming up at the start of May. Blue Bayou Bend opening up early May, the official grand opening on May 9th. Two Creeks is getting even better. It was already a blast prior to that. Open green spaces, wildlife, Mother Nature the way it was intended to be. 92 acres of property for you to explore. Kayak on their creeks. Two Creeks alongside their property. You can fish in those creeks. Some really good fishing. They also got a catch and release pond in the middle of the property. Pickleball courts. They got swampers where you can catch a drink or just take a drink to the pool. Have a good time there. But also Blue Bayou Bend opening up on May 9th. And they're always taking care of you. They believe in Southern hospitality. They're doing something each and every weekend, whether it's a chili cook-off like the first weekend of May, Memorial Day weekend. They're going to have a huge blast that late May. Always live music out there as well. It is a great time. You are going to enjoy it. If you have an RV, well, just pull up the RV. They have RV hookup spots for you. They got glamping, waterfront cabins right on the creek. They have a tree house. You walk up the steps, you're in the tree, inside the house. It's a great time for everybody. You're going to love it. So book your stay now, twocreekscrossingresort.com. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe
on ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Huntington Bank Studios, located at Sterling Country Club for the occasional invitational. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Do you know what the winning score was?
Winning score
of what?
The tournament. Where you are there for?
No.
Oh no, we didn't.
We were
we
outside. They moved us outside the ballroom where the
Granato's getting a
scores
little
are being
saucy.
read. Yes, I heard.
Joe, I think texted us said 10 F-bombs and counting.
Yes.
Well, so we were trying not to have that go out over the air.
That's smart. Remember, Joe thought like 12 under was going to win this scramble. I just thought that was funny.
Yeah, he doesn't know people lie.
He doesn't know ball.
So innocent.
Yeah, it's pure though. It's cute.
Yeah,
That's what we like
pure and
about it.
innocent. Joe George.
The Texans have re-signed Azeez Al-Shire to a 3-year contract. Haven't seen a huge report on this, but Texans cap, who is my go-to when it comes to the financial side, really of everything, football related, Texans related. I just go look and see what he's saying. He thinks that it's going to be a $54 million extension for 3 years, which makes it $18 million per. Don't know about the guarantees and the bases and like void years and all that junk. I'm sure that'll be, tidied up later. But $18 million per year makes him the third highest paid linebacker in the NFL from an APY point of view. Fred Warner is at 21. Roquan Smith is at 20. Azeez Al-Shire, this doesn't count the edges. Azeez Al-Shire will be the third highest paid linebacker in the NFL with this new extension, boys.
Yeah, I mean, that's just kind of Caserio's MO, right?
Yes.
Jalen Petrie, top of the market. Yeah. Stingley, top of the market. Will Anderson, top of the market. Yeah. The thing that makes this a little different than those, though, is, Stingley was obviously coming off his rookie contract. Same thing when Nico got paid, Jalen, Will Anderson. I don't know. I feel a little less good about this one just because Azeez is 28. And, when this contract finishes, he'll be in his 30s.
Yeah, this is his fourth contract in the NFL? Third contract?
I don't know. But,
the second with the Texans.
Because he left to go with Tennessee. Then he signed with the Texans. And then Texans again.
Yeah, so this is his fourth contract in the NFL. So
third post draft.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that's the difference is that
contract.
Whatever you sign Will Anderson to, whatever you sign Stingley to, it's you are getting his prime years in that. This one, you're opening yourself up to getting not so prime years, the subprime years. So, yeah, there's definitely some sticker price shock value there, but he is good. But top three really makes it that overstakes the case. There's no world where we're sitting here saying he's the third best linebacker in the NFL.
Yeah, at the same time, I don't want to penny pinch. I like Azeez
I get that.
I think he's important to this defense.
Yeah,
I agree with Brian's point. Linebackers that get into their 30s, you start to see their decline. So it is different than the Stingleys, the Petries, the Will Andersons. It's an extension that's going to pay a guy into his 30s.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a little steep. I don't think he's the third best linebacker in football. At the same time, I want Azeez Al-Shire on this football team for the next 4 years. So,
yeah.
See, that's I think we've had this conversation before. Whenever these new deals get put out by Caserio, it's eventually there's going to have to be somebody they don't pay, right?
Yeah.
A
core piece.
Yeah. I get that because of the ability to kind of have the salary cap be fake money with the ability to, with restructures and guaranteed money to kind of move money around, it kind of becomes fake monopoly money a little bit. But it feels like they've got to be at some point somewhere you have to be a little choosy. And it feels like Azeez might have been that guy.
Oh wow!
Voice there,
got emotional.
You got an hour
got
left,
emotional thinking about
Azeez
leaving.
He was thinking about Kamari Lassiter being let go at the expense of Azeez Al-Shire's contract.
It tore me up inside. It tore me up inside. I'm just thinking about sitting there, Winnie the Poohing it. Oh my God, they can't pay Kamari Lassiter because Azeez is getting top of the market.
Yeah, no,
and I got all choked up.
No, my reaction seeing the news was 3-year deal? Okay, cool. Love it.
Which is also Caserio's MO.
Yeah, 3-year deal. Okay, like it. But the price didn't come out for it felt like 2-3 hours. And then it's, $54 million.
Yeah.
Oh, that's top three money for linebackers in the NFL. It's every detail I learned more, I was like, okay.
It depends on the guarantees, though.
Guarantees, void money.
Sure.
Yeah, void years.
Zero guarantee on the third year. It may be okay, it's a $54 million 3-year extension. Then all of a sudden it comes out where only the first 2 years have any sort of guarantees to where it's really a 2-year extension.
Yeah, and 2 years is still when you kind of are in the. You're
getting his best.
Yeah, well, and you have some rookie scale guys that don't have to get paid yet.
Bingo. All right. That's it for me. That's enough. Brian's voice is fading. It's time for me to tap out.
Oh, my God.
I'm going to get all emotional again. Jeremy's signing
the rest
off.
of the way. I'll be back tomorrow. Who's your least favorite good Houston player? Boys will kick it around. 713-780-ESPN. Jeremy and Joe with 0 of us remaining. It's Brian and Sean the rest of the way on ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
take one.
Welcome back into the show. Final hour of Jeremy and Joe starts now, but no Jeremy, no Joe. Instead, it's Sean and I. Sean's looking for his next White Claw. He downed a pineapple. What do you got now, Sean? Is that cherry?
Cranberry.
Cranberry. All right. Okay. See, I'm not a White Claw guy. I tried it once. It wasn't for me.
Okay.
Wasn't for me.
Not for everybody?
No, I'm more of a whiskey guy. But shout out here to Sterling Country Club. They've been taking good care of us. Mona has been bringing us water. I've been eating a lot today with the way my voice went a few minutes ago.
That was Hype Train-esque.
Yeah, you know it was. My voice did feel like what it feels like during commercial breaks after Hype Train. Maybe we'll do that Saturday on the bullpen. We'll see. But welcome back to the show. One more hour left here at Sterling Country Club. And as Jeremy teased going into the last commercial break, I had this idea. I think it was after Game 1. Maybe it was Game 2. They kind of run together. Specifically with this player, but I had this idea watching Alpi. Like, in my mind, intellectually, I know Alperen Sengun is a good player. He's a 2-time All-Star. There's no argument that he's not a good player. On the other side of that, I absolutely hate watching him play. Absolutely hate. Oh, John Granado's here with another Coors Light. 2 Coors Light.
What
the man of the
gift.
people.
It's
the
like
man
Santa
of the people.
coming to
Santa
town.
coming to town.
Oh, I thought he was dropping them off.
No, I thought I thought he was going to go Stone Cold Steve Austin on and clang those bad boys together.
Courtney dropped off a White Claw. I thought.
Thank you, John.
He
Thank
is
you,
Stone
John.
Cold Steve Austin.
He is our Stone Cold Steve Austin. If you were to power rank the people most likely to clang 2 beer cans together and then drink them as it's foaming
I almost saw it right in front
Yeah,
of my
I
face.
thought I was going to see it. Yeah. Well, he brought over 2 Coors Light. You and I both thought, oh, we're getting Coors Light.
Yeah, on the house.
I'm in the moment thinking, like, I don't drink beer. How am I going to let John down? With I don't want to drink it,
yeah,
but I also don't. Yeah, I was going to. I was just going to suffer through it, right?
Yeah.
But anyway, so I had this. Alperen Sengun. I had this idea to watch him. Like, I know he's a good player. Intellectually, like, he's a guy that's going to average, 20-10. He's a double-double machine, 2-time All-Star. But I absolutely hate watching him play. I mean, between the throwing up his hands, every time he thinks he gets fouled. I mean, the Rockets would be out of challenges 2 minutes in every game if they left it up to Alpi. Sometimes the footwork that just looks so unathletic, getting into the paint and leaving.
Yeah.
It feels like
it's like so unorthodox that you're just like, what the hell is he doing?
And other times, like when the game's going well for him, like it's very much a tell early in the game. One, with his footwork, because sometimes the Euro and the spin moves work really well. You're like, oh my God, look at that. Yeah. And other times it looks like he's a baby giraffe. And then same thing, like when he gets in the paint, if he leaves the first little baby hook short, it's like every shot's going to glance off the front. Every shot's going to glance off the front of the rim. So I had that thought, like, who are the good players in Houston sports? And we can expand this nationally as well. But who are the good players in Houston sports that we know they're good, but we just don't like them? Alpi's number 1 on my list. Who comes to mind for you, Sean?
It is a tough one because there's different elements of it.
Sure.
Like, do I not like them, like, personally, or not personally, but like personality, vibes, whatever. Do I not like the fact of what they represent, like the Rafael Montero, although he's not good, but like the
Lance
Lance McCullers, where it's like you're just sitting there being like, yeah, but he is getting paid $60 million a year, like where you just see the contract number hang over their head, but there is like a little bit, and I'll go with this one first because it is probably the most controversial one. People now forget J.J. Watt was not very likable for a while.
Wow. You were trying to set the text line on fire. You don't like J.J. Watt?
I do like him. It's the Captain America shtick that he was running for.
He got a little too John Cena for you, a little too much hustle, loyalty, respect.
Exactly.
Okay.
That's the one where I'm like, again, great player.
Yes.
Three defensive players a year.
Greatest player in the history of the franchise.
And really, it was only like that third defensive. It was 2014. That's the tipping point where they tried to win him the MVP.
Yeah, the year he was catching touchdowns.
Where I was like, this is cool, but like also like let's be a real football team, please.
You don't want to see Ryan Mallett throwing touchdown passes, God rest his soul, to J.J. Watt?
Not really. Not particularly.
Fake routes to a defensive end wearing 99?
No, and I think it capped off very nicely with the Watt cat.
That pretty much ended it.
Yeah.
We didn't see it after
But then there's like 3 more years after that where it's like Dude, you're not running for office. Like, just be a normal person.
I think that ship sailed though when he had the fundraising for the Harvey victims.
Yes.
Like
yes. That is when it stopped.
At that point, like you can't turn him heel.
No,
at that point,
no.
He like John Cena, he could not turn heel at that point.
That is an actual superhero move in real life.
Yes. You were tired of the fake try-hard.
Flipping the tire, rapping Fort Minor on Hard Knocks.
Yes.
I bring it up and like
bragging about how much sleep you get. Like, okay, come on.
Andy Dalton smack talk with the Red Rifle and
Red
Ryder BB guns.
I think the one that annoyed me the most was when you remember, yes, Mettenberg, when he did the selfie celebration.
Again,
come on, man. It's kind of like when Arch smack talks Sam Houston after scoring. It's like it's segment.
Yes.
It's segment,
so
man.
I wanted to go with that one because he is a great player. One the Mount Rushmore of Houston sports athletes.
Yes.
I'll just say that. Whatever. We can debate that in July. And
yeah, we will. We definitely will.
And despite that, for like 4 or 5 years of his prime, I was kind of like, this guy's awesome, but like I would also never buy his jersey because I don't want to be.
That's a good way to angle
I don't want to be lumped in.
I think that's a really good way to angle what I was saying. Is like you respect the skill,
like
but you would never buy a jersey.
Best Houston Texans of all time,
no doubt,
easily. However, I couldn't stand for what he stood for. Again,
that sounds so wild to say. That sounds so wild
because he was just like you said, doing like John Cena.
Okay. From 0045, the text line's got thoughts, Sean.
Did they love it? Did they all agree?
They
all agree with me?
Some of them.
Okay.
I'm with Sean. JJ shirt was too much.
It was just a lot.
I mean, it was for the ladies. It was the thirst trap for the ladies.
Again. Pre-August 2017.
Yes,
this is all pre-August of 2017.
I get you. From 7308, let's get Mapes more White Claws to supercharge these spicy takes.
The thing is, like, all the other guys I don't like, and, like, with hindsight, you can be like Alperen Şengün, where it's like there's legitimate, like, gripes with his game. There's legitimate gripes with, like, the player. And, like, there's a ton of other guys where you're like, yeah, this guy's good. I wish Tracy McGrady stayed healthy. Yeah, so does all of Houston. I went out there and put myself on the line. I said, Hall of Famer?
If you'd given me 100 guesses, I didn't think you were going to say
J.J.
Watt.
Come on.
But what I mean
you thought I was going to say Kelvin Cato? No one likes Kelvin Cato.
Well, no one liked Kelvin Cato.
The
Rockets paid him off a triple-double in the preseason.
This is who is your least favorite good Houston player.
No.
I went with one of the best.
No, you started at the top, but where I was going with that is I was surprised by – actually, I should have been surprised by your take because I know you hate, like, the try-hard, the goody-goody two-shoes. That definitely fits into – what I know about you.
I like DJ Swearinger more than I like J.J. Watt.
He's letting his dog bite Clowney.
Come on.
No, but what I'm more surprised than your take on Watt, we've got now multiple texts about Jose Altuve being this guy.
Okay, let's read this. Okay. Explain yourself with the Jose Altuve.
One of them just said Jose Altuve, so that there was no explanation there.
I would like an explanation.
But from 4133, I love good Jose Altuve. I can't stand the Jose Altuve who swings at everything as one of the worst base runners of all time.
You know what?
So that's talking about. I mean, we saw it in the not the Cleveland series, the first game against the Orioles in the first inning where he drops the ball, should have been an out, two runs, end up scoring.
Yeah.
So, there's definitely. I guess from that you would couch it as
that's
the
more,
mistakes,
or
just
it's more like
the weird mistakes.
Yeah, the stylistic, quirks that he has.
Yeah,
it's like what would drive you insane, like if he was, whatever, Mauricio Dubon, you would be like, get this guy off my team. Right. But he's the best Astro of all time.
Yeah.
And that is like the Şengün thing of like, if anyone else tried to do this, like we would not stand for it. But he's the second best Rocket and the first best Rocket for 4 of the 5 games this series. So yeah,
you gotta have to.
You gotta hit
he's
two-time
an idiot,
All-Star.
but he's your idiot.
Yeah, so it's like it is that kind of that situation of thing. Can I just go with an easy one?
Oh, I was actually going to, before you get to that, so we got more support for your, Joe, we just found out that Sean hates J.J. Watt. That's what we found out on the show today. Can you believe that?
Listen to the podcast.
Have Lexi post it. Have Lexi post it.
Listen to the
podcast. So more weighing in on the HRP text line from 8412. 100% agree with Sean. Watt was just too good.
Yeah.
I need my players to have a little edge and maybe a record.
I don't need a record, but I like
it helps.
I like the edge.
Yeah,
I like
you
the
like
edge.
the edge. Yeah,
I love the edge.
Yeah, love the edge. So
Cope.
okay, who was your
Cope,
next
man.
one? You were gonna bring up another one.
Deshaun Watson. Never liked the guy. Never liked the guy.
You know what? Yeah, it's easy to say now with hindsight.
It's the opposite. It's the easiest one to go like, you know what? He was
but
cool.
But I agree with you. Like, I remember watching
took too many
him.
sacks. I always thought he took too many sacks.
The running around. Yeah, like there were definitely times where Watson would drop back to pass, and he's running.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, just hit your check down.
There's,
hit your check down, man.
Again, I kind of hated it because it made me be like, no, listen to Bill O'Brien. It made me sign.
You
run
hated
the damn
him.
play.
You hated him because yes.
Yeah,
Anything that makes you agree with Bill O'Brien is just like that leaves a bad taste
play
in your
on
mouth.
time. So that's another one where that one. I mean, I joke about like never liked the guy because of what came out afterwards.
Sure.
But like in the moment, I was like, I kind of wish he played differently, and that is really the the crux of this is like guys that I'm like. They're good. I mean, they're awesome, but it's like I wish they kind of played differently, and that's the play differently guy. J.J. Watt's more of the like
Altuve, that guy too.
field.
Getting back to that, 0045, I think is missing the good part of this, but he mentioned Stromiles Swift. Stromiles Swift, not a good player. They paid him.
Yeah, he's like for me personally because I was 12 years old when he was on the Rockets. Is like the inverse of that, where it's like. The bad Houston player that I liked the most. Like I know he was bad. I did like watching him play though.
Yeah. Like
it is the opposite of what the segment is, but
there was kind of like the intriguing. Like he's so freaking athletic. Like
jumps out of the gym.
He jumps out of the gym. 6357 Texan on the HRP listener line. Not good, but Quagmire face noodle arm Jake Myers. Although Jake did hit 300 last year, is he good enough to qualify for this?
I think last year. I think last year.
Last year's Jake
did enough to be.
I think he qualifies
for you
this.
to be like, I hate him. He was good enough last year for you to be like, yeah, this guy sucks.
Oh man. So a couple more. Hey, Esme, how you doing? We're on the air right now, Esme, but you can certainly come over and give us a hug. Okay. You're on the cam too. I think I should just go ahead and warn you. All right. So a few more that came to mind for me. Come get your girl, Lexi. Say hi to the YouTube audience, Esme. There we go. Did you know, Esme, do you know Sean hates J.J. Watt?
That is not what I said.
He hates J.J. Watt.
That is just not what I said. That is
Sean hates J.J. Watt. Can you believe that?
No, not what I said. Not what I said. I'll explain tomorrow. I'll give you the context. What'd you do, Brian?
The segment's already derailed. I'm just going to keep going with it. Just go with it.
I'm going to get stabbed walking out of here.
Yeah. Esme doesn't mess around. She might stab you. I don't know. Okay. So we might have had to carry this conversation over a little bit because we've had a lot of texts, but I'll throw another name out there. Now, he is now a former Houston athlete.
Okay.
Last season was his first season not in the H since being acquired by the Houston Texans. Didn't love Laramie Tunsil.
Oh, yeah. That's
the
a good
Gucci
one.
bags,
That's a good
the missing the games when he didn't feel like playing, when the Texans were bad.
Yeah.
Like there was a lot of like Lance and John have certainly made fun of this in the morning. Like we want more. Well, we want more Keelan Rutledge and less like worried about our fit and our pregame look coming into the stadium or with the Gucci bag.
Yeah, and Keelan Rutledge never played a down of NFL football, so could be terrible.
Could be terrible, but he wears Wranglers, damn it. I want my offensive lineman wearing Wranglers, not Gucci.
But you like him more than, several-time All-Pro?
Yes, one of the best offensive tackles in the league. Oh, this is an interesting angle on this question. We're just going to carry it at this point.
Yeah, we'll go till 25.
Just combine it, Ryan. From 7308. Now, you won't be able to relate to this, Sean.
Okay, good.
I can't stand Verlander because my wife thinks he's hot. Now, that isn't it. I didn't think of that angle of this.
I can relate to that. Not with the wife part.
Well, that's what you can't relate to. You don't have a wife.
No, but okay, whatever.
Yeah.
I've been in the room where I'm like, all right, chill out, all right?
See, I guess I didn't know the ladies felt that way about Justin Verlander.
I mean,
I guess if Kate Upton picks you, I guess
what
that's
are we doing?
That's a pretty good tell.
Literally married a supermodel. I didn't know.
Well,
Sean,
Sean, he's got other things going for him than potentially just his looks. He's obviously super rich and a very successful athlete, a high-profile athlete.
Yeah,
so you could have picked him for that, not his looks.
But I feel like if you're a very
how many
successful
fat
athlete,
offensive linemen have you seen with a smoking hot wife?
I'm sure a lot. None come to mind, but yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
Go ahead and give me your top 5. No. We'll get some more texts here. It's hard to keep up with them as they're coming. I'll throw another name. Actually, this is a good one to say, and I lost the text, so I can't credit it. Sorry to you guys. But I did see this one come in. I was trying to think of an Astro one that I didn't like.
Is Ken Giles good enough to qualify?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think so.
Just had to ask.
I would say Kyle Tucker. Kyle Tucker kind of felt like when it doesn't matter that much in June hero sort of player. Like he would put up the big regular season stats, but he'd get to the postseason and he was rolling over with weak grounders to first base.
I mean, but is that it though? Like, is it just that he came up small in the playoffs?
Also weak chin.
Okay.
He just he kind of has the look of a cartoon character with no chin.
Yeah. I
get
what you're saying.
And then I mean, not entirely his fault, but
the chin thing definitely not his
fault.
No,
yeah, exactly.
No,
the chin is I'm kidding. No, I was going to say the whole missing 3 months with that's not his fault. That's the Astros team doctor.
That's messaging.
It's just messaging.
They should have said he broke a bone in his leg.
If they had just told us he broke his leg, we'd been fine. This one's going back a little ways. Also on the HRMP text line, 713-7803-776. From 8503, Warren Moon. Now, obviously, that's before your time. I don't know if you got any spicy hot Warren Moon takes.
No, I don't. What did they elaborate why they didn't like Warren Moon?
No, literally the text just says Warren Moon.
Then I'll go, that's interesting.
Oh, are you, is this a little going back to the Tatsuya Imai?
I don't know. He didn't give a reason.
He didn't give a reason.
Or she didn't give a reason.
What a white knight you are. From 4280, Bagwell and Biggio in the playoffs. Also, Biggio was a 261 lifetime hitter. I'm surprised it took that long for Bagwell and Biggio to come up, honestly.
But to me, that's different because they especially in baseball, because the postseason is such a smaller sample size than the regular season that
it is.
Coming up small in the playoffs is kind of not enough of a reason.
But they
did
it every time, though.
I know.
Joe,
trust me, I know. But it's still that doesn't feel like the spirit of it, because then it's James Harden. I
think James Harden would be. I'm surprised no one said James Harden.
Yeah,
and not just because of the playoff failures, but obviously Paul Gallant, I know, hated his style of play with trying to draw the fouls, and I think he viewed it as
dishonorable.
Dishonorable. I was trying to think of the word. I was about to say unmanly. It's that's not the word he used.
Yeah.
Dishonorable. So I'm surprised Harden hasn't come up yet.
Yeah, I mean he definitely he qualifies, but again, I just wanted to do more than.
You don't think Bagwell and Biggio qualify?
I mean, I can't tell people how they feel. This is the least favorite good Houston player. They're good Houston players, so I can let them have that. But for me personally, I am just kind of
I hear what you're saying about the small sample size of the playoffs.
If you're gonna not like those guys, I don't know who you're gonna like.
I guess we just don't like anybody. We just don't like anybody.
That's the
Sean,
thing.
we like winners in this town. Not that we know what those look like.
You like 10 years of Astros baseball. Congratulations.
And those 2 times with the Rockets, right?
Yeah.
Oh, don't forget about the Oilers in the '60s, huh?
Exactly. So that to me, that really is the thing. It's there's not so many winners in this city that we can go, well, this guy never won anything. So
no,
I get it, but
fair point. I guess my pushback to that, if it was just they didn't hit because they're facing Glavine, Smoltz, and Maddox. I get it. A lot of people didn't hit against Glavine, Smoltz, and Maddox, but I think it was the messaging. Getting back to what we talked about earlier, where they gave us the you just got to tip your cap. Every time they get eliminated by the Braves, which was 3 times in that era, swept. I think lost in 4, or maybe it was swept, lost in 4, or swept. But I don't need to hear after you get 2 hits in a 4-game series about just got to tip the cap. I think that's where probably the Bagwell and Biggio votes of this come from.
No, I get it, but again, how I received this question, I just didn't immediately go to those. I went more of guys that you're just Don't like him. Like, not my cup of tea.
Here's a guy we just didn't like, but certainly wasn't good enough. 9508 Texan Brock Osweiler. Yes, we don't like him, Texter, but
Super Bowl champion. Brock Osweiler.
that is true.
Super Bowl.
He did win a Super Bowl. I guess we could throw in David Carr into that. Wasn't he on the Giants roster?
Yeah,
I think he was on the Giants roster and got a ring. That's always got to be weird though. Like if you're at the ring ceremony the next year, you're standing in line. Like if you're David Carr or Brock Osweiler in the situation, do you take like
okay? Well,
do you take pride?
Osweiler started like 6 games that year. He did actually play.
Okay.
He did play that year for the Broncos in 2015. But
we got a follow up to the. My wife thinks Verlander's hot.
Oh yeah.
So from 7308. Wow. When my wife told me Verlander was on her Hall Pass list and asked me who was on my Hall Pass list, I said her sister and her friend Helen, and she did not react well to that. Yeah, I think, look, actually, I'm on your wife's site here, 7308. Like, the idea of the Hall Pass is unattainable. Like, if it's just a woman you can see at any given time, that's not really a hall pass.
Yeah,
you're just trying to cheat.
Whatever, 5 times a year.
Yeah. From 3338, I was going to say Harden. I liked watching him play at certain times, the lobs, the threes, and drawing fouls, but hated so much more.
Yeah, I mean, the thing with Harden was that, like, for the first, I don't know where you want to draw the line, but, like, the first, 4 or 5 years, it was just like, this is cool. It's just he kind of became like a self-parody of himself, where it's like
I think the moment where it
leaned
slipped for me was when he got blocked by Manu in the playoffs. Like, that was the moment I threw up my hands and I was done.
So he gets blocked in that game. I want to say that was game
6.
2. Oh no, that was early in that series.
Was
game
it? Okay.
Game 6 was the no-show where they lose by 40.
That's right. They were missing LaMarcus and they were missing Kawhi, and the Rockets still lost that game.
Yeah, so that to me, that was where
I feels familiar with the series against the Lakers, doesn't it?
I turned in my badge and gun of the James Harden
on the table.
Yeah, being in the James Harden army, I was like, nope, can't do it. Like again, it becomes another thing.
Were you an online defender until that moment?
I think I was. I defended him more than I went after him, just in the fact of people just. It was more of he doesn't suck, all right? It's like he's not terrible. You don't like the way he plays, but he's not bad.
You just thought the criticism was too far.
Yeah, stop calling it.
Yeah.
It's not his problem. Stop calling it. It's like, not to get into a different topic, but it's like the tanking thing, where it's like, well, stop tanking. You don't really, change the rules to get them to stop tanking. If you leave the door open, they will take it.
Yeah, no.
Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, same thing. It's stop calling it.
From 2568, Carlos Lee, great hitter, but will never actually sprint, LOL. That's a pretty good one. Carlos Lee
he was pretty good.
I think people, when we, this is obviously a different topic, but whenever we do, the worst contracts or worst free agents in Houston sports, because it's July, Carlos Lee, there's always someone that brings up Carlos Lee, but, his numbers, except for, I think the last year he fell off pretty hard. But for most of that contract, he was a really good offensive player. If you just looked at, the offensive stats and don't think about, him. Man, he looks old there. And that picture, was that the Panama jersey?
I think that had to have been from this past WBC.
He is aged. But it was hard to, I think, be a huge fan of Carlos. I mean, maybe that's sometimes or somewhat a victim, him being a victim of the Astros just in general or going downhill.
I was going to say.
He was kind of the face of that. But
he was signed in 2007. So
yes.
It's right as – and then his last year on the Astros was 2012. So it's really just he got the entire bottom part of the roller coaster and none of the upside. But, yeah, I mean, he's not getting fitted for – a Hall of Fame bust, but it was a pretty good hit. He had a 900 OPS one year, the Astros.
It was a very good offensive hitter. Right,
but he did get fat and old.
He did
fast.
very quick. All right, the Junkies have lots more thoughts on this. So if you want to weigh in, who are the good players in Astros, Texans, Rockets, Houston sports history, and if you want to weigh in nationally
Arrows,
as well, Comets, Hot Shots. Shout out to the Indoor Soccer League. If you have your own submissions, please hit us up on the HRP listener line 713-780-3776. We'll get to more of that on the other side of the break. ESPN Radio 97.5 live from Sterling Country Club.
You're back with Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Huntington Bank Studios, located at Sterling Country Club for the occasional invitational. Here is Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
No Jeremy Branham, no Joe George. It's Brian McDonald and Sean Mapes here for another 30 minutes live at Sterling Country Club, as the big voice guys say. We are out here for this year's occasional invitational benefiting kids' meals. Most of the celebrities that left, John Granado left double fisting Coors Light. I saw Joe George carrying out of a lot of equipment, but Sean and I still here. We're grinding, Sean.
Yeah, holding it down.
That's what we do. We grind. We're
Holding
here
it
for
down.
another 30 minutes, and we're kicking around the question we started the hour with. Who are the good players in Houston sports history that, they're good? And this was inspired by Alpy. You know they're good, but you just didn't like them. So a few more submissions from the text line. 0012 probably missed the assignment here. He said, never liked Randy Bullock, the kicker, Fat Randy. Yeah, but not very good. I can't read all of them, but Esme is also getting some love on the text line from when she popped in on the show. I think the main takeaway was she was low-key hot, was what one texter said. Sean, would you like to weigh? No, I'm kidding. Don't answer that. From 1443, what a boring-ass player to watch.
That's interesting. I
never viewed him as boring. Did you?
No, because there was an element of just freak show that made it interesting. Like that's the same thing with
he was the bearded lady of the NBA.
With Wembanyama too. It's this is crazy. I know it's a 25-point game, but I honestly, until he gets subbed out, I can't stop watching. But yeah, I guess it's he was very low post, and he wasn't like Hakeem down there making amazing moves. It was more just kind of getting to his left shoulder and going up with it. I can kind of get it. Wasn't a super emotional guy, so yeah, I wouldn't put him on there because, like I said, just he was captivating at the very least. But I could see how he was boring to some people, and again, language barrier.
Yeah, from 7308, can't stand McCullers because he orders ceviche at Taco Bell. Have you ever ordered ceviche at Taco Bell?
No, I didn't know they had ceviche.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Anyway, that text on Esme was from 8755. So, Esme, if you're listening, 8755 says what's up. Should we start trying to set Esme up with one of the texters? I think that's probably being a bad friend to Esme. We actually got a decent amount of text in on Kyle Tucker's chin.
Oh, yeah?
I think it was Wheat Straw that texted in. I'm not sure how Kyle Tucker folds laundry. Which I hadn't even thought about that aspect of it. But you always, especially with towels, right?
Yeah.
You always use your chin to hold the towel.
Or the long sleeve
Yeah,
shirt.
you always use your chin to hold the towel, so that would be difficult. Another texter texted in, and I appreciated this reference, Sean, but Kyle Tucker looks like he was drawn for Bob's Burgers. Because every character in that show has the Kyle Tucker.
Neck all the way up to a face, but no chin.
Yes, exactly. Let's see. We got a few more here on the HRP listener line from Oso, Carlos Beltran. So that's now a few entries on Carlos Beltran.
This is one where I feel like we're doing revisionist history.
Now, I think it's twofold, though, right? Because he left you, in
2004.
2004. He went to the Mets, and a lot of Astros fans were disappointed because they thought they had a real chance to re-sign him. And then, obviously, now looking back with the cheating scandal that he kind of was the ringleader of.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's a lot of hurt feelings that Beltran doing that discredited the Astros' first title.
Yes.
It's in some people's eyes, not mine.
But while you were watching him, you didn't think that.
Yeah.
That's where I'm.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I don't think he quite fits because of that, because you did, in the moment, you didn't not enjoy watching him.
Yeah, it's like anything where, after the breakup, you don't like them. But,
right.
that.
Right.
And both of them for different reasons. I guess 2017, we didn't know until 2019 that it was going to be a messy breakup, because in 2017, you're like, yep, see, the veteran presence that, the 2016 Astros kind of fell apart because they didn't have the leadership and, a wise old veteran like Carlos Beltran's also, the other stuff he did.
I've seen this text now come in a few times, and this one surprised me. Not as much as your hatred for J.J. Watt and all that he's done for the city of Houston.
Overstated. Listen to hour 3
No,
of the
I mean,
podcast.
I think that's word for word what you said. I hate this man and everything he's done for the city of Houston.
I don't care. You brought up Hurricane Iron. Oh, whatever.
So I'm not as surprised by this as I was that slander or Jose Altuve
again,
coming up.
False.
But I've seen now a couple texts come up for Arian Foster. I wonder if that is that the vegan thing. Remember that off season where he's like, I'm not gonna eat protein anymore.
Yeah.
Everyone's worried his body was gonna fall apart, and then it kind of did.
Yeah,
I think those two things are unrelated, but that didn't help his case.
He was more polarizing, I think, than we remember.
It's just
at
because
the
he was
time.
aloof, maybe.
Yeah, and he's just not a very football kind of football
like
guy.
a meathead,
he's not a football guy.
Yeah, meathead's football player.
Yeah, he was really good at football. He's best running back, whatever in franchise history. But he wasn't, I'm going to go out there and die. He wasn't Keelan Rutledge, he wasn't.
No,
he wasn't even
he wasn't quote unquote let's bury dudes in the dirt.
Yeah, he wasn't Kamari Lassiter. He's not like one of these guys that are just psychos out there. It's he's that's cool.
I like football because I'm good at it and it makes me money.
I hit the gap. Sometimes I cut back and I score a touchdown. That's kind of what I do.
And now I podcast on Barstool.
Yeah, and
with PFT commenter.
Yeah, the biggest thing is he has a podcast now and just does not know anything about football. His podcast is completely unrelated.
Although he did set the NFL Twitter world on fire when he said it was scripted.
Oh yes, that's
that might have been his biggest contribution to the game.
Yeah, and so being that level of troll and kind of bleep stir, it's that's going to rub people the wrong way. For me, I always liked him, but
So another ex-Houston athlete, this guy leaving in 2019. It's come up a couple times, but this one from Wheat Straw. He said, I just tuned in not too long ago, so I'm not sure if you missed it, but has anybody brought up Garrett Cole?
No, that's another one where I think, because I thought of him when I kind of go.
Those 2 years, he was elite.
Yeah, I kind of when we do kind of, in Houston sports, XYZ, I kind of go team by team.
Sure.
And when I was thinking of Astros, he was on my mental short list. But then I was it's the part where I started hating him was after Game 7 of 2019 World Series. So, it was after the final out
really
of that
just
game.
The Boris
Boris
client hat, right?
But until that point, if you stopped me before Howie Kendrick's home run hit the foul pole, I've been hey, stop talking to me. It's Game 7 of a World Series game. Why are you talking to me, weird time traveler man? But But if you did do that, and I got over the time travel,
yes,
and you're so do you hate Garrett Cole? I'd be no, he's awesome. It's just after, the 3 hours after that is when the hatred started.
And really, a lot of the hatred, I think, gets displaced if A.J. Hinch just doesn't make the wrong decision.
Yeah, if he puts him in.
If he puts him in or just doesn't take out Zach Greinke because he gave up one, was it one walk or one single?
It was a base runner. Yeah, it was a man off first.
That wouldn't have happened if there wasn't a missed call in the strike zone, which ABS would have solved. We're getting some jokes in on Bill O'Brien versus Kyle Tucker's chin. From 2180, what happens if Bill O'Brien's giant butt chin runs into Kyle Tucker's no chin? I think Bill O'Brien's butt chin wins in that situation.
Is it possible to have a butt chin in the structure of Kyle Tucker's chin?
I don't think he can. I don't think Kyle Tucker could physically have a butt chin.
I feel if you have a butt chin,
flat and smooth down to his neck.
Yeah, it necessitates some prominence.
Yeah, it does. It does. Bill O'Brien, other than the butt nature of that one part of his chin, has a very strong chin.
Yeah. Huh. I never occurred to me. Yeah, they would look like a Bob's Burgers character. Actually.
Yeah, I mean Kyle Tucker. That's the best description I've heard of Kyle Tucker's chin so far. Is he looks like a Bob's Burgers character for sure.
Now, Jimmy, whatever that guy's name is.
Jimmy Pesto.
Jimmy Pesto.
Jimmy Pesto.
I was honestly.
What were you going to say?
Jimmy Parmesan was what I was going to say.
You're actually not far off.
I knew it was an Italian.
Yes. They sell, as the joke goes, Italian flavored food.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway. So a few of the texts have now kind of wavered into the coaches aspect of this. We just had a submission come in on A.J. Hinch for taking Zach Greinke out. I've seen a few Dusty Bakers get it mixed into the conversation.
In the moment, I was not a huge A.J. Hinch guy. At
what point are you talking about?
When he was the manager of the Houston Astros.
I didn't know if you were talking about pre-2017.
Definitely pre-2017 and a little bit post. I was just it was more a little bit of meatball baseball fan, like pre-analytics, Sean would come out and go, all he does is sit there and look at the binder. Like, oh, that's all he's doing. He's not really managing.
Anybody can do this.
Like Jeff Luhnow just tells him how to use the players, and he does it. Like that. It was more of that where I was just like, I don't know. Like it's not the baseball managerial style I grew up on. You know, you throw a binder, a laminated binder in front of Jim Leland. He's not cracking that open.
He's smoking it.
Yeah,
in the dugout
he's
during a game.
Yeah, he's putting out his cigarette on that,
and then smoking it, and then rolling it up and smoking that someday. Jim Leland, if we were going like man's man in sport, Jim Leland, he kind of feels like the Sam Elliott of sports.
Yeah.
Kind of looks like Sam Elliott too.
You'd play him in the movie. Yeah.
Strong chin. I don't know. He might not have a strong chin. So what? Dusty Baker's come in a few times. What are your thoughts on that?
Understandable. Not for me
Although
personally.
He's kind of been right in hindsight now.
Yeah.
Or with the benefit of time on Yonder Diaz. So. Like, I can't, like, that was the thing.
Yeah.
Wasn't that the thing we most crushed Dusty for was, hey, play Diaz more? And then, who's clamoring for that right now?
He was good that year.
It's
like now he plays all the time and stinks.
Yeah.
Back then he barely played and was good, you know? The league didn't figure him out yet.
Maybe that's the secret. Joe Sabatas should just play him less.
I think that will happen at some point in the very near future in Yonder Diaz's career. I think he will be playing less in maybe as soon as next season.
From 2180, somebody texts in on Kyle Tucker's chin. If Kyle Tucker had a butt chin, it would be called a long back chin.
You know, I'm really glad. Are
you glad that Jeremy isn't here for the Kyle Tucker's chin conversation?
He definitely would not be as down for the foolishness as we have been for the 45 minutes.
Yeah. All the Kyle Tucker chin texts.
No, I was going to say I'm glad Kyle Tucker came up to kind of bury the J.J. Watt take.
That you hate him and everything he stands for.
It's a little bit of a smoke screen of the. Actually, I wasn't a huge J.J. Watt fan before he.
I don't know.
He raised all that money. He raised all that money.
What I remember you saying, Sean, you hate him and everything he's done and everything he stands for.
If you raise like $50 million to help people in need.
You wouldn't spit him on him if he was on fire. That's what I heard.
Pre-2017.
Kevin McHale just came in on the text line.
Huh.
Like, I don't know.
Is that James Harden texting in?
It doesn't. Doesn't it have to be a Harden stand to have that opinion? Like,
he wasn't. Yeah.
Right. Like, he wasn't a great coach. I'm not gonna stump for him or anything. But like, I kind of felt like he was right in the feud with Harden. Like, reportedly, Harden got mad because he didn't get to go back in Game 6 when they came back against the Clippers, and the series they eventually won in 7. And that feud and rift is what caused the exit next year.
Yeah, and again, like, I understand that if you're James Harden. I understand that if you're a Harden fan. But, yeah, I'm not sitting here saying that he was, some Greg Popovich levels.
Yeah.
Like, he was a perfectly fine NBA coach. It's just, other than that incident, I don't really think of anything that's like, man, I hate this guy, you know?
Yeah, I same.
Did he kill the Rockets in the 86 finals?
I don't know.
Doesn't fit the question.
I was 3.
Come on, dude.
I wasn't. I know the Rockets lost in 6.
I had to sit here and listen to people complain about Matt Maloney. Like, I care.
You expected me to know.
Like people compare Reed Shepherd to Matt Maloney, and I'm like,
here's a good one coming in from. I actually missed this one earlier. It came in a few minutes ago, but from 3338, and we'll wrap this up here in a minute. Get to Junkie today, but. From 3338, I know they were good players once, but I hated watching Barkley and Pippen as Rockets and Steve Francis because he was just a stat stuffer with no real results.
I understand the Pippen and Barkley thing. Cause
Pippen, I understand more than Barkley. These guys Barkley was just old.
Yeah, these guys had Hall of Fame careers, but not for you. It's just that. And
for sure.
Francis, I don't think I would have liked Steve Francis if I was not 8 years old when he was on the Rockets.
You won't be shocked by this, but I did not like Steve Francis.
Yeah, I think if I was a more mature basketball fan and not just like, this is sick, I think
it was kind of ahead of its time.
Yeah,
it was kind of. But at the time, like him and Mobley not as much because Mobley was also could be like just a
off-ball shooter.
Off-ball shooter, right? But Francis just going 1-on-5 like every other possession drove us crazy. And really, like what it brought out in sports radio at the time was like it felt like every call or every other call in sports radio at the time was like, should they move Steve Francis to the 2? 713-780-37. Ask John and Lance about that. They had to live those wars. But, like Steve Francis I think is a good nomination. I definitely should have thought of that. I don't include Barkley because, like, I don't know if I could get mad at him for just being old. Like, he was just old and broken down. Now, Pippen is very fair. It might be on the Sean, Pippen just reminded me of a name. Maybe this is more Barkley than Pippen. Okay. Ed Reed.
Ed Reed?
No, he played like literally 3 games.
And he was good because he then went to the Jets after he got cut midseason by the Texans. He went to the Jets and it was awesome. He had a couple.
Did he? Was he awesome there?
Yeah.
Really?
Yes, it is a little bit of the.
Now it's not as easy. It's not as easy to quantify because he doesn't. It's not like a running back or receiver that we can look at stats. I don't know. If PFF was grading players back then. But
again, you're right. I don't know the PFF grades, but I'm pretty sure he had like 3 interceptions in like half a season.
I will not stand for this, but I will read it on the way out before we get to Junkie today. But from 1694, Luis Scola, F that empty stat bum. I love Luis Scola. He was one of my favorite players.
I'll say. Right team, wrong guy, Kevin Martin.
Yes, Kevin Martin is a good one. Okay, hit me. Yeah, you got Ed Reed stats?
Ed Reed in 2013 had played 7 games for the Texans.
Okay.
Had 0 interceptions.
He played 7?
He played 7
for
the
Texans. 3.
He played 7 for the New York Jets, had 3 interceptions.
All right, I guess maybe Ed Reed was right. Maybe Ed Reed was right. All right, that'll do it for. Maybe we'll carry that over to Saturday. That was a lot of fun. We could get John Belmer and Cam Smith to weigh in as well. But when we get back here on ESPN Radio 97.5 FM and 97.9 HD2, we will get into the Junkie of the Day. That is next when Jeremy and Joe returns live from the Sterling Country Club. We are here as part of the occasional invitational. Brian and Sean for one more segment. Don't go anywhere. That was intentional. Yeah, just let me know how much time we actually have, I guess. I guess we'll be back probably at 54. We need to beat out at 57, so yeah, like 2.5 minutes maybe. All right, that's fine. Like everything I have for Junkie, they're not long. Yeah, so I intentionally didn't want to leave much time for that. What's that? Junkie of the day. It is that time here on Jeremy and Joe, live from the Sterling Country Club up 290, where the occasional invitational took place earlier today, raising money for Kids Mills. A great time had by all. Well celebrated. John Granato's left.
Very well celebrated.
Joe, yeah, very. We thought he was handing us Coors Lights. Nah,
he was not.
They were both of them for him.
I don't think he was handing anyone
no,
a Coors Light
they were
today.
both his. He was double fisting them on the way out. Joe's left, but Sean and I are still here grinding through as the radio professionals we do. It is now time, even though Jeremy and Joe are not on their own show named Jeremy and Joe, that Sean and I give out our Junkies of the day. So for my first nomination, Sean, not World of Sports, but McDonald's has unveiled a new Grimace menu featuring a purple barbecue burger with purple cheese in Germany. It also contains a Grimace shake and purple cream cheese pie. So gross. I like
Junkie? Purple cream cheese pie.
I think the purple cheese on the burger is the most offensive part to me. I don't care if it tastes exactly the same.
Okay.
I cannot get over the visualization of a purple bun and purple cheese. I'm out.
I think you just got to go purple bun, and that's it.
Yeah, I think I could maybe tolerate that more. All right, well, who's your Junkie of the Day nomination?
Brendan Sorsby.
Yeah.
Maybe you heard of him.
Likes the bet.
Yeah. Oh, I just realized I called him a junkie, and he's dealing with an addiction. But
Junkie?
Brendan Sorsby reportedly placed more than 10,000 wagers and would do 20 a day. Brendan Sorsby reportedly had more bets placed than career passing yards in college football. He only has 7,000 passing yards and 10,000 bets placed.
Wow. That is an incredible stat. I'll also quickly nominate the Angels, who had to have a section of their stadium shut down because it had a rat infestation. All right, who's the winner? Who's our Junkie today, Sean?
Give me Grimace.
Grimace. All right, Grimace, you are our Junkie today. Thank you to Sterling Country Club for hosting us. They did a great job. Make sure you come out and check them out. For Sean, I'm Brian McDonald. I will talk to you tomorrow as a part of Jeremy and Joe. Have a good night, Houston.
All right, welcome into Destination 2026, Houston's countdown to the Cup, presented by Aramco, Houston Methodist, Coca-Cola Southwest, Quanta, Reliant, Visit Sugarland, and Rice University. We stream at ESPN 975.com. Thanks for joining me, Glenn Davis, here tonight. 7 World Cup matches. It's getting closer and closer, everybody. 43 days until the opener between Mexico and South Africa. And then, of course, here in Houston, it's 46 days before we get Germany and Curacao, our opener at Houston Stadium. Again, streaming at ESPN975.com. You can get the podcast of this show and all the Soccer Matters shows at ESPN975.com, Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. All right. I'm still trying to catch my breath from yesterday's Paris Saint-Germain 5-4 victory over Bayern Munich in the Champions League, and it has a direct correlation to the World Cup. The head coach of PSG, the very talented Luis Enrique, hailed his side's record-breaking 5-4 win as the best match he's ever been involved in during his coaching career. Now think about that for a second. Luis Enrique has been involved in some of the most amazing soccer matches. He calls this one the greatest in his career. Now, in watching that game, and I mentioned this last night on Soccer Matters, 9-goal game. 5 goals in the first half, 4 in the second. Highest scoring semifinal match in Champions League history, and tied for the second most goals in any knockout stage game in competition in Europe. Absolutely incredible. It's like somebody fired a starting gun and 2 teams just end to end, up and down. Everything you would want from an entertainment value as a fan. None of the recirculation, none of the slowing the game down. This just went back and forth. Pure entertainment. And I could not take my eyes off it. And I don't think you could either if you watched it. And if you only watch the highlights of this, which are off the charts, if you only watch the highlights, you will still not get the overall incredible nature of this game. There were hit posts, there were missed chances, there was Olise skirting around people along the end line. I mean, just unbelievable stuff. And this is why, for me, the Champions League is just next level. This was incredible stuff, and it's going to make the second leg incredibly important. And by the way, Bayern at one point was down 5-2 because PSG came out in the beginning of the second half and scored twice. I think it was like the 54th and 56th, something like that, and took a 5-2 lead. And, you know, you're sitting at home going, yeah, this is Bayern Munich. They always have the ability to come back. On the other hand, man, that's a 3-goal gap. If this holds going to a second leg at Allianz Arena in Munich, it's going to be tough to overcome. 100% I can see either of these teams advancing. So it's really going to come down to one game. Okay, so as I'm watching this game, I'm thinking, well, 4-time World Cup winners Germany are going to be in Houston in 46 days. Well, 46 days they'll play their game. They're going to be here before that. And I'm thinking to myself, my goodness, out of these 22 players that are on the field, almost all of them are going to the World Cup. Out of the 22 starters in that PSG Bayern Munich game, 16 to 20 of them, somewhere in that range, are already on a World Cup team and are likely to be in the World Cup. So I'm looking at Bayern Munich first because obviously they're coming to Houston. We have Germany coming here. You got Joshua Kimmich. He's going to be a key for the German national team. Jamal Musiala, there's another one. Manuel Neuer, not going to go to the World Cup, but has played in World Cups. And then you're thinking, what other teams are going to be represented? Well, you got Harry Kane, who's the captain of England. You got Alphonso Davies, who was taken off at halftime, the Canadian star. He's struggling a bit. That's one to keep an eye on for Jesse Marsh in Canada, by the way, Alphonso Davies, because he's coming back off injury, and he didn't have, I don't think, the best of first halves in that game, although it was just so open and so end-to-end until the final 20 minutes when Germany really kind of territorially down 5-4 was just hammering away at PSG, and PSG survived it. That's what gave Bayern the edge in possession, was that last 20 minutes. Up until then, it was just even Steven. Upamecano, another one, France. He's a regular. Then you go to PSG. You got Hakimi with Morocco, and Morocco could potentially come to Houston. You got Marquinhos, who's a Brazilian starter. They could also potentially come through Houston, by the way, if we're looking ahead into the knockout stages. You got Nuno Mendes, who's a regular for Portugal. You got Vitinha, the tricky, shifty Mr. Change of Direction midfielder for Portugal. Ousmane Dembele. He's already won a World Cup. Kvaratskhelia, he's not going because he's with the Georgian national team, and they didn't qualify. He had 2 goals, though. He was amazing. You got Doué, who's going to come with France. So, in this game, it's just ridiculous the amount of World Cup connection yesterday. And that was a game, no doubt about it, for the ages. And that's not one you should miss. If you have an opportunity to watch that game in its entirety and go back and you didn't get to see it yesterday, you have to do it. Real Madrid forward Kylian Mbappe, hamstring injury. Now, this is weeks before the start of the World Cup. So he's another one of these guys, much like Luka Modric, who broke a cheekbone against Juventus for Milan, that are in this race to get fit. Serginho Dest, a very important player for the United States, same situation, in this race to be a part of the most rarefied air of this thing called the World Cup. And Dest apparently is doing very, very well. I saw some sort of a posting he made, and he is really upped. And that's also something you have to be careful of, is how much and how quickly you try to, do your physical therapy in returning to this. But apparently he upped it and is doing extremely well. Mexico, the head coach, Javier Aguirre, Bosco, has picked 12 players from Liga MX that are going into a special camp. Goalkeeper Raul Rangel of Chivas, Carlos Acevedo of Santos Laguna, defenders Israel Reyes of Club America, Jesus Gallardo of Toluca, midfielders Luis Romo of Chivas, Eric Lira of Cruz Azul, Brian Gutierrez, Chivas, remember him from Major League Soccer, Gilberto Moro, the young talent from Tijuana, Roberto Alvarado of Chivas, Alexis Vega, who we all know from Toluca, Armando Gonzalez of Toluca, and Guillermo Martinez of Pumas. So a special camp there for the head coach of Mexico. That is all their domestic players, and everybody's trying to get prepared in the best way possible. And if you look at the big picture of the World Cup, the biggest issue, it's not a singular thing. It's a combination of everything. So we just talked about fatigue and injury. Now you got geopolitics, whether we like it or not, are a part of this. So that brings a level of pressure. You got all the travel, the climate. Teams with great squad depth are going to have great advantages. Teams with great chemistry. What is the common denominator you hear from a lot of coaches? You've heard it from Mauricio Pochettino of the United States. In order to do well in this World Cup, it has to be collective. It has to be selfless. I think that comes in any team concept, no matter what league you're in. But the teams that are together, that have tremendous respect for each other, that play for each other, that pick each other up, they do have a leg up in a World Cup. And some coaches are better at bringing that out of players than others. And the teams that are going to handle the things that are occurring off the field may have the best edge. It's not just talent, and certainly talent is going to help. Depth is certainly going to be a big part of this. You look at a team like France, and you look at the depth, and it's almost mind blowing. You say, how can't they win the World Cup? But there's a lot of issues around these teams, and of course, a 48-team World Cup means there is a bigger gap between the top and the weaker teams. And there will be some lopsided games early, and there will also be some upsets. But again, the first round is 72 games, and when 32 out of 48 teams are going to advance, there is room for error and to respond from error. But I think for the United States, a team like Canada, you know, for most teams in a World Cup, you want to get off to a good start in your very first game. You want to get the winning feeling. You want to get a country behind you, especially if you're one of the host nations like the U.S., Mexico, and Canada are. And a quick reminder to the dangers of your opening match. And it's not as dangerous now because you have more time to recover in the expanded World Cup because, as mentioned, 32 teams advance. You get 24 if you're first and second place in 12 groups, and then you get 8 teams that are third place. So it's not as dangerous from the standpoint of recoverability if you were to lose your first match. But if you remember in the last World Cup, which was a 32-team World Cup in Qatar, Mexico lost their opening match to Saudi Arabia. Argentina, the team that won the World Cup, lost their opening match to Saudi Arabia, which put them in a game 2 against Mexico. And if Mexico had beaten Argentina in that game, they would have knocked Argentina out of the tournament, believe it or not. Things can change very, very quickly in World Cups. It is a tournament, and expect the unexpected, I think, this year with a 48-team tournament as we here in Houston, Texas, continue to get prepared for the World Cup. By the way, one of the things that I want to remind you is there is an amazing match coming up. I'm pumped about this. I'm going up there for this. Texas A&M in June. You got the defending world champions Argentina against Honduras. Yes, Argentina, the defending World Cup champions, right before the start of the World Cup. Their stacked roster is coming to Kyle Field, Texas A&M, Saturday, June 6th, Argentina, Honduras. You can get your tickets at roadto26.com. What an incredible glimpse that'll be. Of course, Lionel Messi's expected to be there. Argentina, Honduras. And Texas A&M, they're understanding that Kyle Field can be a place and a destination for massive international matches. They already had Brazil up there. So again, this is defending world champions Argentina against Honduras. That's Julian Alvarez. That's Rodrigo de Paul. That's all these international soccer players that week in and week out we catch in European leagues. Saturday, June 6th, Texas A&M, Argentina, Honduras. At roadto26.com is where you can get your tickets. Roadto26.com. And this is literally days before the start of the World Cup. Pretty incredible. What else has been happening here? This is a very interesting one that we've got additional pay now that's going to come out to the teams. There's been a 15% increase into what the teams are going to receive now. So there was a lot of talk about it. It was very difficult for teams to come to the tournament because of the cost of it. So FIFA is now going to put out an additional 15% for national teams coming here. So we're expecting 500,000 people here, plus the real grass field is being put in now that the Bruno Mars concert is over at Energy Stadium. We'll get David Fletcher of Lone Star Sports and Entertainment back on this show real soon. Band festival is going to be big downtown. Concerts, games, watch parties. Watch parties all over Houston are going to be big. You need to get involved in it if you're a business, I think, because soccer's not going away. Soccer's great business, 2.5 million people. I don't know the exact number, but we know we have a massive, massive people from all over the world. There'll be shuttle services to the stadium. The number that's tossed around as the economic impact is 1.5 billion. So you hear that. So it's obviously going to be great for tourism. Over 5 million tickets have been sold. Some aren't selling as may be expected, but the demand is there, and there's also controversy about pricing. I hear people, the heat in Houston. Yes, the heat in Houston for people that are going to be outdoors. No question about it. I think the fan zone is going to have a lot of misting stations and hydration areas. There'll be air-conditioned areas people can come and go from, especially people from around the world that may not be used to it. But, you have to work around the Houston weather. As far as the actual games in Houston, well, the stadium's air-conditioned. 72 degrees is pretty nice if you're a soccer player and it's got a roof. So Houston continues to get ready. We're scaling up for these big crowds. Economic impact, huge. And for me, I'm dialing in on the actual playing of the games. And I think it's gonna be incredible to get a glimpse of everybody in the early group stages. Once you get through those games, then you get into the round of 32, and that's 16 knockout games, which are going to be pretty incredible. Those are all going to be games of consequence, single elimination, everything on the line, every pass, every decision will be magnified, and it's going to be pretty incredible. So we're going to take a break here. Just want to remind you, though, if you do want the elevated experience at the World Cup, well, you go to lsse.net. So like I said, we're 46 days away from the opener in Mexico, 46 days away from Germany and Curacao here. So if you want to witness it in big, big style and you want all the extra perks with an inclusive hospitality package, well, secure the package and get your place. You're going to get extraordinary seats, elevated food and beverage, exceptional service. You'll get it all through Lone Star Sports and Entertainment. Packages limited. They're going fast. It's lsse.net to book now. lsse.net to book now. We'll take a break. We got more to come. It's Destination 2026, Houston's countdown to the Cup. I'm Glenn Davis. Stick with us. We got more to come.
You're listening to Destination 2026, Houston's countdown to the Cup.
Presented by Coca-Cola Southwest, Houston Methodist, Quanta, Reliant, Rice University, and Visit Sugarland.
From the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
All right, welcome back to Destination 2026, Houston's countdown to the Cup. I'm Glenn Davis. FWC26Houston.com. Get over there, merchandise, a lot of news around all the happenings about the World Cup here in Houston. And, of course, tune in every Tuesday to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5, as well as we get into the updates around the World Cup, both on and off the field. Just a reminder, it's coming up, and it's super exciting. A huge international event coming to Texas A&M this June. The defending world champions. It's Argentina taking on Honduras. This is a great tune-up right before the World Cup. Probably expecting 70,000 to 80,000 people. Tickets are moving very, very fast for this. It'll be Argentina, Honduras, that stacked Argentine roster with players like Julian Alvarez and, this guy named, I think his name is Leo Messi. Yeah, you might know him. Argentina, Honduras. Get your tickets at roadto26.com, roadto26.com. I'll see you up there. This is going to be something spectacular and a great curtain raiser for the World Cup and the 7 matches that we're going to have here in Houston. Again, it's Argentina, Honduras, up at Texas A&M, Kyle Field, roadto26.com. Now, one of the favorites going into the World Cup is Spain. They have one of the world stars who happens to be only 18 years of age, Lamine Yamal. They are coached by Luis de la Fuente, Spain. It is a team, in my opinion, that has become, in the nature of tactics, a little bit more vertical under Luis de la Fuente. So we had an opportunity to go to Barcelona, Spain, and catch up with the one and only TV3's Jordi Suñé. All this discussion on the Spanish national team, one of the favorites. Great friend of the show, great friend personally, and someone that really brings it great from Barcelona, Spain. He's Jordi Suñé, TV3. He joins us now. Jordi, thanks for coming on the show.
Thank you for having me again, Glenn. How are you?
It's all good here. We're so excited to have you on. We always get a lot of great stuff out of you. Well, let's start off with some World Cup talk in Spain. I'll just lob you a softball here to start and just say, what's the expectations of the Spanish people with this young national team going into World Cup 2026?
Well, current European champions. That's all I can say. So you can imagine the expectations. Everyone is waiting what's going to happen with Lamine Yamal because, as you know, he was injured with Barcelona in the game against Celta Vigo. It's a muscular injury. He should be out for 4 or 5 weeks, so he's not playing for Barcelona anymore this season. He has to be ready for the World Cup, but at the same time, Barcelona have said we are not the timings of Lamine Yamal's recovery because we want to be very careful with that. He's a young player. We need him for the coming years. So it's always this kind of talk of war. Of course, the Spanish national team wants Lamine Yamal 100% committed to them from the end of the Spanish La Liga, but Barcelona want to take care of the player. But apart from that, Spain are always favorites, and there are high expectations for the European champions. If you check bets on the World Cup, they are first, more or less tied with France. But it will not be that easy because apart from this injury by Lamine Yamal, it's not the best of seasons. It has been not the best of seasons for Nico Williams. These were the 2 players that mesmerized anybody in the European Championship in 2024. So, but there are, as you know, for example, you wouldn't expect the goal scoring performances of Mikel Oyarzabal. He's not your typical number 9. He's a false number 9. But he's scored more than 15 goals in all competitions this season with Real Sociedad. So it's typical Spain from recent years. They may have injured players. They may have problems with injuries, with suspensions. But there's always a solution, and that's what make them clear favorites for this World Cup title again.
Jordi Suñé, TV3 in Barcelona, Spain. All right, so who will be the centerpiece between Nico Williams and Lamine Yamal, provided everybody's healthy? Who do you think it will be? I mean, we always hear of Alvaro Morata with Ferran Torres. Who do you think it will be?
It's difficult to say because these are different types of players, and Alvaro Morata is in the last part of his career. He's 34, 35 this year, if I'm not wrong right now. I think he was born in 1991, 92, more or less. But anyway, he's your typical tall, powerful physical striker. And as I said, he's not in his best shape, probably. The same with Ferran Torres. Of course, he's a different type of striker, still playing with Barcelona, playing Champions League with Barcelona, doing well in some important games this season, but on the other side, not enjoying exactly, but suffering a 2-month streak without scoring. So he has not been that consistent this season. He's a player that can give so much to the team, but he has always had this inconsistency problem. And then, as I said, there is this great solution, at least for Real Sociedad and the Spanish national team in recent months and in recent years, Mikel Oyarzabal. Not a typical striker, not a typical centre forward, more a second striker, a false number 9. But yeah, he's scoring, and he was instrumental for Real Sociedad for winning the Copa del Rey, the Spanish Cup, against Atletico Madrid in a thrilling final. Probably the favorite for playing alongside Lamine Yamal and probably Nico Williams, it could be Mikel Oyarzabal. It could be. But, of course, we'll have to see what Luis de la Fuente chooses.
So De La Fuente has incredible riches in midfield. I mean, think of these names: Rodri, Pedri, Fabian Ruiz, Gavi, Dani Olmo. This is one of the most talented young teams in the world. The riches are in midfield. I don't think there's any question. Now, apparently he has coached a lot of these players as they were teenagers. What's that relationship like, and how do you see that working going into World Cup 2026?
There are two groups of players with whom Luis de la Fuente has a very good relationship. The first group, of course, would be the base players, especially the Athletic Club ones, because Luis de la Fuente was an Athletic Club player and has been linked with Athletic Club for many years. And there you have, for example, Unai Simon playing as the first choice goalkeeper normally, even having David Raya, even having Joan Garcia, even having Alex Ramiro, Robert Sanchez, a good bunch of Spanish international goalkeepers. And as you said, the other group is the former under-21s. He was the under-21 manager, so he has closely followed the players that were playing under him with this under-21 Spanish national team. He knows how to get their best. And this is important, and this was an interesting choice for the Spanish national team. It was controversial to promote the under-21s coach to a world champion, a former world champion, a European champion side as the Spanish national team, but results have showed it was a good choice. Of course, there's always controversy when he has to choose players, but results are the thing that keeps Luis de la Fuente managing the national team, of course.
He is Jordi Sunye, TB3 in Barcelona, Spain, one of the favorites in the World Cup, or grouped with in Group H with Uruguay, Saudi Arabia, and Cape Verde. And Houston area fans know that Saudi Arabia will base camp out of Austin, Texas. One of the things that people are talking about is the balance of the team under him. Can he maintain a bit of a vertical style, isolating these guys like Lamine Yamal and Nico Williams, but can they provide a balance as well? And how much of that might fall on someone like Rodri?
Well, you were mentioning this absolute gems in midfield that Spain has: Rodri, Pedri, Fabian Ruiz, etc., and there are loads of other extraordinary Spanish midfielders. You know, we've always talked about the fact that the main period of success for the Spanish national team was the same period of success for Pep Guardiola's Barcelona. So that means the Barcelona DNA, which means the Johan Cruyff DNA. And this means everything starts in midfield. If you control the midfield, you control your play, you control your game. So even if the actual game, the styles that are getting the best results everywhere in Europe, take Luis Enrique, for example. Luis Enrique is a good example of what Luis de la Fuente needs to get from the Spanish national team. Balance, probably, but it has to be a balance between being able to control the midfield, but at the same time accepting this possibility of having a more counter-attacking game or a more vertical game. So there you have vertical players, Nico Williams, Lamine Yamal, offensive fullbacks like Alejandro Grimaldo, for example, that he's playing tremendously for Bayer Leverkusen in the German Bundesliga. So you have this type of players, but at the same time, you have got the players that can control the midfield. If I agree with you that this is the key for Spain. If they are able to meet this two facts, controlling the midfield, but then being vertical and direct when the game requires to, it can be, and it will be one of the great favorites for winning the World Cup. I'm sure about that.
Yeah, midfield dominance is one thing to keep an eye on with Spain. And boy, you mentioned all these names, just fantastic players, no question about it. Okay, so Uruguay, Saudi Arabia, Cape Verde, we mentioned that. That is the group for Spain. De La Fuente is the manager. These isolations and these one-on-ones, I mean, this is why we watch the game. By the way, I love your reference to Johan Cruyff whenever you make that. You know you make me very happy when you say that. But these isolated moments here, the width you get from Yamal and Nico Williams, I mean, this is such an essential ingredient to the Spanish national team.
Especially on the right side, Lamine Yamal's side, because Nico Williams is faster. He's a speedier player, probably, slightly speedier player than Lamine Yamal, but it's a more physical or more athletic type of player. Lamine Yamal, it's the street game. It's all flair. It's all one-on-one. It's tricks. It's nearly freestyle football. And these are the type of details that can break a game when the game has become tough. When you face a defense playing very deep, for example, the highest expectations, in my opinion, are on Lamine Yamal, more than Nico Williams. As I said, Nico Williams has suffered from pubalgia during all the season. He has not been consistent with Athletic Club. He has had these injury problems. And of course, Lamine Yamal has had pubalgia problems at the start of the season, some minor injuries as well. But he has been instrumental in many games for Barcelona. So, in my opinion, and I'm not going against Nico Williams, of course, but I think the majority of the fans will be watching the right side of Spain's attack, because everyone is expecting, again, the best version of Lamine Yamal. And he wants to. The most important thing, Glenn, is he wants to deliver this best version of himself. He has won league titles with Barcelona. He's still waiting to clinch the Champions League title. It will not be this season, probably next one. He has been European champion with Spain. He wants more. He just wants more. Even being an 18-year-old player, still a teenager, but he wants more, and he wants to show what he's capable of in this World Cup. Let's hope injuries respect him and we can enjoy the best Lamine Yamal in this tournament.
All right, so that was Jordi Sunier of TV3, and a big thank you to Jordi, one of the great guests on both this show and Soccer Matters here on ESPN 97.5. Destination 2026 is going to roll on here tonight. Hit me up on TikTok and YouTube at Soccer Matters. So it's Soccer Matters, TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, and you can hit me up on Twitter and Instagram at Glenn Davis Soccer. All the likes, the reposts help us keep giving great soccer coverage as we continue on here. And by the way, we continue to drop our great videos about Houston, Texas, and why Houston will be the best World Cup host city in 2026. FWC26.com, merchandise and information. Let's take a break. We'll come back to ESPN 97.5 and Destination 2026, Houston's countdown to the Cup.
This is Destination 2026, Houston's countdown to the Cup.
Presented by Coca-Cola Southwest, Houston Methodist, Quanta, Reliant, Rice University, and Visit Sugarland.
From the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
All right, welcome back to Destination 2026, FWC26Houston.com, and follow us at YouTube and TikTok, Soccer Matters. Let's get right into it from Houston Methodist Hospital. It's Dr. Vijay Jotwani. Well, Dr. Jotwani, let's start it off with the very simple question of the amazing reality that we have 7 World Cup games here in Houston, Texas. Maybe a word or two from the excitement about the 2026 World Cup coming to our city.
Yeah, what an honor for Houston to, being this great sports city, to get to host the biggest sporting event in the world. And we've been building up to this for so many years. So excited it's finally here for us, for our fans in Houston. So very much looking forward to it.
All right, so let's talk about this World Cup. It's a 39-day tournament. It's very condensed. It's the largest ever in history with 48 teams. How about a little bit of a word from an expert like you on recovery and navigating a tournament for a lot of younger athletes in this, but also there's guys like Cristiano Ronaldo who are around 40 years of age.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of soccer happening really fast, and the logistics of it, spanning 3 countries, also plays a role in how these teams are going to have to take care of their players. So that's going to include making sure that we can get players on the right time cycle quickly, really encouraging them to rest and recover well, sleep well, really keep up their hydration. We all know and we're used to how hot and humid Houston is, but it's going to be a surprise for some of these athletes coming in. So their team doctors and physios and athletic trainers are aware of this, and I'm sure there's going to be a lot going in for each of these teams, and it's going to give them an advantage if they can recover well, take care of themselves through the course of all these games, moving through the U.S., Mexico, and Canada.
Dr. Jotwani joining us here on Destination 2026, Houston Methodist Hospital. You mentioned hydration and recovery. What about, and I don't know if this is even a factor at all, it may or may not be. My assumption is these teams, they're not going to be doing hard sessions in between games. They're going to be recovery, might be some tactical stuff. But what about going from playing in a climate-controlled environment like in Atlanta or Houston, then back to an outdoor venue?
Yeah, that'll definitely take some adjustments. Luckily, over the last few years, as you've seen, FIFA has introduced the hydration breaks. Those are going to be helpful at those outdoor venues. But players are going to need to be able to adjust to these different environments. I think FIFA has been very concerned about making sure we have great playing surfaces across each of the venues. I think that's going to hopefully be pretty level across the board. But players will pick up on little differences, and yeah, they're going to absolutely have to adjust between some of the more humid, hot, sunny outdoor environments to, fortunately, we're going to have nice climate-controlled NRG to be comfortable for our players and fans here in Houston.
We continue on here, and I want to remind people, Dr. Jotwani is working with the under-23 men's, that's the Olympic age group team, and has also worked many years with the Houston Dash, so he knows soccer. But, you have an incredible resume because you work with ballet athletes, you work with the rodeo. I mean, do all injuries apply the same over different sports?
No, there can be big differences, right? So, I'm also with the Astros, and we worry about these upper extremity injuries, shoulder and elbow, and our throwers there. And then soccer, obviously it's going to be more leg focus, and we're going to worry more about some of those lower leg injuries, hamstring injuries, calf injuries that can happen in the course of a tournament like the World Cup, and managing those. And so very much there's sport-specific treatments that have to go into taking care of our players, especially those coming in for the World Cup. They're going to get some soccer-related focus care and rehab to try to help with their recovery and make sure we keep them on the pitch, or, if they suffer an injury and, trying to get them back into the World Cup games as quick as possible.
You know, it's great to have an expert like you on because we have such an amazing soccer culture here. And, of course, you're aware of it all. And every night, kids spill out onto the fields in Houston, as well as adults. But we'll start with the youth side of it. And obviously, quantity now is a big focus. Quantity of games, travel. This is a little concerning, isn't it, for the youth soccer player at this point, do you think?
Yeah, I think so. And I think it's concerning for all these sports in Houston where youth sports have gotten to be really such a big business and commitment for players from a injury prevention standpoint, and really also from seeing the success of the different professional players that I've worked with over time. What I really think helps people is being involved in multiple sports, as opposed to this early focus on soccer and feeling a need to be in a soccer tournament every weekend. Gosh, it'd be great to play basketball in the winter, to work some different parts of your body. And what we see time and time again from professional athletes that we're drafting that are having success on the professional level, they often were multi-sport athletes for many years and only later in their careers focused on one sport or the other. And so if we can encourage kids to play multiple sports, not just be focused on the intensity of youth soccer all the time, that may actually end up being better for them in the long term. But I think kids find that sometimes hard to see, and there's a train that's rolling with, one team after the other. But we sure would love to see players doing multiple things, cross-training, getting involved in other sports that can also be fun for them.
How about some thoughts on strength training and mobility and flexibility training? I noticed, as somebody who's older now with a hip replacement and knee, I started really focusing on flexibility and just general movements, and it helped alleviate a lot of pain.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the biggest thing we see in the clinic are injuries or pain that keeps people off of the pitch. It's due to imbalances in muscles. And so, doing strength training as part of your normal routine will keep you playing soccer more. Also, making sure you have that good dynamic warm up and cool down. You certainly can play better, feel better if you give your body a little attention along the way. So more than just jumping out onto the pitch and going for it, if you can warm up a little bit, if you can have some work in the gym on the side that you do to keep your core and your glute muscles strong, that can help you feel a lot better when you're playing.
He's Dr. Vijay Jatwani with Houston Methodist, and really, really fortunate to be getting his expertise here tonight. For the young players, at what point is it safe and is it wise to bring in weight training?
Yeah, I think weight training can be a reasonable part of even a very young player's workout. You just need to be thoughtful about good form, using the right amount of weight. Now, it's not going to be until after puberty that you're going to see those muscle gains, the enlargement of muscles you might expect from weight training as an adolescent or adult. But doing some strength work as a young athlete can be very beneficial. Again, it just needs to be done with the right form and really the right amount of weight. And sometimes, it can be body weight exercises can be just as beneficial as lifting a bar as well.
So one thing, and this is the beauty of me getting to interview people like you, I get to ask these questions. What is the biggest injury now that seems to be the most consistent in the world of soccer from your lens?
Well, the injuries that we worry about the most, those acute injuries like an ACL tear and Achilles tear, those are the tough ones because, they can keep a really great player away from the soccer pitch for a year or more. And so those are the ones that, are tough. And I think what's happened is we haven't fully gotten our heads around preventing those completely. And I think as our players are bigger, faster, stronger, it puts more risk on these tendons that are genetically built a certain way. And so those are the injuries that I think are tough. And, I really feel for our players when they come up, because we can do a really good job treating them. And I think the treatment's gotten much better. But, it's a long road for our players when those occur.
And then, of course, I know from my time in hospitals and doing therapy in recovery, the amount of young ladies in there from the soccer community is almost mind-blowing. And my understanding is they have a little bit of a predisposition. Community is almost.
ACL tears are more common amongst females for a variety of different reasons. Some of it is just genetically, being built with a pelvis that's a different shape, different angles of forces coming down on the knee. And then I think some of the patterns of jumping and landing. Now, some of that is potentially preventable, again, with a good strength routine focused on good dynamic strength building. Fortunately, we have a lot of great physical therapy resources in the city of Houston that those athletes can utilize to really learn how to take care of themselves well and ideally prevent those injuries that, take so long to recover from.
How about warning signs signaling maybe a change in training routines, right? Like, you always notice kids, I'm in pain, my knees are bothering me. How do you maybe give some advice to parents and youth players that are struggling with that type of thing?
Yeah, I mean, it can be normal as you ramp up your exercise routine to feel sore. And that doesn't have to be a bad thing. But if you're starting to get pain that's persisting, nighttime pain, swelling of joints that comes with the discomfort, those are some things that definitely raise a little bit more concern and are things that you might want to get with your sports medicine team to review. We do see certain overuse injuries, stress fractures of bones. If we miss those, that can lead to a much bigger problem down the road. So anything that's persisting pain, nighttime pain, again, swelling of joints, those might be a few of the things that I definitely pay close attention to. Ideally, if you're sore for a couple days, day to 2 days after a workout,